This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. This is a 15 square meter apartment room. Ordinary. But at this moment, it is filled with dazzling light. Shinshir sat blankly on the bed, staring at the projection that surrounded him. It was a massive city ruin, with raging flames burning right before his eyes. Thick black smoke almost obscured the sky. Attacks invisible to the naked eye surged from all directions, bringing continuous explosions and expanding flames. Countless screaming humans struggled to escape, but there was nowhere to run. Shinshir even saw a girl in an exquisite princess dress, engulfed in flames in midair, tumbling and screaming, before crashing heavily in front of him. The mixture of charred and crimson flesh made him tremble. This was a grand hell. The end of humanity. The stunning visuals and audiovisual effects evoked unimaginable emotions, relentlessly assaulting every nerve in Shinshir's body. If it weren't for the soft touch of the mattress and silk quilt beneath him, he would likely have already screamed and fled. Suddenly, an unknown roar shattered a large plume of black smoke, accompanied by countless pieces of wreckage blown away. Shinshir finally saw the sky beyond the smoke. And he saw the enemy that had created all of this. Shock swept over everything in an instant. A warship. It was a massive shadow looming over the city, a weapon that was definitely not of human origin. Its grotesque hull and writhing flesh were intricately intertwined, every detail displaying a realism that special effects could never achieve, bringing an indescribable chill. Just as Shinshir's emotions were about to reach their limit, everything stopped. The burning flames, the swirling debris, even the screaming, fleeing humans, everything stopped changing. Only enormous characters remained, constantly appearing in the center of his vision. Eastern language, Western Alliance language, Nia language, all imaginable human languages were present. Shinshir instinctively found the one he could understand. June 18, 2026 AD, human history was forever altered. The Earth era ended, and the Dark Ages began with a full-scale invasion. On June 25, the Earth Federation Command, representing 198 nations worldwide, announced its surrender. 800 million humans lost their lives in that week. The survivors lost everything, including dignity, freedom, hope, culture, and history. We did nothing wrong. Our only fault was our weakness. This image commemorates the beginning of the Dark Ages. Created on January 1, 3026, Starry Sky Era. As the final words appeared, the illusions that had enveloped the surroundings began to recede like a tide, surging towards the very center and finally settling into a small, floating white sphere, only about 5 centimeters in diameter. If anyone outside were to witness this scene, they would be driven to unspeakable madness. The immersive projection that transformed the entire room into a virtual world was emitted from such an inconspicuous, portable sphere. If this technology could become widespread, it would be enough to completely revolutionize the human film industry and even the gaming industry. However, the only person who knew all this was clearly in no mood to care. Shinshir was still sitting on the bed. The familiar surroundings, now restored, gradually calmed his emotions. It was like watching a spectacular movie in a theater. His emotions were heightened. But when the movie ended and he left the theater, he also left the world of the film. But this was something that no movie could compare to. Because Shinshir knew perfectly well where this still floating sphere, containing a level of technology that humanity at this time could not possibly comprehend, came from. It was from the future, 3,000 years in the future. He raised his right hand, and with a slight thought, a diamond-shaped patch of skin on the back of his hand began to emit a faint starlight, which then became clearer and clearer until finally, the original appearance of the skin was completely unrecognizable, transforming into something like a black hole, incredibly deep, as if it had become an entrance to another starry sky, adorned with countless starlight. How did this thing get onto me? Shinshir murmured to himself. He was initially excited about this change for a long time, especially when he realized that a black market trading terminal connecting him to human civilization 3,000 years in the future was also bound to him. The plots of various high-tech novels, academic genius novels, and future technology novels he had read filled his mind. Those were no longer just wishful thinking for him. The virtual reality projection sphere before him was proof of that. Anything he could casually obtain from 3,000 years in the future was enough to completely change this era. With proper management, and by being cautious and prudent at the beginning, he could conquer this era and create a future no one could imagine. Power, status, wealth, health, beauty, everything was within his grasp. But that expectation was shattered just minutes ago by the contents of the projection sphere. It is now May 2023. If this projection sphere truly comes from 3,000 years in the future, it means that everything that just appeared before him will happen in 3 years. Humanity will be invaded by alien forces, surrender within a week, and enter a dark age of space. Even if he survives that week of brutal war, he will lose everything. No! Shinshur gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fear. I have to find a way to escape this future. Although the possibility of parallel universes exists, he dared not gamble. Moreover, he had a strange intuition, seemingly emanating from the galaxy on the back of his hand. That was the future of this world. At this moment, Shinshur had completely forgotten his original get-rich-quick plan. Survival was paramount. Forcing himself to calm down, Shinshur looked at the back of his hand again. He was acutely aware of his own abilities. He was just an ordinary person who had worked hard to get into a decent university, possessed some skills, and was a little selfish, not much different from those people he had just seen in the images, screaming and fleeing. However, with this thing in his hand, a fundamental difference had emerged. This thing appeared in this era, on me. Could it be trying to convey some mission, or perhaps it holds some expectation of me? Shinshur gazed at the starry sky displayed on the back of his hand, his bright eyes now somewhat uncertain. Finally, as if making a decision, he said to himself, then I'd probably be disappointed. For me, the most important thing is for me to survive, and for those I care about to survive. Chapter 2. Shinshur possessed a considerable amount of drive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get into such a prestigious 985 university from a small county. Moreover, during his time at university, he built his own small business entirely on his own, opening a not-so-small murder mystery game arcade. These past few years had been the heyday of murder mystery games, with many arcades opening around university campuses. Shinshur's arcade, thanks to the connections he cultivated on campus, its exquisite decor, and its substantial investment in advertising, had earned a good reputation in the area, and business had always been good. Originally, Shinshur planned to dedicate himself to running this shop as a full-time career after graduation. But now, that plan had clearly been disrupted. He put away the projection ball, forced himself to remain calm, and sat down at his desk, picking up a blank A4 sheet of paper. Known one, Shinshur wrote. I named it the time rhombus, or simply the time rhombus mark, and it possesses the power to connect the present with 3,003 years into the future. Known fact 2. It seems that to save energy, items from the present are transmitted to the future, where they will undergo 3,000 years of time's passage in an unknown space. The evidence is the jade pendant from the last transaction, which was identified as an antique. Shinshur had previously conducted a transaction through the black market trading terminal with a future person who claimed to be an antique collector. He traded his guanine jade pendant, which he bought for a little over 1,000 yuan, for the projection that recorded this part of history. The reason for the exchange was that he could only afford this. Known fact 3. Jade is worthless in the future. Shinshur wrote down these 3 known points. This was a habit he had developed while thinking. Inspiration often struck during the slow process of writing. Looking at the 3 known points listed above, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. Speculation 1. All materials and substances in the present world will have little value in the future. This was a speculation based on the collector's reaction to the jade pendant and normal logic. If it weren't for the guanine statue on it, even if the collector could confirm that the jade pendant was from 3,000 years ago, there would be no transaction. The universe is never short of any kind of material, even those from 3,000 years ago. Speculation 2. Shinshur continued, antiques will have a certain value in the future. This was also easy to speculate. If they had no value, why would there be antique collecting? Shinshur stopped here. In the future black market, there wouldn't just be antique collectors' shops. The problem was that, given the resources Shinshur possessed, antiques were undoubtedly the easiest to acquire, an advantage brought by Ling, which he had to make good use of. Therefore, the current problem was clear. If the jade pendant has no value, then we must find a valuable antique. After thinking for a while, Shinshur continued, argument, the value of modern antiques stems from 3 aspects: rarity, historical value, and artistic value. Rarity drives value, that goes without saying, and it should remain so in the future. Therefore, the rarity of the material itself is basically irrelevant. What exists now will certainly exist in the future. Even precious metals, like gold, might not be worth much in the future. Therefore, Shinshur circled the words history and art heavily. After thinking for a moment, he circled history again. The collector he met, his appearance was truly indescribable, so it's hard to say whether modern people's aesthetic sense would be understood by future people. So, only history remained? Shinshur stared intently at these 2 words, his eyes growing brighter. Each antique is a testament to the politics, economy, and culture of a specific historical period. It's a carrier of comprehensive historical information, and at the same time, it's an irreplaceable and unreplicable item, embodying the vicissitudes of history and its rarity. This, perhaps, is the greatest value of antiques in the future. As long as human civilization can continue, exploring the history of our own civilization should become a pursuit for future people, Shinshur murmured to himself. Finally, he suddenly stood up, ran to his room, and took out a pile of papers. These were backups of some scripts from his shop. After thinking for a moment, he took out a USB drive and copied some things from his computer. If his deduction was correct, these things might be more valuable than his jade pendant. So now, it was time to try the trade. A dazzling galaxy reappeared on the back of Shinshur's hand, and the next instant, a chilling sensation washed over him. Words appeared before his eyes. Log into the trading market? Yes. Shinshur had already done this once, so he was very familiar with it. Please select the items you wish to bring. With the next selection appearing, everything in the room was covered by a light blue marker. He directly selected the stack of murder mystery game backups and the USB drive. Honored member, welcome to your login. With these last words, Shinyi's thoughts seemed to split in two. One part remained seated in the chair, while the other transported him to another place. It was an antique street. Yes, antique. Looking around, the sun shone brightly, the sky was azure, and the view was expansive. On both sides were buildings of various styles, some possessing traditional Eastern beauty, wooden eaves, carved windows, and golden glazed tile roofs, all displaying Eastern characteristics. Although the combination of small, secluded courtyards and royal glazed tile roofs looked incongruous, and those buildings displaying Western characteristics were even more exaggerated. Despite its ancient Greek temple style, the building's colors and materials resemble ancient Egyptian cave tombs. A sign, with a distinctly Cantonese style, hangs on a doorway resembling the statue of David. A Gothic revival structure paired with a classical dome? This is a complete mix of different periods, regions, and materials. However, compared to the initial sense of strangeness he felt upon first arriving here, this time Shinshur gleaned something exhilarating from these diverse buildings. It was a pursuit of historical culture. And a lack of historical culture. Yes, these buildings do look incongruous, filled with futuristic fantasies about ancient architecture. But in this virtual trading market, this style of architecture is everywhere, clearly a trend. And isn't this trend a reflection of future generations' pursuit of history? Shinshur felt increasingly confident about the transactions he was about to undertake. Chapter 3. At this moment, he wasn't actually his original form. He was instead enveloped in a seven-colored glow. Not only was his appearance obscured, but even his body shape was impossible to discern. Looking around, most of the people walking on the street looked like this. This anonymity effect was a built-in function of this terminal. After all, it was a black market. Although Shin-Yi intended to explore the surrounding shops, his most important task now was to determine the value of the antiques. He blended himself as much as possible into the surrounding seven-colored figures, even maintaining a similar pace, and slowly made his way to a street corner. There, he found a shop that stood out from the others in his eyes. The reason was simple. From a modern perspective, the shop's decor was perfectly acceptable. The exterior walls were built of blue-gray bricks, a brown wooden plaque stood out, and a bell hung inside the door, ringing crisply when the door was pushed open. Everything, from the rows of wooden shelves against the walls to the counter blocking customers from entering, seemed perfectly natural, indistinguishable from a modern antique shop. This was why Shinshur had noticed this place last time. Once is twice. He pushed open the door and immediately saw a colorful figure in front of the counter, and the collector sitting behind it. Other customers? Shinshur glanced at the collector and calmly walked over. Welcome. The collector's eyes, gleaming with a soft light, looked over, speaking in a language Shinshur didn't understand, but a simultaneous translation came through. It's me. Shinshur's voice, modified by the terminal, was slightly muffled and devoid of emotion. However, it noticeably brightened the azure light in the collector's eyes. So it's an honored guest. The collector even put down the guest in front of him and walked toward Shinshur. He wasn't wearing the anonymity-enhancing rainbow glow, nor any clothing. It was a body that blended art and technology. On his jade-like, translucent body, golden patterns were woven into various designs, even revealing the faint outline of his internal structure. Every movement caused a surge of azure light within his body, giving him an air of mystery. The word robot simply couldn't describe this body. Shinshur wasn't sure if this was his real appearance or a virtual image created within this trading market. His terminal certainly didn't have the ability to create an image. But none of that mattered. Shinshur watched the collector approach silently, maintaining his taciturn demeanor. "What brings you to my humble shop, esteemed guest?" The collector's voice was androgynous, neither fully comprehensible nor revealing his tone, as his language and intonation were incomprehensible. However, just as Shinshur was pondering how to begin, another customer, concealed on the other side, suddenly interjected. "Wait, I haven't finished my transaction yet." This was also incomprehensible, but seemed different from the collector's. "Sir," the collector said, looking at the other customer, "I cannot accept the item you have presented." The rules here were strange. There was no currency, only barter, which seemed exceptionally inconvenient. But perhaps there were other reasons Shinshur was unaware of. At that moment, another customer approached and interrupted, but Shinshur paid no attention. In this world beyond his comprehension, adhering to the principle of the more you say, the more mistakes you make, he focused his gaze on another item already displayed on the counter. It must be the item the other customer wanted to trade. He just didn't know whether to buy or sell. However, the moment he clearly saw the item, Shinshur's pupils contracted slightly. If it weren't for the seven-colored light concealing it, he would have been noticed. But he couldn't be blamed, because it was unmistakably a book. A tattered, yellowed book, seemingly half-burnt, but on the remaining cover, there were clearly two words. Sun Tzu. The characters were clearly Chinese. This was a book from his own era. Sun Tzu what? Combining this with the rest of the text, Shinshur had a guess. It must be Sun Tzu's Art of War. His heart pounded, but he remained silent. He realized this was a golden opportunity to see how valued books from his time were here. If these two started haggling, even better. He listened, his gaze remaining fixed on the book, seemingly showing some interest. The other guest, equally oblivious, continued, "This is the latest product of the Adelaide civilization. You should know how popular it is. In the outside world, its price would definitely be higher than yours." Shinshur's gaze was also drawn to another item that appeared beside the customer's hand. It was a wisp of black liquid suspended in the air. It looked to be about half the size of a person, constantly surging, as if it were alive. The situation was clear. This was the item the customer had brought out, intending to trade for the book. But what exactly was it? As Shinshur pondered this, the collector still refused to trade. "If you can buy it outside, then go ahead and buy it outside. You should understand the rules here. I don't need this kind of simulated transforming substance, so its value will be greatly reduced. Besides, I'm not an antique dealer, I'm a collector." If the translation was accurate, Shinshur understood the last sentence. Antique dealers are in it to make money, but collectors are in it to collect. They might sell if the price was attractive enough, but they certainly wouldn't sell their collection just because the price was slightly too high when they weren't short of money. Seemingly sensing the collector's resolute attitude, the guest remained silent for a long while before asking, syllable by syllable, "I only need this for the transaction. How much do you want?" 10 times. The collector's lips, seemingly woven with gold thread, parted slightly. "Impossible." The guest's tone also shifted, but even from this translation, Shinshur could sense his determination. "This is the bottom line." The collector didn't say much more, but instead turned his gaze back to Shinshur. "And what does this distinguished guest wish to trade this time?" Shinshur didn't reply. He was simply pondering. In his room, there seemed to be a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War. He didn't need to think for long before making a decision. For him now, finding a way to gather more information and maximize his own interests was paramount. Otherwise, even with a mountain of gold, he might not be able to fetch a good price. Chapter 4. So, facing the collector's question, Shinshur slowly said, "Ancient books." Just those two words caused an immediate silence. Not only the collector, but even another guest who had been concealing himself looked over. "What a coincidence," the collector smiled. His lips, though golden, were unusually soft when he smiled. "What kind of books do you have?" the guest asked first. "Sun Tzu's Art of War," Shinshur said, looking at him. Silence returned instantly. Although he couldn't see the expression or hear the tone, Shinshur seemed to sense his urgency. He had originally planned to offer them, and now that he had made the decision, there was no need to hesitate any longer. "How many words of annotations are there?" the guest asked again. "Annotations?" Shinshur paused slightly. His gaze swept over the tattered copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War on the table, and he seemed to understand. The truly valuable part wasn't the original text of Sun Tzu's Art of War. This is, after all, a famous article. Even in modern society, there are countless versions. So, no matter how many ancient texts are missing, the original text should still be there, but the annotations are very likely unique. Wait a moment, Shinshur said decisively, his figure becoming ethereal, semi-offline mode. At this moment, his main consciousness had returned to reality. He went directly to the study, and picked up the copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Published by Haicheng Federation of Literary and Art Circles, hardcover edition, a full 312 pages, as thick as a novel of over 100,000 words. It was many times better than the tattered book he had just seen. When he returned to the collector's shop, the book was already in his hand. However, the book was now yellowed, dry, and fragile, its pages stuck together, as if turning a single page would shatter it instantly. 3,000 years had been added to this book. Even so, the guests were still excited, and even the collector's gaze was fixed on it. It's preserved so perfectly. Even without understanding the language, the collector's incredulous shock was palpable, even through the translated words. He gently raised his white jade fingers, and the book in Shinshur's hand flew up, unfolding page by page in midair. The originally fragile pages seemed to have been delicately protected, clearly separated, even the finest cracks were clearly visible, without any interference between them. However, the writing on it was as if it had been pixelated, completely illegible. After all, what appeared here was not a real book, but a virtual version of a book. The pixelation on the writing was merely for the protection of ownership. Shinshur remained silent. He too was somewhat astonished by the scene, but still remembered to maintain his taciturn demeanor. A long while passed. The collector still hadn't withdrawn his astonished and mesmerized gaze. It's been a long time since I've seen such a perfect ancient book. His fingers slowly swept across the floating pages, seemingly savoring their rough texture. Preserved in a vacuum environment, without the slightest loss. It must have only had one owner, but unfortunately, its owner didn't touch it much. Sir, please sell this human treasure to me, and I will certainly give you a satisfactory deal. The azure light in the collector's eyes suddenly intensified. His excitement was undisguised. This was actually a very irrational act in a transaction. Shinshur didn't expect someone from 3,000 years in the future to lose control of their emotions, yet he still behaved this way. This was enough to demonstrate the value of the book. He guessed right. Shinshur was equally overjoyed. This meant that he, living in the past, possessed a true treasure. Thanks to anonymity, Shinshur's feelings remained completely hidden. After a long silence, he suppressed his emotions and looked at the customer from afar. Let me see your item. Please. Because of anonymity, Shinshur couldn't see the other customer's expression. But that churning liquid had already flown over. A voice introduced, this simulated shape-shifting substance, produced by the Adelaide civilization, is specifically designed for integration into other civilizations. It can simulate any carbon-based life form, with the smallest unit precise down to the progenitor cell. It also possesses a strong ability to simulate the deconstruction of matter, and is equipped with the most powerful anti-reconnaissance system, making it extremely valuable militarily. Shinshur looked at the liquid in his hand, listening to the continuous simultaneous translation. Even with anonymity obscuring the original tone, he could sense the urgency in the long introduction. Anonymity is indeed not omnipotent. Speaking less was definitely the right thing to do. But compared to all this, Shinshur was even more amazed by the item in his hand. He had temporarily obtained access to this item from the trading platform, and already knew its true usage. Deformation. The so-called simulated deformable matter is composed of an incredibly tiny mass of particles that can deform into most elements. Note elements. Elements like hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, and boron. From a modern scientific perspective, this is almost impossible. Elements are the fundamental particles that make up matter. A qualitative change occurs when the number of protons in an atom changes quantitatively. In other words, if this kind of matter truly existed, its control level would be at least protons. But changes in protons don't involve changes in energy. Never mind. Shinshur abandoned trying to fathom the technology of 3,000 years in the future with his meager scientific knowledge. Suppressing his excitement, he followed the instructions in the manual. With a mere thought, the mass of black liquid in his hand compressed dramatically, transforming into a square piece of gold. It was indistinguishable from real gold in both weight and texture. Then he moved it again. It transformed into an unnamed bird with ever-changing, beautiful plumage. Spreading its wings, it circled Shinshur, soaring freely around the small room. This was an alien creature recorded in a database of simulated deformable matter. Deformable matter could transform into most elements, but their combination required a control terminal, much like the relationship between a remote control and a drone. Not bad, Shini said, feigning composure. Then let's trade. The customer's eagerness was beyond even the anonymity to suppress. This was a complete version of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Even if it wasn't a unique copy, its completeness alone made it more than 10 times more valuable than a slightly incomplete one. If this treasure were given to the Lord, he absolutely had to trade it. The customer even glanced warily at the collector. One moment, they were trading partners, the next, they were enemies. Chapter 5. If our esteemed guest appreciates this transforming substance, I can certainly provide it, the collector said, his gaze still fixed on the pages of the book. His confidence, brimming with confidence, was palpable, even as he spoke. 10 tons, another guest said slowly. The collector froze. Shinshur's eyes lit up. 10 tons of simulated transforming substance? This simulated transforming substance could transform into all sorts of elements, even simulating living beings, comparable to the 72 transformations of mythology. However, one thing remained unchanged. Mass. In other words, 1 kilogram of simulated transforming substance couldn't transform into 2 kilograms of gold. With only 1 kilogram, Shinshur might only be able to transform it into something like a pistol. But 10 tons? From tanks and airplanes to prides of lions, elephants, and even extraterrestrial beings. Items from 3,000 years in the future, if brought to modern society, would be no less wondrous and powerful than mythology. Just take one of these, and forget about the base desire of getting rich. World domination is a possibility. However, Shinshur suddenly recalled the scene of an alien war 3 years later. Like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, his restless heart instantly turning cold. What good would world domination do? Humanity's good days would only last a mere 3 years. As for defeating the invaders, thinking of those warships that blotted out the sky, Shinshur's heart grew even colder. 11 tons. The collector's voice pulled Shinshur back from his reverie. The bidding began. The collector's face was no longer smiling. A faint, mysterious light emanated from within him. But the other customer wasn't intimidated. 12 tons. Even though the collector held a special position, no one could bypass the platform and know his true identity. 13 tons. 14 tons. Since it was a transaction involving simulated transformable matter, this customer was determined to win. Recently, a Type 3 merchant ship from the Adelaide civilization was plundered by space pirates, carrying 25 tons of the latest simulated transformable matter. The collector stared intently at the other customer, a slight smile playing on his lips. I offer 24 tons. If you keep raising the price, I give up. Shinshur's heart raced slightly. Space pirates? The world 3,000 years from now was probably far more complex than he imagined. However, compared to that, the number 24 tons was the main reason his heart pounded even faster. No matter what the world was like 3,000 years from now, these people couldn't possibly go back 3,000 years to find him, could they? He was just a ruthless antique dealer. Everything else was irrelevant to him. After a long silence. At a moment when even Shinshur felt tense. 25 tons. The simultaneous translation of these words reached his ears. Congratulations. The collector seemed to sigh, the smile fading from his lips. You don't have 24 tons at all. The other customer's anger was palpable even in the anonymous translation mode. Trying to take something from me always comes at a price, sir, the collector said calmly. His gaze returned to the pages of the book, his fingers lingering on them with a reluctant touch. It seemed that even after sabotaging his competitor, he didn't derive much pleasure from it. This was a genuine antique enthusiast. Shinshur was certain of this. Even if it was an act, the fact that he could feign it to this extent meant it wouldn't change easily. Sir, another customer turned to Shinshur, may we make a deal? Shinshur couldn't understand what he was saying, but from the translation, he could already sense the other party's respect in the language. This was a seller's market. Yes, he said briefly. 25 tons. Based on an adult male weighing 63 kilograms, 25 tons was enough to transform into 400 humans. Moreover, the value of this transforming substance went far beyond simply transforming into living beings or elements. Shinshur was, after all, a student at a top university, so he wasn't stupid. What did a substance that could transform into any element mean? It meant a universal experimental instrument. If Edison had had this back then, he wouldn't have needed to conduct over 7,000 experiments when inventing the light bulb. As expected of a creation of the future, even if it only plays a supporting role, it is enough to change the course of human technological development. Unfortunately, Shinshur thought of alien invasion again, and his excitement was suppressed once more. However, it wasn't without its advantages. With this matter on his mind, he didn't have to worry about losing his composure after suddenly becoming rich, because he couldn't afford to get carried away. Shinshur found joy in his predicament. The transaction went smoothly. Everything was handled by the platform. This black market trading terminal that came with Shirling was also a very magical treasure. Each terminal seemed to have an independent and huge space attached to it. All the traded items were traded directly within this space, and even the scanning and projection of the traded items into the virtual marketplace were done through this independent space. The technology of 3,000 years later was no less advanced than mythology. In short, a large mass of suspended, writhing black liquid appeared within Shinshur's space. The guest, after adding Shinshur as a friend, hurriedly left. Although he had obtained what he wanted, the price he paid was a considerable loss. "Is there anything else, esteemed guest?" the collector asked Shinshur warmly. Shinshur didn't know if the concept of favors existed 3,000 years later, but in his view, the transaction just now actually owed the collector a favor. Without him, the copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War wouldn't have fetched such a high price. Yes, he had already guessed the approximate price. The first price quoted by another guest in front of the collector, 10 tons, that was probably a reasonable price, perhaps even slightly higher. Having a benchmark would undoubtedly be more beneficial to Shinshur's subsequent transactions. So he stated directly, "I want a spaceship capable of long-term survival in space." Yes, a spaceship. This was what Shinshur truly wanted, and what he absolutely needed. If an alien invasion 3 years from now was inevitable, then only two choices remained: defeat the invaders, or escape Earth. Clearly, Shinshur had no confidence in the former, while the latter was his priority, ensuring the lives of himself and his family. He was already preparing to escape. This decision was made after watching the apocalyptic footage. Regardless of whether history could be changed, and regardless of humanity's future, a way out was the primary guarantee. Chapter 6. A big deal. The collector's golden lips slowly curved into a smile completely different from before, like a clown's grin, brimming with inexplicable emotion. He raised a jade-like finger and gently tapped it. An object entirely black appeared before Shinshur. "This is the best warship I possess. If you have the means, please take it." Shinshur saw an unprecedented burning desire deep within those eyes, which shone with azure light. He had been careless. Shinshur knew he had been too hasty. In this kind of barter transaction, there was no specific price. Demand played a significant role. By stating his desire first, he had actually lost some control. Like the customer before him, he would have been forced to pay a higher price for the transaction. However, the warship was the most important thing. Shinshur's attention was completely drawn to the spaceship before him. Different from the spaceships people imagined in movies, this spaceship was neither flat nor elongated, but spherical. Yes, it's shaped like a sphere. Its surface is entirely black, mostly smooth, making its material indistinguishable, with only a few slight protrusions. The corresponding information has already been input into his mind through the platform. Diameter 1,365 kilometers, equipped with an ecological cycle system, and featuring a Type Intelligent Central Control System. Equipped with a Type Annihilation Reactor. Equipped with a curvature drive engine, providing 58 levels of power. Equipped with a maintenance system, achieving a maximum repair loss ratio of 32%. Equipped with a 3-stage energy chamber. Equipped with a stealth system. The primary weapon is a star-killing plasma cannon. Secondary weapons include pulse blasts, gamma laser emitters, and a cannon. The following long section details numerous mounted devices and performance parameters. The weapons section alone comprises 4 or 5 pages, each item itself being quite lengthy, and filled with asterisks. According to the platform's translation system, asterisks indicate items that cannot be translated into his native language. In short, Shinshur gave up trying to deduce the quality of this immigrant spaceship from this description. After all, even buying a computer requires knowledge to determine its quality, let alone a spaceship. He simply focused his attention on the spaceship itself. With a thought, Shinshur, having gained control of the projection, easily enlarged the projection of the spaceship before him. And the shop, originally only of average size, expanded accordingly. It wasn't until a truly colossal spaceship appeared before him that Shinshur was truly awestruck. It was a sphere with a diameter of 1,300 meters. Its surface area was over 6 million square meters. That's equivalent to roughly 1,000 football fields. The world's largest aircraft carrier is only a little over 300 meters long. Shinshur had once observed a nation's aircraft carrier from afar, and he still remembered the awe-inspiring sight of such a massive, mobile structure. However, compared to this spaceship before him, that aircraft carrier seemed so small. If this spaceship were taken to Earth, It would immediately become the largest means of transportation on the planet. Without a doubt, needless to say, this was a spaceship. The thought of potentially owning this spaceship filled Shinshur with an indescribable excitement. Like most men, he admired large and imposing things. However, the image of the spaceship that almost blotted out the entire sky suddenly flashed into his mind, and Shinshur's initial excitement cooled once more. From a modern perspective, this spaceship was undeniably imposing. But from a futuristic and interstellar perspective? Shinshur didn't know. He only knew that if they wanted to escape, this spaceship could, at most, only carry tens of thousands of people. Not enough. He looked at the collector. Is there anything better? If the alien invaders arrived as planned, this spaceship would be his and his family's last home, their greatest support in the vast universe. But thinking about it, no matter how powerful it was, it wouldn't be enough for his needs, unless it was powerful enough to defeat the invaders. Honorable guest, the collector's tone, even after translation, carried a clear hint of regret. This was originally a warship I prepared for myself. I can assure you, you won't find a better immigration warship here. You must understand, we humans are not qualified to build immigration warships above the level. The last sentence startled Shinshur. Not qualified, not capable, speaking of which. After the devastating defeat 3 years later, humanity lost everything, barely surviving. What would humanity's situation be like in interstellar society 3,000 years later, if only he knew history? Shinshur realized his mistake again. A profound sense of crisis fueled his intense desire for a spaceship, but in reality, he should have gathered more information about the future before attempting to trade for one. This would have significantly reduced the chances of him being exposed and allowed him to acquire a more powerful vessel. After all, he was just an ordinary college student. He wasn't that calm and wise. Shinshur inwardly mocked himself. However, he had already made his decision. No matter what, a spaceship was a must. Even if it was just a small, seemingly decent immigration ship, he had to get it if it could help him escape Earth. As for more powerful ships, there would be plenty of opportunities if possible. The time rhombus and the future value of the antique were his foundation. In that case, this one will do, he said softly, then hesitated for a moment before tossing over a USB drive. Yes, it was the USB drive where he had copied some things to his computer before coming here. 3,000 years had been imprinted on this USB drive, but these 3,000 years had been in an inert environment, so there was no rust, no corrosion, only slight deformation, traces that were difficult to erase over such a long period of time. But the instant the projection of this USB drive appeared, the collector's entire head was enveloped in a dense halo. His eyes were no longer just shining, they were churning violently, overflowing with intense emotions that even Shinshur could easily discern. This is an ancient information storage medium from the Earth era? His voice became very soft, and even the translated words trembled slightly. Shinshur hadn't expected that simply taking out a USB drive would elicit such an exaggerated reaction from the other party. Chapter 7. But the excited collector ignored him. As if forgetting Shinshur's existence, even forgetting that the USB drive before him was merely a projection, the collector carefully cradled the silver-white steel USB drive in his translucent hands, muttering to himself, "Walkley has tampered with our language, destroyed our memories, and ruined all information carriers. They want to enslave us forever, so that we can never find our past, our origins, ourselves, and never be qualified to touch the realm of the strong." Shinshur listened to the translation, his pupils slightly contracting. He finally understood why modern writing and information would have such immense value in the future, and why history and culture would be so severely depleted. The invaders 3 years later had intentionally destroyed all of this. However, Shinshur found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. From the perspective of domination and enslavement, destroying the beliefs and culture of captives could be considered a powerful tactic. But why, if these are lost, are they forever barred from even touching the realm of the strong? Wouldn't losing past traditions and culture not lead to the creation of a new one? Shinshur lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Whether it was the future 3,000 years from now, or the mysterious starry sky, for him at this moment, there were far too many unknown and incomprehensible secrets. But now was not the time to pursue these secrets. Meanwhile, the collector had begun analyzing the contents of the USB drive. If it were a modern computer, this USB drive, stored for 3,000 years, would obviously be unusable. However, with the powerful analytical capabilities of the black market platform, all the content stored on the USB drive was opened. There were 4 movies. The names and images were all blurred by the platform, just like the Art of War from earlier, a protection of the platform's ownership of the information. Even so, It had completely excited the collector. It's preserved so completely. He had expressed the same exclamation about the art of war earlier. It's easy to imagine how invaluable completeness is for such cultural artifacts. Distinguished guest. The collector looked at Shinshur again, no longer concealing his eagerness. May I ask which 4 movies are recorded here? Iron Man 1 and 2, and Brotherhood of Blades 1 and 2, Shinshur replied truthfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura that had surged in the collector's mind abruptly stopped. It was an extremely bizarre image, completely defying the laws of optics, like some kind of cool special effect. But to Shinshur, it felt more like the prelude to a volcanic eruption. He even had the urge to take a few steps back. Before he could make a move, his burning emotions erupted first. Azure light filled his entire field of vision. It was an indescribable sense of oppression. The collector before him seemed to have transformed into light, or perhaps the infinite quantum body of Dr. Manhattan. Just looking at him brought a mental tremor, as if a raging torrent of emotions was surging forth. An uncontrollable joy, a trembling surge of excitement, a pleasure emanating from the very soul. Warning! Warning! Your consciousness is under attack. Just as Shinshur was almost immersed in this frenzied surge of emotions, a scarlet triangle and a piercing buzzing sound appeared, suppressing all his previous emotions. The shock Shinshur felt was indescribable. If the anonymous 7-colored light were removed, he would be seen panting heavily. What was that just now? Wasn't this virtual reality? And what was that azure light? Wasn't it just special effects? It could even attack his consciousness? Just as Shinshur was considering whether to retreat, the alarm suddenly stopped. The collector was still there, and seemed to have returned to normal. I am deeply sorry, esteemed guest, please forgive my rudeness. The collector bowed his head, even placing one hand on his chest and bending at a 90-degree angle, his tone filled with remorse. I was too excited and couldn't control my emotions and power. Please forgive me. For this, I am willing to offer you compensation that will satisfy you. At the same time, a platform notification appeared before Shinshur's eyes. You have been subjected to a harmless energy attack by the collector. The other party requests forgiveness. If you do not agree, the other party's reputation score will be deducted. Note: too low a reputation score will result in the loss of shop eligibility. Shinshur was still reeling. Both the events that had just transpired and the platform notifications before him contained a considerable amount of information. His thoughts were still somewhat jumbled. He didn't know how to begin. Silence was the only response he could offer at that moment. After a long silence, the collector remained bowed, his heart filled with remorse. He gritted his teeth. Respected sir, the slightly altered translation seemed to reflect a change. I am willing to compensate you with 13 tons of simulated deformable material free of charge, seeking your forgiveness. I hope my small lapse in manners will not affect our subsequent transaction. 13 tons of simulated transforming material. Hearing this compensation, Shinshur finally snapped out of his daze. He gave the collector a deep look. Putting aside the things he couldn't yet understand, the situation was easy to grasp. The collector's humble stance was likely not due to concerns about reputation points, but rather the unfinished USB transaction. After a moment's hesitation, Shinshur slowly said, "This won't happen again." Whatever the attack had been, it had served as a wake-up call. Even here, it wasn't absolutely safe. He needed to be even more cautious. 13 tons of simulated transforming material. The 25 tons he just traded at home. Now he had a full 38 tons. If used well, it would be virtually unstoppable in modern society. After confirming the compensation had been received, Shinshur, following the prompt, chose to agree to forgiveness. Only then did the collector straighten up again. Thank you for your forgiveness. He seemed relieved as well. Shinshur noticed that the collector seemed to no longer hide his emotions in front of him. The azure light emanating from him did indeed convey those emotions. He was beginning to understand what it felt like for someone from ancient times to suddenly travel to the modern world. So much unknown, so much mystery. Many things simply couldn't be guessed or understood using his past logic. Therefore, Shinshur continued to play the role of his taciturn self. The collector assumed he was still dissatisfied with what had just happened. Please forgive me, he said, still maintaining a slight bow, his expression a mixture of helplessness and regret. The treasures you presented were truly astonishing. Chapter 8. Shinshur remained silent. To be honest, he too was somewhat shocked. The value of modern information, 3,000 years in the future, was astonishingly high. Even if the antique collector before him had a stronger passion for antiques, this level of fervor was truly exaggerated. The collector continued, "That's one of the most famous films in the short film history of the Earth era. It showcases our ancestors' yearning for technology and the universe during the Earth era. I was fortunate enough to witness a clip, and I was deeply awestruck by the amazing imagination of our ancestors. His expression shifted to one of deep fascination. Although I haven't seen the embroidered spring blade, I heard of it. It's a story from a time even more distant than the end of the Earth era, and every frame, every word, is priceless to humanity. Shinshir still found it hard to comprehend. He felt this fervor surpassed even the modern pursuit of antiques. Is history really that important? Is the significance of the timeline spanning 3,000 years simply for the sake of history? But regardless, the greater the value of history, the more advantageous it is for him. Let's talk about the deal. Shinshir brought the topic back to the transaction. Is there really nothing better? Respected sir, the collector seemed hesitant. You should know our current situation. Perhaps we had a chance before, but now, within the rancher's sphere of influence, no civilization would dare sell us immigrant warships. Shin-Yi didn't reply. Rancher? Current situation? This question contained far too much unknown information. A careless answer would reveal his complete ignorance of the future. His silence seemed to be misinterpreted by the collector as some kind of dissatisfaction. The collector glanced again at the silver USB drive, then at the 4 movies projected, and gritted his teeth. Respected sir, are you planning to flee? Then I had a separate information database, allowing you and your clan to develop rapidly in any star system. This is my greatest sincerity, at least here. Absolutely no one can offer a more valuable deal. Flee? A separate information database? Shinshir pondered the deeper meaning behind these 2 words. However, judging from the collector's expression, he knew that he probably couldn't ask for anything more. In fact, he didn't want to say anything more. If it weren't to avoid revealing his hand, and for the sake of future transactions, he would trade 40 movies for this warship, let alone 4. Alright, let's trade. The response was still brief. The collector was once again overjoyed. Fortunately, this time, he didn't erupt in elation as before. Instead, he completed the transaction with lightning speed, then, unable to contain himself, lifted the platform's restrictions, fully unlocking the names and content of the 4 films. As for Shinshir, looking at the enormous black sphere in his personal space, he was somewhat dazed. Did he really get it? A spaceship with a diameter of over 1,000 meters? Respected sir, is there anything else I can do for you? The collector seemed to have confirmed the authenticity and completeness of the films, and his respect for Shinshir grew even more pronounced, evident not only in his translations, but also in his actions. He remained half-bowed. Shinshir had originally intended to leave immediately, but at this moment, he hesitated slightly. He still left a message. Later, perhaps I'll look for you again sometime. No problem. The collector's joy grew, and he bowed elegantly again. It is my greatest honor to trade with a gentleman of your noble birth and illustrious lineage. Every item you bring is a priceless treasure, and every ancient phrase you utter is a tremendous gift to me. Shinshir gave him a deep look. In truth, he had already realized it. Although the platform provides simultaneous translation and anonymity conceals the tone of voice, the language he used could not be hidden. Dongwa language, for people of this era, was definitely considered ancient. The evidence was the rows of asterisks in the warship's description. Shinshir naturally understood that the asterisks didn't mean the Eastern script was unintelligible, but rather that there were no corresponding words. This was enough to show that his mother tongue would be spoken by very few people in the future. This was also why the collector addressed him as a distinguished guest during their first transaction. Looking at the collector's attitude towards another customer, it was clear that his respect for him was not without reason. Although he didn't understand what the collector was imagining, or what Yuan clan meant, Shinshir naturally wouldn't ask, because this misunderstanding was to his advantage. The 7-colored, anonymous aura concealed all of Shinshir's emotions and actions. To the collector, it appeared that after a brief silence, he simply turned and left the shop. Then he exited the trading market. His consciousness returned to his body. The first sensation was the intense sense of unreality brought on by the change in environment. His subconscious reaction was to check the items in his personal space. The enormous sphere was still floating intact inside, including a large mass of writhing black liquid. It was real. He really had traded a book he bought for a few dozen yuan, and a USB drive he bought for 100 yuan for a huge amount of universal matter, and a space colony warship capable of holding tens of thousands of people. No. He couldn't get too excited. Shinshir's face flushed red, and he clenched his fists tightly, using all his strength to control the urge to shout. No matter how calm he was usually, he only understood how difficult it was to control his emotions when faced with something truly momentous. Then, He gently raised his hand. A large mass of black, viscous, oil-like liquid appeared on the floor of the room. It slowly wriggled. It was simulated transformable matter. Shinshur didn't take out too much, only 100 kilograms, but even in standby mode, it was enough to cover the entire floor of the room. This simulated transformable matter was controlled through a program installed on a personal terminal. In the future world, a personal terminal would be like a mobile phone or computer for modern people, a necessary and versatile tool. It came in various forms. There were external quantum computers mounted on the body, chips implanted within the body, and even terminals located in special spaces, controlled through consciousness. Even spaceships could be remotely controlled through personal terminals using consciousness. Clearly, the black market trading terminal that came with Ling to Shinshur was a type of personal terminal, and a very advanced one at that, already bound to him. Chapter 9. Aside from Ling, who was completely incomprehensible, this terminal was simply a tool that everyone in the market had. Shinshur had determined this from the beginning, and he was certain that there was an option to unbind it. Therefore, he wasn't too worried about any traps involved and planned to switch to a different terminal later, when the opportunity arose. But at this moment, he had already installed the control system for the simulated deformable substance. It was a strange feeling. With just a thought, the black liquid spread out on the ground, as if it possessed a life of its own, slowly flowed towards him, enveloping his body from his legs, bringing a cool touch. Then, in the next instant, it abruptly detached, transforming in a flash into a dazzling golden pillar before him. Shinshur grinned, his smile equally radiant. His first reaction was that it turned into gold. A bit cliché, isn't it? But he was just a cliché. Shinshur had a very clear understanding of himself. He craved power, status, and money. He enjoyed vanity and the spotlight. He was unwilling to be ordinary. He loved beautiful women, and he coveted most of the beautiful things in the world. Even his efforts, praised by those around him, were essentially nothing more than the pursuit of desire. And now, everything he had longed for seemed within his grasp. There was no one else around, and the crisis 3 years from now seemed to offer a way out. Shinshur breathed a sigh of relief and stopped suppressing his emotions. However, this complex mix of novelty, excitement, anticipation, worry, regret, and hesitation was something he had never experienced before in his 20-odd years of life. As his emotions surged, the deformable matter before him began to change continuously. Sofa, wardrobe, tablet, computer, cats and dogs, and finally, it transformed into a Gatling gun with a long ammunition belt. It could fire. Although there was no energy conversion during the transformation of elements and forms, it could still participate in chemical reactions if programmed correctly. Of course, the energy consumed in this process needed to be drawn from the outside. In other words, if the principle was understood and enough energy was obtained, even nuclear weapons could be simulated. It's practically like magic, Shinshur exclaimed. According to the accompanying instructions, this simulated transforming material itself had military applications. In modern society, it would be like flying an armed helicopter to ancient times, truly a god reborn. And if you added a spaceship, Shinshur began to realize that in just a few tens of minutes, the power he wielded had surpassed that of everyone on this planet. This had nothing to do with status, power, or wealth. It was a higher, purer, and more powerful force. This feeling was so wondrous, all imagination about it paled in comparison to its reality. Only by truly possessing it could one truly understand this dreamlike feeling. It could be said that, if it weren't for the looming disaster 3 years from now, Shinshur would probably be floating on air, completely lost. But it was precisely because he knew of the impending disaster that he was trying his best to restrain the surging emotion. And there was also a desire to share. How wonderful it would be to have a trustworthy mentor at a time like this. Shinshur suddenly felt a strong urge to share. Even if it's just a true friend. Even if it doesn't reveal the truth. He took out his phone, scrolling through his contacts, trying to find someone he could share his emotions with at this moment. However, there was none. Shinshur had many friends, but truly none he could vent his emotions to. Actually, his father could. Unfortunately, his father had died 6 years ago as a hero. Finally, he saw a name. AIXINer. Someone who made him feel somewhat dazed. When people are successful and triumphant, they tend to think of the white moonlight they once longed for. Shinshur said with a complicated expression. The last time they chatted was a few months ago. She had simply asked if he wanted to go to school in Haicheng together, which he declined, citing other commitments. As for why, a relationship with such a vastly different level of compatibility was too likely to fail in the face of reality, and he wasn't willing to grovel, so the only option was to distance himself. But now it seems different. Shinshir didn't know what he was feeling at that moment. Everything that had happened in such a short time was beyond his imagination, leaving him in a daze. But it didn't matter, he had already dialed the number. It rang only once before being answered. Hello? A soft voice came from the other end. Are you free? I think I need some help, Shinshir said directly. The moment he heard the other person's voice, he suddenly found himself calming down. It was as if he had finally returned from an unreal, illusory world to familiar territory. This made him realize. Perhaps he needed an anchor that would prevent him, who had changed so rapidly, from losing himself. What happened? The voice on the phone sounded a bit anxious. Actually, Shinshir deliberately dragged out his words, until the breathing on the other end became slightly rapid, before seriously saying, I struck it rich. I became a billionaire overnight, several hundred million. So I'm really confused right now. How about we chat? Beep beep beep. The phone was immediately hung up. Shinshir was a little stunned. But a message came quickly. You're even teasing me now? Angry.jpg. Shinshir scratched his head. Don't believe him? No wonder, if someone else said that to him, he wouldn't believe it either. Let's meet up, I'm serious. Shinshir typed rapidly on his phone. I have class this afternoon, how about 8 p.m.? I come to your shop. The reply was quick. Okay. Shinshir replied, put down his phone, and then lay down on the bed. The transforming matter materialized into dozens of cats, gently nestled beside him. After a long while, Shinshirkai stretched out his palm, gazing at the shimmering starry river slowly appearing on the back of his hand. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. It wasn't the kind of laughter based on excitement, desire, or power he had before. It was a genuine smile based on reality. No matter what the future holds, from this day forward, my destiny will no longer be ordinary, Shinshirkai told himself. He abruptly sat up in bed, the cats scattering and then gathering back together, forming a cube. He already made his boast, and with only a few hours left until his date, the priority was to make money. This life goal for most people was incredibly simple for him at this moment. The free transforming model from the simulated transforming matter alone contained a commonly used weapon for information warfare. With Earth's network capabilities, a supercomputer built from transforming matter could completely control it in mere seconds. He wasn't planning on hacking banks or anything. Just a few cryptocurrency wallets would be enough to make money with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 10. An hour later, Shinshir stared blankly at the numbers in his bank account. 324,806,456 yuan. A full 320 million. Although he knew making money was easy for him now, even Shinshir hadn't expected it to be this easy. Most of that hour had been spent on payment transfers. The rest was handled effortlessly by simply issuing commands to the artificial intelligence. So, I become a billionaire? Shinshir muttered to himself. However, he found himself not as excited as he had imagined. Compared to his more miraculous superpowers, compared to the trading market, compared to spaceships, having so much money seemed insignificant. Just yesterday, he was a young man striving to earn millions, and today he had the realization that money is just a number. He didn't know how to react to this change. But he could now shop to his heart's content. Buy the most expensive luxury car. Buy the most expensive watch. Buy the most expensive clothes. I don't care if people call me a nouveau riche. I am a nouveau riche. Shinshir hummed a self-composed tune as he changed his clothes. He even felt like Spider-Man possessed by venom, as if the whole world was playing a DJ set, and walking felt like dancing. He didn't need to care about other people's opinions, didn't need to care about anyone's views. On this planet, his own will was the power that surpassed everything. He hailed a taxi and drove directly to the Rolls-Royce Experience Center in Haicheng. Once in the car, Shinshir suddenly became quiet, ignoring even the driver's teasing remarks. He focused half his consciousness on his personal space, while the other half watched the traffic outside the window, the gold coins formed from his materialized matter tumbling between his fingers. He was commemorating this moment in his own way. This state of mind continued until he stood before the Experience Center. The reason he came here first was because it wasn't his first time. He had passed by once before and seen it. Both the exquisite decor and the cars seen through the glass evoked in him a mixed feeling of longing and melancholy. A longing for the luxury of another world, yet also a melancholy for his own ordinariness. But now, wearing a cheap t-shirt, head held high, he pushed open the closed single door and walked in. Before the salesperson even approached, he pointed to a black Rolls-Royce Phantom displayed in the lobby. I want this car, cash only, and I drive it away immediately. The salesperson, who was about to approach, froze. Even her expression changed. Shinshir didn't know what she was thinking. Perhaps she was doubting her ability to afford it. But it didn't matter. He didn't care about her thoughts, nor did he care about the so-called car buying process. All he needed to know was that he liked this car and wanted to drive it away immediately. It was that simple. "Sir, thank you for your liking and support." The salesperson finally approached Shinshir, cautiously sizing him up. "But our exterior paint and interior can be customized, and you have many other options. Would you like to?" "No, I'm in a hurry." Shinshir had already taken out his bank card. "Just ask if I can take it. If I can, I pay." The salesperson's expression changed once again, especially when she looked at the bank card, which was virtually indistinguishable from her own. But then she saw Shinshir's expression. Calm, confident, and indifferent. He's either crazy or genuinely rich. "If you're sure, of course, no problem." The salesperson jumped, ushering Shinshir into the VIP room. Next came signing the contract, making the payment, and completing the formalities. When Shinshir actually transferred 10.2 million from that ordinary-looking card, not only the salesperson in front of him, but all the employees in the experience center were a little agitated. It wasn't uncommon for ordinary people to pretend to be interested in buying, asking all sorts of questions, even getting a chance to experience the car, but this was the first time. The rich are really getting more and more sophisticated. Wearing clothes worth a few $100s, buying a car worth tens of millions, not even needing customization services or a delivery ceremony, as casually as if he were buying a toy worth a few dollars. But Shinshir didn't care what others thought. His gaze was solely focused on his own car. To be honest, the black exterior paint wasn't his favorite. It was too somber. He preferred blue. But so what? Shinshir knew very well that he was venting out his past ordinariness, while simultaneously experiencing the extraordinary nature of his present more profoundly. This growth and change was undoubtedly rapid. As he sat in the leather seats, touching the exquisite steering wheel, and looking up at the roof, he could say in a nonchalant tone, "This is what everyone else calls a starry sky roof, ultimate luxury. It's not that great." The salesman standing outside the car chuckled dryly, not daring to say anything. "How much longer will the paperwork take?" Shinshir asked. 2 hours at most, the saleswoman said hastily. "Then give me a temporary license plate and a full tank of gas. I go for a spin, okay?" Shinshir looked at her. After only a moment's hesitation, the saleswoman nodded repeatedly. A person's strength comes in many forms. Once Shinshir had demonstrated one of them, many troublesome things became less troublesome. Next, he acted like a nouveau riche. Driving a luxury car worth tens of millions, he went on a shopping spree. Designer sunglasses, designer suits, luxury watches, high-end computers. An afternoon passed. The newly bought luxury car was crammed full of things, and Shinshir was completely transformed. Most people who saw him were involuntarily attracted by his aura. Men were envious, women were yearning, and service staff were respectful and polite. He sat alone in a Western restaurant, enjoying steak and red wine, feeling the subtle glances from those around him. Perhaps they were looking at his designer clothes and watch, or perhaps at his rude, uncouth dining manners. But as the saying goes, Shinshir, possessing power, didn't need to care about the opinions of others. No wonder they say it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Shinshir looked at the red wine in his glass, downed it like a beverage, wiped his mouth, and said, "Buying whatever I wanted, having whatever I desired. This kind of joy made the whole world seem like paradise. It's just a pity that these good days only last for 3 years." Chapter 11. 3 years is far too short. A child's journey from entering junior high to graduating is 3 years. It's not even enough time for another Olympics. Even for a short human lifespan, it's an extremely short period. But now, it has become humanity's last happy time. As the only person in the world currently aware of this, Shinshir can feel an unbearable weight just by thinking about it, even with a way out. The more he enjoys everything society has given him, the heavier the burden becomes. Those who are wealthy are always more afraid of losing what they have than those who are penniless. Even if one day he could lead tens of thousands of people to escape to the vast universe and continue enjoying his power and status there, what about leading tens of thousands of people? That's just being a town mayor, so insignificant compared to the possibilities he has now. Moreover, what about his family? Can they bear a life on the run? What kind of future will his children have? Shinshir's thoughts were in turmoil, his fork unconsciously pausing on his plate. Such actions naturally drew disdain from those around them. "I wonder which mine owner's silly kid came from," a middle-aged man in a suit and tie said to his female companion with a smile. It's one thing to come to respect alone, but at least observe some Western dining etiquette. Heh, the girl, who looked to be no more than 20 years old, chuckled twice, involuntarily straightening her back, even slowing down the movements of her knife and fork. Shinshur also heard this, frowned, but before he could do anything, his phone screen lit up. The above is a message just sent by AIXINer. I probably can't come tonight, I'm tied up. Sorry.jpg can't come? To be honest, Shinshur was quite looking forward to their date tonight. For him, AIXINer meant the last moment of glory. In fact, many boys who have entered society feel this way. High school might be the most glorious time of their lives. Back then, a boy who was good-looking, had good grades, and a sunny personality would be the object of many girls' secret crushes. If he was also good at basketball, or could play guitar, and sing a beautiful song, he was a heartthrob. Money, power, influence, these most disheartening gaps in society were minimized in high school. Even people who seem very different in the real world can still have fun together if their personalities match. Shinshur and AIXINer are a typical example. Although this friendship, tinged with budding feelings, faded considerably after entering university, it is still a past that truly touches the heart. Shinshur sent 3 question marks. Then he put down his phone. He was naturally somewhat disappointed, but he had only contacted AIXINer to vent his emotions from suddenly gaining immense power. After his shopping spree that afternoon, he had actually calmed down considerably. So if she couldn't come, she couldn't come. However, a series of messages suddenly arrived. Let me tell you, one of my superficial best friends suddenly dragged me to watch someone confess their love. And then I discovered that the person being confessed to might very well be me. Picture. Shinshur's expression was somewhat blank. He clicked on the picture. There were indeed many people in it. Some people had arranged a giant heart with candles on the ground, others had arranged flowers, and still others were operating drones. There were even lights and speakers. It looked like a large-scale operation. It was definitely in setup that ordinary people couldn't afford. Could you be mistaken? Shinshur frantically tapped on his phone. Impossible. I felt something was off about my so-called best friend today. I clearly told her I had plans tonight, but she insisted on dragging me here. And she wouldn't let me leave. Most importantly, there's someone I know, a rich second generation who's been pursuing me for a long time, and he's among the group of people setting up this. Shinshur paused, a slight bitterness rising in his heart. This was one of the reasons he had chosen to stay away before. The naivety of high school was actually a sign of immaturity, but people always have to mature. He pressed the keys on his phone, typing slowly this time, but still sending it quickly. You're really not here to show off? AIXINer replied instantly, faster than Shinshur had expected. Then came a string of messages. First, I could tell at a glance that he's a jerk. Second, more and more people are gathering, maybe even school leaders and teachers. They're trying to frame me. You know how much I hate this kind of thing. Third, I can't let my so-called best friend win. I won't tell you about girls' squabbles. Fourth, I haven't thought of the fourth one yet. Anyway, I definitely have to refuse, but the problem is, after I refuse, this will definitely use this to smear me. Pretend to be all lovey-dovey, and then say I'm toying with his feelings. That little brat is absolutely capable of such a thing. Shinshur's lips twitched as he read the message, delivered without even a breath. He could already picture AIXINer frantically typing away with her goddess-like aura. He almost forgotten. This old classmate was a true goddess in real life, but once she picked up a keyboard and started typing, she was a completely different person. Not far off from being a madman from Zuin. Need my help? Shinshur said. How? Didn't you hate dealing with these rich kids? That's in the past. Anyway, I drive over in a heavy luxury car, dominate the scene, and that solve everything, right? Shinshur's eyes brightened slightly after sending the message. Only those without power hate dealing with power. But would he hate it after gaining power? Of course not. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this a glamorous opportunity delivered right to his doorstep? Shinshur's previously calmed heart was now stirring with excitement. You mean rent a luxury car? Great idea, I pay. But is there enough time? Shinshur was still typing when AIXINer's message arrived. Another message came in. No. Forget it. No need for a luxury car, just ride your little electric scooter. Dress smartly. Today, I'm going to make you a legend at Haicheng Conservatory of Music. That little bitch tried to peek at my phone screen, so here she is. Hurry up, be bold, with me here, you won't lose face. Shinshur stared silently at these messages. Little electric scooter? Legend? He naturally understood AIXINer's meaning, but it was precisely because he understood that he felt a piercing thrill. If he hadn't had this incredible encounter today, if he hadn't possessed the power, would he have gone? Would he have dared to go? If he had gone, would he have become a legend, or a laughingstock? He didn't know. In just a few short hours, he felt as if he had completely distanced himself from his past self, and could never go back. But he knew what he had to do now. Chapter 12. Shinshur deleted all the messages he had typed on his phone. Then he continued typing. Who are you dating? Please accept reality. You're several months younger than me, okay? Wait for me. After sending the 2 messages, Shinshur continued wiping his lips. But everyone in the restaurant looked towards the entrance. Because there, 2 tall figures had walked in at some point. A man and a woman. In a restaurant like this, it's perfectly normal for a man and a woman to walk in, but this couple was completely different. The man wore a classic black suit and trench coat, his back straight, sporting a neat buzz cut. Large sunglasses covered the upper half of his face, the exposed part looking meticulously mechanical. Combined with his strong frame and nearly 2-meter height, he exuded a coldness as if he had just stepped out of the Matrix, or a mafia member from a movie, giving the impression that he could pull out a submachine gun from behind him at any moment. If men inspire awe, then women are simply breathtaking. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded down her back. She wore a deep black suit with a white blouse that seemed to blend seamlessly with her fair skin, pale purple diamond earrings, a diamond-encrusted headband, and black stockings that encased her long, shapely legs, topped with sky-high heels of at least 10 centimeters. Her height, exceeding 1.8 meters, was enough to instill an indescribable sense of pressure in most men. Every movement she made exuded supreme elegance and nobility. Even the middle-aged, successful man, who had been speaking eloquently with his female companion earlier, instinctively averted his gaze when she casually glanced at him. But at that moment, the man and woman who had attracted everyone's attention in the restaurant walked straight toward Shinshur. Sharp-eyed people then noticed that the imposing woman was carrying a neatly tailored suit jacket. Could it be? An unbelievable thought flashed through everyone's mind, but just as they suspected. Shinshur calmly put down the napkin, and the moment he stood up, the burgundy suit jacket was already draped over his shoulders. The tall man stood behind Shinshur like a bodyguard, his gaze lowered, while the woman they thought was stunning and domineering was carefully smoothing out the fine wrinkles on Shinshur's suit jacket, respectful and submissive. The man and woman who had shocked everyone were merely a bodyguard and secretary. This stark contrast was enough to leave everyone speechless. The middle-aged man who had recently teased Shinshur as a silly child and unruly was now wide-eyed and gaping, his dazed appearance utterly devoid of any semblance of decorum. But Shinshur seemed oblivious to the attention he was receiving, casually walking towards the door. No, he was certainly aware. Because these 2 people were actually created by him using simulated transforming materials. But at this moment, a flame seemed to be burning fiercely in his chest. Today was a turning point in his destiny, a day when he would leave behind the ordinary. No matter what the future held, at least on this day, he would no longer stand like a lackey in the crowd, no longer look up at the stage with envy, and no longer fear the scorching gaze of the masses, because he had the right. Let me spend this day, one I will remember for a lifetime, in the most flamboyant way. The moment Shinshur stepped out of the restaurant, he had already made his decision. Aixiner, at this moment, was unaware of everything that was happening to Shinshur. She was standing at the main gate of Haicheng Conservatory of Music. As one of the most prestigious music schools in the entire Eastern Kingdom, the school gate was essentially a large music plaza, complete with a huge sculpture of a musical symbol. At this moment, a noisy crowd of students had gathered beneath the sculpture. Naturally, it was because of the heart-shaped candles laid out on the ground, the roses blooming like a sea of flowers, the huge speakers, the massive curtain, and the colorful lights. It was clear someone was about to confess their love. Such an extravagant display was enough to stir the hearts of young men and women in the prime of their youth. If the person putting up this display wasn't someone she disliked, and if she wasn't the one being confessed to, Aixiner would have felt the same excitement. But now, she only felt annoyed. Especially after she noticed the girls subtly surrounding her. To be fair, even though a considerable number of beauties had gathered here, Aixiner was still the most eye-catching. She naturally possessed a stunning appearance. Not a sculpted oval face like a fairy's, but rather a perfectly rounded one. Her delicate features, paired with snow-white and smooth skin, gave her a classical, ethereal charm. A closer look revealed a breathtakingly beautiful face, far surpassing those beauties with heavy makeup, making it hard to look away. If it were just about looks, that would be one thing. But her height of 1.74 meters made her stand out among the group of girls. Even a loose beige dress couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. Standing there gracefully, even without doing anything, she attracted the attention of most of the men present, who couldn't hide their drooling. In fact, many people had already guessed that today's leading lady was her. Being this dazzling, it wasn't surprising that she was being pursued by a rich second-generation heir, and that such a grand display of affection would cost a fortune. AIXINR was already used to being the center of attention, so the gazes of others didn't affect her much. However, beside her, a scantily clad woman with exquisite makeup clung tightly to her arm, chattering incessantly. Xiao XINR, look! They even delivered a box of roses. Wow! Is that a photographer? So handsome. That guy is so handsome. He looks like someone you know, Xiao XINR. That row of BMWs and Audis. I bet this setup cost at least tens of thousands. If someone confessed to me like this, I wake up laughing in my dreams. AIXINR sneered and said, since you like it so much, Xiao Hong, why don't you confess first? Maybe you get noticed. The girl whose real name was Chung Hongming froze. Seemingly provoked by the nickname Little Red, Chung Hongming's brows furrowed in anger. But after taking a few deep breaths, she managed to restrain herself, tightening her grip on AIXINR's arm and forcing a sweet smile. How could that be? With little XINR by my side, such a good thing would never happen to me. Then you can stay away from me. Nobody's asking you to stick around, AIXINR said with a mocking smile. AIXINR. Have you taken the wrong medicine today? Chung Hongming suddenly lost her composure. Mainly because there were quite a few other girls around, and most of them knew her. Chapter 13. But AIXINR didn't care about any of that. You're the one who's lost your mind. She pulled hard on her wrist, catching Chung Hongming off guard, and flung her arm away. Her tone was icy, seemingly devoid of any emotion. You're graduating soon. Do you think I still tolerate you? I'm moving out of the dorm tonight. You can continue fawning over your Han Xiao. Don't bother me anymore. You? Chung Hongming was enraged by these merciless words, and instinctively tried to pounce on her. Several girls around her quickly pulled her back. Sister Hong, don't be angry. Calm down, you accepted a bribe. Yeah, if Han Xiao blames you, you be the one in trouble. Let's make it clear first, if our beautiful AI runs away because of you, we won't give you your money back. Although they physically restrained Chung Hongming, their words were equally merciless, making Chung Hongming's face flush red with anger, her makeup ruined, but she couldn't break free. They had indeed accepted red envelopes and gifts, and were responsible for bringing AIXINR here and then keeping her from leaving. But few of them truly cared about Chung Hongming. It's perfectly normal for girls, especially beautiful ones, to bicker. Jealousy is the original sin. But girls also despise someone like Chung Hongming. Seeing that the nuisance was finally gone, AIXINR took out her phone. She saw the 2 messages Shinshur had just sent. She couldn't help but smile when she saw the first one, and felt much more at ease when she saw the second. She's gotten bolder, hasn't she? She was avoiding her before. When she ruthlessly rejects his confession, then casually rides away on her electric scooter, it definitely shocked everyone. But can that guy handle this kind of attention? AIXINR suddenly felt a little worried. She was angry earlier and didn't think much before asking Shinshur to come over, but now that she thought about it, her best friend from high school already had some vague feelings for her. If this happened tonight, how would they handle their relationship afterwards? That guy is both timid and sensitive. And if she went with him tonight, she might gain a reputation for being innocent and not materialistic, but what if he got retaliated against? He also owns a shop, making him an even easier target. AIXINR became agitated again. In terms of being sensitive, she was actually similar to Shinshur. She learned her habit of analyzing things point by point and evidence from him. But sometimes, the more she thought, the more indecisive she became. So, after agonizing for a while, she started typing on her phone again. Forget it. That scumbag is indeed rich and powerful, not someone to mess with. I just refuse him directly. Anyway, I'm graduating soon, so I don't need to care how badly they try to smear me. Let's meet somewhere later, I come find you. After sending this message, AIXINR seemed to let out a sigh of relief, her previously straight shoulders slumping slightly. She felt a little melancholy. No matter how much of a goddess she is, she's still a girl. She also hopes for a knight in shining armor to come to her, or a perfect male god like in movies and TV dramas, domineeringly protecting her. But that didn't happen. People are always like this, the better their own conditions, the higher their standards become. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about Shinshur, but unfortunately, although she felt relaxed around him, that guy was too cowardly. He didn't have the courage to hold her hand, and even if he did, he would find it difficult to face the trouble she was in. This was just in school. Once she entered the workforce, the troubles would likely be even greater. After all, she was studying music, destined to be in the spotlight. If only Shinshurjin would make a fortune. Aixiner shook her head slightly, banishing this unrealistic thought. Her face turned cold again, her heart equally icy, the chill emanating from something called reality. Just then, the music suddenly began. It was about to start. Everyone fell silent, only a slight commotion remaining. Although most were there to watch the spectacle, such a spectacle was a rare opportunity for most people to witness in their lifetime. The lights, accompanied by a click, suddenly switched on, focusing on the sculpture of musical notes, right in the center of the rose bushes. It really was that scumbag Han Guangqiao. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Han Guangqiao, dressed in a white suit and carrying a wooden guitar, was undeniably a sight to behold. If Aixiner hadn't vaguely sensed what kind of person he was, she would have been surprised by his flamboyant attire. Someone who could be a scumbag, aside from anything else, must at least be good-looking. But right now, she only had the urge to turn and leave. Her preconceived disgust only made her feel nauseous. However, the girls who had received the red envelopes were all dutifully obliging. One girl even whispered to her, "Even if you don't like him, considering how much money he spent and how much effort he put into it, give him a chance to hear his confession." So many girls would envy that. "I'm not giving him any chance." Aixiner suppressed the urge to unleash a torrent of abuse, but she knew she couldn't leave now. She couldn't force her way out. At least 7 or 8 girls were surrounding her. She couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Luckily, Shinshur hadn't come. Otherwise, given the situation, he might not have been able to get her away, and a conflict might have ensued. The other party was completely shameless. Who knew what other tricks he might have up his sleeve? Han Guangqiao had already picked up the microphone. "Thank you all for coming, brothers and sisters. I'm Han Guangqiao." He strummed his guitar strings with a flourish and said loudly, "Given the setup today, you should all have guessed what I'm going to do, right? Confess." A chorus of responses erupted from the crowd. The preparations were clearly very thorough. There were even people cheering from the audience. But Aixiner just sneered. She had already made up her mind. As soon as he confessed, she would reject him outright and expose his shameless harassment. But Han Guangqiao shook his head and loudly proclaimed, "No, it's a marriage proposal." Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. "A proposal? Is the girl from our school? Awesome, so awesome. Oh my god. So romantic." There were even screams from many girls. But Aixiner was completely dumbfounded. But she instinctively had a very bad feeling. Snap! The light suddenly focused on her, everyone's eyes were on her, and at the same time, the projector shone on the white screen behind Han Guangqiao, and with the music suddenly increasing in volume, one photo after another appeared. Aixiner's hands and feet went cold. Photoshopped. These photos were all photoshopped. They were all of her and Han Guangqiao. Some were on a luxury yacht, some on a mountain, some in a luxury car, and even some in a villa. In the photos, she and Han Guangqiao were behaving intimately. She understood Han Guangqiao's purpose. Spreading rumors. Creating public opinion. This person knew from the beginning that she would refuse, and his purpose was never to confess his love. Today's events were a despicable conspiracy against her from the start. Chapter 14. Aixiner was already quite famous at school. She ranked first on the campus beauty list in her freshman year, and held that position for a long time, even gaining considerable online fame. But now, the entire room was in an uproar. It really is Senior AI. Really? So the campus beauty AI has a boyfriend? Damn! All the beauties are taken by rich guys. What? I'm heartbroken. Surrounded by the cacophony, Aixiner, illuminated by the lights, looked pale. What should she do? Even if she grabbed the microphone to refute, or even launched into a tirade, the other side had countless ways to deal with it. Ultimately, public opinion is a mess. With the other side well prepared, wealthy, powerful, and influential, she had no chance of gaining the upper hand in public opinion on her own. Call the police? Sue him for spreading rumors? That's certainly one option, but the crime of spreading rumors against an individual is very vague. Criminal detention is only possible for serious offenses, but what constitutes a serious offense? If she really sued, the other family certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Could she really win a lawsuit against such a family? Besides, their goal is probably just to ruin her reputation. Today might just be the beginning. Ultimately, as long as she continues to pursue a career as a pianist, and her live stream is to perform at the Vienna Golden Hall, she can't escape the spotlight, fame, public opinion, and even the influence of capital. Her hand gripping her phone turned white. Looking at the photos of her and Han Guangchao on the screen made her stomach churn. For the first time, she truly felt the immense malice surrounding her. Meanwhile, Han Guangchao, holding his guitar, looked at AI Xiner under the lights, at her helpless expression, and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He pursued this woman for 2 years, never giving her a kind look, but after today, everyone knew he'd gotten tired of her. Xiner. Han Guangchao's inner rage remained unseen. He took 2 steps forward, his gentle voice coming from the speakers. I know you're still angry with me, but think about the happy times we shared. Please forgive me, okay? He even preemptively cut off AI Xiner's words. Clearly, he'd been prepared for AI Xiner to unleash her fury. Under these circumstances, no matter how much AI Xiner ranted, many people would likely assume it was just a couple's quarrel. And the plans in the crowd began to take effect. Forgive him. Someone shouted first, and the voices grew louder and louder. They even started calling for her to marry him. Even the girls hired by AI Xiner looked at her with envy. So you two were already together, really? A girl even pouted in dissatisfaction, muttering softly, I really thought I was here to help the bully. Han Guangchao picked up his guitar and said emotionally, I have a love song I've been preparing for a long time. For you, to commemorate our 2 years of relationship. He seemed to be really into his performance. AI Xiner's gaze finally changed, becoming decisive. Call the police. Even if she couldn't do anything to him today, even if she wasn't confident she could win the public opinion battle against the online trolls, even if it meant completely offending such a wealthy and powerful scoundrel, she had to call the police. At that moment, both the surrounding sounds and Han Guangchao's voice seemed to blur. Her eyes were fixed on her phone. It was the only possible means of protection against this immense malice. Then, beep! A deafening car horn suddenly blared. Not just one car, but many. The sound even drowned out the speakers, and the high beams pierced through Han Guangchao's carefully prepared lighting. Who was it? Han Guangchao turned around angrily. Then, he heard a huge uproar around him. My God! Is that a Lamborghini? That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ferrari. Bugatti Veyron. Maybach. Good heavens, where did all these luxury cars come from? 1, 2, my God, there must be at least 100 million here. Young people, whether rich or poor, always know something about luxury cars. Moreover, this row of luxury cars was blatantly driving towards them, stopping directly in the square, their front ends facing them, completely surrounding the stage used for the confession and the crowd of onlookers. Not to mention the onlookers, even Han Guangchao was stunned. This wasn't part of the plan. Where did all these luxury cars come from? But this was just the beginning of the shock. The car doors opened, and out of each car weren't the wealthy young masters one would expect, but rather suited thugs. Uniform black suits and trench coats, uniformly cold expressions, uniformly burly physiques. More than 30 people, all walking towards them in unison. The sheer impact of their presence made the students retreat. Gangsters? Whose gangsters drive luxury cars and wear suits? They're not the mafia. Regardless, that's awesome. Even AI Xiner, who was originally going to call the police, was now holding her phone, forgetting what she was supposed to do, clearly stunned by the scene. But her eyes truly widened when she saw Shinshur step out of the Rolls-Royce. Yes, it was Shinshur. He was wearing a white t-shirt and trousers, with a burgundy trench coat draped over his back, followed by a man and a woman, looking like a domineering CEO from an idol drama, or a returning war god from a novel. His aura was overwhelming. The previously dense crowd even involuntarily made way for him. If she hadn't recognized that rather familiar face, AI Xiner would have wondered if she was hallucinating. No, she was already doubting it. Was this really Shinshur? That hardworking, timid, and sensitive old classmate? Was she dreaming? AI Xiner just stared blankly as Shinshur walked step by step to Han Guangchao, extending his hand, and the beautiful female secretary beside him directly handed him a microphone. A confession? He looked at Han Guangchao, his voice booming simultaneously from the speakers of over a dozen luxury cars. Or a proposal? He turned to look at the screen still looping those photos. The photos are terribly photoshopped. Who are you? Han Guangchao couldn't hold back anymore. Who am I? Shinshur laughed, taking a step forward, his voice suddenly rising. You're spreading rumors about my friend with Photoshop pictures, and you're asking me who I am? Suddenly, a commotion erupted around them, a much louder uproar than before. This turn of events was completely unexpected. Originally, it seemed like a rich second-generation heir proposing to his school beauty girlfriend, But then an even more impressive rich second-generation heir appeared, accusing the other of photoshopping and spreading rumors? It was like a scene from a TV drama, but this was the reality before them. Those dozen luxury cars weren't fake. This dramatic twist, this abrupt change, left many onlookers flushed with excitement. They exclaimed, "Fantastic!" Chapter 15. Han Guangchao even involuntarily took a small step back. He was equally surprised that AIXINer could have such a friend, never heard of it. That good-for-nothing Cheng Hongmeng didn't even know this. However, Han Guangchao also noticed some of his friends around him looking at him strangely. He had invited quite a few friends for today. Only a few knew about the Photoshop pictures. He couldn't admit it. Forcing himself to be brave, Han Guangchao glared at Shinshur. "What nonsense are you talking about? We've been together for 2 years. Heh." Shinshur just chuckled twice. He waved his hand. The beautiful female secretary behind him, swaying her tall figure, went to the projector that was playing photos, inserted a USB drive, and the person operating the projector didn't dare to stop her. Soon, new photos were displayed. This caused many people to gasp. The photos were still the same photos, and Han Guangchao was still Han Guangchao, but the female lead was different. There were all sorts of women, all quite attractive. One of the photos even featured Cheng Hongmeng herself. A commotion arose again. Without comparison, it wasn't so obvious, but with the comparison, it was clear to everyone that these photos were significantly more natural than the previous ones. Some photos even had only their heads photoshopped. Many people had already guessed the truth. They never imagined that Han Guangchao, who seemed handsome and wealthy, would actually photoshop a bunch of pictures to propose. This wasn't just harassment, it was downright psychopathic. AIXINer trembled slightly. Her usual pride in her rationality completely failed her at this moment. He just stared blankly at Shinshur, his mind a complete blank. The man before him seemed so unfamiliar, yet so incredibly powerful. How had he done it in such a short time? Han Guangchao was also pondering the same question. These photos were all from his private collection, only stored on his phone. How had the other person found them? Could the person who photoshopped them for him have been bribed? Anything else to say? Shinshur asked calmly. Han Guangchao shuddered. He saw Shinshur's expression. No anger, no arrogance, only utter contempt. The same contempt he showed towards those poor wretches. A complete disregard. "These are the photos you photoshopped. You're talking nonsense." Han Guangchao's anger flared instantly, his expression contorted with rage. He was never one to remain calm, and people like him cared most about their reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something like this. Heh. Shinshur chuckled twice. He raised his hand again. The female secretary on the other end manipulated the projector twice more, and the image on the projector changed once more. This time it was a huge table, clearly marked with locations, names, and even times. Han Guangchao didn't know what this was at first, but when he saw it clearly, his expression changed drastically. "Your travel flights with these girls, the hotels you stayed in, the restaurants you went to, everything is here." Shinshur clicked his tongue twice. What scum. As he spoke, images appeared one after another. There were photos of Han Guangchao and girls entering the hotel lobby hand in hand, photos of them in the restaurant, and even photos of them in the waiting hall, some clearly from surveillance footage. Now, the evidence was irrefutable. Even those who had previously harbored doubts no longer had any. The crowd erupted in outrage. Where did this scum come from? Pa! Damn! He's a real pervert. Shameless. He even photoshopped a marriage proposal. Weirdos are everywhere. I certainly learned something new today. Expose him. Where's security? Call the police. Sue him for defamation and spreading rumors. Those who had just been marveling and offering their blessings had now completely reversed their stance. While public opinion can be misled, the masses aren't fools. The reality of being deceived and used fueled their anger. If it weren't for Shinshur's bodyguards, someone might have already rushed up and beaten Han Guangchao. Han Guangchao's face was incredibly pale. He had already realized that there was no way to turn the tide today. What terrified him even more was that the other party had managed to uncover all of this information so thoroughly. This made him hesitant, especially since the other party's aura was so powerful. Those luxury cars and bodyguards. Even his father couldn't possibly afford such a thing. Fine. You're awesome. I admit defeat, he said fiercely, slamming his guitar to the ground and turning to leave. Although he'd been exposed, it wasn't really that serious. A little loss of reputation. He wasn't a public figure. Besides, public opinion would fade away naturally after a while. He just wanted to get away from this humiliating situation as quickly as possible. However, two towering men blocked his way. Did I say you could leave? Shinshir's voice came softly. Brother, what do you want? Draw a line. Han Guangchao turned around angrily. You want to beat me up? Fine, go ahead and do it. I'd be your son if I utter a sound, but you better think about the consequences. Ah! Before he could finish speaking, he screamed in agony. One of the men in a suit behind him twisted his arm behind his back and stomped on it, forcing him to his knees. He screamed repeatedly, but couldn't break free. A gasp rippled through the crowd. They really attacked? Some people involuntarily backed away. Even Xianer's expression changed. She quickly pushed through the crowd and went to Shinshir's side. Shinshir. She stopped after calling his name, because she noticed that Shinshir's expression was calm. This wasn't a decision made impulsively. I knew about what happened here on my way here. He turned and smiled at Xianer. I was furious. My anger and resentment surged. Honestly, I guess you'd be in trouble, but I never imagined something this disgusting would happen. I even considered just killing him. It's an easy thing anyway. These words weren't spoken through a microphone, but those around who heard them gasped. Even Han Guangchao was terrified. He didn't even care about the pain. His legs went weak and trembled uncontrollably. Because Shinshir's tone was too calm when he said this, it didn't sound like he was saying something in anger, making it incredibly terrifying. Just who is this person? Killing someone is as easy as killing a chicken. Even the burly men in suits around him seemed different to these people. Could these really be mercenaries from somewhere? And indeed, their cold demeanor and authoritative aura were quite convincing. What, you don't believe me? Shinshir asked, seeing Xianer staring blankly at him. No, I believe you. Xianer's voice was soft and weak, as if she had no strength at all. I believe every word you say right now. Chapter 16. Shinshir looked at her, with a slightly strange expression. Still so beautiful, but after knowing her for so many years, he had never seen her with such a flushed face. Is the allure of money really that great? Shinshir mentally scoffed. He forgot that the power he was currently displaying wasn't just money. However, he didn't care about that at the moment. He simply continued, as if talking to himself, when people are emotional, they're capable of anything, especially when they can do it at any time. Holding a weapon, the urge to kill arises spontaneously, that's what they mean. But, if the decision is made calmly, it shouldn't be considered being controlled by emotions, right? Xianer didn't react much to these words, but Han Guangchao, kneeling on the ground, trembled violently. What are you going to do? He cried, his voice trembling. Don't do anything rash. Please don't be impulsive. I was wrong, really, I was wrong. Han Guangchao was truly cowardly. People like him, usually brimming with superiority and thinking how awesome they are actually more pathetic than most when faced with real trouble, because they never encountered any real setbacks. Shinshir listened with annoyance. With a mere thought, the burly man in the suit behind Han Guangchao pinned down both of his hands with one hand, and firmly covered Han Guangchao's mouth with the other. The wails instantly turned into whimpers. But no matter how much he struggled, that hand was like steel, unbreakable, completely unmoving. He felt an immense force exerted on his body, especially at his chin. In that position, it seemed that with just a slight exertion, crack! This was a voice Han Guangchao had imagined. The immense fear of death instantly shattered all his defenses, causing him to gullify himself. A stench of blood filled the air. Shinshir frowned slightly, and involuntarily took a few steps back. What kind of weaklings were these? He was speechless, feeling ashamed of his impulsiveness in the car. In fact, what Shinshir said to Xianer was true. At the peak of his anger and resentment, he genuinely had an impulse to kill without regard for consequences. It wasn't that his anger had truly reached that point. It was simply because, for him now, it would be extremely easy, and he was confident he wouldn't face any punishment. In that instant, he had even planned out his strategy. After killing the man, he would wait for law enforcement to arrive, then summon his simulated shape-shifting bodyguards to mount a powerful counterattack. As the conflict escalated, he would transform the shape-shifting material into tanks, fighter jets, and even small monsters. Finally, he would unleash a spaceship to all the world and dominate it. Isn't that a bit thrill-seeking? Not at all. As his anger subsided, Shinshir himself couldn't believe his own childish thoughts. Even a quiet, silent resolution would have been easy. Did this guy even deserve his attention? If he really did that, a moment of rage for a beautiful woman wouldn't even begin to describe it. Even King Yu of Zhou, who famously lit the beacon fires to amuse Bao Si, wouldn't be comparable. Regardless of humanity's future, his feat would be legendary. Everyone experiences impulsive emotions, but the impulse when wielding a weapon is especially terrifying. This is power. Alluring yet terrifying. It's not that I don't understand your thoughts. Shinshir picked up the microphone again, his slow tone carrying an air of utter indifference. With just a tiny, insignificant price, you can vent your discontent and resentment. As for the trouble and pain caused to others, what does that have to do with you? Right? The voices in the room gradually lowered. All eyes were on Shinshir, looking at this man who wielded power, and was utterly domineering. Unfortunately, that's what I think too. Shinshir's lips suddenly curved into a slight smile. Then, he raised 3 fingers, his voice resounding throughout the room. 3 months. Within 3 months, you will have nothing. Everything you depend on, everything you care about, whether it's wealth or status, family or company, everything will be taken away, destroyed. You will spend the rest of your life in endless trouble and pain. And for me, this will only require a tiny, insignificant price. Boom! Everyone watching was completely stunned. So domineering. Judging from this, taking down the opponent wasn't enough, he also wanted to destroy their family's company. To bankrupt their family, and leave them with no way out. So ruthless. However, compared to simply killing them, this method of revenge drew cheers from many onlookers. The principle of reciprocal retaliation, while perhaps not supported by law, is generally accepted by public morality. Since Han Guangchao can inflict pain on others at a minor cost, then others can also deal with him at a minor cost. However, Han Guangchao absolutely cannot understand this. Because the way he looked at Shinshir at this moment was like looking at a madman, filled with deep fear. In his heart. How could AI Xioner's reputation compare to his family's billions in assets? However, in Shinshir's heart, if it could compare, that was enough. Even AI Xioner's gaze toward Shinshir had completely changed. Her eyes seemed to shimmer with early autumn dew as she softly asked, "Are you really going to do this?" "Who knows?" Shinshir shrugged. "Anyway, it's easy." Oh, AI Xioner's fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of her skirt. Actually, she also realized that she was completely unlike her usual self. She wanted to straighten up, to punch Shinshir's shoulder like she used to, then flash a generous and confident smile, say thank you, or make a joke or something. But she couldn't do it. Because her whole body was weak, even her heart was weak, and she didn't even know what she was saying or doing. Her usual intellect and rationality seemed to have lost all function at this moment. It wasn't until Shinshir pulled her away, and they walked out from the crowd of suit-clad thugs, standing before the brand-new Rolls-Royce, that she finally came to her senses. "Get in," Shinshir said, opening the back door for her before walking to the other side. "It's still early, let's find somewhere to talk." "Here?" AI Xiona looked around. The others were still staring at her, the implications in their gazes making her face flush. "Don't worry about it, I've given you a lot of face today," Shinshir laughed. "I practically rescued you from a fire, pulled you out of a den of wolves. You have to help me out, right?" "I'm afraid it'd be like escaping one den only to fall into another," AI Xiona muttered softly, pinching her arm, taking a deep breath, and bending down to get into the car. Chapter 17. They saw AI Xioner's actions. Instantly, countless hearts shattered. They chased away a fake, but a real one appeared. Beauties are only fit for the rich. Let's disperse. However, most people were still excitedly discussing tonight's events. Although the process was somewhat different, the result was that Shinshir still left behind a legend. Under the night sky, the Rolls-Royce drove along the road, its lights blazing on both sides, the city radiating captivating charm. But AI Xioner had no interest in paying attention to what was happening outside the window. The driver was the female secretary, who was sitting next to Shinshir, fidgeting left and right. "What are you doing?" Shinshir found it amusing. "Trying to be a goddess, put on airs." "Stop teasing me." AI Xioner rolled her eyes, then muttered, "I just never thought I'd encounter something like this." "What kind of thing? Getting a Photoshop marriage proposal?" Shinshir laughed. "Stop talking, it's disgusting." AI Xioner touched her arm, goosebumps rising on her skin. "So you didn't expect your old classmate to suddenly become so successful?" Shinshir asked again. "A little." AI Xioner turned to look at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then from left to right. "Stop looking, I am Shinshir, I haven't been replaced, I haven't been possessed." Shinshir felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. AI Xioner slowly inhaled, then suddenly screamed. "Ah! What are you doing?" Shinshir was startled. "Can't I vent a little?" AI Xioner gasped for breath, as if she had finally come back to life, her face full of excitement, pointing around and asking, "So what's going on with all this car, And those bodyguards? Even winning the lottery 10 times wouldn't be enough. Well, it's a long story. Shen-Yi turned his head, looking out the window, his gaze suddenly darkening. He said softly, just think of it as winning the lottery. To be honest, I'm a bit bewildered myself, otherwise I wouldn't have contacted you. I just wanted to vent to someone. This unease, this bewilderment, this excitement. Actually, Shinshur had calmed down considerably by now. But Han Guangchao's matter brought him another kind of emotion. A fear of power. If he hadn't controlled his emotions, what would he be like now? Even if he managed to escape Earth with his family and tens of thousands of people, what would become of him in the vast universe? Could he really shoulder the future of those people? Being sensitive and overthinking isn't necessarily a virtue, but at this moment, Shinshur was indeed struggling to control his thoughts. The thought of an alien invasion 3 years from now felt like a mountain pressing down on his heart. Then, he felt someone place a hand on his shoulder. He turned his head. In short, what you're worried about is that those who are not virtuous enough for their positions will inevitably suffer misfortune, right? AIXINR patted Shinshur's shoulder, giving him a bright smile. But in my opinion, the fact that you can seriously consider and worry about this issue already demonstrates your virtue. The rest is about continuously learning, enriching yourself, and catching up in terms of ability. Isn't that what you always excelled at? After all, you've always been outstanding. Shinshur looked at the radiant AIXINR, more beautiful than ever before, and his bewildered expression gradually softened. He suddenly understood. What he wanted now was recognition and encouragement. He needed someone to tell him he could do it. Whether it was wielding this power, leading tens of thousands in escape, or even heavier burdens and greater miracles, he had the qualifications and ability to try. AIXINR had indeed lived up to his expectations. I didn't expect I was so important to you, Shinshur said, stroking his chin with a smug look. Tell me, have you been secretly in love with me all this time? Secretly in love with you, my foot. Shameless. I noticed you're much more shameless than before. AIXINR was furious, raising her chin, her long slender neck showing off her smooth, white skin like a proud swan. You're clearly lusting after my body. Do you think I don't know? If you're not lusting after this, are you even a man? Don't you know what kind of charm you have? Shinshur said nonchalantly, not embarrassed at being exposed. AIXINR was right. His skin was indeed much thicker than before. Or rather, it had never been thin-skinned to begin with, but he had lacked confidence in the past. But things are different now. Money gives men courage, let alone strength. AIXINR, on the contrary, felt a little embarrassed by the comments. In matters between men and women, anyone with a sense of shame would feel awkward. However, these playful banter eased the tension considerably, erasing the awkwardness of their long separation, as if they had returned to their high school days, carefree and innocent. Where are we going now? AIXINR turned to look out the window, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the car window. She was still excited. Shinshur naturally noticed this detail. It was the motion of playing the piano, indicating that she was in high spirits and wanted to play. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Are you going back to the dorm tonight? What do you want? AIXINR turned her head away abruptly, shrinking her neck, looking inexplicably timid. He hadn't thought about it before, but seeing the once goddess-like beauty in this state made Shinshur feel a surge of heat. His gaze involuntarily drifted downwards, past the soft curves of her body, and settled on her waist. Currently she was wearing a loose dress, so it wasn't obvious. But Shinshur knew very well how slender AIXINR's waist was. Her piano teacher had even remarked that she was more talented at dancing than playing the piano. However, Shinshur had always thought that was nonsense. AIXINR's pride wasn't just her slender waist. With that figure, any dance would have a lewd air about it, but playing the piano would be so much better, elegant and graceful. While he was staring intently, AIXINR couldn't take it anymore. I'm warning you, don't get any funny ideas. She crossed her arms, speaking somewhat incoherently, I know your mother. Shinshur stared at her speechlessly. That warning was brilliant. All the ambiguous atmosphere vanished instantly. Is it really necessary? Shinshur leaned back, somewhat dejected. It's not like I haven't seen it before. That's different. AIXINR's face flushed red. How is it different? You didn't dare do anything else before. Now you're incredibly bold. Shinshur was speechless. But he wasn't one to give up easily. Leaning back in his seat, he said lazily, Since you said that, let's be bold and go straight to the hotel. Yes, boss. The female secretary driving in front actually responded. Wait, no, why are you like this? AIXINR was genuinely flustered, stammering too hasty is bad, you know? At least we should go on a few dates first. Movies and meals are fine. Hey, are you even listening to me? Chapter 18. No matter what AIXiner said, Shinshur just lazily looked at her, as if to say whatever he wanted, but he wouldn't listen. To be honest, it was quite amusing. It completely calmed his mood. Actually, people with his personality need other things to occasionally adjust their mood and relieve stress. Otherwise, they easily get stuck in a rut, especially when so many things have happened at once, and the impact is too great. It wasn't until AIXiner was almost in tears that Shinshur realized he had gone too far, and quickly said, "Okay, look outside." AIXiner turned her head. Only then did she realize. At some point, the car had moved away from the streetlights, and was driving on the coastal highway. Looking out, the night sea reflected the light of the streetlights, and in the distance, the starry sky was dotted with stars, creating a mystery and grandeur that couldn't be felt during the day. AIXiner couldn't help but stare mesmerized. Having studied in this city for 4 years, she had never been to the beach at night. "The beach is still quite lively at this time of night," Shinshur said, also looking out the window. "Lots of people come, there are street performers, beach volleyball, barbecue, and things like that. The first time I came here, I thought I'd bring you here sometime, but unfortunately, I never had the chance." AIXiner seemed to finally realize what was happening. She wiped her eyes, raised her hand, and punched him, angrily saying, "You're so mean. You scared me to death, you know?" "What scared you?" Shinshur chuckled and shook his head. "Do you think I become bad because I have money? Or do you think I treat you like one of those girls who do anything for money?" AIXiner didn't speak. Because Shinshur was right, if he had really taken her to the hotel, she would have been heartbroken. Although Shinshur was indeed incredibly charming tonight, it also frightened her. "Don't worry about that," Shinshur said calmly, his smile fading. "You're different. You carry my past within you. No matter what my future holds, I want that past to exist." AIXiner's gaze was touched. She understood Shinshur's meaning. He was also afraid of his future self. "I understand," AIXiner nodded subconsciously, her voice gentle. "I will protect it for you." Shinshur smiled. He had originally sought out AIXiner today simply to share his turbulent emotions. But now he realized. This girl, who had always been so stunning, might bring him other surprises. The car stopped. "Let's go!" Shinshur got out of the car first. "I prepared a surprise for you." AIXiner was puzzled, but equally excited. Wearing flat shoes, she stood next to Shinshur, who was wearing a suit and exuding an aura of confidence, and they seemed strangely well matched. And soon, she saw the surprise Shinshur had mentioned. A silver-white piano. It sat right in the middle of the beach, illuminated by lights. A group of curious tourists had already gathered around, but were kept at bay by bodyguards. "Please," Shinshur said elegantly, raising his hand with a smile. "So much has happened today, you must want to play the piano." AIXiner stared blankly at the beautiful piano, then turned to look at the smiling Shinshur, her lips trembling. He said nothing. Instead, he hugged her tightly. He immediately released her. Excitedly, he walked towards the piano, his steps filled with joy. Shinshur savored that moment of tenderness, watching AIXiner hide her shyness as she left, his smile widening. He walked over unhurriedly, past the bodyguards under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and sat down beside the piano, facing the sea, his specially prepared seat. Then, the cheerful and melodious Iot Penso Amore gently rose in the sea breeze under the night sky. Shinshur squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Although there was no world-shaking flamboyance, this beautiful music was worthy of his dreamlike day. He wondered if, 3,000 years from now, people would still have this feeling for listening to music. They probably would. After all, they had never given up on pursuing everything from the past. The clock struck midnight, striking amidst the music and a jumble of thoughts. The music finally ended. AIXiner, wearing Shinshur's suit jacket, approached him. "Tired of playing?" Shinshur asked. AIXiner's face was flushed, her hair clinging to her face with fine beads of sweat. "Enjoyed playing?" Shinshur asked again. "Enjoyed." AIXiner nodded emphatically. "Then let's go to the hotel." Shinshur looked at her teasingly. However, he didn't see the panic he had expected. AIXiner rolled her eyes, hands on her hips, trying to use the same trick on me twice? So unromantic. Shinshur scoffed. "Is watching me cry your only pleasure?" AIXiner's forehead veins bulged, but she laughed first, picked up the water bottle next to Shinshur, gulped down a large mouthful, and then exhaled heavily. "I might never forget this day for the rest of my life." "Me too." Shinshur shrugged, stood up, and took 2 steps towards the sea. Where AI couldn't see, his gaze was deep. I thought some things through. There are some things only I can do. If I give up without doing anything, I'm afraid I regret it someday. AI watched his retreating figure, opened her mouth, and finally only asked in a low voice, "Will it be dangerous?" "Don't worry." Shinshir's lips curved into a smile. "You know how cowardly I am. I won't do anything dangerous." "Then I support you, although I probably can't help much." AI pouted and muttered, "You didn't even tell me what it is." "Heh." Shinshir chuckled twice, and waved his hand. "Have them take you to the hotel, 5-star, presidential suite. Don't wait for me. Wait for you, my foot." AI spat, tossed her long hair with a flourish, and walked away without looking back. She didn't know what else Shinshir wanted to do. But he knew that all he could do now was pray and wait. Thinking this, he couldn't help but touch his flushed face and press his chest. He felt his heart pounding wildly. He wouldn't admit it verbally, but his body was betraying him. His face burned even hotter. Shinshir watched AI get into the car and leave. The detector simulating the changes into formable matter had confirmed that there was no one else nearby. With a thought, the lights on the beach and road, which had been on all night, flickered and went out as if disturbed. Shinshir turned around. He had indeed figured some things out, and made a decision. So it was time to board his own spaceship. Chapter 19. Since his transaction with the future that morning, Shinshir had spent the rest of the day and evening in the limelight. Scenes he could only fantasize about before, no matter how illogical, had become reality. And all of that was thanks to those 38 tons of simulated transforming matter. Transforming bodyguards, secretaries, luxury cars, he had complete control over the internet. Whether it was making money, hacking into the traffic system, tampering with surveillance footage, or even adding license plate information, it was all effortless. He could also easily expose anyone's hidden secrets online. With just a thought, the simulated transforming matter's built-in control program would handle everything else. In fact, it could be said that with this alone, he could wield immense power in this society, on this planet. It can simulate deformable matter, yet it's utterly incomparable to a spaceship, specifically designed for interstellar colonization, capable of supporting the comfortable lives of tens of thousands, and possessing considerable military and defensive capabilities even by interstellar standards. To put it bluntly, this single spaceship would be enough for him to rule this planet. Power, status, beauty, money, all within his grasp, however. Shinshir has always felt an instinctive wariness and unease towards this immense power. Because he knows very well, if it weren't for the constant warning from the alien invaders 3 years later, and if he hadn't maintained a clear head, he would likely have already succumbed to this power. The surge of malevolence that erupted tonight is the best proof of this. For ordinary people, reason may not always prevail over emotion. Everyone understands this, yet the rampant arrogance of those who gain power is still commonplace. Shinshir was already considered outstanding among ordinary people, but not outstanding enough to remain calm and composed even with such power. Therefore, he had even considered temporarily sealing off the warship, but remained hesitant. But now, he had made a different decision. AI is right, Shinshir murmured, looking up at the starry sky. I can recognize the problem of not being worthy of my position, and I can be vigilant about it. That already shows I possess the virtue to control this power. Next, I must believe in myself, control myself, and grow as quickly as possible. The next instant, the warship in his personal space appeared on the silent, dark beach. But there was only a sudden gust of wind. Because the entire spaceship was still optically cloaked, yet Shinshir could still clearly sense its presence through his personal terminal. Let me board. With just this command, an invisible force enveloped him, allowing his figure to slowly rise into the air. The technology of 3,000 years from now is actually far more exaggerated than Shinshir imagined. For example, right now, this technology, capable of precisely confining an invisible force field to a small area, is utterly incomprehensible in its principles. It could even be used to impersonate a person with telekinetic abilities. At least, if someone were here right now, they would see a man slowly flying into the night sky under the watchful eyes of a group of men in suits. Would their first reaction be, "Is this a spaceship?" No, they'd be more likely to suspect a spiritual resurgence. Even Shinshir felt a surge of novelty and excitement. Only after disappearing into a ripple did the enormous black sphere suddenly appear before him. Smooth, mysterious, enormous, this was his spaceship. Even more awe-inspiring than what he'd seen in the virtual trading market. Just as Shinshir was pondering how to enter, the approaching outer shell suddenly churned like a viscous liquid, as if cleaved in two, revealing a clean, sharp opening from which a soft, spring sunlight-like glow shone. Shinshur stared, dumbfounded. This metallic-looking armor was actually liquid? It was fortunate there was no one else around, otherwise, Shinshur's wide-eyed, gaping expression would have been utterly unappealing. But at this moment, who cared? Shinshur was completely immersed in shock and excitement. Every unexpected turn of events brought him immense satisfaction, because everything was his. Only after fully entering the soft halo of light, and the entrance closing again, did Shinshur regain a sense of groundedness. He was standing on a white, floating platform of about 4 or 5 square meters. Before him was a white, spherical space, not small, roughly the size of a medium-sized warehouse. Apart from the clean, tidy, and softly glowing curved walls, there was nothing else. At that moment, a voice message suddenly transmitted to Shinshur through his personal terminal. "Welcome back, Captain. I am your warship assistant, the central AI of the Void." The message was a gentle female voice. "Since this is your first time boarding the ship, would you like to activate the ghost to provide you with a personal explanation?" Ghosts? Shinshur was taken aback. In this technologically advanced place, the sudden appearance of the word ghost was indeed rather strange. "I'm sorry, I couldn't find a more appropriate adjective in your usual vocabulary." Okay, Shinshur knew it was the era's fault. Just like some specific modern terms, if used in ancient times, would definitely leave people completely bewildered, only able to understand with words like ghost or god. However, he still maintained a strong sense of curiosity. "Activate. Please confirm my image." An image appeared in Shinshur's mind, an image he subconsciously imagined. AI XINer. Sigh, the beautiful AI certainly has a strong presence in this regard. With a thought, he erased the image from his mind. After all, it would be strange to use a familiar face for such an AI-like image. He thought for a moment, and the image of an elegant, meticulous, and capable old butler appeared in his mind. Short, silver-white hair, a gentle face, a robust physique, wearing a dark swallowtail butler's uniform, paired with a snow-white shirt and gloves. He didn't know how he did it, although he hadn't meticulously planned the details that appeared were exactly what he wanted. He couldn't be more satisfied. Confirmed. Shinshur thought for a moment, and said again, "Name it Sebastian." It was the name of a character from an anime, quite similar to this image, so Shinshur didn't think much of it, and used it directly. The next instant, the old butler appeared before him, one hand behind his back, and the other on his chest. "Sebastian greets my lord." He bowed slightly, his expression and movements lifelike. It startled Shinshur. "Wait a minute. It's a 3D projection, isn't it? It really looks like one." Shinshur seemed to snap out of his daze, reaching out his hand, as if to wave it. But what he felt was an incredibly realistic tactile sensation. Chapter 20. In that instant, Shinshur felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising all over his body. Because he simply couldn't understand it. A person created in such a short time? And appearing in an instant? And that cold touch. The word ghost surged into his mind, and in that instant, he even felt his worldview crumbling. "My lord, your heart is racing, you're emotionally agitated, and your consciousness is unstable. Do you need help?" Sebastian's expression showed slight concern. "No." Shinshur took a slight breath and shook his head. He was simply frightened by the appearance of the ghost. This was an instinct based on his past understanding. If it were something with a distinctly technological style, even if he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't have felt this way. But now, all he could say was, this wasn't scientific. It wasn't futuristic. What exactly is going on? After calming down a bit, Shinshur asked impatiently, "Ghosts? Could they really exist?" "I'm terribly sorry, my lord. I don't quite understand what you mean." Sebastian bowed slightly, his every movement exuding efficiency. "But this body is a consciousness information complex shaped by primal energy. Your sense of touch actually originates from the transmission of information, and the best word I can find in your vocabulary to describe this technology is ghost." The phrase consciousness information complex, with its technological feel, calmed Shinshur down slightly. He realized it. So-called science, in fact, represents an attitude of researching unknown phenomena. That is to say, even if ghosts really exist, they might have already been thoroughly studied in the future. Sebastian was the best example before him. However, Shinshur couldn't help but ask, do ghosts exist on this planet? He desperately wanted to know if the supernatural tales he heard were true. Sebastian was silent for a moment. He was a simulated image of the warship's central AI, and the warship naturally possessed information warfare capabilities, so in that instant, it collected and analyzed a vast amount of information from the global network. Then he said, "My lord, based on preliminary intelligence gathering and analysis, the consciousness information system technology on this planet is still in its primitive stage, and the supporting technologies are equally insufficient. The probability of a fully formed consciousness information system emerging in this civilization is less than 1 in 3 billion. Phew." Shinshur let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. If not, then the ghosts Sebastian spoke of weren't the ghosts he knew, and his fear lessened considerably. However, Shinshur was also curious about the consciousness information system technology Sebastian mentioned. After all, for him at this moment, the most important thing was to quickly understand the spaceship, grasp the current state of interstellar society, and even obtain information about the future. Only when his knowledge base met the future person standard would he not be so cautious during transactions, worrying about revealing his origins in his words and actions, and affecting the deal. When Shinshur asked his question, Sebastian did not answer directly, but bowed again and said, "My lord, the Void carries a complete basic information database. Your inquiry can be answered in more detail from the database, but this requires your authorization." An information database? Shinshur recalled that this seemed to be a bonus the collector had given him at the end of the transaction. He suddenly realized that this information database might actually be the most valuable thing to him. Permission granted? Shinshur was eager to know more. Yes. Sebastian raised his hands. In an instant, the surrounding environment changed. Three-dimensional images appeared. It was as if he was still in the virtual market. Shinshur couldn't tell whether this was virtual or real, until sound accompanied the visuals. Consciousness information technology, also known as primordial energy technology, is considered one of the three major developmental directions of cosmic civilization, alongside macroscopic and microscopic technologies, possessing infinite possibilities. Its origin lies in the exploration of the essence of consciousness by intelligent life forms. In the initial stage, most intelligent civilizations believe that the essence of consciousness originated from the macroscopic manifestation of the regular motion of microscopic particles. However, in the second stage, researchers discovered that the operational laws of microscopic particles under the influence of consciousness do not conform to the fundamental theorems of microscopic technology. In the third stage, consciousness will be studied in depth as a subject independent of matter. In the fourth stage, assuming the existence of unknown energy levels within consciousness, primordial energy, this stage marks the initial application stage of consciousness information technology. The fifth stage, the continuous stream of introductory voices, along with various corresponding research and experimental images, made Shinshur feel as if he were watching a science film about interstellar society, but it wasn't very interesting. The information contained within was too much for his cognitive abilities. He could only look on with disbelief, and most of the content was incomprehensible. The parts that were somewhat understandable, however, brought immense mental pressure. For example, completely replicating a life form from its most basic, deterministic particles would result in a completely different consciousness, even in an environment identical to the original. To Shinshur, this was practically a philosophical question. If you replicate yourself exactly, is that person still you? Most people would say no. And the experimental results were the same. Then, a further experiment followed. When consciousness is uploaded to a virtual network, is the consciousness operating in that virtual network still you? The fantasy of uploading to the network also exists in modern society. So when you become a pile of electronic information, is what is reborn truly yourself? Especially since Shinshur had experienced virtual reality. When trading in a virtual market, he felt that half of his consciousness remained in his body, while the other half was in the virtual market. What kind of situation was this? It's better not to investigate further. The more you investigate, the more explosive it becomes. In the end, Shinshur gave up exploring. Human understanding of the world is but a drop in the ocean of the entire universe. Putting aside other things, simulated deformable matter seems to him like divine magic, without a scientific spirit of inquiry. Studying these things is simply asking for trouble. In short, there exists such a primal energy that can achieve this effect, right? That's enough for me. Shinshur exhaled, feeling relieved after abandoning further thought, but suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask, right? I remember there's something called a primal energy chamber inside the warship? That's where primal energy is produced? This primal energy chamber is listed on the first page of the warship's long instruction manual. So Shinshur still remembered it. But at this moment, he was also slightly curious. If primal energy comes from consciousness, where does the primal energy on the warship come from? Chapter 21. Yes, my lord. Sebastian bowed slightly. However, you might feel slightly uncomfortable with the presence of the origin energy chamber. These single words caused Shinshir's expression to change slightly. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Staring intently at Sebastian, he asked, word by word, "Why do you say that?" "This is based on my understanding of you, my lord." Sebastian maintained his apologetic posture. "In order to better serve you, I need some time to understand you. I apologize for making you uncomfortable before." Although the Warship's central AI could establish a conscious connection with its master through a personal terminal, this connection was passive and cautious. Therefore, no matter how advanced the AI, it required time to cultivate a tacit understanding. And at this moment, Sebastian already had a certain understanding of Shinshir. For example, he had reassessed Shinshir's sensitivity to emotions. If it were now, he would never utter the word ghost. Shinshir understood this as well. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Take me there." This was his warship. He could allow himself to feel uncomfortable, but he couldn't allow himself to be unfamiliar with it. This determination, born of a desire for control, was also conveyed to Sebastian. He bowed again, "As you wish." The hovering disc beneath his feet began to move automatically. Shinshir didn't feel any inertia. This strange experience dispelled some of his unease. After all, he was here to thoroughly understand his warship. And after passing through a thin membrane radiating a soft light, in the blink of an eye, he arrived before a metal door. "So fast?" Shinshir exclaimed in surprise, unable to resist asking. "Is the movement speed inside the warship this fast? Or is the energy room not far from the entrance?" "Only you have exclusive access to this passage," Sebastian replied. This was actually to allow the captain to quickly inspect the entire warship. It was also to prevent the warship from being invaded by outsiders. Whether attacking or retreating, it could maximize the captain's safety. Shinshir could only say that the products of the future world were more comprehensive than he had imagined. However, his gaze was now fixed on the metal door before him. "Can it be opened?" he asked. This was the first door he had seen since boarding the warship. "Your will is everything," Sebastian said, and the incredibly heavy-looking door slowly slid open. Shinshir saw a flash of light on its back, accompanied by the faint smell of burning air. He didn't ask what it was. He simply looked inside the door. It was a cold and strange room, densely packed with black jars and many exposed pipes. What made it strange was the inexplicable patterns that slowly shifted and changed on the walls and floor. Shinshir felt dizzy after just a few glances at the patterns. It was as if he were looking at hypnotic symbols. He quickly looked away, ignoring the patterns, and his senses immediately improved. Could this be the discomfort Sebastian had mentioned? Shinshir breathed a slight sigh of relief. His gaze fell upon the jars. "What are these?" he asked, stepping inside with a slightly lighter pace. "Primal energy batteries," Sebastian replied, but didn't follow him in. He immediately added, "My lord, you better not approach within 40 centimeters of the primal energy batteries. You might suffer a mental shock." Shinshir instinctively stopped. Even at that distance, he already felt it. Coldness, despair, oppression, and also confusion and fear. These emotions, constantly surging from the outside, were like a mist spreading in the air, gradually enveloping him. His expression changed. This feeling reminded Shinshir of the time in the virtual market, when the collector lost control of his emotions and launched a mental attack. Although it was a completely different feeling, and although the intensity was far less than what the collector had experienced. But what exactly is in here? Shinshir's throat bobbed, his expression somewhat terrifying. E-Type 5 Primal Energy Battery. Sebastian answered as before, but the tacit understanding they had begun to cultivate was taking effect. He seemed to suddenly understand Shinshir's meaning and continued, "The raw materials come from an intelligent civilization called Middleton, a fifth-generation individual within an E-level civilization incorporated into the mud system." Shinshir remained silent. Although he didn't know what kind of civilization Middleton was, the words intelligent and individual were enough to indicate that what was contained in this container was an intelligent being. An intelligent being just like a human, confined here, as a battery, forever enveloped in this feeling of despair. Shinshir held his breath, pursed his lips, said nothing, and turned to leave. He wouldn't entertain the thought of releasing himself. That would invite trouble. However, he was still enduring an indescribable emotional impact. Only after the door closed, and a long time had passed did he slowly exhale. "What is the Mulder system?" he asked. "Explain it in a way I can understand." "You can think of it as a powerful interstellar social system." Sebastian's tone slowed. "In this system, at the top are the ruling individuals, the ranchers. All the subordinate civilizations below them are divided into 7 levels, alphabetically ordered, with G being the lowest, usually consisting of primitive races invaded, captured, and domesticated by force. Ranchers, Shinshur had heard this name from the collector. The original words were, "Within the rancher's sphere of influence, no civilization would dare sell us immigrant warships. Why dare they not sell them?" Thinking back to the alien invasion 3 years later, some logic seemed clear. Shinshur turned around, staring intently at Sebastian. "Tell me, what level is humanity? I allow you to search the answer from your independent database." "Level D, my lord," Sebastian answered quickly. "Will they be turned into energy batteries?" Shinshur asked again. "Every 12 years of the home planet, sufficient profits must be handed over, otherwise, 5% of the individuals will be taken away as punishment." Sebastian's tone softened further. Clearly, the deepening tacit understanding had made him aware of the discomfort these words would cause Shinshur. However, this time Shinshur didn't sway, because this was the answer he had already guessed. "No wonder," he murmured. "No wonder they couldn't buy more powerful warships. No wonder the collector said those things." 3,000 years later, humanity, in the end, still hadn't achieved true power. Chapter 22. Above, the vast and boundless starry sky was far more dangerous and cruel than humanity could imagine. Just as the initial image Shinshur had seen described. The Earth era had ended, and the Dark Star era began with a full-scale invasion. In the beginning, humanity, as the primitive race invaded by force, was likely only at the lowest level G rank. Individuals like him were stuffed into those black canisters, sold and used as batteries, their consciousness and emotions merely tools. 3,000 years passed, from G rank to D rank. What did humanity experience? What did they pay? Shinshur dared not think about it, dared not know. But he understood. When a race is labeled slave, even in the vast starry sky, it's difficult to find a place to belong. They can only pray to escape to a place where no one can find them, then cower, and live a completely isolated and fearful life. It's ironic, really. Even 3,000 years from now, humanity won't be truly powerful, or even free. 5% of the population is threatened every 12 years. Yet, because of this one spaceship, he's forced to suppress his burgeoning emotions. Ultimately, it's because his current perspective, vision, and temperament are too weak. Even a rich man covered in gold and silver might face extreme hardship, while a poor man would scream with excitement at finding even a small piece of gold. Even now, he still harbors the thought that escaping to a deserted place with tens of thousands of people and barely surviving might not be so bad. After all, this was far better than the fate of the billions left behind. Wasn't it? However, while the logic was sound, there was clearly a difference between leaving without trying and leaving after trying. Even though Shinshur had wanted to escape from the beginning, and the trade for the spaceship was also for escape, he still couldn't help but feel a slight urge to struggle. Even a rancher doesn't have the ability to traverse 3,000 years, Shinshur murmured to himself. If his abilities and ambitions could be raised to a certain level, perhaps, he wouldn't just want to change the fate of modern human civilization, but also the fate of humanity 3,000 years from now. The next moment, without going through Sebastian, but directly giving the command to the central AI in his mind, Shinshur's figure instantly appeared in a huge room. This was the captain's cabin. Also, the largest room on the entire immigrant warship. It appeared to be empty, yet it possessed the effect of simulating everything. With an invisible force field and information shape based on primal energy, it transformed the nothingness into everything. At least for now, with Shinshur's movements, sunlight, beach, ocean, and even the gentle sea breeze appeared in the room. Shinshur was filled with admiration. Technology changes lives. This statement is no exaggeration. Currently, only he in the entire human society possesses this dreamlike, cutting-edge technological experience. But he wasn't there solely for enjoyment. He sat down directly on a beach chair, naturally adjusting to the most comfortable position. Let's begin, starting with 3,000 years of human history. In an instant, screens of light appeared before him. Yes, Shinshur had come to learn. AI Xioner's words were quite good. Now that he recognized his shortcomings, he should strive to learn and grow. Shinshur now understood what the independent information database the collector had given him truly was. It was a backup of information, a part of the public information of future human society, in modern terms, a partial backup of network information. Of course, information in future human society would be tiered. Important information would not be made public. What he possessed at this moment was only some publicly available information with the lowest level of access. But it was enough for now. Shinshur clearly understood that his first priority was to understand interstellar society, to understand the future 3,000 years from now. This was not only about broadening his horizons, but also preparing for further transactions. Ling was very likely the greatest fortune for him, and for all of human society. As the information he wanted to know continued to emerge, Shinshur gradually became immersed in it. He hadn't yet made up his mind about what to do. However, he believed that his future self would provide the answer. This is confidence in one's own growth potential. The learning effect on the ship was even more exaggerated than expected. It wasn't just because of the comfortable environment. It was also because the existence of primal energy could extremely enhance his mental state. Just a 10-minute nap made him feel as refreshed as if he had slept for 10 hours. There were also corresponding methods to alleviate physical burdens. The central AI would always find the perfect moment to change his environment, adjust his learning content, provide him with delicious food, and play music, keeping him in peak condition for extended periods. If he had achieved this level of performance during his school years, Shinshur wouldn't have needed to attend a better university. He was even confident he could have pursued a research career and become a leading scientist. Besides the learning outcomes, the information about the future also profoundly shocked him. This was a 3,000-year period that humanity could never have imagined. Faced with an invasion by an interstellar nomadic fleet rated E-class in the Mulder system, humanity was forced to surrender within a week, plunging into the darkest 600 years. Large numbers of people were captured and used as energy batteries, sold, or handed over to the authorities. The remaining population was completely relegated to a state of forced domestication. They were confined to tiny rooms, no bigger than coffins, sustained by intravenous nutrient solutions, their genetic material extracted for reproduction, forbidden from learning any knowledge, and implanted with false histories and pasts. Their lives were even worse than those of livestock. Yet the invaders wouldn't allow humanity to suppress its emotions, not even to become numb, because only the most intense, profound, and vibrant consciousness could be the best battery. Therefore, the invaders consistently offered humanity false hope, allowing the resistance to exist, in order to cultivate the best primal energy batteries. In those 600 years of resistance history, Shinshur witnessed only a deeper despair. To some extent, human civilization had already become a mere shell. And the turning point of this darkest period of history occurred in the 573rd year of the Starry Era. The immense profits built on the blood and tears of humanity also brought drawbacks to the invaders. Internal divisions worsened, and external crises followed. This intelligent race that invaded humanity was not actually a particularly advanced being in interstellar space. They too were riddled with flaws. In the 573rd year of the Starry Sky Era, the leader of the invaders, an individual named Walkley, died on an alien battlefield. Within a short time, this not-so-powerful mold system E-class race was torn apart in the struggle for power. And humanity, the object of their struggle, seized the opportunity. Although they ultimately could not escape the rancher's control, they broke free from the most tragic fate of the G-class. Chapter 23. Shinshur's independent information database didn't actually contain much detailed information about the past 600 years. This was due to a lack of historical data. During that period, humanity lacked the capacity to record more detailed events. However, he still felt a profound shock. Because it was all real. It was a history countless times more brutal than any war in human history. Even through those remaining images, Shinshur could feel the impact on his soul. Simply out of human empathy, he felt an overwhelming rage. This rage far surpassed the rage inflicted by the likes of Han Guangqiao. Especially when Shinshur saw those enormous farms, those humans confined in coffin-sized cages, he felt an uncontrollable fear. 3 years later, he was only 25 years old. But without Sherling's appearance, without the future black market trading platform, he would have been just one of those humans. No, perhaps he was one of the 800 million who died in the war, or perhaps he was directly turned into batteries and sold, like those black cans in his warship. In comparison, maybe those who sacrificed themselves were the happiest. Even after roughly understanding this 600-year history, Shinshur was still in a daze. Anger and resentment always subside. But some things remain. Even when AIXINR called, Shinshur hadn't fully come to his senses. He answered the phone in a daze. "What's wrong?" AIXINR asked perceptively. "It's nothing," Shinshur said subconsciously, then slowly exhaled and rubbed his nose. "I studied all night and haven't recovered yet." "That's an exaggeration?" AIXINR seemed startled, but didn't doubt Shinshur's statement, only saying with some concern, "Although I don't know how much pressure you're under, you have a long life ahead of you. Don't overexert yourself." "Yeah, don't worry, I couldn't sleep last night either." Shinshur shook his head, having recovered. He glanced at the time. "Are you calling me for lunch?" "But I probably won't have time right now. I'd be quite busy these days." "Oh, okay, I just wanted to let you know, I went back to school to practice the piano." AIXINR hummed twice, then fell silent. Clearly, her call wasn't just about this. Shinshir understood that too. Just say what you want to say, he said. Dawdling isn't like you. You're the one dawdling, AIXINR retorted, but her voice trailed off, eventually becoming a muttered whisper. I just want to ask, what exactly is our relationship now? What's wrong? Feeling guilty after staying in a presidential suite for one night? Shinshir easily understood the implication in her words, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. You have the nerve to say that. AIXINR's voice suddenly rose, somewhat annoyed. I thought it would be a few thousand at most, but this is 40,000. Let me tell you, we're at most a little ambiguous right now, not at the point where I can casually spend this much of your money. 40,000 a night is practically the maximum price for a presidential suite in China. AIXINR's family wasn't poor, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to afford piano lessons. However, they only had about 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Spending 40,000 yuan on a hotel was definitely excessively extravagant for her. Most importantly, she did have high feelings for Shinshir, but the more she felt that way, the less she wanted to spend his money lavishly. At least not casually, as if it were her right. They hadn't spent much time together in the past 4 years, and now that Shinshir suddenly had money, she was acting like this. What would Shinshir think? We used to have a bit of an ambiguous relationship, Shinshir joked, not mentioning the money. I thought we were just friends. Get lost. I'm serious. AIXINR said angrily, enunciating each word clearly. If I, AIXINR, wanted to be extravagant, plenty of rich guys would offer themselves to me, but I never done that before, and I never will. So, I return this 40,000 yuan to you. Don't think I'm being pretentious. I wouldn't be polite if it were just a few thousand yuan. Shinshir remained silent. Hearing the silence on the other end of the phone, AIXINR bit her lower lip, stubbornly remaining silent. No matter how rational a woman is, she is just as sensitive when facing someone she truly cares about. After a long while, Shinshirwen's gentle voice finally came through the phone. This time it was my fault. Just think of me as a poor person who suddenly became rich and wanted to show off. But there's really no need to pay me back. No matter what, we can't escape being close friends. There's no need to be so distant. If you really feel bad, then send me a gift later. Make sure it's something thoughtful. Okay. AIXINR's face lit up immediately. I guarantee you be satisfied. Ultimately, it wasn't the money that mattered to her. Then it's settled. I ask you out for dinner, and a movie later. You can't refuse, you said it yourself last night. Okay. AIXINR blushed slightly, clearly remembering what she said the night before, and hurriedly hung up the phone. She stood there for a long while, her expression a mix of emotions, sometimes gritting her teeth, sometimes giggling, sometimes filled with worry and anxiety. She was completely absorbed in the moment. But she didn't know that Shinshir was watching her intently. With a thought, the nano-observation device, which had been deformed from simulated deformable matter, returned to being part of AIXINR's clothing. Just this once. I can't use it like this again, Shinshir muttered to himself, but a smile remained on his face. He shook his head, and continued to focus on the information in front of him. To be honest, if it were yesterday, he probably would have already run to find AIXINR by now, but now, that impulse had faded considerably. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he understood what was most important right now. The tragic future of billions of humanity unfolded before him. Faced with this immense and tragic issue, his vision, his understanding, and his perspective were all growing rapidly without him even realizing it. Moreover, Shinshir thoroughly enjoyed this process of going from complete ignorance to gradual understanding and mastery. He was even somewhat captivated by it. His gaze returned to the documents in front of him. The more he understood the tragedy of this fate, the more he realized he had to grow. For the next 10 days or so, he barely left the Vogate, only occasionally calling AIXINR, mostly initiated by her. He didn't go to the movies even once, and he only ate out twice. This made AIXINR doubt her own charm. She even felt a little insecure. She wondered if she was being played with. However, AIXINR is currently the person on this planet who can most directly perceive the changes in Shinshir over the past 10 days. Chapter 24. This was their third meal together, at a Chinese restaurant that wasn't particularly luxurious, nor particularly ordinary. A private room, a reasonable amount of food. Shinshir wasn't wearing his flashy, expensive burgundy suit this time. He was dressed casually in a few thousand yuan outfit, and there were no bodyguards or secretaries with him. However, compared to him a dozen days ago, he possessed an indescribable aura. enough to make him impossible for anyone to ignore. Where did this aura come from? AI Xiner had indeed observed and studied it carefully. Mainly his gaze, expression, and demeanor. His gaze lacked the emotional intensity of their meeting a dozen days ago. Even the occasional daze and confusion had vanished, replaced by a mountain-like composure, as if nothing could easily stir his emotions anymore. His expression was the same, mostly a faint smile. As for his demeanor, it seemed unchanged, but it carried a composure born of strength. All of this combined gave one an involuntary, intuitive feeling that this person is extraordinary. It wasn't just AI Xiner who thought this. When she entered, the restaurant manager had personally greeted her with exceptional friendliness, even offering her a complimentary signature dish. It was truly unbelievable. AI Xiner was starting to question her own existence. How could someone undergo such a dramatic change and growth in such a short time? Why are you looking at me like that? Shinshir put down his chopsticks and suddenly turned to look at her. While I know I'm handsome, I'm not so handsome that you stop eating. Before, Shinshir would have said such things with a smug expression. But now, he simply smiled. His deep eyes held a hint of amusement, as if they could speak, making AI Xiner blush and shyly look away, surprisingly not retorting as usual. She remained silent, but Shinshir chuckled, surprised by my change? Yes, yes. AI Xiner nodded repeatedly, her voice filled with amazement. How did you do it? 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have recognized you. I just figured out some things and made a certain decision, Shinshir said with a smile, skipping the topic. Alright, eat quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Okay, AI Xiner replied without hesitation, even under Shinshir's undisguised gaze. Although Shinshir's current demeanor was astonishing, she wasn't intimidated by his long-term practice of etiquette and manners. However, only Shinshir himself knew the true reason for this change. His recent studies were only one aspect. But learning is primarily about acquiring knowledge and broadening horizons. His striking outward appearance stems from his experimental training of primal energy. Now, he understands that primal energy, in modern terms, is a special power based on knowledge and understanding of mysticism, informatics, philosophy, and idealism. At its core, it revolves around consciousness. Of course, Shinshir is far from qualified to access the true power of primal energy. Even humanity 3,000 years in the future is only just beginning its journey. He was simply using a unique primal energy diagram to train his mind. It was somewhat like meditation, but clearly more advanced. Before this, he could never have imagined that such an image could be instantly etched into his mind with just a glance, as if it were alive, slowly changing yet impossible to forget. As far as he could understand it, this was a kind of mind virus invasion. If consciousness is viewed as a computer capable of processing information, participating in calculations, and deepening learning, then this image uses visual effects to implant its unique information into consciousness for training. This phenomenon is actually quite common in modern society. In Shinshir's view at this moment, those repeatedly promoted slogans, virally spreading memes, even news items with guiding messages, and even some so-called hypnotic techniques, could all essentially be considered a kind of mind virus invasion. Of course, the application was very rudimentary, far less sophisticated than the image Shinshir found in an independent information database. According to future historical records, during humanity's darkest 600 years, invaders employed similar methods to continuously stimulate the human mind to achieve their desired effects. Even the use of primal energy batteries was based on a more brutal form of consciousness intrusion. The spaceship's primal energy chamber was primarily designed to resist and defend against such attacks. This gave Shinshir a deeper understanding of the dangers of interstellar space. Even consciousness could be manipulated and attacked. However, recognizing its cruelty did not prevent Shinshir from using this power. On the contrary, it compelled him to master it as quickly as possible and become stronger. After enjoying the meal and giving it a positive review, AI Xiner looked at Shinshir and asked, "Are you still going to study later?" Although she didn't know what kind of study Shinshir would be doing, she could tell he had indeed been focused on learning lately. The last time she felt this way was back in high school. Shinshir had made up his mind to study, and in 2 years, he had transformed himself from a student barely qualifying for university to a top student capable of ranking among the top 10 in the country. This wasn't earth-shattering, but it was definitely a testament to his unwavering determination. "What, feeling lonely?" Shinshir teased. "Come on," AI Xiner retorted, then said with considerable pride, "My enthusiasm for practicing the piano isn't much less than your enthusiasm for studying. Striving to grow is never a bad thing." Yes, AI Xiner always admired ambitious individuals. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become so close to Shinshir during their school years. However, Shinshir shook his head, stood up, and laughed. Then you should marry a researcher who lives in the lab 24/7. Unfortunately, I'm destined to be a capitalist. Starting today, I take a break for now, and prepare to start a new business in a few days. What kind of business? AIXINer's eyes lit up. An ambitious type, or you could say an driven type. Having ambition in one's heart, and then working hard for it. The passion, enthusiasm, and struggle that erupt in this process are what AIXINer loves most. You find out when the time comes, you might be surprised, Shinshir said with a sly smile, without explaining further. It's good to have a goal now, AIXINer said happily. Yesterday, our dean asked about you, and I didn't know what to say. After all, you didn't even tell me where your money came from. Chapter 25. Your dean asked about me? Shinshir was taken aback. It's all because of what happened at night. You made such a big fuss. The whole school knows about it these days. Luckily, it hasn't spread much outside of school or online. AIXINer didn't seem to care much. However, Shinshir narrowed his eyes slightly. That day, in his pursuit of ostentation and venting his emotions, he had done things that actually had many flaws. Even if he patched them up, it would be the same, or even lead to bigger flaws. After all, these were over a dozen luxury cars with unknown origins, and dozens of bodyguards with unknown origins, yet the license plate information of these luxury cars was recorded in the traffic system. He even intentionally controlled the spread of this matter online. To put it bluntly, if someone with the ability and motives paid attention, discovering these flaws was inevitable. Simulated deformable matter can infiltrate the network, but it hasn't reached the point of distorting memory and cognition. So, some nanoscale detectors, imperceptible to the naked eye, spread out as the simulated deformable matter deformed. Combined with the massive computational power of the personal terminal, Shinshir quickly grasped the situation. He was indeed being watched. That's understandable. He threatened to bankrupt entire families, and made such a big fuss, it was impossible not to investigate him. However, it wasn't a major issue. The events of that day were a bit rough around the edges, but Shinshir never intended to operate in secrecy or play the fool. And with a plan in place and a clear objective, he had even less to worry about. Right now, the authorities couldn't figure out his motives, and were only investigating. They dared not do anything, and they couldn't keep an eye on him. But after a while, they wouldn't be able to do anything he wanted. What's wrong? AIXINer asked, noticing Shinshir's sudden blank expression. Nothing. Shinshir didn't want to bother or worry her, so he simply smiled and asked, Are you practicing the piano tonight? What, are you lonely? AIXINer replied with a grin. Yes, yes. Shinshir wasn't intimidated at all, extending his hand to her. Walk with me, hand in hand. This made AIXINer a little embarrassed. After a long pause, she blushed and extended her hand. Shopping is fine, but don't buy me anything too expensive. I haven't prepared the gift you wanted yet. Okay, I pick one out for you, all right, Shinshir said with a smile. Okay, I don't even want to criticize your fashion sense. Leave it to me, I guarantee I give you a complete makeover. Who are you calling sister? I already said I'm older than you. Do you want to see my ID? It's just a modal particle. Why do you always care about that, you straight man? To be honest, Shinshir quite enjoyed spending time with AIXINer. Back in school, his attention was only focused on her pretty face, hot figure, good piano playing, and decent grades. Those alone were enough to make any teenage boy's heart flutter. But after entering university, trying his hand at running his own shop, and meeting all sorts of people, he realized just how rare a girl like her truly was. Ability, refinement, personality, looks. Like a mountain stream, lively and vibrant, clear and captivating. Shinshir always felt lucky to have met such a girl in his first love. Meanwhile, after they left the restaurant, two people in a black car not far away, whose windows were obscured, were also watching them. The passenger in the front seat picked up the walkie-talkie. Team Leader Chung, the target has gone out. He didn't take a car. Looks like he's taking a walk after dinner. Understood. Keep an eye on him, but be careful not to get spotted. Understood. He turned off the walkie-talkie, and couldn't help but complain to his partner, We've seen plenty of PDA before, but this couple is really high quality. One practices the piano for 10 hours a day, and the other spends all day reading in the hotel. Their interactions are warm and restrained. If all the young people in our country were like this, how could our nation not be strong? That's because they're of high quality. Putting everything else aside, how many girls as beautiful as them can you find? The man remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Shinshir as he walked slowly down the street. Besides, your eyesight needs improvement. This man is anything but simple. Simple? Would we need to keep an eye on him? We still haven't found those dozen luxury cars and those bodyguards. It's not just that. The partner narrowed his eyes, his tone seemingly surprised. According to the file, 11 days ago, he was just an ordinary college student, running his own small shop, which he even financed with a loan. But look at him, there's not a trace of nouveau riche about him. That's true. The other person also realized this. They were actually seeing Shinshur for the first time, since he spent most of his time reading in the hotel. But if you compared him to the information in the file, or even past photos and videos, the difference was easy to spot. Especially a dozen days ago, he exuded obvious arrogance. But now, his gaze was steady, his expression calm, his posture composed. Even while holding the hand of a stunningly beautiful woman, his gaze remained largely unaffected. It's easy to say you can keep your eyes straight ahead, but it's not so easy to do. Even veteran celebrities, who are used to being in front of the camera, sometimes have their eyes wandering. It's even more difficult in a relaxed environment, yet this young man in his early 20s has managed it. Putting everything else aside, that aura alone isn't something that can be easily cultivated. Maybe he's just naturally well-mannered, the person in the passenger seat whispered. Maybe, the person in the driver's seat nodded. But in that instant, both of them froze for a moment. Because Shinshur, not far away, suddenly turned around and glanced at them. He was smiling, his expression composed. But in that instant, they felt as if they had made eye contact with Shinshur. Shinshur quickly turned back, continuing to joke and banter with AIXINer, as if nothing had just happened, leaving the two of them staring at each other, questioning their own existence. In fact, Shinshur had naturally noticed them. That glance was deliberate. He overheard their conversation, and secondly, since he was already being watched, he didn't mind adding a bit more mystery before the plan officially began. Of course, he knew when to stop. He didn't harbor any ill will towards these people. In fact, he held them in considerable respect. After all, when he was an ordinary person, the safe environment he enjoyed depended on their protection. However, the word hero wasn't something he found particularly appealing or memorable. Shinshur sighed inwardly, letting go of his thoughts, and focusing entirely on enjoying the date. Chapter 26. As the saying goes, the land of gentle pleasures is the grave of heroes. While Shinshur couldn't be considered a hero, he now understood the weight of this saying. A delicate and beautiful face was right before him, every smile and gesture radiating astonishing charm. The touch of her soft skin where their hands met, the warm, moist warmth, and most importantly, the stirrings of his youth were surging back. The increasing intimacy brought an indescribable joy to this moment. What was once an unattainable ideal was now in his hands, a soft jade in his arms. How many men could resist such temptation? However, the changes brought about by his instincts became apparent. If it were before, he probably would have wanted to be with AIXINer 24 hours a day. Many heroes have succumbed to the allure of love. Shinshur didn't possess such strong self-control. But now, no matter how turbulent his emotions were, they were firmly confined to a special realm within his mind by the pattern in his head. Not only did it not reveal much outwardly, but it also constantly reminded him of the difference between controlling emotions and being controlled by them. It's truly amazing. Shinshur murmured to himself. What's amazing? AIXINer tilted her head, looking at him, her long, straight hair swaying gently with the movement, shimmering with a captivating luster under the streetlights. It's almost time. Shinny didn't answer, but instead raised his wrist to check the time, smiling. Are you renting a place yourself now? I take you there. But it's only 9 o'clock. AIXINer pursed her lips, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. It was captivating. But unfortunately, Shinshur's gaze was clear, his expression unchanged. He simply smiled and explained, I still need to make some plans when I get back. All right then. AIXINer was clearly a little disappointed, but when she looked up again, she regained her composure and chuckled. Tonight was indeed very enjoyable. Although you become a little unfamiliar to me, but... She released Shinshur's hand, took a few steps back, put her hands behind her back, and looked him up and down, a smile playing on her lips. A man with a touch of mystery is actually more attractive. Shinshur simply smiled. After detaching his thoughts to some extent from his emotions, he could see many things more directly and clearly. For example, for a girl like AIXINer, an air of mystery was indeed more attractive. Because she was smart enough, at least she considered herself smart. Smart people are always more interested in the unknown. Thinking of this, Shinshur couldn't help but sigh again. The primal energy was truly amazing. While it couldn't increase his IQ yet, its ability to control his emotions alone was enough to transform him. surpassing most young people in the world and making him a true prodigy. At 10 o'clock that night, after taking AIXINer home, Shinshir also returned to the hotel. Since becoming wealthy, he had moved here. Aside from the luxurious facilities, the hotel's private butler could easily handle all sorts of trivial matters. Whether it was for meals or anything else he wanted, all he had to do was give a heads up. On his first day, Shinshir was repeatedly amazed by the meticulous service. But now, at least outwardly, he could maintain an air of perfect composure. After instructing the butler not to disturb him that evening, Shinshir sat down on the sofa, and images began to appear before his eyes. These were projected directly into his mind from his personal terminal. The images displayed were of the boundless universe. Yes, the void was now in outer space. During these 10 days, Shinshir hadn't just been studying, he had also seriously considered what he should do specifically for the alien invasion war 3 years later, and whether he could possibly change the future of all humanity. Although some questions remained unanswered, some ideas had been solidified. This was why he told AIXINer that he planned to do something career-oriented. Discarding all unimportant factors, reasons, and excuses, there's only one truly important thing. His gaze gradually shifted as he told himself, as a human being in this vast universe, my interests are already intertwined with the interests of the human race. It's time for all humanity to rediscover this universe, to realize that humanity is not the only intelligent life form in it, and how weak it truly is. The planet Shinshir resides on, Blue Star, has hundreds of countries, large and small, but the internal situation of humanity can be summarized in one word: a three-way division. The Eastern Kingdom, located in the east, the Western Alliance, which has risen in the last 2 centuries, and the Holy Britannian Empire, located in Europe. Among them, Britannia is an aging empire in its twilight years, the Western Alliance is in its prime, and the Eastern Kingdom is rising rapidly. All other countries, large and small, are subservient to these 3 major human powers, their relationships a mixture of conflict and cooperation, hostility and peace. In recent years, with the development of technology, the 3 major powers have begun to focus their competition and development on outer space. Nia, with the weakest technology, chose to cooperate with the Western Alliance to jointly develop outer space technology. Not to be outdone, the Eastern Kingdom independently built its own space station 3 years ago. To date, the Eastern Kingdom space station has hosted more than 20 astronauts. Tian Shaohui is one of them. At only 26 years old, being selected as a permanent astronaut on the space station is undeniably an achievement for Tian Shaohui. He too harbors a burning dream of space travel, which has long sustained him. And today marks the 17th day since his space dream came true. Report to Control Center. Connection established. Image clear. Tian Shaohui hovered in front of the space window, speaking to the camera, his voice strong and clear. Good, can you hear me? The screen in front of him displayed the image from the ground control center. Yes, the sound is very clear, without distortion, Tian Shaohui replied. That's good. In a few days, you'll be doing a live online broadcast from space. The equipment can't malfunction. The tone from the control center became more relaxed. How are you feeling? Are you nervous? It's a live broadcast to a national audience. Not nervous at all, Tian Shaohui replied confidently, even full of anticipation. I will let the entire nation experience the beauty and wonder of outer space. It's full of mystery and the unknown. Trust me, it will definitely be a perfect live broadcast. Ha ha ha, your enthusiasm is exactly what we value. The control center's voice suddenly dropped a surprise. Chapter 27. Behind Tian Shaohui was originally a space window, through which one could see the azure blue planet. This was a key part of the live broadcast scheduled for a few days later. It was meant to showcase the grandeur of the planet and the vastness of the universe. But now, behind that window, there was a huge, black sphere in geosynchronous orbit with the space station. What was that? No one knew how this black sphere appeared, but this sudden change left everyone who saw it speechless. And in the control center, a commotion gradually arose. That looks like a black sphere? Could it be a satellite from another country? I don't know, maybe. Quickly, notify Chief Engineer Liu. Tian Shaohui, can you see the sphere? Can you describe it? Someone seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly. After all, it wasn't as clear as the naked eye through the lens. I can see it. A black sphere, very close, and moving at almost the same speed as the space station. Tian Shaohui's voice, though lacking its previous strength, carried a hint of tension. Outer space holds many wondrous things. For example, the strange auditory hallucinations recounted by our predecessors. But none of these could be the black sphere before our eyes. What is it? This question occupied everyone's minds at that moment. Some had a terrifying suspicion, but dared not speak. Finally, Liu Yuejia, the chief engineer in charge of the entire space station project, rushed over. His first glance revealed the black sphere in the image. Compared to the somewhat panicked others, he appeared much calmer, and he had to remain calm. Can the radar on the space station detect that black sphere? It's been checked. There's nothing on the radar, Tian Shaohui reported immediately. At this moment, all 6 astronauts on the space station sprang into action. It was visible to the naked eye, yet there was nothing on the radar. Everyone in the control center held their breath, not daring to utter a single word. Some were even sweating profusely, their bodies trembling slightly. There's another telescope on the space station, Tian Shaohui, go observe it, and report back immediately. Chief Engineer Liu said again. Yes. Tian Shaohui immediately sprang into action. The telescope on the space station was actually used for observing distant outer space, but with slight adjustments, it could also be used now. Tian Shaohui's voice quickly rang out. It's a black sphere, its surface is very smooth, with a metallic sheen. Wait, he suddenly exclaimed, it looks like a layer of liquid, I can vaguely see it flowing. Are you sure? Chief Engineer Liu was starting to get restless. I'm sure. Tian Shaohui answered confidently, his voice trembling slightly despite his composure. Meanwhile, the control center was in an uproar. My God! The radar couldn't detect it, the metallic sheen on the surface, the apparent liquid flow, all of this seemed to point to one fact. This was the creation of intelligent life, and definitely not from humans. Because human technology simply couldn't achieve this. In other words, there's a very high probability that this is an extraterrestrial visitor. Once you consider this possibility, it's a complete reshaping of your worldview. Humanity's exploration of outer space has only just begun. So-called aliens represent absolute unknowns, and the fact that they have the ability to reach Earth signifies a technological leap. What kind of life form are they? Where do they come from? What level of technology have they reached? What do they want? Is this black sphere some kind of weapon, a probe, or an envoy? At this moment, these people felt as if they had suddenly left their familiar home and stepped into a dark forest. Everything was unknown, and danger lurked everywhere. Quiet! Chief Engineer Liu roared, silencing the noise, then said in a deep voice, activate the security procedures. Everyone is prohibited from leaving this area or communicating with the outside world. Security will maintain order. If the situation changes, notify me immediately. After leaving these words, he hurriedly departed. This was no longer something he could handle. It had to be reported. Those remaining in the control center exchanged bewildered glances, many pale-faced. They couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary day had suddenly undergone such a dreamlike transformation, one that might even drastically alter the course of human history and the future of humanity. Just then, someone exclaimed, "It moved! It moved!" The person was almost incoherent, but everyone looking at the large screen cried out in surprise. Because the black sphere in the frame, which had been relatively stationary with the space station, suddenly began to move. The speed wasn't fast, but this movement sent a chill down the spines of countless people. Some had initially clung to the illusion that the black sphere might be some unknown natural phenomenon in the universe, perhaps just a special meteorite. However, this movement, defying the laws of orbital motion, shattered those illusions instantly. This black sphere must possess an engine. It must be some kind of technological creation. Therefore, it's highly likely from outer space. The 6 people on the space station were even more tense, their eyes wide, staring intently at the black sphere. At such close range, they couldn't believe the black sphere hadn't detected them, and if it launched an attack. Then, in the vast universe, only one fate awaited them. Those on the ground were equally tense. If the black sphere had attacked the space station, it would mean that this alien visitor harbored ill intentions towards humanity. At the very least, it hadn't come with the so-called peace. However, under everyone's tense gaze, the black sphere didn't approach the space station, nor did it launch any attack. Instead, it simply circled once before leaving its orbit and flying off in a certain direction out of the space station's observation range. This caused many to breathe a sigh of relief. The 6 astronauts inside the space station only then realized that they were drenched in sweat. The youngest, Tian Shaohui, clenched his fists tightly. He wasn't afraid of death. As astronauts, as pioneers in the nation's and humanity's exploration of space, they were supposed to disregard life and death. But he had indeed been afraid that the mysterious, unknown alien visitor harbored ill intentions towards humanity. But regardless, From that moment on, the outer space that he had once longed for remained mysterious and extraordinary to him, but was also shrouded in a shadow. Chapter 28. Shinshur wasn't intentionally trying to scare anyone. He didn't have that kind of perverse sense of humor, and even if he did, he wouldn't easily act on it if he could control his emotions. The reason he revealed himself like this was to observe how humanity's current leadership would react to unknown alien visitors. Would they be cautious or nonchalant? Fearful or joyful? Confident or humble? Cooperating or fighting their own battles? These reactions would determine his next move. Although Shinshur was determined to do something for humanity and his own future, he also had to be wary of incompetent allies. Even the race that invaded humanity 3 years later ultimately perished due to internal strife, allowing humanity to turn the tide. This showed that some characteristics of intelligent life were common. Furthermore, he had already resolved that, under no circumstances should the time crystal, capable of traversing 3,000 years, be exposed. It was a miracle never before seen in the entire universe. If exposed, the consequences would be unbearable for Shinshur and humanity. This also meant that he couldn't lay everything out in the open. He had to find a way to seize crucial initiative. Next, go to the International Space Station, and also check all the satellites of various countries, Shinshur instructed the Voight. Understandably, this day caused a tremendous shock within a certain circle around the world. Through Sebastian's monitoring of the global network, Shinshur could clearly see that high-level officials from various countries held emergency meetings. Some small countries that had leased satellites even experienced a degree of unrest. However, the three major national powers reacted swiftly, simultaneously, and completely suppressing the news. No trace was to be exposed to the public. For them, this was clearly the right thing to do. Whether the aliens arrived for peace, war, or some other purpose, the mere news of their appearance could have a significant impact on global order. Under these circumstances, the human leadership established contact at a speed that even Shinshur hadn't anticipated. A specialized team, led by 3 countries and involving more than a dozen others, including several renowned scientists, was formally established within a single day of the discovery of the Black Sphere. They even cautiously severed all internet connections with this team. If Sebastian hadn't discovered it early, and if Shinshur hadn't had some of the simulated deformable matter smuggled over to become nano-monitors, they might never have known about the team's reaction. And at this moment, this team had already gathered on a warship in international waters. Enough with the unnecessary words. Everyone knows why this unknown existence seminar was established. Let's share information first. The first to speak was Chief Engineer Liu from the Eastern Kingdom. Yes, he was also a member. At that moment, a video appeared on the projection screen in front of everyone. It was the video of the Black Sphere being discovered on the Eastern Kingdom space station. We can now confirm that the Black Sphere first appeared less than 10 kilometers from our Eastern Kingdom space station. Even with the video at the lowest frame rate, we couldn't see how it appeared. Furthermore, the Black Sphere remained relatively stationary with respect to the space station for a period of time. We calculated that this was definitely intentional. That's indeed the case. A scientist from the Western Alliance immediately spoke up. Did you notice that the Black Sphere remained in the same spot visible from the window throughout this time? Keep in mind, the space station is traveling at 8,000 meters per second. This statement caused many people's expressions to darken slightly. Even those who weren't scientists could clearly understand the meaning. The Black Sphere was deliberately keeping itself stationary with the space station. In fact, it could be considered deliberately exposed to the space station's observation range. The International Space Station is experiencing the same thing. The representative of the Nia Empire also took a deep breath. We discovered that the Black Sphere appeared directly outside the International Space Station's space window, visible to the naked eye, and remained there for 32 seconds before disappearing. The astronauts on the International Space Station were terrified, and some even prepared to return to Earth on the spot. Combined with the situation observed by numerous satellites, a near-factual guess had already formed in everyone's minds. That Black Sphere. It's telling us something, a representative said slowly, his voice incredibly dry. It's here. It's somewhat ironic. Countless scientists have tried every possible method to prove the existence of extraterrestrial life. Globally, films about aliens have been released one after another, enjoying enduring popularity, and even creating countless alien fans. However, when aliens actually cross endless galaxies and appear before us, they bring only unspeakable fear. This is another kind of professional love of dragons. But that's normal. The unknown inherently carries fear. The question we face now is, what should we do? The representative from the Western Alliance asked. Should we establish contact, or prepare for hostility? Furthermore, we must assess its technological level as thoroughly as possible. Vigilance is essential, but we absolutely cannot fire the first shot. The representative from the Eastern Kingdom immediately said, his face grave. You must understand, if one black sphere can come to Blue Star, then hundreds, tens of thousands of black spheres can come too. This is a very simple principle. Even if this black sphere couldn't conquer Blue Star, what's truly terrifying is the civilization behind it. The fact that the black sphere could even reach Blue Star means that their technology, at least in space technology, far surpasses humanity's. I think the first thing we need to do is establish contact. We can send radio signals, or communicate using symbols and other methods. Peace must be fought for. In any case, this is humanity's first contact with extraterrestrial life. We know almost nothing about the universe. A heated discussion gradually began, with various scenarios and suggestions being listed and analyzed one by one. Shinshur listened attentively. He couldn't help but admire the formidable wisdom of humanity. Even the Western Alliance, which had given him a bad impression in the past, had sent representatives who displayed the qualities expected of elites. Previously, as a commoner, his exposure to the world was far too limited. Among the elite of humanity, there are naturally many fools influenced by emotions, interests, beliefs, stances, arrogance, and other factors, but there is no shortage of true elites as well. He will inevitably have to deal with these people in the future, and he must keep his eyes wide open and distinguish them clearly. Chapter 29. Fortunately, Shinshur still had confidence. Perhaps his birth determined some of his shortcomings, but his current resources determined his extraordinary potential. In an interstellar world where even emotions can be controlled, what is there that cannot be cultivated? Currently, Shinshur focused his attention on the team's discussion, using simulated deformable matter to create a notebook, noting down all the key points and categorizing them. It must be said that some aspects truly broadened Shinshur's horizons. While the Western Alliance and the Eastern Kingdom appear to ordinary people as essentially hostile, having moved beyond mere quarrels, Shinshur only now realized that the two countries still had many areas of cooperation. The Western Alliance and the Nia Empire, seemingly close brothers, also had numerous conflicts of interest. And facing the mysterious alien visitor, the Black Sphere, the three major powers, while cooperating extensively, each harbored their own agendas. Some of these things might never be known to ordinary people. Shinshur watched in awe. Between individuals, love, hate, and grudges may dominate, but between groups, interests are paramount. Before they knew it, a day and a night had passed, and this symposium concerning the extraterrestrial visitors had finally yielded some results. Not only were preliminary agreements for various collaborations reached, but a decision was also made to actively probe the Black Sphere's intentions. Once the decision was made and approved by higher authorities, all the major radio telescopes on Blue Star directly transmitted radio signals towards the location of the Black Sphere. The signal content was also meticulously designed. It included sound, pattern encoding, text encoding. All the information was conveyed in a way they could imagine, expressing two words: peace. At this moment, Earth was like a toddler learning to walk, facing a colossal being hidden in the black mist, its movements fraught with danger. Every action had to be taken with extreme caution, lest this behemoth suddenly reveal a glimpse of its iceberg and crush them. Shinshur also felt it was about time. From the perspective of humanity's higher-ups, they naturally didn't want the news of suspected aliens visiting Earth to become public knowledge. This would bring chaos. For them, the best-case scenario was undoubtedly that the aliens could establish stable contact with the higher-ups of their respective countries. Secretly providing technology, advanced technology, etc., they would gradually release it for civilian use. However, there was no time. If there hadn't been an alien invasion, perhaps Shinshur would have lived up to everyone's expectations, becoming the protagonist of an urban sci-fi novel, using various futuristic technologies to gradually strengthen his homeland and benefit humanity. But facing the impending invaders, Shinshur knew very well that what he needed wasn't cooperation at a certain level, but the combined efforts of all humankind. The news of the aliens' existence might temporarily disrupt order. But if they couldn't resist the invaders, then the vast majority of people on this planet would lose even the right to create chaos. And so, not long after, the research team on the high seas suddenly learned of a shocking piece of news. What did you say? The Western Alliance representative, a man named Willard Richard, almost jumped up, his eyes wide as he stared at the messenger. Are you serious? Absolutely. The messenger wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression mirroring their own disbelief. It was clear he'd been wearing that expression for quite some time. The messengers from the other countries were in similar situations. To prevent aliens from possessing advanced electronic intrusion technology, all signals on their warship were blocked. To receive news from the outside world, they could only do so by sending messengers from surrounding warships. This was the practice for all countries. Clearly, they had all received the same message. The black ball replied. It replied shortly after they sent a radio message to the black ball, and it used the same radio. It even used the reply code from Earth. But unlike what they expected, this reply wasn't just for them, it was addressed globally. We encoded the radio signal from the black ball using various methods, but this is just to be safe, to avoid any hidden information. In reality, it only contains one sentence, to be precise, 4 characters. The communicator from the Eastern Kingdom, with an equally incredulous expression, told the Eastern representative, "I'm back." Yes, those 4 characters, and in the Eastern language, using the most common SMS code in the Eastern Kingdom. Most importantly, just 10 minutes ago, all televisions and all web pages worldwide displayed those 4 characters. The whole process lasted half a minute. We simply cannot understand this intrusion method. Nor can we stop it. Todd, the representative from the Eastern Kingdom, was a man in his early 40s, not fat but rather quite robust, yet sweat was constantly beading on his forehead. Clearly, he also realized what this situation meant. The aliens weren't going to hide their arrival. Is it really these 4 words? The same for other countries? He asked, getting to the point. It's the exact same message. I mean the text? The communicator replied. Todd took a deep breath. So many countries in the world, so many languages, yet the aliens specifically used the Eastern Kingdom language, saying "I'm back," and directly infiltrated television and the internet. Had those aliens previously visited the Eastern Kingdom? Or was this a message sent to someone from the Eastern Kingdom? The Black Sphere not only demonstrated its overwhelming electronic intrusion capabilities, but also broadcast its message to the entire world. What did it want? What exactly did "I'm back" mean? Todd didn't care about anything else and immediately opened the tablet the communicator had brought him. More detailed information was available, including numerous videos and photos. The television programs that were playing normally, even online television, instantly switched to displaying these 4 standard Eastern Chinese characters. The web pages did the same, prominently displaying these 4 characters in the most conspicuous font. After 30 seconds, everything immediately returned to normal. Without a doubt, the other party was not only extremely familiar with human media methods, but was also using this method to announce its existence to Earth. Chapter 30. A clamor had begun to erupt online. Countless netizens were discussing the phenomenon. What program is this? All the websites are showing those 4 big characters. What program could have such power? Holy crap, what amazing hackers. They hacked the entire network, even the television. I can say with certainty that no hacker in the world could achieve this. Shouldn't we be concerned about the meaning of "I'm back"? Maybe it's an electronic ghost. It died and entered the electronic world. Now it's returned. Clearly, these netizens in Dongwa were unaware that this incident was global. Even without receiving the news, Todd was certain that people in other countries would be even more shocked. Especially since the entire world was posting those 4 characters, Dongwa. By now, many were probably already shouting things like Dongwa hackers and large-scale invasion. However, none of that mattered. What truly matters is the purpose of that black sphere, or rather, the purpose of those extraterrestrial visitors. First, they deliberately exposed themselves to their view, then they made their voices heard publicly. What's next? What will they do next? Just as Todd was lost in thought, Willard arrived with representatives from the other countries. Mr. Todd, Willard said solemnly, you should already know the situation. Now, on behalf of more than a dozen major countries in the international community, I raise questions for you. We strongly suspect that the Eastern nation has withheld crucial information from us. This is an extremely irresponsible act towards all of humanity. Stop spreading rumors, Willard. Todd glanced at him dismissively. I can say with certainty that we, out of responsibility to all humanity, have shared all known information. It's you who have provided less than 1/10 of the satellite footage you collected. That's why I suspect you're hiding important information. Then how do you explain that the aliens use your language? Willard pressed further. How should I know? Todd said calmly. Perhaps our alien friends think Eastern languages are more suitable as a representative language of humanity, or perhaps they prefer our Eastern culture. After all, everyone on Earth knows that we possess the most brilliant, dazzling, and profound cultural heritage of all human civilization. Then how do you explain the words "I'm back"? Willard emphasized. Perhaps extraterrestrial friends have visited our country, Todd said casually, but we truly know nothing about it. We don't even know if the aliens are friend or foe, yet you keep calling them extraterrestrial friends. Does this mean your eastern country has already sided with the aliens? Was all of this part of your plan? A representative from a small country standing behind Willard couldn't help but jump out and accuse him. Before we know whether they are friend or foe, isn't contacting extraterrestrial friends in a peaceful manner the common ground we just established? You signed that agreement too. Or do you hope they aren't friends, but enemies? Can you represent your country's stance? Todd frowned slightly, and a hat was ruthlessly returned to him. You? This series of exchanges left Shinshur speechless. Most people would find it hard to believe that just minutes before, Willard and Todd had shaken hands warmly, chatting and laughing, their relationship seemingly amicable, as they finalized a cooperation agreement. However, that's about enough, Shinshur muttered to himself. He wasn't going to waste any more time. The next move had already begun. Less than 10 minutes later, another fleet of communication helicopters sped over, and numerous communication personnel rushed to their respective representatives, sweating profusely. Some even shouted from afar, "They're here! They're here!" Everyone's expression changed drastically. Clearly, in this situation, they could only refer to aliens. Slow down, don't rush. Willard even helped the leading Eastern messenger, speaking in broken Eastern language. Where did they go? The messenger glanced at Todd, and seeing him nod, he too, under everyone's gaze, slowly and clearly stated, "Half a minute ago, the black sphere monitored by the satellite fell straight towards Blue Star, then disappeared into the clouds, as if it had completely vanished. However, its trajectory before disappearing was straight. The target point is here." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Some representatives from smaller countries began to panic. The target is here? Did the aliens know they were discussing this here? What were they here for? Don't panic, Todd frowned, looked around, and said in a deep voice, if the aliens really intended to use force against us, could they really hide elsewhere? Besides, it seems more likely that the aliens are not hostile towards us. That's right. Willard seemed to be trying hard to remain calm. It's better that it's here. This might be the beginning of the fifth kind of contact. In the past, some scholars have categorized possible extraterrestrial contact into 9 types. The fifth type refers to, in a sense, humanity actively contacting extraterrestrial life or reaching a conscious and voluntary bilateral contact. This is undoubtedly the contact method that humanity currently hopes for. Just as Willard finished speaking, everything around them suddenly went dark. Everyone froze. Without looking up, they could already sense the enormous object high in the sky from the shadows on the ground. There was no sound of engines starting, no gusts of wind whipped up by air currents. The huge black sphere, like a phantom, arrived before them so abruptly and silently, they could even see it clearly by looking up. The black, metallic-looking, seemingly liquid-like, slowly flowing outer body, and its incredibly massive size, at least 1,000 meters in diameter, resembling a mountain. Adding to its inherent mystery, and the unknown, even the presence of over a dozen different types of warships surrounding them failed to provide any sense of security. Before this colossal entity, everyone was utterly overwhelmed by an immense sense of dread. This was an extraterrestrial being. Its mere arrival was enough to make this day forever etched in human history. They had no idea what awaited them. Everything before had, after all, been merely their conjecture. Chapter 31. The warship, contrary to Todd and the others' assumptions, didn't actually arrive directly in international waters. Instead, it first went to Haicheng, quietly picked up Shinshur, and then came here. Originally, Shinshur hadn't planned to contact the human leadership immediately. However, his observations over the past day had given him a general understanding of the people on board. Their participation as representatives of various nations in this symposium on the emergence of the Black Sphere, and even the signing of numerous cooperation agreements, signified their status and power. Moreover, having witnessed the prowess of these human elites, Shinshur realized he couldn't allow them to be too well prepared. This contact, outside their plans, would allow him to gain the upper hand. Yes, Shinshur's process was highly purposeful. Exposing the warship to the space station and satellites was to test the human leadership's reaction. Sending messages to the world was to demonstrate his no intention to hide attitude, and what followed was the truly important first contact, one that would determine the fate of all humanity. At this moment, Shinshur sat in the captain's cabin. Through the projected image on his personal terminal, he could still clearly see the reactions of the people outside. Even among elites, the differences were still apparent when faced with this unprecedented situation. The two who stood out the most were Todd and Willard. The signal jamming on the warship had long since been disarmed, and everyone was actively contacting their respective countries. Compared to the panic of the others, and even the incoherent speech of a few, these two's reports were the clearest, most concise, and they even offered their own opinions and requests. Then, they successfully obtained the right and qualification to represent their respective countries and make their first contact with the aliens. Let's begin, according to plan, Shinshur said slowly, having already adjusted his state. The original energy pattern in his mind was constantly appearing. The original energy on the warship, aided by the warship's AI, was continuously flowing into his consciousness. This kept him highly alert, and even strengthened his control over every inch of his body. If it weren't for this, he might not have dared to make contact with these human elites so quickly, because in the past, he was far too easily seen through. Yes, my lord, Sebastian bowed slightly. As the warship's AI, he didn't actually possess personal emotions, but through this period of familiarity, he could perfectly execute Shinshur's instructions. At this moment, a slow flow began on the warship's outer armor, like water being parted, revealing an entrance. This change was naturally noticed by the representatives of the various countries below. Immediately, some people became even more panicked. Calm down, mind your manners. Todd emphasized, addressing those around him. You are now representatives of humanity. Do not behave in any way that is disrespectful. Willard was even more direct. Anyone who disrupts this contact will face the retaliation of the entire Western Alliance. These two sentences clearly had an effect. Some of the more tense individuals pinched their arms or thighs hard, forcing themselves to calm down. At that very moment, an invisible force field enveloped them. Despite being able to feel gravity, they seemed to have lost it, slowly rising and flying towards the entrance emitting white light. Incomprehensible. A scientist cautiously moved his limbs, his face filled with shock. I can't feel how the force works. He felt no buoyancy lifting him from below, nor any upward pull. The only thing he could feel was the force of gravity as he fell. Even his clothes and other objects felt completely weightless. Yet they were flying. One scientist even let go of his pen, watching it fall to the ground. So how exactly did they fly? All the scientists looked bewildered. This was completely beyond their comprehension. Todd, observing these reactions, further intensified his suspicions about aliens. His superiors had instructed him to learn as much as possible about the technological capabilities of the aliens. From what he had witnessed, the tip of the iceberg, it could only be described as unfathomable and unfathomable. Even his initial efforts to calm himself were becoming increasingly tense. Regardless of whether the aliens appear friendly, human history has repeatedly demonstrated the consequences of natives encountering civilization. They are natives now. Willard undoubtedly has a deeper understanding of this. Therefore, he appears even more nervous than Todd. In this increasingly tense atmosphere, they finally arrived before the entrance. A closer look revealed an overwhelming sense of awe. The enormous black sphere, as large as a mountain, hovered silently and steadily in midair, without even the slightest tremor. In comparison, human aircraft can't even be considered flying. As the people at the front began to be submerged in the faintly glowing entrance, Todd subconsciously straightened his clothes. He then entered. He felt nothing while passing through, but afterward the space opened up before him. They had arrived at the same open area that Shinshur had entered. This should be the docking bay, Chief Engineer Lou whispered in Todd's ear, a place to dock smaller aircraft. Todd nodded slightly. They then realized that they were still suspended in midair. They could clearly feel gravity and sense their direction. Welcome, everyone, to the void. A clear, resonant Dongwa language suddenly rang out, startling everyone. When they saw the person who spoke, they couldn't help but hold their breath. This was a creature with snow-white skin, a slender and robust physique, and a height of over 2 meters. It had 6 limbs, with legs that looked almost identical to a human's, but 2 arms on each shoulder, one pair hanging naturally, the other raised. This was an alien. The alien even spoke Eastern language. Although its appearance was completely different from humans, it wasn't ugly at all. Even its face, covered with a few white jade-like crystals, possessed a symmetrical beauty. Not to mention its robust and slender body, and its exquisitely tailored clothing. While Willard and the others were still stunned, Todd, who had been prepared, stepped forward first. He bowed slightly. On behalf of the people of Blue Star, I welcome you to Blue Star. Willard's eyes twitched slightly, extremely annoyed. They beat them to it. And this guy is shameless. How can he represent the people of Blue Star? Did he even ask the Western Alliance? Unfortunately, being a step behind is being a step behind. Even if Willard is stupid, he wouldn't compete with Todd in this situation. Besides, he's not stupid. As for the others, they could only try their best to maintain friendly smiles, because few of them understood the Eastern language. Chapter 32. Countless people regretted not learning Dongwa, Eastern language, but who could have imagined that aliens would communicate with them in Dongwa? Even movies wouldn't dare portray such a thing. After Todd spoke, there was a long period of silence. Even Willard couldn't help but hold his breath. In this situation, even the slightest reaction from the other side made them suspicious. Willard was experiencing this feeling of diplomacy from a weak nation for the first time. In contrast, Todd appeared much calmer, maintaining his bowing posture. After a while, a slow voice came from ahead. "Save those words when you see the captain. I am not qualified to represent the Voight to receive your welcome." Although the tone was calm, both Todd and Willard could sense a lack of seriousness in it. Before them were merely the crew of the spaceship named Voight. Since the other party mentioned captain, it meant that a clear hierarchy existed on this ship, and a ruler existed. Todd and Willard exchanged a glance. They weren't sure if this was good news or bad news for Earth, for humanity. Because compared to dealing with a group, contact with an individual undoubtedly carries far more uncertainty. To put it bluntly, if the other party's technological strength was truly terrifying to a certain extent, then even a captain status on Earth would be no less than that of an emperor. They could influence billions of people based on their personal whims. Todd and Willard grew increasingly cautious. Their figures, inexplicably pulled, were slowly drawn towards each other. Behind the other was a vast, pale white light screen. This alien envoy, distinctly different from humans, seemed rather taciturn. Standing before them, his back turned, he showed no intention of speaking, which disappointed Todd and Willard, but neither dared to utter a word. Until they passed through the light screen. Before them lay a passageway that wasn't particularly narrow. It was roughly the width of a 3-lane road, with semi-transparent doors on either side, behind which were clearly rooms. Todd glanced carefully, his heart tightening. Behind those doors lurked numerous living beings. Most importantly, even with just a glimpse, he could clearly see that the shapes and appearances of those life forms were not the same as the alien before him. Was there more than one alien race on this ship, or was there more than one alien civilization? Todd was beginning to feel a chill run down his spine, as was Willard, because they understood what this meant. It meant that in the vast universe, still unknown to humanity, there might very well exist a massive interstellar society containing countless races and civilizations, and now, humanity, in its incredibly weak state, was about to step into this society. If this were truly the case, then they could only pray that this interstellar society possessed an order based on peace. Otherwise, for weak humanity, it would be a hell, because even if one civilization held goodwill towards humanity, it was impossible for all civilizations to be so, and if even one civilization held malice towards humanity and acted upon it, it would be a tremendous catastrophe for humanity. "These are the natives of this planet?" A voice suddenly interrupted Todd and Willard's thoughts, and they all looked forward simultaneously. It was an alien creature standing before some kind of door. Completely different from what they had seen before, its lower body consisted of 8 tentacle-like limbs, while its upper body had no hands, only a long, protruding head with no eyes, just a round, constantly writhing mouth, revealing rows of sharp, ferocious teeth. It had the look of a grotesque alien from a movie. "TSK, TSK. The grotesque alien uttered a low, sinister sound. "Looks quite delicious." A long snake-like head emerged from its mouthparts, dripping with green slime, and flicked gently. Some of the more timid members of the human group shuddered violently. Even Todd and Willard froze instantly. Although they couldn't see the alien's eyes, they could almost feel a wet, greedy gaze sweeping over them. It was as if the worst had already happened, but just as their spirits were sinking, the white-skinned guide ahead said in a deep voice, "Priestley, stop teasing them." "What does it matter, Heng Yu?" The feeling of being stared at receded like the tide. The alien creature named Priestley waved several tentacles, and laughed loudly. "Look at their reaction, how adorable. How long has it been since we've seen such pure natives? I bet they believed it just now." Those who couldn't understand the Eastern language still tried to maintain their smiles, but these smiles were stiff. Even without understanding, they could sense the mockery in the tone. Those who did understand could only remain completely silent. Even the inherently arrogant Willard could only clench his fist slightly, yet still force a smile. With a sigh of relief, they realized. The aliens seemed different from those in human imaginations. Their words and actions seemed very similar to humans. But it was precisely because of this that they were even more dangerous. It can only be said that humans understand themselves best. "Priestley," the guide, called Heng Yu, lowered his voice, but with a chilling tone, said, "Do I need to remind you who was the native you last met?" These words seemed to suddenly choke Priestley. Todd and the others even clearly saw the tentacles that had been constantly flying around tremble violently. Then, as if all its strength had drained away, it collapsed to the ground. My work isn't finished yet. The alien creature, who had just been mocking Todd and the others, couldn't utter a single word and slunk back into the door behind it. Don't mind him. Hengyu then turned around, looking at Todd and the others with his equally jade-like eyes, and said, the Valians are known for their brutality and hostility towards all living beings except themselves. This isn't directed at you, and besides, on this ship, he can only make jokes. Chapter 33. Mr. Hengyu, may I address you as such? Todd asked casually. Since this guide had taken the initiative to speak, it would be unbecoming of an elite not to respond. This time, however, the alien named Hengyu did not remain silent. Yes. Although it was just two simple words, it was enough to make Todd and Willard overjoyed. Being willing to speak to them was at least a form of friendliness. Moreover, they desperately needed to know the information on this spaceship. Mr. Hengyu, why are you all communicating in Dongla language? Willard asked, voicing his biggest question. If this was for the aliens' convenience in communicating with them, then there was no need for them to use Dongla language even when conversing with each other. It's a good language, especially in expressing emotions, Hengyu continued, leading the way. This explanation clearly couldn't explain why they also used Dongla language among themselves. But Todd didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he inquired about another crucial one. I noticed that your ship seems to carry more than one race. Upon hearing this, Willard, who had been about to continue questioning the Eastern language, fell silent. Because it was indeed a crucial question. It concerned the origins of the other side. More importantly, it concerned the possible existence of interstellar societies in the universe. This spaceship, and the appearance of these aliens before them, had revealed a vast and mysterious extraterrestrial society to them. At this moment, their primary concern wasn't the already answered question of extraterrestrial existence, but rather the question of what interstellar societies are like, a question that would determine the future of humanity. Because Todd and the others knew very well, whether humanity liked it or not, from this moment on, they had effectively stepped into interstellar society. Stepped into the Star Age. The void didn't come from any particular race or civilization, but from a corporate civilization. A corporate civilization? Todd and Willard exchanged a glance. At that moment, they were suddenly incredibly grateful that the aliens were using the language of the Eastern Kingdom. Otherwise, they couldn't have grasped such crucial information through such simple communication. Interstellar society also has corporations, and since it's a corporation, then it's understandable that there are so many aliens from different races on the ship. Those must be employees hired from different races and civilizations. Combining this with what Hengyu had just said to Priestley, and the message I'm back, a somewhat delightful guess surfaced in Todd's mind. There might be humans on this spaceship. And they might even be from the East. Their status might even be quite high. Just as Todd and Willard were about to ask more questions, Hengyu suddenly stopped. We arrived. He turned around, making way for them. The captain is waiting for you. Before them was a portal of light. They were about to meet the actual ruler of this spaceship, and possibly even a representative of a corporate civilization. Both Todd and Willard straightened their posture, and even had the others carefully adjust their clothing. Just before entering, Todd seemed to suddenly remember something. Facing Hengyu, he solemnly said, Humanity will always remember Mr. Hengyu's kindness to us, but, sir, before meeting your captain, is there anything you can teach us? Upon hearing this, Willard's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but admire Todd. That's a very clever question. From this perspective, the question could be interpreted as asking what to be aware of when meeting the captain, but it could also be interpreted as what can you tell us natives about this universe? The former would prevent their question from seeming presumptuous, while the latter answer could potentially yield crucial information. Perhaps even advice on how humanity could survive in this drastically changed universe. Hengyu didn't remain silent. After seemingly pondering for a moment, he slowly said, There's a saying among humans. To fall behind is to be bullied. This is a universal truth. These words caused Todd and Willard's hearts to sink. The slight joy they had felt vanished instantly. They had indeed received the advice they wanted, but it seemed less than ideal. To fall behind is to be bullied? Undoubtedly, compared to these civilizations that had already ventured into space, humanity was incredibly backward. Finally, Todd slowly bowed to Hengyu. Thank you for your guidance. Then, he stepped into the portal. A white streak of light flashed before his eyes, and his vision cleared. Even though Todd was prepared for all sorts of possible scenarios, he couldn't help but gasp. And a series of gasps followed behind him. Every human who entered stared wide-eyed, trembling. It's no wonder they reacted this way. Because what lay before them couldn't be described as a mere room, but a vast world. Soft sand sank beneath their feet, a clear blue sky hung overhead, and as far as the eye could see, a boundless ocean stretched out before them. They could even hear the crashing waves and feel the salty, damp sea breeze. Seagulls could even be seen circling on the horizon. No matter how you looked at it, this was the seaside, an incredibly real seaside. Spatial teleportation? Or a 3D projection? A scientist shakily crouched down and grabbed a handful of sand. The weight, the texture, everything here was incredibly real. "Let's go, mind your manners," Todd whispered to those behind him. After taking a deep breath, he led the way towards the beach. There, a parasol and 2 beach chairs were already laid out. Although they had suspected something was amiss, they still couldn't help but tremble as they approached. They found it all utterly unbelievable, because, right in the center of the room, on that beach chair, lay a person. Yes, a person. Wearing sunglasses, dressed in a brightly colored beach shirt, revealing fair skin, by all accounts, he was a human being, a person of Asian descent. This was the captain of this alien spaceship? At this point, if someone told them it was all just a dream, Todd and the others might actually believe it. Some had even pinched themselves hard. The pain told them it was all real. "Sit down. There's only one chair. The rest of you sit on the floor." Shinshur removed his sunglasses, looked at them, his tone casual, but seemingly brooking no argument. Chapter 34. There was only one chair. Todd immediately reacted and sat down without hesitation, facing Shinshur sideways. However, he naturally couldn't lie down as casually as Shinshur. He sat upright. He then instructed the others to sit on the beach. Willard, and the Nia Empire representative, who didn't understand the Eastern language, vaguely realized what the chair meant. Willard was particularly annoyed, but dared not show it in the slightest. They could only sit down where they were. Shinshur's human appearance had indeed brought them immense shock, but they didn't relax too much because of it. Everything they had just witnessed had already put immense pressure on them. As the first humans to board the alien spaceship and have made contact with aliens, they were almost subconsciously maintaining a high level of concentration. Shinshur observed their reactions and nodded to himself. Humans fear the unknown. To prevent these people from relaxing, underestimating, or even losing control of their greed after learning of his human identity, Shinshur made many preparations. Those aliens were all created from simulated shape-shifting matter. Each one was a template of an alien recorded in the control program of the simulated shape-shifting matter, identical to the real one in shape and racial characteristics. This inspiration came from when I was helping AIXINer make a scene. If simulated shape-shifting matter could be used to create bodyguards and secretaries, fabricating the identity of a super-rich second generation, then why couldn't it transform into an alien, creating an interstellar identity powerful enough to intimidate the world and gain the upper hand in in-depth exchanges? You see, the same gun in the hands of an ordinary person might be questioned for its authenticity. But in the hands of a policeman, it carries entirely different weight. The same words spoken by an ordinary person carry completely different weight than those spoken by a billionaire. As for Shinshur's past, which he could easily investigate on Earth, that's even simpler. Shinshur didn't trust his family on Earth, so he left an android to live there in his place. It's perfectly reasonable. Even his ostentatious display a few weeks ago is irrelevant. A triumphant return home, a chance to flaunt it to his first love. Once the identity is successfully established, no one can imagine that he achieved all this in just over 10 days. Moreover, both the information he possesses and the gun in his hand are incredibly real. That's his greatest confidence. No need to guess, I am human. Shinshur breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression remained unchanged, speaking casually without a smile. These words immediately caused a slight commotion. Even those who couldn't understand Dongwa language received whispered explanations from those who could. The shock was almost indescribable. Even after seeing Shinshur's appearance, most of them were actually wondering if this was a pose he adopted to communicate with them. After all, compared to that, the fact that the captain of the alien spaceship was human was even more unbelievable. But now, the other party had personally admitted that he was human. "Excuse me for asking," Todd asked cautiously, suppressing his excitement. "Sir, are you from Dongwa?" "That's right." Shinshur nodded slightly. "Dongwa is my homeland." It was really true. The Dongwa people in this team were instantly excited. Chief Engineer Liu even clenched his fist. The captain of the alien spaceship was Dongwa, and those who weren't Dongwa, even Willard, couldn't help but look at Todd and his group with envy and jealousy. How could they not be jealous? Just because the man before them was Dongwa, all the aliens on the entire spaceship spoke Dongwa. That wasn't the key point. The key point was the clearly visible, enormous benefits that could drive all of humanity crazy. How much unimaginable technology had they witnessed and experienced on their journey here? Even a small leap would be enough to completely change the world. The value of this spaceship alone was unimaginable, not to mention, this was likely just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, Willard and the others had only one thought in their minds. The East might just conquer the world. No way. Willard gritted his teeth, forcing the most genuine smile he ever shown in his life. In his awkward Eastern language, he explained to Shinshur, "Sir, your achievements surpass all the great figures of the past and present. This is the pride of all mankind. I can already imagine how many people around the world will go crazy for your return." A string of enthusiastic praise poured out, as if he didn't need to think. Even Todd couldn't help but inwardly curse him for being shameless. But just as Todd was about to shamelessly offer some compliments, he noticed that no matter how much Willard flattered him, the man's expression remained completely unchanged. Even his gaze remained unwavering. Incredibly deep. So profound. It sent a shiver down his spine. He immediately realized that even if the man before him was truly human, he couldn't possibly be like an ordinary person. To be able to control such a massive spaceship and manage so many aliens of different races in the vast universe, as a human, was no simple feat. This flattery was utterly meaningless. The slight relief Todd had felt upon learning the captain was from the East vanished instantly. He even became more serious. Willard also realized that his words had no effect. While inwardly groaning, he relied on his thick skin to stop without flinching, as if nothing had happened. Shinshur took in their subtle reactions, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Everyone loves to hear compliments, especially the flattery and praise from a foreign elite, which made him even happier. However, when interacting with these people, one must absolutely not allow themselves to be easily swayed by their emotions. An air of mystery must be maintained. This is why being an emperor is difficult. Even with power and influence, every word and action is constantly scrutinized. If one isn't clever enough to grasp the overall situation, one will be used, controlled, or even manipulated. Thank you, Origin Energy. Shinshur's mind was filled with countless thoughts, but with the aid of the warship's Origin Energy, he revealed not a trace of him. He reached out, and a cup of fruit tea with lemon appeared in his palm, still covered in clear ice dew. Actually, he picked up the fruit tea and took a sip, speaking slowly and deliberately. "I originally had no intention of meeting you, nor did I plan to return. I even created a simulacrum to replace my existence long ago. After all, the universe has its own environment and rules, which I have adapted to. Earth has its own rules, and returning here might not be a good thing for me, for you, or for Earth." Chapter 35. As he spoke, a touch of melancholy subtly crept into Shinshur's eyes. This was, of course, intentional. Amplified by the power of primal energy, this hint of melancholy naturally drew everyone's attention. They could even imagine the hardships and dangers a native from Earth would face in the universe. Moreover, those with more sensitive minds, such as Todd and Willard, undoubtedly grasped the deeper meaning behind Shinshur's words. Indeed, his return might not necessarily be a good thing. As the other party said, the universe has its own rules. Perhaps these rules are barbaric and brutal. Perhaps they are unrestrained and without taboos. If such a person, carrying overwhelming technology and even military force, returns to Earth, can Earth's laws, morals, rules, and order still restrain him? What consequences would arise if someone foolishly offended him, or even attacked him? If he wanted to rule the entire world, wanted to be an emperor, wanted to be a dictator, could anyone stop him? And what about the alien interest groups that might be behind him? These things were things they couldn't help but consider, things they couldn't ignore. Because, since this spaceship descended upon the world, announcing the existence and power of alien civilization, humanity's fate, humanity's future, has been on a dividing line. Falling into an abyss or soaring to the clouds might only be a hair's breadth apart, a single thought away, perhaps. Shinshur's words were a reminder, a warning. Todd's heart grew increasingly cautious. The image of Shinshur in his mind has changed again and again. Not only is his background mysterious, his experience mysterious, and his power powerful, but his thoughts are also mysterious and unfathomable. However, he naturally wouldn't reveal these concerns under these circumstances. Because whether he was worried or not, this man had already arrived. "Sir, I have a different opinion on that." Todd carefully chose his words, smiling. For the people of the East, no matter how wonderful the outside world is, their homeland always holds special significance. That's right, Willard's words were much more direct. "Blue Star will always be your homeland, sir, forever." The closest connection they could establish with Shinshur at this moment was between homeland and race. And this was precisely the topic Shinshur needed. This time, he remained silent for a long time. Only when Todd and the others began to feel uneasy did he slowly say, "You're right. This is, after all, my homeland, where my family and my longing reside." Todd and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But then they heard Shinshur continue, "Therefore, I had to come back, at least to take those I care about and escape from here." Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Even those who couldn't understand the Eastern language sensed the change in atmosphere, let alone the few who could. They stared blankly at the Easterners beside them, at their suddenly frozen expressions. In fact, even Todd's smile froze. He wondered if he had misheard. Just now, the other party had indeed used the word escape. Escape from Earth? Why? A chill seemed to creep up his spine from his feet. It seemed as if it wanted to devour all the warmth. But before he could ask any further questions, Shinshur, as if opening a floodgate, continued, "I know that humanity's exploration of the universe has only just begun. You know almost nothing about the deeper layers of the universe, but—" He shook his head, seemingly letting out a silent sigh. "The universe is far from as wonderful as you imagine." Gulp. Many people couldn't help but swallow, their expressions filled with surprise and uncertainty. This sentence was almost a blatant statement. Todd remembered the words the alien named Hingyu had given him before he entered. To fall behind is to be beaten. The ominous feeling in his heart reached its peak. "What do you mean by that, sir? Could you elaborate?" He noticed that even his voice involuntarily trembled. Simply put, Shinshur's dark eyes swept over them, and he spoke slowly and clearly. "An alien nomadic fleet has discovered and set its sights on Blue Star. Within 3 years, an alien invasion war will engulf the entire planet." Boom! Everyone who understood felt their heads explode. Alien invaders. After learning of alien existence, what is humanity most afraid of? Alien invaders. The fate of some invaded natives in human history is still vivid in our minds. A vast technological gap resulted in one side being powerless to resist. And what about the technological gap between humanity and alien invaders? Just look at what's before us, and you know how much technology, far beyond human comprehension and imagination, was contained within this. Even elites like Todd and Willard were deathly pale, their expressions dazed, their inner terror almost indescribable. The worst-case scenario had actually occurred. "Sir," Todd stared intently at Shinshur, barely remembering his mission, and asked hesitantly, "Is the information accurate?" "When I received the news that interstellar nomadic fleet had already set off," Shinshur said slowly. "The 3 years I mentioned referred to the fleet's time on the road. The reconnaissance forces might even have arrived. This was a calculation based on the invaders' navigational technology. Although future humans knew very little about the history that had been sealed and deleted, they possessed a profound understanding of the invaders they had resisted for 600 years. This was one of the reasons Shinshur was confident in his decision to take action. As for whether the invaders would arrive, Shinshur had actually fantasized that this history was not the future of their world. But unfortunately, as time passed, the connection between him and Shirling seemed to deepen. Therefore, an inexplicable yet undeniable feeling told him that this was the future of this world, the future of this blue planet, and this statement undoubtedly shattered the last illusions of Todd and the others. Peace was about to vanish. War, perhaps even a war of certain defeat, far more brutal than any before, was about to arrive. That would mean countless sacrifices, endless suffering, and perhaps even the end of humanity. Chapter 36. Unlike the countless films and novels that have been written and adapted to death, when it truly becomes reality, everyone will be terrified. Because reality has no protagonist, and no miracles. "Sir!" Todd's voice was even starting to hoarse. His eyes were slightly red as he stared intently at Shinshur, asking each word carefully, "Is this war of aggression truly unstoppable?" Shinshur was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "This involves many forces unimaginable to humankind." "Then please tell us, sir. What are these forces?" Todd's tone was firm. He seemed to have regained a moment of calm. Willard was also watching Shinshur intently. This surprised Shinshur. To be honest, when he first saw those images and learned of this news, his heart was filled with despair. If it weren't for Shirling and the future trading market supporting him, he couldn't imagine how desperate and broken he would have been. Is this the quality of human elites? A glimmer of hope appeared in Shinshur's heart. His greatest fear was that humanity itself would lose the will to resist. In that case, even with the time crystal and the trading market 3,000 years in the future, he would be powerless. "Are you truly prepared?" Shinshur asked meaningfully. Knowing more might only lead to greater despair. Even without despair, nothing can be changed. Todd clenched his fists, slowly exhaled, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Ever since we realized the existence of aliens, we considered the worst-case scenario of an alien invasion. But even if it does happen, what can we do besides fight back with all our might? Besides, he paused, then looked at Shinshur, a strange light gleaming in his eyes. Humanity isn't entirely ignorant about the universe, about interstellar space, about enemies, is it? Shinshur, caught in that gaze, suddenly understood. Yes. His appearance was like a lifeline for them, a human, having acquired a spaceship in space, even managing so many aliens from different civilizations and races. He even knew in advance that Earth was about to be invaded and rushed back to inform them. What else could this be but a lifeline? With Shinshur around, things were far better than a sudden invasion. However, even with preparations, being stared at like that still put Shinshur under considerable pressure. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "I've been back for about 10 days. Todd, Willard, and the others were all taken aback, but said nothing, listening intently. Shinshur's expression remained largely unchanged, only his tone became calmer. As if talking to himself, he said, "I originally just wanted to pick up my family and leave quietly, but before that, I couldn't resist experiencing a life I never experienced on Earth before, and meeting some people I thought I'd never see again." Todd and Willard's eyes brightened instantly. They exchanged a glance. They could both see the surprise in each other's eyes. Clearly, this meeting was likely closely related to that person I thought I'd never see again. This further proves that the crucial man before them still possessed feelings for humanity. When I realized, Shinshur glanced at them calmly, his expression softening slightly, that I might prefer life on Blue Star, I decided to do everything I could to secure a chance of victory for you, for humanity. That's it. Finally receiving a positive answer and understanding the other party's attitude, Todd and Willard trembled with excitement. When they learned of the alien invasion, even without complete certainty of its veracity, they felt the same despair. However, despair stemmed from the information Shinshur provided, and so did hope. "Sir, if you are willing to help us, we will absolutely not let you down," Willard said impatiently. His greatest fear now was that the aliens would indeed take their families and friends and flee. Then humanity left on Blue Star would be forced to face the invaders without any knowledge of the enemy, or even any direction. Just thinking about that situation made him shudder. "If I'm disappointed, it means humanity has lost," Shinshur glanced at Willard and said calmly. "You will lose everything. And I can still escape." His earlier words weren't just to justify his actions a dozen days prior, but also to try and build a closer relationship with humanity. An air of mystery needed to be established, and a background even more so. However, Shinshur didn't want to completely sever ties with humanity. If he truly changed the future, he would remain on Earth. Therefore, he also needed to show his human side, to demonstrate his connection with humanity. His concern for his family and first love would be quite fitting. However, he also needed to strike a balance. He could do everything in his power to change the future, but he couldn't shoulder all the responsibility and pressure. This wasn't a question of whether he wanted to bear it or not. It was because he clearly understood that when everyone sees you as a hero, any failure becomes a cardinal sin. Given the opportunity, I believe we will seize it. This is for the future of humanity," Todd said solemnly, his eyes shining brightly. That's right, Willard nodded repeatedly. As for the others who understood, most of them, amidst the intense emotional turmoil, were panting heavily, their gazes and feelings incredibly complex. "I hope you can remain so optimistic after learning the specifics," Shinshur said noncommittally, simply raising his fruit tea again, taking a sip as if to moisten his throat, and slowly saying, "This universe is far more vast than humanity imagines." It was like the opening monologue of a grand film. Everything around them, the blue sky, the undulating sea, even the soft sand beneath their feet, began to distort, then receded like the tide. The vast, boundless universe slowly emerged. All that could be seen were countless stars. Who among them had ever truly experienced the universe? They were all captivated by this incredibly wondrous scene. Chief Engineer Liu was trembling with excitement. Even though he had realized through gravity and the sensation beneath him that everything before him was an illusion, not the real universe. But so what? Chapter 37. As someone behind the scenes exploring the universe, how could he not have a love for it? A dream of traveling to space. Originally, this was a fantasy he could never realize in his lifetime, but now, in a different way, it had come true. The others, perhaps not sharing Chief Engineer Liu's passion, were equally amazed by the incredibly realistic environment and the powerful technology on the spaceship. One of them, seemingly realizing something, reached into his pocket, his expression instantly turning to shock. He had just grabbed a handful of sand and put it in his pocket. But now, it had vanished without a trace. He was completely dumbfounded. Recalling the realistic feel of that handful of sand, he was still somewhat dazed. What was real? What was fake? But the power of alien technology had only just begun to unfold. The entire universe is an infinite sea of stars. Shinshir's unhurried voice slowly drifted over. No one can know how many lives have been born in the universe, how many civilizations, how many unknown beings have emerged. But there will always be civilizations that gradually develop, begin building spaceships, and begin exploring the universe. Everyone who understood Dongwa, Eastern language, tensed up, listening intently, not wanting to miss a single word. Those who didn't understand could only whisper and plead for a quiet translation from the Dongwa speakers. Because everyone understood. The captain before them, this man, was lifting a corner of the veil of mystery surrounding the universe, a mystery to humanity beyond measure. What will happen when these civilizations become more numerous and begin to contact each other? Shinshir's gaze swept across the assembled crowd. He seemed to be doing more than just explaining. Chief Engineer Lu quickly responded, will they gradually form a unique interstellar society through constant probing, cooperation, and warfare? Correct. Shinshir nodded. In an instant, the universe seemed to flow rapidly, as if traversing an infinite distance in a single moment. A gigantic, bright yellow planet appeared before them. Some couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was enormous. It even had 6 moons orbiting it. And it also possessed a massive, yellow star. A magnificent spectacle, only conceived in the vast galaxy, unfolded before them. This is Wishing, the closest known homeworld to Earth that has given rise to civilization, only 18 nodes away, Shinshir said. Some people keenly grasped the information contained in Shinshir's words. What we know so far means that even Shinshir isn't certain if other civilizations exist within this vast area, and a node is undoubtedly a unit of distance. Todd and Willard memorized this information. They glanced at their scientists, who were all beaming with excitement, and seemed to understand why the other side had brought them along. Because even the most basic science contains a wealth of knowledge and information invaluable to humanity. The civilization on Mustar is an intelligent species that calls itself Wa, and their development is about 800 years ahead of current humans. As Shinshir spoke, dense clusters of space stations began to appear around Wishing. Even on those 6 satellites, massive, metallic-looking immigrant cities began to emerge. Even without Shinshir saying it, they could roughly guess how the 800 years time frame was calculated. It was 800 years ahead, based on humanity's current rate of development. When they saw the various shaped spaceships appear, some commotion inevitably arose among the crowd. Humanity had only just stepped into space, and the enemy already possessed such a massive spaceship fleet. Did that mean the enemy already had the ability to invade them? Were they the invaders mentioned earlier? Shinshir seemed oblivious to the commotion. He continued, just like humans, the Voss, after venturing into interstellar space, continuously expanded outwards, leaving their star systems to explore more territories and search for other life and civilizations in the universe. After developing warp drives and achieving near light speed travel, they spent hundreds of years finding a planet they named Ha just 6 nodes away. The galaxy began to flow again. This time, everyone was stunned once more. Because what appeared before them was a deep blue planet. At first glance, they almost mistook it for Earth. Planet Ha, as you can see, has an ecosystem highly similar to Earth. It has oceans, land, forests, life, and even no civilization has yet developed. The scene zoomed out, and everyone seemed to have experienced a dreamlike time travel, landing on planet Ha as the environment changed. A lush, vibrant planet unfolded before them. Giant creatures resembling dinosaurs, various strange plants never seen before, and even climate change, thunder roared high in the sky, and torrential rains, representing the water cycle, poured down. Some scientists were incredibly excited. This scene, this planet, wasn't this exactly what humanity had been searching for all along? The mere news of its existence was enough to create a massive wave across humanity. This wave could even accelerate the development of space technology by at least a century, because migrating here would become humanity's greatest dream after continuously destroying the environment of Earth. But they suddenly realized this planet had already been discovered by the Voss. Sigh. Chief Engineer Lu sighed subconsciously. Then, as if returning from delusion to reality, his face was filled with self-mockery. They were about to be invaded by an alien fleet, and they were still dreaming. It's a pity that these aerospace workers could have discovered this planet sooner. At the very least, it would have propelled the further development of space technology. The Voss exploration fleet has discovered this planet. Shinshir's unhurried voice continued. They are overjoyed and immediately prepare to send a message back and launch a large-scale migration to develop everything on this planet. Willard couldn't help but nod slightly. A human would do the same. But he didn't know why Shinshur was telling him all this. Could this civilization, the closest to Earth, be the invaders and Shinshur? He picked up his fruit tea again and took a sip. Then, in that storytelling tone, he slowly said, "And so, the Vo civilization perished." Chapter 38. Silence. A deathly silence. Willard's mouth gaped open, his pupils bulged, and a lingering bewilderment remained in his gaze. What was he doing? What had he heard? Was a large part of the conversation missing? How could a civilization that had developed a powerful space fleet be destroyed like this? The real name of this planet is Darcy. Shinshur pointed to the life-bearing planet before him, which seemed even more prosperous and vibrant than Earth. It did not develop a native civilization, but it already belonged to an interstellar society. With just this one sentence, the others understood Shinshur's meaning. Their gazes towards this beautiful, healthy, and extremely habitable planet had changed. No longer filled with longing as before, but now tinged with fear and trembling. It already had an owner, and merely being discovered had destroyed a powerful civilization that had already stepped out of its home planet and become an interstellar civilization. The scene shifted. Back to the Vo's home planet. This time, what people saw was utter silence. No more spaceships flew by. Even the seemingly incredibly advanced space stations had ceased operation, and the enormous, magnificent space cities no longer shone. People didn't know what had happened to the Vo people civilization. In fact, there didn't appear to be much destruction. But they could imagine how much despair was contained in Shinshur's casual remark, as if it were merely the death of an insignificant little animal. In the universe, a vast civilization, with countless lives, was treated with such contempt. Sir, Todd suddenly noticed a crucial detail in Shinshur's words, and couldn't help but ask, interstellar societies. Are there more than one? Of course, Shinshur nodded. Just now, he had used the adjective one interstellar society. This was certainly not a slip of the tongue. In human civilization, a society refers to a collective of people from a certain class or group. These individuals have certain relationships, and through these relationships, they cooperate to achieve certain goals. Shinshur recited the explanation as if reciting a memorized text, then added, interstellar societies are the same. The individuals within them are individual races, individual civilizations. Todd and the others seemed to understand. Shinshur had already explained this at the beginning. The so-called interstellar society refers to a society gradually formed as more and more civilizations began to enter the universe, began to meet in interstellar space, and then, through continuous probing, cooperation, and even war. Clearly, the Voran civilization was one such unfortunate civilization that stumbled into this interstellar society comprised of countless other civilizations. And what they encountered was war. Todd had already realized something. He took a slight breath and couldn't help but ask, could it be that the civilization seeking to invade us also originated from this interstellar society? That's right. Shinshur nodded gently. The interstellar society he referred to was actually the mold system, with ranchers at the top of the pyramid. The civilization that occupied the planet Darcy and conquered the Vo people was a third tier, or sea level, civilization within the mud system. Even in the universe 3,000 years later, even belonging to the same system, this civilization still instilled immense fear in humanity, a fact clearly documented in the information database. After all, it was the closest to Earth. Shinshur's confirmation undoubtedly stirred up another storm in everyone's hearts, bringing with it an even heavier sense of despair. Just as Shinshur had said at the beginning, sometimes, the more you know, the more despair you feel. They already had a rough concept of an interstellar society. It was a colossal entity composed of countless civilizations. Even the Vo people, whose development predated humanity's by hundreds of years, had perished so easily. What could humanity use to resist, and by what right could they resist? Some people already wore expressions of despair, their eyes turning bloodshot and their faces pale. Unless someone is completely unattached and has long since given up hope, no one is immune to the fear of the apocalypse, the fear of losing everything they have. But Todd still retained a sliver of reason. What sustained him at this moment was still Shinshur's words. Give humanity a chance to win. So we still have a chance, right, sir? Todd stared intently at Shinshur. Upon hearing this question, everyone, including Willard, stared intently at Shinshur. Shinshur remained silent for a moment. Then, he nodded firmly. That's right, we have a chance. He wouldn't appear if there was absolutely no chance. This opportunity was a judgment he made after learning more about the future. Who? Even Todd, at this moment, seemed to let out a long sigh, his limbs feeling weak. A chance is good. He could already imagine the chaos that would ensue when these words and news reached his homeland. But as long as there was a chance, he believed despair wouldn't be the dominant theme. If the civilization that invaded Blue Star is the same one that destroyed the Voran civilization, then I won't appear before you, Shinshur said directly. I will take everyone I care about, maybe some souvenirs, some humans as a spark, and then leave cleanly and decisively, because staying is meaningless. Todd lowered his gaze slightly. He understood that this was the other party's stance. The other party could help them, but if things became unfavorable, they wouldn't stay to perish with humanity. However, Todd didn't see anything wrong with this, because the other side said they would take away humanity's spark. If things really reached that point, a point where humanity had no choice but to perish, the spark would be hope. Willard, from the Western Alliance, felt nothing was amiss. He even murmured to himself, God wanted to destroy the world, so he commanded Noah to build the ark. His eyes grew brighter, even showing a hint of excitement. Even though Willard wasn't a devout believer, at this moment, Shinshur's appearance was so similar to Noah building the ark. Shinshur glanced at him. He had naturally heard that whisper. But if it was just to be Noah once, then he didn't need to appear at all. Despair had been given enough. It was time to give some hope. What I just told you happened 700 years ago, Shinshur said again, raising his head to gaze at the planet before him. The Vo people civilization is gone, but the Vo people themselves are not extinct. Chapter 39. Civilization perished, yet humanity still exists? Todd and the others struggled to comprehend this. But they instinctively knew this was far from a good thing. Profit is the dominant theme in interstellar society as well. War is merely a means to acquire profit, and intelligent beings possess considerable value in interstellar space. Shinshur straightened his back, his gaze sweeping over each of them, and slowly said, whether it's humans or the Voran, the reason for the invasion lies in this profit. Of course, the original sin remains weakness. Everyone who understood these words gaped, their expressions dazed. It was as if the endless universe around them had transformed into an abyss leading to hell. In the information age, who doesn't know the saying, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime? Even if not all alien civilizations are inherently brutal and warlike, even if there are still peace-loving civilizations, as long as the struggle for interests is involved, the entire universe will inevitably be bloodstained. Especially when these interests even include intelligent life itself. If you don't fight for interests, if you don't strive to become stronger, then you are the one being fought for and invaded. So that's how it is, darkness. Chief Engineer Lu's body swayed slightly, seemingly finding it hard to accept that the universe he and countless astronauts loved so dearly was covered in endless bloodshed. You're right. Shinshur glanced at him. The essence of the universe is darkness. Before the birth of a peaceful order, everywhere is inevitably chaos and darkness. This principle is so simple that even a middle school student who has studied history can understand it. Those present could easily understand. The reason for such pain and suffering was simply that it did not align with the current interests of the Blue Star people. It would even bring endless danger to Blue Star, to humanity, and to themselves. However, even if the apocalypse were to come, in the moments leading up to its arrival, humanity would still have to face everything. Therefore, Shinshur did not give them any time to prepare. He continued, this interstellar society has, in reality, formed an order that maximizes profit. Over 99% of the individuals of the Vo people have become spoils of war, a fate infinitely more desperate than slavery. However, 1% of individuals have been mercifully granted a sliver of freedom. They have become part of this interstellar society, becoming hyenas, wandering endlessly, searching for redemption that can never be reached. The scene shifted again. A completely different fleet slowly sailed out from the Vo people's homeworld. Metal and flesh intertwined, each a prison to the other. Just looking at their grotesque forms evoked endless agony, as if they had fallen into hell, becoming demons consumed by flames, venting their pain on everything that witnessed it. Everyone, in a daze, understood something. Todd, in particular, stared intently at the fleet. These, very likely, were the invaders. No matter how tragic their history, no matter how painful their present, they were humanity's enemy. This is the enemy Blue Star must face. Shinshur's words confirmed their suspicions. He too was watching the fleet, continuing, the Vo people can no longer be called a civilization. Their technology has been completely replaced, their original tech tree, culture, and heritage utterly destroyed. The so-called interstellar nomadic fleet refers to a fleet that has forever lost its home planet, lost its future, and will forever wander the stars, invading until its complete annihilation. They were the ranchers' hyenas. Shinshur was just like the people before him. The more he learned, the more he felt the cruelty of the universe. Destroying civilizations and enslaving their people wasn't the end. They would also give you false hope, forcing you to struggle to survive in unbearable agony. What difference would future humans have compared to this fleet? The same loss of the past, the same loss of the future. Excuse me, sir, is their technology now stronger or weaker than before their annihilation? Willard asked in a distinctly Eastern accent. Born in the Western Alliance, he was clearly more pragmatic. He didn't care how tragic the fleet's history was. He only cared about how powerful the approaching enemy would be. Compared to humans, there's not much difference, Shinshur replied, glancing at him. Willard fell silent. Indeed, there wasn't much difference. Humanity doesn't even have a single spaceship. The enemy, on the other hand, possesses an entire fleet. But then, as if struck by a sudden thought, his previously dimmed eyes brightened again. How does it compare to the force you belong to, sir? He asked. This was a rather direct question, but Willard couldn't care less. He desperately wanted to know where hope lay. Todd also looked at Shinshur. None of them had forgotten that the alien who had led them and had said that this spaceship belonged to a corporate civilization. Faced with this question, faced with these people's cautiously expectant gazes, Shinshur remained silent. He naturally understood where hope lay. According to the hierarchy within the Mulder system, humanity 3,000 years from now is Class D, while the invaders 3 years from now are only Class E. This is hope, but the problem is, relying solely on antique transactions on the black market, he's unlikely to secure the full support of the entire future civilization. The black market is a black market precisely because it cannot be openly operated. Future humanity will also be under strict surveillance. They won't even be eligible to own immigration ships. Can limited transactions alone change the future? Shinshur was indeed confident, but he couldn't be 100% certain. However, hadn't he already decided to give it his all if the opportunity arose? I belong to a corporate civilization called Starsea, or more accurately, an interstellar society, he said. This was clearly a paraphrase. Just one sentence was enough to bring a look of surprise to the faces of those before him. They now understood the significance of an interstellar society. That was a force that any newly arrived civilization in the universe could only choose to either integrate or be destroyed upon encountering, and this man before them, who was likely humanity's only hope, had actually found such a powerful backer? Don't be too happy yet, Shinshur shook his head, continuing with his prepared explanation. I already used the term society, and you should understand the implications. While the Vorin are merely an insignificant fleet within their society, I'm only just beginning in the Star Sea. However, a corporate society is ultimately different from a pastoral society. Chapter 40. To ensure he could reasonably offer the items for the trade while remaining hidden from Sherling, Shinshur had been racking his brains. It was all thanks to his business as a murder mystery game shop. He explored countless creative ideas. Thus, a fictional Star Sea enterprise was born. So, Shinshur's origins gradually became clear. A lucky individual on Earth, by chance, was recruited by this interstellar power and, within a few short years, became the captain of a warship. After learning that Earth was being targeted, he returned and ultimately decided to find a way to help his home planet and his race. As long as this identity, this background, this origin resonated with people, Shinshur could possess a transcendent status. Even if he successfully weathered the crisis 3 years later, this status would remain. He didn't intend to participate in political management. But he also didn't want to lose his initiative one day. He longed for a brilliant future of his own. Having presented this setup, Todd and the others finally saw hope and a glimmer of light. Todd couldn't help but ask, do we need to pay a price to help us? Since it's a corporation, profit is paramount. So, this is an easy thing to understand. But Shinshur shook his head. He said directly, corporates know very little about each other, and vice versa. This is a stage that requires extreme caution. Moreover, humans are too weak, so weak that even if we give everything, we might not be able to sway a corporation. Todd, Willard, and the others froze. They opened their mouths, but dejectedly found no reason to refute. Ultimately, everything they knew about that corporate interstellar society came from Shinshur. Even though Shinshur had told them a lot today, they knew far too little about the universe, and these alien forces far more powerful than humanity. The only thing they understood was their own weakness. Humanity was too weak. At this moment, Shinshur's calm voice rang out again. Humanity is too weak. We have no interests that require the protection of a corporation. However, I applied for a loan from the corporation under the guise of establishing a branch. He needed a seemingly less than easy explanation to justify the deal with the future, to avoid setting unrealistic expectations and unlimited demands. Since it was a corporation, a loan would be a good pretext. Upon hearing this, Todd and the others' eyes widened slightly. Some who had been sitting cross-legged even jumped up. A few suppressed murmurs arose among the crowd. Some who didn't understand hurriedly asked the Easterners around them, wanting to know what this mysterious man had said. When they understood, their gazes toward Shinshur became equally excited. So this was the opportunity for victory he had mentioned at the beginning. They had thought it was aid from other forces, but it turned out to be a loan. But could this work? Wasn't it said that there were no interests among humans that would warrant corporate protection? Willard even impatiently asked the question that was currently his greatest worry. Sir, interstellar loans should also require review, right? This was easy to guess. Whether it's a loan or usury, the biggest, even the only, profit is only obtained after the recovery stage. If something becomes unrecoverable, it's not a profit, but a loss. Therefore, as long as the goal is profit, it's impossible not to assess the risk of recovery and the current situation on Earth. Although they didn't know what the review standards of the corporate civilization Shinshur mentioned were, in Willard and the others' view, it was clearly extremely risky. Loans under these circumstances. However, Shinshur glanced at him indifferently and calmly said, "The preliminary review is complete." Complete? Willard couldn't help but exclaim. Then, realizing something, a look of understanding appeared on his face. Clearly, if the review had failed, this meeting wouldn't have even happened. The review isn't for you, but for me, Shinshur calmly explained. It assesses my chances of escape in this crisis, and whether I have any intention of perishing with my race. As long as my safety is confirmed, then the collateral for this loan will be my future. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. Contrary to what they had expected, this was actually a personal loan. Their gazes toward Shinshur changed once again. All of humanity combined couldn't secure any support, yet this man, by sacrificing his own future, was able to obtain a loan that could potentially lead to humanity's victory. Such weight. Although they didn't know why the man before them carried such weight, countless people felt a surge of relief once again. Thankfully, he had appeared. Sir's actions. Even Todd clenched his fists, taking deep breaths to compose himself. He was a man who could remind himself to remain calm even in times of crisis. However, the shock he had received today was simply too great. An alien spaceship appeared before them. Easterners returning from distant interstellar space. News of alien invaders about to invade Earth. And the bloody universe, only the tip of the iceberg already revealed. All of this shattered his, and everyone else's, past experiences, beliefs, and common sense. It brought immense fear of the future. And now, hope and dawn were laid out before them. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to express his gratitude, but in the end, he stood up and bowed deeply to Shinshur. Only in this way could his gratitude be fully expressed. Although the other party's expression was mostly indifferent, and their words weren't particularly warm, it was ultimately this man before him, this man from the east, who had torn open a rift in the abyss of despair, letting a ray of dawn shine in. Just this one thing. He deserves the gratitude of every single human being. At this moment, it wasn't just Todd. Everyone else gradually quieted down. Then, from Willard to Chief Engineer Liu, and then to everyone else, they all bowed deeply to Shinshur. This was their shared gratitude. Perhaps, it also represented the gratitude of all humanity, and Shinshur silently accepted this bow. His expression remained largely unchanged, but a careful observer would notice that Shinshur's back straightened slightly for a moment. This gratitude lasted for a while, and when everyone sat down, they all felt that the atmosphere between them and Shinshur had become much more relaxed. But Shinshur's expression, for the first time, underwent a significant change, becoming incredibly serious. Since I decided to help humanity, to help my home planet, then I will no longer hesitate. Shinshur's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at everyone, especially Todd and Willard, emphasizing his words. But this crisis cannot be resolved by me alone. I hope that all of humanity will fully cooperate for their own destiny, their own future, and everything they have. Otherwise, when the time comes to abandon them, I will not hesitate. Chapter 41. By exposing the warship to the sight of certain levels of global power, and even allowing a delegation of representatives from various countries to board, Shinshur had several objectives. First, to declare his existence and successfully establish contact with the human elite. Second, to reveal the crisis of an alien fleet invasion 3 years later. Third, to demonstrate his stance and, in subsequent actions, gain the cooperation of all humanity and a degree of initiative. Undoubtedly, The first and second are relatively easy, the third is the most difficult. It's not something that can be easily achieved simply by having sufficient power. The background setting, the personality setting, and even the attitude setting are all for this purpose. Moreover, what Shinshur said was essentially a different way of describing the true situation. If he discovered that various countries, or rather, certain forces within humanity, were still targeting him with hostility and greed under these circumstances, he would indeed not hesitate to take his family and friends, along with 10 or 20,000 other humans, and flee, never to return. Having tried his best, and since it was futile, he had no regrets. However, after he clearly stated his position, Todd, Willard, and even the representative from the Nia Empire responded with utmost seriousness, vowing that they would absolutely not betray Shinshur's help to their home planet and humanity. Shinshur said nothing more. He simply waved his hand, and in an instant, everything around them receded like the tide, transforming into a breathtaking mountaintop scene. They too were propelled into the air by an invisible force, passing through the portal in the blink of an eye and appearing at the entrance. They disembarked from the spaceship. When they once again stood firmly on their own ship, everyone was somewhat dazed. They looked up, gazing at the black sphere still hovering in midair, as if from another world. No, not merely dazed. In this short time, even without the world changing drastically, the world had indeed changed. The world they knew was no longer just this small planet, but the vast universe, another extremely wide, extremely powerful, and extremely dangerous world. Only when the black sphere began to fade, disappearing silently from their sight without a trace, did they gradually come to their senses. It was all real, the world had changed. All information from this meeting must be kept under wraps, and absolutely cannot be leaked to the public. Willard immediately looked at Todd and said, "For this, I think we need to sign a letter of intent." Okay. Todd didn't hesitate. It was just a letter of intent. Moreover, in his view, this news couldn't be made public anytime soon. Although, that man might intend to make it public. They had to be careful. Once the news of the alien fleet's invasion in 3 years became public knowledge, some relatively weakly governed areas might even descend into chaos in a short period, resulting in countless deaths. Even areas with strong order would be plunged into continuous trouble. Seeing Todd nod, Willard breathed a slight sigh of relief. He looked at Todd, then glanced at the sky, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Todd, how many years more advanced do you think the technology on that ship is compared to ours? Piloting your country's most advanced fighter jet back 200 years, and telling them this is technology from 500 years in the future. Would that make a difference?" Todd countered. Willard paused, then understood Todd's meaning, his smile bitter. The Western Alliance currently possesses the world's most advanced technology, something they are very proud of. But in the face of this spaceship, this technology is meaningless. They can't find it, they can't catch up, they can't even imagine it. In this situation, whether they are 1,000 or 2,000 years ahead, it makes no difference. This is weakness, Willard sighed finally, and hurriedly left. The others were in similar situations. In the less than an hour they had been on the spaceship, the eyes of the world's high-ranking officials had been focused on them. Now that they were back, those people were probably waiting impatiently. However, Shinshur wondered how they would react once they learned the truth, and whether they would be able to face this completely new world that seemed so different from before. He also wanted to know the answer to this question. He hadn't actually left, he remained in the skies above this sea area, observing the reactions of those below, and even listening to their reports back home. Currently, it seemed his objective had been largely achieved. With such a significant information advantage, taking this step wasn't actually that difficult. But what followed was the most difficult and crucial part, but Shinshur had gradually adapted to this pressure. It's time to trade again. He looked at his empty hand, and the time crystal, seemingly containing a vast galaxy, slowly emerged. The time crystal, which allowed him to traverse 3,000 years, was indeed wondrous, but what could truly help him now was the black market trading market 3,000 years in the future. Unlike the bewildered excitement of his first trade, or the hurried anxiety of his second, this time he was quite calm. Thus, within the warship, he slightly closed his eyes, feeling his consciousness split in two, and once again arrived at that antique street. His body still carried the anonymous, seven-colored light. This time, Shinshur didn't seek out the collector again, but instead strolled slowly along the street. He observed everything around him more carefully. He was no longer completely ignorant of civilizations 3,000 years in the future, and thus vaguely understood that this black market was definitely not simple. Leaving aside the enormous personal space attached to the terminal, large enough to hold even a warship, the technology alone, capable of precisely teleporting items anytime, anywhere, was extraordinary. Even for human civilization 3,000 years from now, it far surpassed their technological level. It's important to understand that in the universe, spatial teleportation technology is a crucial indicator of a civilization's technological level. Civilizations, like the Vo people, only possess sublight-speed travel technology, meaning they often needed hundreds of years to travel over distances measured in hundreds of light years. Chapter 42. In interstellar space, this is undoubtedly extremely clumsy and slow. In the war that led to the demise of the Vo civilization, their expeditions failed to even send back messages before they lost their civilization. But even a civilization that has rudimentarily mastered space travel technology cannot travel at will. They must first reach a weak point in space, a node. Cosmic space is not flat, but has a certain curvature, which can be imagined as a large, curved membrane. This is the basic principle of warp drive. However, this membrane is not a single arc. It has continuous, irregular undulations. Once a certain curvature becomes too large, it may come into contact with another space with an equally large curvature. This point of contact is a node. It is also the unit of distance used in interstellar society. Countless nodes divide the entire universe into a giant grid, each grid shape and size being irregular and distinct. For civilizations that haven't mastered space travel technology, the distance from one node to another might be incredibly short, or it could be hundreds or even thousands of light years away. Civilizations possessing space travel technology, however, can simply reach a node and jump across that potentially vast distance. But this is still the most basic space travel technology. More advanced technologies can allow for direct jumps within a certain distance of a node. This distance is called the jump distance. It is a crucial criterion for judging the quality of a space travel engine. Shinsur's current vessel, the Voyager, has a jump distance of approximately 13 light years. Don't underestimate these 13 light years. Even in human civilization 3,000 years from now, it will be considered a top-tier engine. The nearest node to Earth is only about 16 light years away, meaning that Shinsur, piloting the Vogate, only needs to travel at sublight speed in space for about 3 years to jump to another node tens of light years away. Then, traveling to another node will also save 13 years. If the Vuran fleet about to invade Earth possesses this technology, instead of paying a high price to achieve zero-jump node jumps through the public jump channels of the Mulder system, they could reach Earth at least 200 years earlier during their journey through these dozen or so nodes. Furthermore, it's obvious that a greater jump distance offers a significant advantage, whether for escape or pursuit. Therefore, it is clear just how powerful is the teleportation system of this black market. Although it's unknown how humanity, with its status and power 3,000 years later, acquired it, Shinsur now understands why trade must be conducted through a black market and barter. Furthermore, there must be other methods to ensure its confidentiality, otherwise, future humanity would have been wiped out long ago. Remember, within a mere 21 nodes of Earth, there exists a Class C civilization that easily destroyed the Vo people. If it weren't for this civilization watching, humanity 3,000 years later wouldn't have been unable to even acquire a medium-sized immigration ship. Many speculations flooded Shinsur's mind, but his gaze continued to scan the shops lining both sides of the street. The black market, Shi Ling, the secrets behind them were too distant for him to grasp at this moment. He only needed to focus on the present. Suddenly, Shinsur's eyes lit up. A shop sign bore words he couldn't understand, but the translation clearly stated, security services. The black market itself wasn't large, only about 100 shops, extremely rare for a civilization with hundreds of billions of people. However, this also meant how rare it was to own a shop in this magical and powerful black market. A collector who could produce the Void would be extraordinary in human civilization 3,000 years later. Shinsur hoped this shop was no exception. He walked straight inside. This shop, with its Western-style architecture, naturally lacked the ancient feel of the collector's shop, instead possessing a strange and peculiar atmosphere. However, upon entering, Shinsur discovered that the interior was entirely futuristic. The walls and counters were displaying numerous miniature products, many of which were clearly weapons. Shinsur even spotted a cannon emitting a dark red glow, exuding a terrifying aura. I come to the right place. Shinsur quickly scanned the shop, and soon spotted a figure standing behind the counter. His vision brightened slightly. Similar to the collector, this person didn't resemble a modern human at all, appearing to have undergone complete modification. However, unlike the collector, his limbs and torso were primarily black mechanical structures, encased in armor radiating a chilling aura. His head was also armored, completely covering his eyes and nose, revealing only the lower half of his face. which didn't appear significantly different from a human's. Overall, even by modern standards, it would definitely be considered cool. However, Shinshir's gaze fell on the exposed, rather delicate lips and softly curved chin. Male? Female? What do you want? Just as Shinshir was observing, a voice suddenly appeared. The other person's lips didn't move, but Shinshir could clearly feel the gaze fixed on him, even a chilling, heavy emotion emanating from them. This made Shinshir's expression slightly serious. He was no longer the clueless novice he had been on his previous 2 visits. He had gained some understanding of origin energy, so he could better understand what the other person was doing. Activating origin energy, yet subtly hitting the black market's threshold for consciousness attack. This control. The aura of a master. I need to defend a planet, to fight against a fleet, Shinshir said. In an instant, he could clearly sense a change in the other person's attitude. The enemy's strength. The shopkeeper actually spoke these words. His voice carried an androgynous tone, indistinguishable between male and female. Even the translator's voice was genderless. Moreover, the previously palpable aura of menace emanating from him was receding like a tide. In its place was a sense of respect. Shinshir was not surprised by this. He now knew that this change in attitude was not only due to the big business he had offered, but also because of the language he used. This was genuine ancient language. According to the information in the database, this ancient language itself was quite valuable, belonging to expensive information. In other words, every word he spoke was, in fact, a gift. Chapter 43. This is why the collector initially paid him considerable attention, even to the point of believing he came from a distant clan. However, lacking a point of comparison, this attitude wasn't as obvious to the collector. But this time, the shopkeeper's change in attitude after he spoke was remarkably clear. Of course, regardless of his inner reaction, Shinshir was now able to control his emotions well, not to mention the anonymity, so his emotions didn't leak out in the slightest. He simply said calmly, it should be E-rank, similar to the Voran fleet from 3,000 years ago. No more accurate data? The shopkeeper asked. Judging from the translation, the tone was concise and efficient, with almost no unnecessary words. This was probably the other party's style. No, just use the Voran fleet from 3,000 years ago as an example. It won't be stronger than that, Shinshir said. This statement wouldn't be problematic. The database reveals that even 3,000 years from now, the dangers facing human civilization will not be limited to the annual tribute. Various dangers persist in the universe, including not only interstellar pirates of various races, but also civilizations engaging in rampant plunder. The so-called security service arose from this context. In such services, obtaining specific data on the enemy is often difficult, and secrecy is sometimes required. Therefore, comparisons are usually made with other, more readily available information. Thus, Shinshir's use of the Voran fleet from 3,000 years ago as a comparison point is not unusual. Mercenary legions? The shopkeeper asked again. No, the exact coordinates cannot be disclosed, Shinshir replied. Shinshir now knew that interstellar security services, in most cases, relied on mercenary fleets. Yes, while future humans wouldn't be allowed to possess immigrant warships, it didn't mean they wouldn't have legion fleets. The most fundamental difference lay in the ability to completely break free from supply points and achieve complete self-sufficiency. Military fleets, while possessing considerable military power, were also highly dependent on supply lines. This meant that such fleets couldn't operate independently of supply points, much less escape the control of the mold system. The Voran nomadic fleet was like this, and so was the human fleet. Immigrant ships were different. They possessed complete production systems capable of sustaining the long-term needs of their crews. Some medium and large immigrant warships could not only accommodate hundreds of millions of individuals from various races, but also possessed the fundamental conditions for further technological advancement. This made immigrant ships a possibility for an entire race or civilization to completely escape the mold system. Therefore, they were restricted. After all, in the vast universe, no civilization, no being, can know or control everything. Therefore, theoretically, he could indeed survive on the void, even if it was just a small immigration ship. Of course, Shinshir now wants more than just to survive. Unfortunately, he cannot hire a future human army to participate in the protection of Earth 3,000 years ago. Whether it's possible or not, it's impossible in the present. Ling's existence is a secret that Shinshir cannot reveal in the slightest. He simply wanted to trade weapons, equipment, and even warships. However, after Shinshir refused to hire him, the shopkeeper fell silent. Why? Refusing to hire, refusing to reveal one's address was the norm in the black market. After all, if one really wanted to hire someone, they could easily do so through legitimate channels. Shinshur, currently anonymous, couldn't help but frown. According to the information in the database, security services weren't illegal. This was also one of the reasons Shinshur claimed to be giving humanity a chance to win. In his view, a developed security industry meant a strong military, so even trading weapons and warships on the black market should be enough to defend against invaders. After all, human civilization 3,000 years later had reached level D. Although he wasn't sure how big the difference was between these levels, judging from the threat posed to humanity by that level C civilization, the gap shouldn't be small. Had he underestimated the strength of the Voran fleet and overestimated the capabilities of the black market? Just as Shinshur's mood began to darken, the shopkeeper finally spoke. This requires building a planetary fortress, which will take time, he said, his tone noticeably more forceful. And the price will be very high. Extremely high. The translator even added at the end. This clearly explained the reason for the other party's silence. Shinshur finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very high? Unless the antique was worthless, or the seller didn't want it, he really didn't need to care about the price. The only problem was the time involved. How long will it take? He asked. That depends on the size of the planet we need to defend. 15,000 kilometers in diameter, Shinshur replied. The units were automatically replaced during translation. The number he gave was slightly larger than the size of Earth. The shopkeeper fell silent again. He even stopped standing there like a statue, turning his head, his eyes, hidden beneath his black armor, fixed on Shinshur's location. Then, he opened his lips and slowly said, "If you can offer me a satisfactory trade, it will only take 2 years and 3 months at the earliest." Seemingly worried that Shinshur wouldn't fully understand, he even released his emotions again. It was importance, confidence, and a hint of doubt. Yes, doubt about whether Shinshur could offer a satisfactory trade to complete this major transaction. But at this moment, Shinshur's mind was already captivated by the message 2 years and 3 months. Given the speed of the Voran fleet, the main fleet would inevitably arrive in 3 years. The plan presented by the shop owner required 2 years and 3 months. Wasn't that a success? Shinshur even felt a tremendous sense of surprise. Although he didn't yet know exactly what this planetary fortress referred to, it was clearly far better than his original plan to purchase weapons and equipment. He trusted the professional's judgment. If the other party said the plan was feasible, then it should be. Shinshur now realized that perhaps he hadn't overestimated, but rather underestimated, the strength of future human civilization, or rather, the power of being able to conduct trade across 3,000 years, but no matter what, this deal had to be secured. Secure it, and humanity could truly have a changed future. Shinshur said in a deep voice, "I trade ancient books." He stared intently at the shopkeeper, wanting to see his reaction. Sure enough, the shopkeeper's expression became increasingly serious. "What ancient books?" he asked. Shinshur didn't hesitate, directly taking out the murder mystery game scripts he had previously stored in his spatial storage. He now knew that in the future, the most valuable antiques would be things related to culture. Whether it was writing, film, or even music. This seemed to influence a race's achievements in some primal energy. Therefore, he was somewhat confident that this would attract the other party. And indeed, it did. When the projection of these yellowed documents, weathered by 3,000 years, appeared before him, the shopkeeper, who had always seemed very aloof, actually stepped out from behind the counter. He carefully and meticulously examined the papers. The above information has been protected and blocked by the terminal. However, the terminal has also provided some information. For example, the degree of completeness, the proportion of clear text, and the specific year. Chapter 44. Is this a word game that arose at the end of the Earth era? His tone seemed to be revealing increasing emotion. Shinshur could sense his undisguised great interest. This kind of antique would truly possess extremely high value in the future. That's right, Shinshur replied simply, a multiplayer word game called Script Murder Mystery. I need a little time. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, his figure began to become ethereal. This was a semi-offline mode. Shinshur could roughly guess what he was going to do. After all, not everyone could be an expert on antiques. Experts were needed in every era. Shinshur didn't wait long before the shopkeeper opened his eyes again. The items are good, but these alone are far less valuable than what you're looking for. These are just samples. Shinshur asked calmly, "How many do you want?" In an instant, light surged from the other party's armor. This wasn't the first time he witnessed such a scene. The same thing happened with the collector last time. Shinshur was now certain that this light was some kind of manifestation of primal energy within this virtual world, or rather, a hint. However, the expected shock didn't come. Looking closer, the other party was clearly quite excited, yet Shinshur couldn't sense any emotion from them. This control. Shinshur couldn't help but glance at the other party a few more times. Of course, in anonymous mode, he remained completely still. Until the light emanating from the other party slowly faded, he asked, "Are they all recording different content?" "Of course," Shinshur replied calmly. The light representing primal energy seemed to reappear. The other party clearly hesitated. After a long while, they slowly uttered a number. 400 copies. "I need 400 copies." The other party emphasized it twice, a testament to the allure of this murder mystery game. Shinshur remained silent. He was certain that the number could be negotiated down further. However, his mind involuntarily conjured up images of history he had once witnessed. In that era before the existence of the time crystal, humanity still struggled 3,000 years later. Even still struggling. "If you think that's too much, we can reduce it a bit." The other party seemed to misunderstand Shinshur's silence, hesitated slightly, and then offered a price reduction. Shinshur chuckled. "Just 400 books," he said, "to make a friend?" He didn't know if the concept of friends still existed among humans in the future, but he believed the other party would understand the meaning of his ancient saying. This time, it was the other party's turn to be silent. After a long while he spoke again. "All right," he said, "my name is Gongchu." With his words, light appeared in the void, and two characters appeared. They were actually the characters used in the modern Eastern Kingdom. Even with his lack of understanding of interpersonal relationships in the future world, Shinshur could feel the importance the other party placed on him. He thought for a moment. "Shinshur, this is my name." Two characters also appeared in the void. He had a vague feeling. Perhaps, this relationship was the greatest gain from this transaction. "Mr. Shin." Gongchu's exposed lips clearly uttered these three ancient characters, but quickly switched back to a language Shinshur couldn't understand, only gleaned from the translation. "The service you require, our Dongfeng Legion will immediately begin designing and production, delivering it to you in the shortest possible time, with absolutely no leaks. If you're concerned, you can wait until the transaction is complete, or even after your war ends, to pay for the ancient books." This was probably the longest sentence Shinshur had heard from the shopkeeper since entering. Looking at the chilling armor clad in armor, and hearing the noticeably more respectful language, Shinshur once again realized the importance of cultural artifacts in the future. This made him even more composed. Since future generations need these historical and cultural artifacts that will be destroyed in the future, what's wrong with him being a spendthrift tycoon? Therefore, he rejected the other party's suggestion, calmly stating, "Since we're friends, there should be basic trust. I can pay for these ancient books immediately. In addition, I need to trade some personal protective equipment." Actually, the simulated shape-shifting material was already quite powerful protective gear. It could transform into various creatures and weapons. But it wasn't absolutely foolproof. Since he had chosen to appear before humanity, he needed an extra layer of protection. With billions of people worldwide and countless interest groups, no one knew if someone might be foolish enough to secretly shoot him with a sniper rifle or even a missile. Even if the probability was low, Shinshur wouldn't gamble. Therefore, personal protective equipment was essential. However, after Shinshur asked the question, Gongchu didn't answer immediately. He simply looked directly at Shinshur with his eyes hidden by armor, his neutral voice carrying a formal tone that didn't need translation. "Sir, your friendship is too precious to be underestimated. But I believe you won't regret having our Dongfeng Legion as your friend in the future." Shinshur listened to these words, and under the seven-colored anonymous light, his gaze towards the other party changed. He couldn't judge whether these words were sincere, calculated, or for some other reason. However, the other party's attitude was already quite clear. Cultivating a closer relationship didn't seem like a bad thing for him. However, he couldn't remove his anonymity at the moment. With his current shallow level of psionic ability, he could easily control everything in front of modern people, but in front of such a master, he might still reveal his true emotions and information. "Let the future be the future," Shinshur said finally, then turned his gaze to the items on the counter, changing the subject. "Personal protective gear. Any recommendations?" Seeing this, Gongchu felt a slight disappointment. He was now completely convinced that this customer belonged to a hidden, ancient clan. These clans possessed what was likely the last remaining historical legacy of human civilization, and they were all striving to conceal themselves. The collector he had contacted earlier shared the same sentiment. In fact, even for an ancient clan, producing this many ancient books at once was an absurd feat. Therefore, this mysterious customer was definitely not simple. Most importantly, Gong Chu could sense that, unlike the common perception of ancient clans, this person seemed to be intentionally releasing some of their legacy. Whatever the reason behind it, this was a rare opportunity for them. Chapter 45. Therefore, after careful consideration, Gong Chu uttered those words, expressing his attitude and attempting to further strengthen the relationship. The result? Was he too hasty? Realizing this possibility, Gong Chu restrained his emotions, which wasn't particularly difficult for him. However, his words became increasingly respectful. "Excuse me, sir, what type of personal protective equipment do you require?" "I'm a primitive," Shinshur said simply. Before coming, he had naturally researched relevant information. The technology of human civilization 3,000 years later partly came from other civilizations under the mud system, such as the simulated transforming material he had traded with in his last transaction, and partly from their own independent research from beginning to end. However, this part was not significant or of a high level, it merely represented a certain expectation. The majority of the technology was developed based on the legacy of the Volvo fleet. That was technology centered on biological modification. This technology wasn't inherent to the Voss themselves, but rather originated from the C-class civilization that destroyed them. They severed the Voss technological path, forcing them into a perpetually immature, inescapable interstellar nomadic fleet, nurturing and exploiting them until they crumbled in internal strife and were ultimately defeated by humanity. This demonstrates the immense difficulty humanity faced in pursuing this path. Yet, it became the mainstream. Whether it was the collector, the current Gong Chu, or countless ordinary people, all had undergone extensive physical modifications, making them almost unrecognizable as human. It's many times more exaggerated than so-called cyberpunk. However, even in such an environment, there are still some individuals with unique characteristics. The primitive faction. Maintaining their original human form, retaining their flesh and blood. Therefore, after finding this term, Shinshur knew how to reply. Understood. Gong Chu wasn't surprised. The Yuanyuan clan is mostly composed of primitive faction members. However, he was slightly troubled. Replacement and modification are the mainstream methods for personal protection and even combat power. His current body, for example, could even support his long-term survival and combat in space. If he added a complete set of external equipment, his combat power would be comparable to a powerful warship. The primitive faction could never compare. "Just bring out the best," Shinshur said, having roughly guessed the other party's thoughts. He wasn't facing a future environment. He believed that even without such modifications, modern Earth should be sufficient. "Please wait a moment. There is a piece of equipment that would be very suitable for you, but it is not in my possession." Gong Chu seemed to have made a decision, and after saying this, his body became ethereal again. This secretly pleased Shinshur. It sounded like a good item. Although he had to wait, he was very patient at the moment. Besides, looking at the many weapons and equipment from the future world in the shop, he didn't find it boring. However, the waiting time was still slightly longer than he had expected. A full 3 hours. When Gong Chu's figure solidified again, the first words he spoke made Shinshur's eyes light up. "This is a top-of-the-line carbon-based biopersonal service device from the Dick civilization." The Dick civilization, the one that destroyed the Voran civilization, was only 21 nodes away from Earth, and even threatened human civilization 3,000 years from now. Keep in mind, the Dick civilization was already rated sea level in the mud system 1,000 years before modern society. Such a top-of-the-line device from a civilization. How did they obtain it? Shinshur barely managed to suppress the urge to ask. He was now filled with anticipation. "Sir, this device absolutely meets your needs, but there's one thing." Gong Chu's tone became slightly more serious. "It absolutely cannot be publicized widely. It's best not to tell anyone, because its origin is somewhat dangerous." "I understand," Shinshur said simply. He guessed that this thing's origin was not simple, but so what? He used it 3,000 years ago. Gong Chu didn't say anything more. Before Shinshur appeared a perfectly square, black cube, about a meter on each side, with an exceptionally smooth surface. But the next moment, the cube, along with the entire shop, expanded and expanded again, until what lay before Shinshur was a gigantic wall with no top and no boundaries. Only then could one barely discern that the cube's surface was not smooth at all. Instead, it was a series of neatly arranged hexagonal openings, like a honeycomb. Within these openings, extremely tiny, powdery particles were clearly visible, seemingly alive, constantly moving in and out. Its full name is the Carbon-Based Lifeform Evolution Device. Gong Chu remained standing beside Shinshur, his words punctuated by a series of asterisks. This meant that this term couldn't be translated into modern Dongwu language. It must be some kind of technology completely inaccessible to modern society. However, just like when they purchased the warship, the instruction manual had already been sent along. Shinshur immediately flipped to the functions page. After a quick glance, his eyes grew increasingly bright. Adjustment, modification, enhancement, assistance, integrated protection against physical energy, and even consciousness attacks, it has it all. It even has a formidable combat form. In Shinshur's understanding, this thing is like something countless times smaller than nanobots, becoming a powerful race within the body. They are orderly, technologically advanced, and absolutely obedient to orders and commands, capable of building the entire body to an extremely perfect and powerful state from the smallest details. Furthermore, through their auxiliary abilities, they greatly enhance all aspects of the body's strength, no less than replacement or modification. Will this thing be compatible with personal terminals? Shinshur couldn't help but ask. He had actually grown fond of it, but since it was something he would be using, he had to be careful. He couldn't leave any hidden dangers. Rest assured, to some extent, our technology itself follows the technological path of the Dirk civilization. Although we cannot understand its manufacturing technology, its application has no problem. Furthermore, you should understand how special and powerful the personal terminals in this market are, Gong Chu said. Shinshur's thoughts stirred slightly. He already knew that this black market personal terminal was extremely mysterious and powerful, but he couldn't find a direction to investigate it. Seeing that Gong Chu mentioned the terminal, he simply asked, "What do you know about this place?" "Sir, you haven't been here for very long, have you?" Although the translator phrased it as a question, Shinshur clearly heard the affirmative tone in the translation. Chapter 46. Shinshur hesitated slightly, but did not deny it. Although he had only made a few transactions, he was always generous with his spending, and coupled with his unique ancient language, it wasn't surprising that people recognized him as a newcomer. Moreover, while this black market personal terminal was indeed miraculous, it wasn't exclusively his. Unlike Shirling, he didn't need to guard it so closely. When he first learned nothing, he even considered switching terminals. Everyone who comes here for the first time is wary of its power and peculiarity, but its origin isn't really a secret here, Gong Chu explained quickly, clearly not one to keep things mysterious. It comes from the ruins of an unknown civilization. About several hundred years ago, it was accidentally obtained by a human, who then used some of its original functions to create this black market, making it a unique trump card of our human civilization. The ruins of an unknown civilization? Shinshur was taken aback. He knew that this black market, which accompanied Shirling, was definitely not something that human civilization 3,000 years in the future could create, and he had made many guesses. But he never expected this answer. What is this? Humanity's good fortune? The universe is so vast, no one knows how many secrets it holds. Even a rancher is just as insignificant under this starry sky. Gong Chu suddenly uttered these words as if chanting, adding softly at the end, "Of course, we humans are even more insignificant." Shinshur turned his head, gazing at this human who resembled a mechanical war god. At this moment, there was no aura of primal energy surging around the other person. But for some reason, Shinshur seemed to sense the other's emotions. This suddenly gave him a realization. Even after 3,000 years, humanity remained unchanged in some ways. This realization seemed to instantly bridge the gap between him and these future humans. Previously, Shinshur subconsciously regarded these future humans as beings akin to aliens. After all, 3,000 years separated them. It was a world still utterly unfamiliar to Shinshur. Their language, their living environment, even their appearance, were vastly different. But now, this subconscious thought had changed. "You're right," Shinshur said slowly, "but no matter how insignificant human civilization may be, it is still almost everything to us." This was the first time Shinshur had discussed anything other than trade with the future humans. Gong Chu was clearly taken aback. Then, the light within his body surged once more, this time radiating obvious joy. "Sir, you are indeed different from the other ancient clans." This touched upon Shinshur's blind spot again. He could only shift the topic back to the transaction. "This device must be quite expensive." "It doesn't belong to me, but to a guest." Gong Chu's aura gradually subsided, but his attitude became increasingly respectful. "Originally, that guest absolutely refused to trade, so I had to bring over the projection and instructions for this device from your ancient texts." "How much does he want?" Shinshur asked. Gong Chu seemed slightly hesitant, but still truthfully replied, 40 books. "Heh." Shinshur chuckled twice. He was no longer a novice, who knew nothing about the value of ancient books. The simplest comparison made it clear. A planetary fortress specifically designed and manufactured for protecting a planet only required 400 books, which was considered a high price. But this protective enhancement device, only applicable to the primitive faction, dared to ask for 40 books. Even if it was rare and powerful enough, its source would still be a problem for ordinary people. This was definitely ripping people off. "I give you 40 books," Shinshur said to Gong Chu, "but you can't give him all 40. Whatever you can bargain down, the rest is yours." Shinshur didn't care about these so-called ancient books. 40 books, even 1,000, wouldn't be a big deal to him. However, he couldn't just open that door. He could be generous to a certain extent, but he couldn't let himself be ripped off. Otherwise, once the news spread, subsequent transactions would likely cause many problems. Gong Chu clearly understood Shinshur's meaning, his half-exposed face beaming with undisguised joy. "Leave it to Gong Chu, I certainly won't disappoint you, sir." If he were a modern person, he might have patted his chest and guaranteed it. Shinshur replied simply. With that, his two main objectives for coming to the black market were both accomplished, and the items he acquired were far better than he had originally expected. Shinshur finally felt much more relaxed. He didn't rush to leave. Instead, he continued browsing in the shop, spending the big spender of 10 murder mystery game scripts to acquire quite a few good items. Gong Chu once again promised to expedite the design and production of the planetary fortress to complete the transaction. He even personally escorted Shinshur out of the shop. This drew attention from some people on the street. It should be noted that Gong Chu was known for his aloofness among all the shop owners in the entire black market, and he certainly deserved it. The commander of the Dongfeng Legion, the top person in the security service industry. Strength, wealth, status, everything about him was top tier in civilization. Yet, such a powerful figure was showing such enthusiasm and friendliness? Just who was this anonymous person, in a short time? The news of a mysterious new guest arriving in the black market spread rapidly within this not-so-large, special circle. Shinshur was unaware of this situation. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, given the value of the antique, his fame was only a matter of time. At this moment, his consciousness had completely returned to his body. The Shurling on the back of his hand, concealed by the simulated transforming material, was slowly dissipating. Even inside his own warship, he maintained basic vigilance. And summarizing this highly successful transaction, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Ever since learning of the alien invasion 3 years in the future, it had become a heavy burden on his mind. Whether preparing for escape or deciding to try to change humanity's fate, this burden weighed heavily on him. Now, with a feasible plan and a clearly visible chance of victory, this burden had finally been lifted considerably. He felt a sense of relief. However, Shinshur also understood that true victory was far from certain. A plan was, after all, just a plan. Gong Chu's words before his departure still echoed in his ears. "If that fleet has truly locked onto your planet, sir, they will definitely send a scouting fleet first. Whether it's to disrupt the construction of the planetary fortress or to relay intelligence back to the main force, it will have an unpredictable impact on the chances of victory." Chapter 47. Reconnaissance Forces. Shinshur had indeed underestimated this possibility. Now, thinking back, assuming the enemy wouldn't arrive for another 3 years was somewhat optimistic. Large-scale fleets navigating the universe required reconnaissance, navigation, and exploration forces. Otherwise, who knew what crisis might suddenly arise? Even from the perspective of assessing the enemy's technological development, it was absolutely necessary. For forces with underdeveloped warp technology, interstellar travel could take centuries. If they caught a period of rapid technological advancement, that time would be enough for a civilization to evolve from a primitive feudal society to a rudimentary space fleet. But, having already come this far, there's no reason to be afraid. Shinshur clenched his fist slightly. His personality was indeed cautious, or perhaps more accurately, driven by instinct, but the current situation was far better than before, and incomparable to his original vision of the future. If this didn't instill confidence, he would despise himself. At that moment, Shinshur reopened the database. They gathered as much information as possible about the Voran fleet, not wanting to miss any detail. The old saying was true: know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Another day passed in this insatiable thirst for knowledge. After taking another dose of the energizing drug produced on the ship, Shinshur finally received a message from Gong Chu. The carbon-based life-form evolution device had been acquired. The final price we negotiated was 18 ancient script murder mystery books. Gong Chu had cut the price by more than half, and at the end, It seemed he even wanted to return the books he had sold to Shinshur. Shinshur refused outright. "I won't take back what I said." After a long pause, Gongchu finally sent a message. "Thank you very much." But Shinshur had no intention of saying anything more. His attention was now entirely focused on the perfectly square black cube before him. Only by actually touching it could he experience sensations difficult to perceive even in the virtual world. That was smoothness. Incredibly smooth. Shinshur knew very well that even with the most advanced electron microscope, it might not be possible to detect the hexahedral holes beneath this smoothness. And this was merely the carrier of the device. Or rather, the box. Those ultramicroparticles, so minute as to be beyond human imagination, were the true life evolution device. This is also a product of the development of microscopic technology, far more advanced than simulated deformable matter, Shinshur remarked with considerable emotion. Simulated deformable matter already seemed magical enough to him. However, after gaining a certain understanding, he realized the limitations of this deformable matter. Its name, after all, includes the word simulation. Whether it's a chemical reaction or an energy reaction, it's essentially just a simulation, and the parameters of this simulation can even be adjusted. Therefore, the initial idea of using it for experimental research is simply not feasible. In low-level fields where the correct parameters have been fully input, there's no problem. But once it enters a field beyond its simulation scope, it can no longer be simulated. For example, this device in front of us, or even some spaceships, or even warp engines, these are things that simulated deformable matter cannot deform. Anything that seems omnipotent becomes a joke once its mysteries are partially revealed. While sighing, Shinshur didn't waste any time. Following the procedure, he obtained full access to the device. Just as Gongchu had said, the black market personal terminal was extremely powerful. Even this top-tier product from a sea-level civilization 3,000 years later was utterly powerless against the terminal, easily controlled and hacked. No wonder its previous owner dared to keep it. With a touch of eagerness, Shinshur placed his hand on the cube. Instantly, a black, liquid-like substance continuously spread from the cube to his hand, then gradually disappeared. This scene reminded Shinshur of the sci-fi film Venom, released a few years ago. There were indeed some similarities. But this thing wasn't a living being, nor did it have an unruly, chattering voice constantly ringing in his ear. After the liquid completely disappeared and the box was opened, Shinshur stretched his body, but didn't feel any obvious changes. But the scan had already begun. "Let me see." The new loading screen on his personal terminal appeared before Shinshur's eyes. So many problems? Appendicitis, wisdom teeth, these must be defects from incomplete human evolution. If all of these are corrected, bones, muscles, then the skin doesn't need to become too perfect all at once. I have an 80% chance of liver cancer? Oh, the probability after age 80, oh well. For modern people, the human body holds too many unknowns. Like a forever mysterious treasure trove. Even with seemingly advanced modern medicine, the exploration of this treasure is extremely limited. Not to mention, consciousness possesses primal energy, a mystery even in the universe. But for Shinshur at this moment, this treasure is being opened up wildly. From now on, he will have strong bones and muscles without needing to exercise. He will no longer have to worry about obesity even if he eats like crazy. Every organ in his body will become perfect and powerful, and any subhealth conditions will be completely eliminated. Even more, any damage can be repaired quickly, even severed limbs will be no problem, and even if someone cuts off his head, his brain and consciousness will remain intact for a certain period of time. Not to mention, there are many auxiliary functions that completely transcend the nature of carbon-based life. His eyes alone can become a powerful entity combining a telescope, microscope, and X-ray vision, and his ears can also receive the most subtle sound waves, even those imperceptible to any other life form, and he can clearly detect radio waves floating in the air. He no longer needed to worry about drowning, nor about the dangers of electric shocks, cold, or extreme heat. An invisible force field covered his entire body, ensuring his safety and allowing him a degree of flight. More importantly, with a thought, jet-black liquid surged from his body, rapidly transforming into a 2-meter-tall black armor. Yes, it also came with external armor. This is why, despite being a primitive device, its combat power was comparable to some alternative devices. This is no longer just an evolutionary device. It's practically technological immortality. Shinshur explained excitedly and sincerely. When technology develops to a certain level, what difference is there between it and mythology? Chapter 48. Of course, Shinshur didn't rush the evolution and modification of his body, as he needed time to adapt. Furthermore, he didn't plan on a drastic change in appearance all at once, otherwise, not only would he be uncomfortable, but those around him would be even less so. Regardless, this not only solved the security issue, but also lifespan, health, and a whole host of other problems. However, after the initial excitement subsided, Shinshur sat in the captain's cabin, feeling the slow changes beginning to appear in his body. This thing, even in a superhero movie, could create a powerful character, even including the previously simulated transforming material. In human civilization, an ordinary person, by acquiring any one of these things, would possess immense power, capable of wreaking havoc and acting with unbridled arrogance, invincible and unmatched. This is the gap between civilizations. The gap is so vast that even an ordinary individual from a powerful civilization could easily conquer an entire weaker one. Can humanity truly catch up? Shinshur was momentarily bewildered. But only for a moment. Even if I can't catch up, I have to keep going, I can't stop. He reopened his database, learn, grow, and if all else fails, use cheat codes. If I can become this strong, others can too. In areas that Shinshur himself hadn't yet realized, he was indeed growing rapidly. This time, he stayed on the spaceship for 3 whole days. Then he returned to Haicheng. When he reappeared from the hotel, in places unnoticed by ordinary people, he had undergone a complete transformation. Concealed by his loose shirt were well-defined, strong, and muscular muscles. His slight nearsightedness had vanished completely. If he wanted, he could see everything clearly within his field of vision. The slowly increasing strength within his body gave him an unprecedented, weightless feeling, as if he could easily break a world record with a single leap. And all of this was just the beginning of his evolution. Mom's stomach isn't doing well. I should go back sometime and take care of her. My younger brother is out of the question. The kid can't be too energetic. And then there's my aunt and my 2 other aunts. They helped the family a lot over the years. My uncle's legs have a chronic problem too. Shinshur pondered his family. 6 years ago, after his father's accident, the family's circumstances plummeted. Shinshur knew perfectly well who among his relatives truly cared for them, and who was indifferent, selfish, or even trying to take advantage of his widow and her orphanage. Although he didn't want to run away now, he still needed to care for those who deserved his care. More than 10 days ago, he had already sent a sum of money home, and even set aside some of the simulated transforming material to protect his family's safety. But things were different now. Shinshur knew he would soon be in the spotlight, and he couldn't be too careless about his family's safety. So, during the last transaction, he specifically prepared some small items for his family and friends. An AIXINer. Thinking of AIXINer, a smile appeared on Shinshur's face. At first, he was somewhat haunted by feelings of first love for AIXINer, but after spending time together, he was certain that he still cared about this girl. That was enough. This emotion, perhaps, is the best proof that he is still himself. To Haicheng Conservatory of Music. Shinshur got into his luxury car, mentally instructing his virtual secretary. A quick scan revealed that all the surveillance cameras in the car were gone, and those who had been watching him had also vanished. Quite efficient. Shinshur's smile widened slightly. It wasn't for nothing that he had given himself 3 days. At that very moment, in a completely sealed room in Haicheng, a highly confidential meeting was underway. The person sitting at the head of the table was none other than Todd, whom Shinshur had met before. Before him, the participants in this meeting appeared to be a diverse group. There were tall, middle-aged men with a strong military bearing, bespectacled, seemingly dull academics, and imposing middle-aged men who appeared to be elites from various fields. They were all gathered here for one person, the figure projected on the screen. Shinshur. So, this is the first high-level meeting of our Special Relationships Handling Department. From now on, we be colleagues working together for a long time. Be cautious when you need to be, and don't be too reserved when you need to relax. Todd spoke first, then looked at a middle-aged man wearing glasses sitting on his left and said, Liang Xian, I read the report your analysis team submitted. So, you believe that everything the target told us is completely true? Although he had personally experienced it all, and even on the spaceship, he had been emotionally agitated several times, completely immersed in the information Shinshur brought. But upon their return, they couldn't simply accept everything Shinshur said without any analysis. Ultimately, this event was far too important. It was even a watershed moment for the fate of all humanity. Therefore, after establishing this special department, the first task was to ascertain Shinshur's past identity on Earth as possible. The second was to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the existing information. Liang Xian's team comprised the elite of the elite, selected from across the country in psychology, criminal investigation, logic, sociology, and other fields. Such a large-scale lineup was unprecedented. However, the target was absolutely worth this lineup, and everything the target said was even more so. Not a single moment of carelessness could be tolerated. To put it bluntly, in events of this magnitude, their actions, and indeed humanity's actions as a whole, were extremely limited. Therefore, they had to strive to do their utmost within their capabilities. It's not that we believe, the middle-aged man named Liang Xian adjusted his glasses, and said in a deep voice, but that, for now, we must believe. Speak in front of everyone. Todd had already read the report. This questioning was for the sake of the others. Actually, this matter doesn't require much analysis. Just understand three simple, but extremely important logics. Liang Xian held up 3 fingers. First, the target possesses a powerful force that we cannot comprehend, analyze, or judge. Second, assuming the target is lying, that lie is extremely easy to expose. A successful loan means something will have to be presented, and the most crucial part, the alien invasion, can be confirmed in just 3 years. Third, we cannot afford the potential consequences of not believing. Chapter 49. The others nodded slightly. These 3 points were indeed clear, concise, and extremely important. They had already seen the relevant classified files, and knew most of the current intelligence, including analyses from various elites. First point. Leaving aside the likely interstellar forces behind Shinshur, what Shinshur had already presented was already extraordinary. In the I-back incident, its powerful electronic intrusion capabilities led experts to believe that it even had the ability to paralyze all global communication networks in an instant. From satellite communication to the most primitive radio communication, it would have caused human civilization to regress overnight from the information age to the paper-letter era of 200 years ago. Not to mention the powerful stealth capabilities displayed by that spaceship. Unseen and untrackable, these 2 points are crucial. In the event of armed conflict, it could simply leave, already in an invincible position, and no one believed that such a spaceship wouldn't have weapon systems. There were too many unknowns. As for the second point, it was also simple and clear. Assuming the alien invasion is a lie, the other side has countless better alternatives to achieve the same goal. They wouldn't need to offer only 3 years, nor would they need to mention loans, because loans are meant to support them, to invest in them, not to take from them. Therefore, assuming the alien invasion is likely true, the third point becomes crucial. If we choose not to believe and question it, and Shinshur becomes aware of this and dissatisfied, even leaving Earth, then humanity as a whole would suffer a price. Ultimately, what Shinshur said was basically true. Even the fabricated aspects like background identity and loan were merely different ways of saying transactions through Shurling and the future, so there wasn't much to question. Does everyone understand? Todd looked at the others. Therefore, I'm going to set the tone for our next steps. Deepen connections, avoid offending anyone, build friendships, and strive for mutual benefits. Everyone nodded. Some looked at Shinshur on the curtain, their eyes even showing a hint of fanaticism. Extraterrestrial civilization. Extraterrestrial spaceships. Extraterrestrial technology. This is undoubtedly a crisis sweeping across all of humanity, but if we can weather it safely, it will also become an opportunity unprecedented in human history. Liang Xian, continue, Tao De said, looking at Liang Xian again, let everyone have a clearer understanding of this, Mr. Shin. Okay. Liang Xian nodded, standing up with the documents in his hand. As everyone knows, according to Mr. Shin himself, when he left Earth, a simulacrum was constantly replacing him, living a normal life. Therefore, the exact time of his departure is unknown, but it can be roughly estimated that it was around the time of the college entrance examination, or even that summer vacation. It's because of AI Xiner, isn't it? Someone interjected, they met in high school. That's right. Liang Xian tapped the notebook in front of him, and a photo immediately appeared on the screen. It was a photo of Shinshur holding AI Xiner's hand, surrounded by bodyguards and students, standing in front of a luxury car. It was footage from that very day. On May 12th, 14 days ago, over 300 million yuan suddenly appeared in Mr. Shin's bank account. According to the investigation, all the money came from overseas cryptocurrency transactions. On the same day, he went on a shopping spree and drove a luxury car to the scene where his high school classmate, and very likely his first love, a senior piano student named AI Xiner at the Haicheng Conservatory of Music, was confessing her feelings. You all seen what happened that day. What's your opinion on Mr. Shin's personality at that time? Flamboyant, domineering, someone immediately said. Yes, that's easy to see. Liang Xian nodded, then emphasized, besides that, there was also a hesitation, a doubt. Even a barely concealed restlessness. The group exchanged glances. None of them were psychology experts, but Liang Xian was, and his team had undoubtedly conducted a thorough and comprehensive analysis of the video footage. I can tell you with certainty that at the time, he was indeed hesitant about something. His flamboyant attitude was more of an outlet for his frustration. And based on our understanding, what he was hesitating about was very likely whether or not to stay and help humanity. This analysis wasn't wrong, because Shinshur was indeed frustrated and hesitant about this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to make money and spend it. Subconsciously, he had a thought that if I wait too long, I won't have many days left to enjoy it. Liang Xian's words caused a silence to fall over the meeting, until someone bluntly said, "So, all of humanity has unknowingly walked a tightrope between life and death? If Shinshur chooses to stay and help humanity, there's still a glimmer of hope. If he chooses to leave, humanity will face its end in 3 years. Indeed, it's a life or death situation for all of humanity." He showed a similar attitude on the spaceship, Todd interjected, looking at the boy on the projection screen. He said in a deep voice, "The him we saw on the spaceship is completely different from the him in this video. On the spaceship, he was cold, mysterious, and composed, showing almost no emotion. We believe these are two different states," Liang Xian continued. "This isn't uncommon. Some people are completely different at work and in private. This Mr. Shin should be similar. That's why he appeared with more pronounced emotions in front of AI Xiner, but more indifferent in front of representatives from various countries. Some people seemed thoughtful. This was indeed easy to understand. But what they were considering was whether this news would be helpful to their future work. Wouldn't it be better if we established contact with him privately? Someone couldn't help but ask. That's exactly what I wanted to emphasize." Liang Xian suddenly raised his voice. "We don't know what he experienced, or how much he changed during his years in interstellar space. But after returning to human society, he still showed clear emotions, which is the best proof that he is still human. Perhaps this is also the main reason why he decided to stay and help humanity. Therefore, my suggestion is that during our contact, we should focus on the emotional aspect, try our best to build a personal friendship with him, strengthen his recognition of humanity, the Eastern Kingdom, and us, and even create a bond. Even if we can't achieve that, at least we should make him understand that we are his friends, his compatriots, not strangers, much less enemies." Chapter 50. This was also Liang Xian's suggestion in the report. This so-called Special Relationship Handling Department was actually dealing with the relationship with Shinshur. Between groups, interests are paramount. However, they were dealing with an individual. As for the interstellar forces behind Shinshur, they weren't qualified to make in-depth contact, and even if they were, the only connection would be Shinshur. So everything came back to Shinshur. To concentrate such enormous human and material resources to handle a relationship with a human being so carefully was almost unheard of outside of feudal societies. But they were only worried that they hadn't done enough. "I think Liang Xian's suggestion is worth trying," Todd said at this moment. "Don't forget, the Western Alliance, NIA, and even every country in the world that knows about this is watching Mr. Shin closely. If humanity fails to survive the war 3 years from now, fine, we all perish together. But if we do survive, the competition will still be there." Todd took a sip of water, letting the others digest his words. While an alien invasion is undoubtedly a global catastrophe, humanity, on a grand scale, should and must unite. However, competition is also an indispensable driving force for development. Moreover, their current knowledge of alien invasion is extremely limited. What technologies does the enemy possess? What preparations should be made? Instead of engaging in vague discussions, it would be better to try to obtain more information from Shinshur, or at least find out as soon as possible what benefits Shinshur's loan can offer. This was originally part of their new department's job. So, we must value our biggest advantage right now. That's because he's from Dongwa, he's in the country. After Todd finished speaking, the landline on the table suddenly lit up. Yes, a landline. This was a highly confidential meeting room. Only specially encrypted information could be transmitted during the meeting. Todd glanced at it, and immediately stood up. "You all need to discuss this carefully, and figure out our future work direction. Liang Xian, come out with me for a moment." "Yes." Liang Xian also vaguely realized something, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes, and nodded slightly. After leaving the meeting room, Todd lowered his voice and said, "He's appeared again." As expected, Liang Xian had already guessed the answer. He adjusted his glasses. "Should we make contact?" At this moment, Todd was pulling him out of such an important meeting room. It must be because of this. "I want to make some attempts, but I can't force it. You're the expert, you handle the degree. If you feel the timing isn't right, Don't take the risk, Todd said in a deep voice. Okay. Liang Xian nodded heavily. Let's go! Night gradually fell, and the streets were already illuminated by dazzling neon lights. Xinshi, having left the music academy, was sitting in the passenger seat of his newly purchased luxury car, still driven by his secretary. As for why he wasn't in the back seat, it was naturally because there were two girls sitting there. Yes, two. One was naturally AI Xianer, and the other was AI Xianer's true best friend, Qin Lan, also a stunningly beautiful goddess, the kind of woman who would catch your eye on the street and even make you instinctively take out your phone to take a picture. It was obvious that while Qin Lan, standing alone, would still give off an impression of being absolutely stunning, the difference was stark when she sat next to AI Xianer. Her oval face was exquisite, but in this era of ubiquitous internet celebrities, the similarity was too severe, and her figure was a complete disaster, flat-chested and incomparable. So Xinshi was actually quite curious as to why she had become AI Xianer's true best friend. Normally, the prettier a girl is, the less likely she is to gravitate towards girls who are prettier than herself. Who would want to be the green leaf when they can be the flower? Xinshi, where are you planning to take us to eat? AI Xianer's voice interrupted Shinshi's reverie. Let me think. In front of Xinshi was a screen only he could see, displaying a picture of Taoda's location. How about we go for crab hot pot? Yes, he had made some arrangements regarding Taoda and the others. Just to be on the safe side. Hey. Before AI Xianer could even speak, Qin Lan couldn't help but interject. Driving such a luxury car just to treat our Xianer to crab hot pot? Don't you know Xianer doesn't like greasy food? The hostility was obvious. Although she didn't know the reason, Xinshi was at a certain level now. He could control the entire scene, even when facing representatives from various countries, the elite among humans. This kind of best friend barrier was nothing to him. At that moment, he simply said slowly, Xianer, didn't you tell her your taste? No. AI Xianer also had a hint of helplessness, then explained to Qin Lan, it's not that I don't like it, it's just that I can't eat too much, and I definitely can't make you eat it too. Even the best skin needs careful maintenance. If you get a pimple on your face when you're singing on stage, you be in trouble. Qin Lan, a third-year vocal music student, has already gained some fame and frequently receives performance invitations. But this future superstar looks completely bewildered at this moment. She'd known AI Xianer since her freshman year of college, and they spent all their free time together. Yet, she didn't even know what Xianer liked to eat. The first time we ate together was with crab hot pot, right? Xinshi laughed. I really miss it. Yeah, AI Xianer replied with a nostalgic look. I ate it until I was sweating buckets, and my mom even scolded me when I got home. But it was really delicious. Let's go there later. I know a really good crab hot pot restaurant. I went there many times during college. Xinshi paused, then added, 2 people might come looking for me later. If we go to a restaurant and get a private room, they might not bother us. Won't we bother you? It's okay. Xinshi smiled mysteriously. With you there, they actually feel more relaxed. Then I'm going to have a good time tonight. AI Xianer didn't quite understand, but she didn't ask further. She just licked her lips, looking expectant. Qin Lan sat in the back, wanting to speak several times, but it seemed there was absolutely no room for her to interject between the two. Her expression was sour. Moreover, what she didn't know was that AI Xianer was secretly chatting with Xinshi on her phone. You're quite charming, Xinshi sent a provocative emoji. If I were your boyfriend, would I have to face a female rival? Don't be silly, AI Xianer replied with a helpless emoji. Qin Lan is just afraid I get dumped. For some reason, she's a bit averse to rich men. Got it, Xinshi immediately understood, then you don't need to worry about it. AI Xianer sent 3 question marks in quick succession, adding, don't do anything rash. She's one of my few true best friends. Don't worry, I don't plan to do anything, Xinshi typed with one hand, looking straight ahead. She naturally understands that having money and controlling money are completely different concepts. Chapter 51. Qin Lan's hostility, for Xinshi now, was merely a kind of spice in life. However, even though Shinshi's feelings and emphasis on human civilization largely stem from empathy, as a human being, a small part also came from the enjoyment and anticipation of life. From falling in love, building a family, raising children, to climbing the career ladder, being in the spotlight, and even becoming a great figure forever remembered in human history. All of this was life. Most of it was a future he could no longer achieve after choosing to escape Earth and distance himself from human civilization. Therefore, he could strive to change the fate of humanity, build magnificent planetary fortresses to fight alien fleets, and also enjoy luxury, extravagance, romantic moments with AI Xiner, and family time. Because everyone's life inherently encompasses both the big and the small. Therefore, he wouldn't feel impatient with these small things just because his status and power had changed. After Shinshur led the two to their destination, Qinlan seemed to finally recover from her slump and resumed her energetic activities. She tried to find fault with Shinshur. There are so many people here, it's so noisy. Aren't you afraid something might happen with such a beautiful woman like Xiner? This isn't a bar, nor is it a street food stall. It's not that easy for something to happen here, Shinshur said lazily. That's because you don't understand Xiner's charm. Qinlan became even more annoyed at Shinshur's nonchalant attitude. I get constantly hit on even when I go out without makeup. Today I spent a whole hour getting ready, can't you tell? Qinlan. Are you trying to kill me? Before Shinshur could react, AI Xiner couldn't take it anymore and pinched Qinlan's waist, her face turning bright red. An hour. That meant she started getting ready immediately after Shinshur's phone call. The meaning behind it was self-evident. When Shinshur finally realized what was happening, looking at Qinlan's aggrieved expression, he almost laughed. Was this nitpicking, or was it an assist? Alright, don't worry, there are over 30 bodyguards waiting around. At one command, even thugs and hooligans will have to kneel down and sing conquer. Let's go, let's go! He directly pulled AI Xiner inside. Seeing this, Qinlan stamped her foot in frustration, but still followed. As soon as the three entered, the exquisitely decorated crab hot pot restaurant in the large shopping mall visibly quieted down. Countless eyes turned to them, especially focused on AI Xiner. Just as Qinlan had said, AI Xiner, after careful preparation, was particularly stunning. Even with only light makeup and a simple, plain-colored dress, she was still incredibly breathtaking. Whether on stage or on the street, she would firmly attract everyone's attention, becoming the undisputed center of attention. Qinlan took small steps over, grabbed AI Xiner's other arm, and gave Shinshur a provocative look. See, I wasn't wrong. Shinshur simply smiled, then reached out and unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt, adjusted his posture, and scanned the store. Instantly many people lowered their heads. Even Qinlan was somewhat stunned. Because at this moment, Shinshur exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. Beneath the unbuttoned shirt, his well-defined pectoral muscles were perfectly revealed, not the exaggerated bulk of those developed through gym workouts and protein powder, but rather powerful, with a steel-like texture. One look was enough to tell this guy was definitely not someone to mess with. No one doubted the violence beneath those muscles, combined with his tall, straight physique and sharp, piercing gaze. Almost everyone who met his eyes instinctively looked away. They were terrified of attracting his attention. When Qinlan finally came to her senses, her first reaction was, oh no! Sure enough, when she looked at AI Xiner, her sister Xiner's gaze was completely fixed on Shinshur, radiating an unusual light, and she even involuntarily moved closer, her expression a mixture of amazement and fascination. This guy's level is too high. Qinlan was on the verge of tears. Rich men are all scumbags. That's what you told me, Xiner, so please be reserved. 3 people, give me a bigger table. Shinshur successfully intimidated the restless men, holding AI Xiner's hand as he spoke to the waiter, subtly revealing his watch, further suppressing the few men who seemed to have some wealth and were still unwilling to give up. Good looks, martial arts skills, money, and clearly a close relationship with AI Xiner. Unless someone was truly stupid, no one would dare to come forward and cause trouble. However, Shinshur wasn't entirely satisfied. He hadn't just shown off his newly evolved muscles and adjusted his stance like a trained fighter. His final gaze had even utilized the primal energy techniques he learned in the past few days. Unfortunately, while effective, it wasn't significant. Otherwise, not only would the room be completely silent, but no one should have dared to look over there. He wondered when he would finally achieve mastery in this field, perhaps even reaching the level of a collector, or even someone like Gong Chu. Shinshur, when did you get these muscles? I never noticed before. As soon as she sat down, AI Xiner asked impatiently, her face flushed, her eyes fixed on Shinshur's chest. She had always thought she didn't like muscular men, but now she realized she only disliked those types of men. At this moment, she was particularly drawn to Shinshur's type, not overly muscular, but exuding power. If only. Oh, I can't think about that anymore. Stop. AI Xiner used immense willpower to avert her gaze. Don't think only men are lustful, women are too. Just doing some casual exercise. Shinshur didn't elaborate on the topic, even though he had noticed the surge of hormones emanating from AIXINer. After all, a physique he acquired through some extraordinary means was fine to show off to others. There was no need to brag about it in front of AIXINer. But Qinlan seemed to have found a breakthrough, her eyes brightening as she eagerly said, "This isn't something you can just train for. Take off your shirt on the basketball court, and what girl can't you pick up? If I wanted to pick up girls, would I need a good physique?" Shinshur glanced at her indifferently. "That's not necessarily true." Qinlan, convinced she had caught Shinshur in the act, said smugly, "Some girls can't be won over with money, but you're different. Driving your luxury car, showing off your physique, and with your looks and aura, just drive around campus. Believe me, the whole school will be in an uproar. A bunch of girls will be chasing after you, and in the end, who knows how many girls will be heartbroken by you." Shinshur gave AIXINer a look that said, "You have to figure it out yourself." AIXINer covered her eyes, almost despairing of her best friend. "Are you nitpicking? This is clearly praising him to the skies." Chapter 52. Qinlan talked for a long time, her throat dry, even taking a big gulp of tea from the cup on her seat, before summarizing, "It's clear that you're far too attractive to girls." She then looked expectantly at AIXINer. "Sister XINer is so smart. She must understand what I mean. But why is Sister XINer looking at me like that?" Little Lon, AIXINer reached out and touched Qinlan's hair, sighing, "You should listen to me more in the future. I continue to help you." Without her oversight, this girl's intelligence might lead her to be sold out without even realizing it. Qinlan nodded blankly, then looked at Shinshur. Although she didn't know why, it seemed like all her words had been wasted. But she hadn't said anything wrong. Why are wealthy men unreliable? Because there are too many temptations, and how many men can resist them? This was something Sister XINer told her. If it weren't for Sister XINer, she almost fell for a scumbag's tricks in her freshman year. Young Master Shin. Qinlan emphasized the word young master, and said, "Are you also a senior? Have you thought about what you want to do after graduation?" Since attracting attention wasn't working, Qinlan decided to try other approaches. She knew AIXINer liked capable, career-oriented men. Men with ability, ambition, and a grand vision are the most attractive. These were AIXINer's exact words. Therefore, it was clear. She couldn't possibly like a rich second generation, who only knew how to spend money. Even AIXINer couldn't help but look at Shinshur after hearing this question. During their last meal, Shinshur had mentioned his plans to start a business. She hadn't pressed him for details then, but that didn't mean he wasn't interested. "Let's start a company," Shinshur said with a smile. "What kind of company?" Qinlan's eyes lit up, and she pressed for an answer. "A tech company, you could say," Shinshur replied, not avoiding the topic this time. Actually, Taoda and Liang Xian had entered the restaurant a few minutes earlier. But they didn't come here. Instead, they sat several seats apart, completely out of sight and hearing, ordering their food. This was Liang Xian's idea. He believed Shinshur would notice them, and surely know why they were there, but they wouldn't disturb Shinshur's meal, nor would they make their presence too conspicuous. In other words, they left the decision of whether to make contact, when to make contact, and even what to discuss to Shinshur. This was indeed a behavior unlikely to offend Shinshur. Technology companies? That's a big direction, but building a technology company isn't easy. Qinlan was still trying to find fault with Shinshur. This isn't the era where you can build a technology company just by having money and poaching talent. Most technology markets have already established strict patent barriers. You know about patent barriers? Shinshur looked at her with interest. Of course. Qinlan noticed that AIXINer seemed very interested in this topic, and became even more excited. She deliberately put on a serious face. Take short videos, for example. Everyone knows that the most important technology for short videos is the algorithm, but the major players in the industry have already registered patents for their core algorithms. If newcomers want to research them, they have to bypass their patents, which is many times more difficult. This is true for most other technology fields, from software to hardware. There are even cases where our entire country is blocked by patents. She said all that, just to convey one point: running a tech company is tough, unless it's a small field, a small company. Having a lot of money doesn't make much difference. But if you're content with a small company, a small field, you definitely won't impress Sister XINer. XINer, Shinshur said, interlacing his fingers and placing them in front of his chin in a classic pose. Do you think so too? Maybe tech companies are indeed difficult, and I don't really understand them. XINer gazed at him and chuckled softly, but I understand you. You're not someone who takes unnecessary risks, are you? So I believe you must have the confidence. Her last sentence was delivered with absolute certainty. Whether she was saying it to Shinshur or genuinely thinking it, her confidence and support for him were certainly conveyed. Besides, Shinshur laughed. His current level of primal energy might not be enough to easily influence others, but he could still judge whether ordinary people were sincere. You're right, I am indeed a cautious person, or you could call me a coward, he chuckled softly. So, I do have confidence. Everyone who runs a company has some confidence, but how many actually succeed? Qinlan muttered quietly. Unless you orchestrated the I'm back incident 3 days ago, then the technique was truly terrifying. The I'm back incident from 3 days ago still generates a lot of buzz. To this day, there is still no reasonable explanation. Only all sorts of speculations, each more outrageous than the last. Even novels like The Immortal Venerable returns, starting by announcing to the world that I'm back, have appeared. Of course, in the Eastern Kingdom, most people still viewed it as a powerful piece of information technology. However, in the Western Alliance and the Nia Empire, this event became a frenzy for alien enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists. It can only be said, this time, those people really guessed right. Which specific field are you aiming for? Software or hardware? Have you already recruited anyone? Most of the talent is concentrated in large companies now, but talent is a tech company's greatest asset and strength. Shinshur didn't say much to Qinlan, but Qinlan seemed to interpret his silence as guilt, becoming increasingly enthusiastic, her words clearly expressing her disapproval of Shinshur's foray into the tech field. But she obviously didn't realize that her sister Xianer's gaze towards her had become increasingly dangerous. When the steaming hot crab stew was served, Xianer immediately picked out the largest crab for her. Just eat, and shut up. I didn't say anything wrong, it's already difficult enough. Qinlan's voice trailed off, and finally, under the intense pressure of Xianer's gaze, she could only lower her head and struggle with the crab in her bowl. Don't mind this girl, she doesn't know anything. Xianer turned and gave Shinshur an apologetic look. Shinshur smiled, clearly not bothered. Didn't you say you had 2 more friends coming? Xianer seemed to have thought of something and asked, wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to just eat like this? Chapter 53. They're already eating, Shinshur said with a smile, then turned and added, since you're all here, let's eat together. This last sentence was clearly directed at the others. Xianer curiously looked in the direction he was speaking, but saw nothing. However, 2 people approached from a further distance. One of them was carrying a crab hotpot he had ordered. It was Tao De and Liang Xian. They had originally resigned themselves to a wasted trip, but unexpectedly, they suddenly heard Shinshur's voice. The voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear, as if speaking right next to their ear, quite mystical. Only Shinshur could do something like this. They both beamed with joy, and Liang Xian even brought over the crab hotpot that had just been placed on his table. I hope I haven't disturbed you, Mr. Shin, Tao De said with a smile. At first glance, he could see the difference between the Shinshur of today and the Shinshur on the spaceship. As expected, Liang Xian's analysis was correct. The Shinshur in private was much more humane. If you were afraid of disturbing us, why did you come here? Shinshur said. If this had been said on the spaceship, Todd would have felt a chill, but not now. Instead, he felt a surge of joy. Because Shinshur said it with a smile. He was joking. Or teasing. The Shinshur on the spaceship was so imposing that such an expression was impossible to see, let alone a joke. Mr. Shin, please be considerate of us. Liang Xian put down the pot he was carrying and smiled in a relaxed tone. We haven't slept well these past few days, and it took a lot of courage for us to dare come here. Xianer and Qinlan were also curiously observing the 2 men. Both appeared to be middle-aged, but possessed striking presences, and their clothes were impeccably clean, suggesting a high social standing. However, in front of Shinshur, they were all smiles, their words laced with respect, even a hint of flattery. Business partners? Sit down, Shinshur gestured for them to sit, and after they were both seated, he chuckled and said, you don't need to be so nervous. Since I decided to stay, I can't do without our cooperation. Once the company is established, my interests will be intertwined with yours. Besides, this is, after all, my hometown. Tao De and Liang Xian exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with undisguised delight. Shinshur's words revealed a wealth of crucial information, even his attitude. And this was exactly what they wanted to see. Not only did he not reject their contact, but he even displayed a friendly attitude. I believe we will be incredibly honored to have Mr. Shin here, Tao De said with a smile, offering a small compliment. Xianer remained silent, because Shinshur didn't offer any introductions. However, her attention was entirely focused on them, her curiosity undisguised. After all, in her eyes, Shinshur was shrouded in mystery. He was born into an ordinary family, yet he seemed to have suddenly acquired astonishing wealth, even subordinates, power, and status, as if he had suddenly inherited a complete empire. And then, there was this conversation they were currently having. Shinshur's hometown wasn't actually in Haicheng, yet these two spoke as if they were referring to it. The underlying relationship was completely unfathomable. This must be Miss AI, Liang Xian, a top expert in psychology, naturally wouldn't ignore AI Xianer's presence, praising, Miss AI and Mr. Shin are truly a perfect match, a match made in heaven, so enviable. Thank you, AI Xianer accepted the praise graciously, and how should I address you, sir? Miss AI, just call me Liang Xian. Liang Xian's tone was friendly, without giving the impression of being subservient. Even so, if his students, or anyone in the field of psychology, witnessed this scene, they would be utterly astonished. After all, Liang Xian's position in the field of psychology in China over the years has been dominant. He is hailed as the leading figure who laid the foundation for the international standing of Eastern psychology in the 20th century. However, neither AI Xianer nor Qin Lan seemed interested in such a relatively niche field. Therefore, they simply felt that the bespectacled, seemingly refined middle-aged man before them possessed a remarkable air of elegance. Then I call him Mr. Liang, AI Xianer said with a smile after glancing at Shinshur. Liang Xian nodded, tacitly agreeing, inwardly admiring her. Even without knowing his relationship with Shinshur, she chose a more distant form of address. Although this was a seemingly insignificant detail, it revealed the girl's meticulous nature. In truth, after confirming Shinshur's identity, it was impossible for them not to analyze AI Xianer, such a unique individual, more closely. The final conclusion was that the deeper her bond with Shinshur, the more advantageous it would be for them. After all, she was from the East, and possessed exceptional abilities and a virtuous character. Having someone like her was far better than having Shinshur surrounded by beauties from various countries in the future. No one would overestimate the integrity of certain powers. As long as Shinshur still harbored feelings of love, the honey trap was highly likely to be used once the connections and understanding between the various powers and Shinshur deepened. After all, success would be a huge profit. However, in this initial contact, such a topic was taboo. Therefore, Liang Xian and Tao De merely greeted AI Xianer and introduced themselves. They had no intention of further contact. Only at this moment did Shinshur speak again. Actually, even if you hadn't come looking for me, I would have come looking for you as soon as possible. Shinshur put a piece of crab meat in his mouth, his posture casual, but his words were still incredibly clear. After all, you know the current situation, we don't have much time. That's precisely why we decided to come to you, sir. Todd's expression became slightly more serious. You mentioned planning to start a company? Is there anything we can do to help? He wisely avoided directly asking about technology, equipment, data, or even the specifics of the loan Shinshur had mentioned. Instead, he first inquired about whether he could provide assistance. But in reality, setting up a company meant establishing a power base. Being able to participate was the best way to deepen connections, and even obtain all the aforementioned benefits. Shinshur didn't mince words, stating directly, I need an island as the company's headquarters. Cough cough. Qin Lan, who had been silently munching on crab meat, suddenly spat out her food without any regard for her image, choking several times. Chapter 54. It's no wonder she reacted that way. A normal person, upon suddenly hearing such a statement, would be completely bewildered, then laugh it off, assuming the speaker was joking. Building a company headquarters on an entire island? Leaving aside the bizarre economic implications of building a company on an island, is an island something a normal person can just casually acquire? This isn't about money. Yes, there are indeed wealthy individuals abroad who buy islands, but what level of wealth are they? Those who reach that level are already incredibly rich, global tycoons. Buying an island wouldn't be for something as absurd as starting a company, it's simply for their own enjoyment, especially considering the nonchalant tone Shinshur used when he said this. It was as if he wasn't buying an entire island, but rather the island brand of bread in the bakery downstairs. This is outrageous. Qin Lan's delicate face contorted uncontrollably. Even as she regained her senses, her first glance was at AI Xianer. Sister, this is utterly ridiculous. You should see through this by now. However, while AI Xianer maintained a calm demeanor, a closer look revealed her slightly clenched hands, a delicate blush rising on her neck, her arms trembling slightly, and a hint of dazed expression in her eyes. She actually believed it. Not only did she believe it, but she looked on with utter admiration. Sister Xiner, Qin Lan, disregarding the others present, grabbed AI Xiner's arm, her voice anxious and urgent. You didn't believe it, did you? How could you believe it? Are you poisoned? Why doesn't he just say he's Qin Shi Huang reincarnated? A few years ago, a conman claiming to be Qin Shi Huang appeared, and surprisingly, he actually swindled a considerable amount of money. Qin Lan's meaning was self-evident. She didn't believe Shinshur at all. Even Tao De and Liang Xian, in her eyes, seemed like a conman's accomplice. In fact, this was a normal reaction for most people. Even AI Xianer found it all too unbelievable. However, she had a strange intuition that it might be true. Perhaps it was because Shinshur had amazed her so much recently. From the luxury cars, the bodyguards and secretaries, who clearly couldn't be hired easily, to the one astonishing change after another in Shinshur, she felt that this man, whom she already had some affection for, had become a mysterious treasure, as if the impossible was possible with him. Perhaps she was truly bewitched. From the day this man appeared before her with unparalleled brilliance, stunning everyone, like a miracle, she was already beyond saving. The rationality and intellect she once prided herself on completely melted away at this moment. She couldn't even hear what Qin Lan was saying. She was simply staring at Shinshur. To be honest, even Shinshur hadn't expected AI Xiner to believe him so easily. He had been prepared to offer some explanation. So, meeting AI Xiner's gaze, he was somewhat surprised, even a little conflicted, but quickly replaced by a smile. What I said is true, he said, looking at AI Xiner, adding, if we can't get it in Dongwa, we go abroad. Buy it, rent it, whatever. I have an island. I didn't say I didn't believe you, AI Xiner replied with an unconscious smile, speaking softly, because if you wanted to swindle money or sex, you wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Sister? Qin Lan was almost in tears. Was this still her sister? Was this still the intelligent, generous, and stunningly beautiful Xiner whom she admired and longed for? Even when she almost got dumped in her freshman year, she wasn't this foolish. This exclamation probably brought AI Xiner back to her senses. She immediately realized what she had said, but still pretended to be calm, only her slightly reddened ears betraying her barely concealed shyness. Tao De and Liang Xian exchanged a glance, their regard for AI Xiner rising even higher. They were now certain that this first love held a special place in Shinshur's heart. This was certainly a good thing. Perhaps they needed to strengthen their security measures for AI Xiner. However, at this moment, what was more important was what Shinshur had just said. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. Todd immediately said, it's just an island, there's no problem at all. There's no need to go abroad for such a small matter. They already allowed private development of islands, and they certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to push it away at a time like this. That would be best, Shinshur said with a slight smile, softly, after all, Dongwa is my homeland. This sentence naturally filled Todd and his companion with joy. Although Shinshur had already subtly expressed this attitude, this single sentence almost definitively told them that Dongwa held a special place in his heart. If they could ultimately defeat the aliens, this statement would practically guarantee Dongwa a significant advantage in future internal competition. Besides that, I need employees, I need elites. Some things require a certain number of people, and these all need to be arranged as soon as possible. We need to seize the time, Shinshur continued. Also, I won't refuse foreign elites, although I do favor you personally. But given the current situation, we must avoid internal strife. Understood, Tao De said in a deep voice. The threat of the alien fleet remains the top priority. If they can't withstand this calamity, no matter how much benefit Shinshur brings, it will be meaningless. In fact, Shinshur's mention of favoritism was already the best outcome they wanted. Not to mention, Shinshur didn't reject them at all, and even actively invited them to participate deeply in the company's, or rather, the building of its influence. This was already a tremendous gain. It far exceeded their expectations for this contact. Then let's put it this way. When you're ready, you can bring your people to see me, Shinshur concluded. Okay, then we won't disturb your meal, sir. Tao De and Liang Xian understood that they had said everything they needed to say. Qin Lan, on the other hand, kept rolling her eyes. This is getting more and more outrageous. Foreign elites? Are they just drama queens? Just as Todd and Liang Xian stood up to leave, Liang Xian suddenly turned around, adjusted his glasses, and smiled at Qin Lan, saying, Miss Qin, my name is Liang Xian, Liang as in Liangwa, the country of Liang, and Xian as in faith. His name is Todd. Remember our names, then look us up online, and you know we're not scammers. Chapter 55. After leaving those last words, Liang Xian bowed slightly to Shinshur and left with Tao De. He didn't give Qinlan a chance to say another word. Only after they had completely left the shopping mall did Tao to ask in a low voice, "Was your last sentence meant to help Mr. Shen improve his impression of Miss Qin? Is there really such a thing as first suppressing, then elevating in psychology? A girl first experiences various misunderstandings, then discovers everything is true. That 180-degree reversal of reality can be emotionally impactful. That's how it's always portrayed in TV dramas." However, Liang Xian glanced at him indifferently and smiled. "You're overthinking it." How so?" Tao seemed somewhat interested. There were many people around, not the time to discuss important matters, but such gossip-like topics were still fine. "Did you think Mr. Shen was particularly easygoing tonight? Especially approachable? Like an ordinary earthling?" Liang Xian asked first. "Isn't this just his personality in private?" Todd realized something and narrowed his eyes. Could it be? Even his personality in private isn't that simple. Liang Xian shook his head, recalling everything he had observed tonight, and sighed. "Based on my more than 20 years of experience in psychology, I can tell you very clearly that even in private, Mr. Shen's emotions are as hard as iron. At least tonight, the only thing that could cause him to have an emotional change was Xianer, and even that change was extremely limited. His observations were inherently more meticulous than those of the average person. From the slightest expression to even the slightest wavering in his eyes, nothing escaped his notice. But tonight, he discovered that Mr. Shen's expression and emotions were utterly resolute. Even when he smiled, he couldn't tell if it was a genuine smile or something else entirely. And Qinlan's questioning hadn't stirred the slightest ripple in Mr. Shen's heart at all. Only Xianer's trust elicited a slight reaction from Mr. Shen, and this reaction wasn't discernible through his expression or eyes, but rather through his subsequent explanation. Liang Xian could only say, to be able to single-handedly become the captain of a spaceship in interstellar society is no mere luck. So what you said at the end was actually to help Xianer, to prevent her from being further interfered with by her best friend. Tao said thoughtfully. Just wait and see. Liang Xian seemed to have thought of something amusing and laughed. I think if someone really tries to use a honey trap, it might backfire. I suggest we give up that idea. Todd nodded, seemingly taking his advice. Their gains tonight were already substantial. In fact, it could be said that they were far ahead of other countries, which was enough for now. Liang Xian's expertise in psychology was undeniable, but limited by his understanding. He probably couldn't have imagined that interstellar society had even developed consciousness into an advanced and powerful discipline, where even willpower could be manipulated. However, he was right about one thing. Shenshur indeed didn't care much about Qinlan. In the past, his resistance to beautiful women was only that of an ordinary young man. He would be somewhat distracted in front of beautiful women, and would feel somewhat annoyed and eager to show off if questioned. But that is all in the past. Not to mention that he has undergone a complete transformation in terms of his heart, status, will, and vision. Just having Xianer by his side makes it difficult for him to care about other girls. The difference wasn't just in appearance or personality, it was in emotions. At least, in his eyes, Xianer's eyes and heart were completely filled with him. Qinlan gritted her teeth and pulled out her phone. I want to see if he's really some big shot. She was no longer hiding anything, seemingly convinced that Shenshur was a scumbag who had tricked her Xianer away with a string of lies. No, he was a liar. Liang Xian, she quickly typed in. The search result was the official website. Qinlan's eyes widened. She almost thought she couldn't read anymore, because behind the name and the person's photo was a line of bold text. Academician of the Dongwu Academy of Sciences, psychology expert. Academician? An academician? Such a young academician? And in psychology? Qinlan questioned her very existence for a moment. She even repeatedly checked to make sure it wasn't an official website. Even though she knew nothing about psychology, she knew what such a young academician meant. Not to mention, Liang Xian's achievements were clearly listed below. A milestone figure in 21st century Eastern psychology. Driving Eastern psychology onto the world stage. A senior advisor to the National Police Force. A legendary figure in criminal investigation psychology. His professional books have become required textbooks for psychology majors. Qinlan also found numerous of his speeches, reports, lectures. The bespectacled, seemingly refined middle-aged man in the picture was the one she had just seen. Qinlan was completely dumbfounded. She was even in a daze. Right, there was someone else. Trembling, she typed Todd into her phone. This time, she didn't find it directly. Until she saw the man's photo again on an official website. She completely shattered. However, neither Shenshur nor Xianer paid attention to Qinlan, who had turned completely pale and was trembling uncontrollably. AI Xianer didn't even care what Qin Lan was investigating. In fact, after hearing Liang Xian's words, she had already anticipated the result of Qin Lan's investigation. But that didn't matter. Regardless of who those two people were, what mattered was that Xinshi had once again struck her heart hard. Was it just because of his mystery and power? No, not just because of that. Feeling her heart pounding, AI Xianer began to realize that what truly captivated her was the fact that this boy, whom she already had some vague feelings for, had grown so powerful. "Are you full?" Xinshi asked. I'm full." AI Xianer's voice was barely audible, her ears still red, a stark contrast to her usual confident demeanor. "Then move closer." Xinshi patted the seat next to him. "I have something I want to tell you." AI Xianer seemed to have completely forgotten about Qin Lan, who was still pale and ashen, and moved closer to Xinshi. Chapter 56. "You probably have a lot of questions you want to ask me too," Xinshi whispered in her ear, his voice only audible to the two of them. AI Xianer nodded, then shook her head. "You don't need to tell me now." "Huh?" Xinshi was taken aback. AI Xianer seemed a little embarrassed, but still murmured, "This feeling of occasional surprises is quite nice. Let me discover it little by little myself, okay?" Xinshi's gaze turned somewhat strange. What kind of quirk was this? He did intend to tell AI Xianer some things. He hadn't said anything before because he wasn't sure how to phrase it, and he didn't know if AI Xianer could handle the pressure of knowing everything. After all, even he himself was under immense pressure regarding the upcoming interstellar war. But now, he not only had some confidence in the war, but also a unified explanation for his identity, so he no longer intended to hide it from AI Xianer. Anyway, many people already knew. "It's just a spaceship, isn't it?" However, he truly hadn't expected AI Xianer to say that. Was it a pleasant surprise now, and then? "Fine if you insist." Xinshi moved away slightly, somewhat annoyed. He had been quite looking forward to AI Xianer's reaction after learning all this. However, as soon as he moved away, AI Xianer leaned closer, her slender fingers wrapping around his arm with considerable force, as if she wanted to hold him tightly. "What's wrong?" Xinshi keenly noticed that her mood had suddenly become somewhat low. "Xinshi." AI Xianer didn't raise her head, seemingly not wanting Xinshi to see her expression, and only said softly, "Don't you think I'm a bit too obsessed with the strong?" "Why do you say that?" Xinshi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Didn't I tell you last time? If you like rich people, there are plenty of suckers for you to hook up with. It's not about money." AI Xianer shook her head, still not looking up at Xinshi, but her hand unconsciously tightened its grip. "It's just the previous 4 years of university. We clearly drifted apart, even after going home. I got to know you and then you became more successful, so I started to gravitate towards you. Is that all you wanted to say?" Xinshi's brows smoothed out. He gently patted the back of her hand with his other hand and chuckled. "Have you forgotten that for the past 4 years, it was me who distanced myself from you? Just look at our chat history. You asked me out a few times after I went home for vacation, and I rejected you every time. Besides, isn't it me who's become successful and is actively pursuing you?" Actually, Xinshi could sense that AI Xianer in the past still valued their friendship. If she hadn't tried so hard to maintain contact, given his past personality, it wouldn't have been impossible for them to become complete strangers. "Then, what if I said that in the past, I actually always knew you liked me?" AI Xianer suddenly looked up, her usually bright and beautiful eyes now filled with obvious nervousness. Xinshi was taken aback. After a moment of silence, she smiled again. "You're so smart, it would be strange if you didn't see that. Not only that, I also know that after your college entrance exam, you decided to stop liking me, and I also know it's because my mom contacted you privately." AI Xianer bit her lip lightly, but her expression was very serious, as if she had made some important decision, and she said, word by word, "That letter you wrote, I actually secretly took it. Back then, I didn't dare disobey my mother, nor did I want to distance myself from you. After finding that letter, I secretly took it." AI Xianer's face was somewhat pale, but she didn't look away, simply staring at Xinshi murmuring, "But it seems it didn't help." Xinshi remained silent. He truly didn't know about this. That letter couldn't be considered a love letter. If anything, a farewell letter would be more appropriate. Because at that time, he truly began to realize the gap between them. This gap didn't refer to family background. Although AI Xianer's family was quite wealthy, otherwise, they couldn't have raised such a daughter. That gap wasn't enough to make him despair. The real gap stemmed from AIXINer herself. She was simply too eye-catching. With that beauty alone, she could marry any man in the world without giving anyone a strange feeling. This society not only has the generalized impression that men with money become bad, but also similar impressions, like beautiful wives are hard to keep. After all, pretty girls face just as many temptations. Even though he vaguely felt that AIXINer had some feelings for him, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, and he lacked the confidence to maintain those feelings. That's right, that's how he was back then. Realistic and sensitive. So, after finally deciding to give up and distance himself, Shinshir wanted to give this unrequited love a final, clean breakthrough with letters. But when the time came, he couldn't find them, and suddenly lost the courage to write another letter. For a long time, he assumed it was written by one of his classmates, who also secretly loved AIXINer. He also thought that AIXINer might already know about the letter. But he never expected that she would take it? Shinshir's feelings suddenly became complicated. Now, so much has happened, he has changed so much, even the whole world has changed. Looking back at that period of time and those emotions, it truly evoked an indescribable feeling. Shinshir's heart wasn't at peace, but AIXINer couldn't detect any change in his eyes. She lowered her head somewhat dejectedly, but pressed closer to him. I had a dream a while ago, she said, seemingly to herself. I dreamt that I confessed to you, and you cruelly rejected me. You said that after you became strong, the thing you wanted to do most was to let me know what I missed. Shinshir's lips twitched slightly. He was about to say that she was overthinking it. But AIXINer's voice continued without stopping. I was very sad and heartbroken in my dream, but after waking up, I felt that even if it were real, it wouldn't be so bad. A smile even curved her lips as she leaned her head on Shinshir's shoulder. It would definitely be an unforgettable love affair. You become more and more skilled and powerful, while I become more and more regretful and in pain. Maybe, I can even become a true piano master through this experience. There's a saying, the artist's misfortune is the artist's fortune. Shinshir wanted to say something, but he held back. He could sense that AIXINer had been holding these words in for a while, and perhaps she had been impacted by something today, which was why she couldn't hold back. Then let her finish speaking. Chapter 57. Suddenly, AIXINer released her grip on Shinshir's arm, but quickly, her slender arm, usually reserved for playing the piano, coiled around Shinshir's neck like a boneless snake, her entire hot body completely melting into his embrace. She gazed at Shinshir intently, so close yet so far. But that thought has just changed. Her tone suddenly intensified, her gaze hazy, her hot breath slowly escaping from her red lips. You can think I'm attracted to someone strong, or that I'm scheming, but anyway, I decided to cling to you. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for coming to me on a cloud of rainbows before I've forgotten you. Shinshir, I like you. Maybe I liked you for a long time. Yes, Shinshir hadn't misheard. It was in this ordinary restaurant, amidst the noisy din, that AIXINer confessed. There were no flowers, no applause. Only emotions so intense they reached their peak. Shinshir felt that in his life, which had perhaps become incredibly long, another memorable moment had been added. AIXINer's confession was completely unlike her usual self. Neither open nor sexually naive. Instead, it was delicate, passionate, and deeply moving. Even after the confession, she showed no sign of letting go. Instead, she clung to him even more tightly. Are you going to reject me like in my dream? Her voice became exceptionally soft and seductive, as if she were talking to herself, murmuring, but even if you reject me, I probably can't escape. Only a fool would refuse. Shinshir simply wrapped his arms around her waist, easily pulling her onto his lap, and said calmly, You're mine now. AIXINer felt a tingling sensation surge from her heart all the way down her spine and neck. After a long while, she finally burst out laughing, burying her head in his shoulder, her head bobbing up and down. Where did you come from, this domineering CO? She teased, laughing so hard she seemed to be crying. Isn't this the type you like? Shinshir glanced at her. If I'd known you liked this type, I would have won you over back in high school. Nonsense, you wouldn't have dared back then. AIXINer giggled and whispered in his ear, If I just get a little closer, you blush for days. Want to look in the mirror and see who's blushing? Shinshir remained unmoved, his hand moving slightly. Oh! AIXINer exclaimed, blushing as she admitted defeat. I admit it, you're better now. Do you even need to admit it? It's obvious. Wait! Qinlan is still watching. You know I'm watching. Hearing her name, Qinlan finally couldn't hold back anymore, standing up with a sorrowful expression. I'm going to the restroom. She really didn't understand why things had turned out this way. She had clearly intended to make Xiner completely wake up. But Xiner actually confessed to her right in front of her, and they were being all lovey-dovey in front of her. And she couldn't do anything about it. The shock from looking up those two people online hadn't even subsided, and this man in front of her might really be the kind of ruthless guy who's going to open a company on the island. And that wasn't all. The key issue is that Sister Xiner is so disappointing. Thinking of Sister Xiner throwing herself into her arms right in front of her, so passionate, Qinlan couldn't help but feel a deep sadness. She realized that she was no longer the closest person to Sister Xiner. Shinshur and AI Xiner naturally had no idea about all the drama in Qinlan's mind, but after seeing Qinlan leave in a daze, they exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This included Shinshur. Controlling emotions didn't mean being devoid of them. In this atmosphere, he naturally wouldn't maintain a cold demeanor. Where did you find this best friend? Shinshur chuckled. These kinds of silly girls are rare these days. She's just straightforward, AI Xiner said, giving Shinshur a light push, but then couldn't help laughing. She gently pulled away, getting down from Shinshur's lap and sitting beside him. She straightened her not-so-disheveled clothes, and then affectionately wrapped her arms around Shinshur's. Maybe in Qinlan's eyes, I'm the silly one. Her eyes remained fixed on Shinshur's face. No one will say you're silly, on the contrary, the whole world will envy you. Shinshur shook his head, then lightly wiped the table, magically producing a small, exquisitely wrapped red box. What's this? AI Xiner's attention was immediately drawn to it. A gift, Shinshur said. It's not a ring, is it? AI Xiner turned her head, trying to glean something from Shinshur's expression. Why don't you open it and see? Shinshur's expression was completely unreadable. If it's a ring, then you won't have a chance to back out. AI Xiner glanced at him and scoffed, I wouldn't mind confessing, getting a marriage certificate, and getting pregnant all in one day. Shinshur naturally understood the joking tone, but still looked at her speechlessly. They say girls mostly become female drivers after falling in love. But this was just a confession. It can only be said that AI Xiner is indeed different from ordinary girls. Despite her tempting words, a palpable tension still lingered when she picked up the small box. Until she opened it. A dazzling color reflected in her eyes. It wasn't a ring, but a necklace, and unlike any gemstone necklace one might expect. At its center, surrounded by unknown crystals, was a single, incredibly beautiful drop of red liquid, like flowing crystal, exceptionally stunning. AI Xiner instantly fell in love. What is this? She asked. A gift, Shinshur replied. I asked what kind of gemstone it is, she said, giving Shinshur a sidelong glance, her eyes captivatingly alluring. That's none of your concern, Shinshur said, reaching out to pick up the necklace, its chain like ice crystals. He brushed aside AI Xiner's long, flowing hair and personally placed it around her neck. The chain wasn't short, it dangled into her dress, disappearing from sight, yet still adding a touch of allure to AI Xiner, making her even more beautiful. Consider this my token of love for you. You must never take it off, Shinshur said, pinching AI Xiner's smooth cheek, feigning indifference. Understand? AI Xiner responded softly, but quickly couldn't help laughing, finding Shinshur's act too amusing. At this moment, she clearly didn't know. This necklace was some kind of automatic protective device. It was worth an entire murder mystery game script. This demonstrates its technological sophistication. Even in future human civilization, it would be considered a very good piece of personal protective equipment. Chapter 58. This device not only automatically generates a protective force field, but can even carry the user to safety, and it also possesses a certain degree of weaponry. On Blue Star, there's basically nothing to worry about. Shinshur prepared similar devices for his mother, younger brother, and even AI Xiner's parents. He had already ordered the simulated deformable matter to be taken back and secretly attached to them to protect their safety. Of course, this was only a trump card. As far as Shinshur knew, Todd had already arranged for tight, covert protection around his family. Once his future island was built and his family was settled, there would be even less to worry about. Even if, hypothetically, humanity ultimately lost, with the Voight's superior engines and defenses, he could still escape with them in time. Without any worries, he could now boulder in doing what he was about to do. Oh no! AI Xiner suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Shinshur asked. AI Xiner stammered for a long time before finally saying dejectedly, I didn't prepare a gift, and I never even thought I confessed tonight. It's okay if you didn't have one, Shinshur said casually, as if he thought it was something serious. No! AI Xiner shook her head, pursing her lips. I still owe you a gift. We agreed on it almost half a month ago, and I still haven't prepared one. Actually, it wasn't that she hadn't prepared anything, but she wasn't satisfied with any of the ones she had. Shinshur emphasized that it had to be heartfelt. She wanted to knit a scarf and gloves, but it was summer. She wanted to buy a gift, but felt that wouldn't be thoughtful enough. She wanted to cook a good meal, but she didn't have the skill. Finally, she wanted to write a piano piece to express her feelings, but the more she wrote, the less satisfied she became. But now she received Shinshur's love token, essentially digging herself into a fire pit. After all, she knew very well that neither party in a relationship could only take without giving. She racked her brains for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution. Finally, seemingly lost in thought, she timidly said, "How about tonight?" She only managed to utter those few words before her face flushed crimson, unable to continue. Shinshur found it amusing. AIXINR was a silver-plated devil. She seemed enthusiastic and generous when joking, but timid and hesitant when it came to serious matters. However, sensing her nervousness and timidity, Shinshur ultimately let her off the hook. After all, they had only just begun dating, and he teased, "What are you thinking? She'd be mine sooner or later. How can you use her as a gift? Then what do you suggest?" AIXINR tilted her head back, looking resigned. "You decide for yourself." Shinshur didn't take the bait, passing the buck back to Qinlan with a laugh. "No need to rush. Okay, let's go see Qinlan. I'm starting to suspect she's fallen into a trap." Qinlan hadn't fallen into a trap. She was just heartbroken and didn't want to come back to witness their public displays of affection. However, upon hearing that AIXINR would still be going back with her tonight, her face lit up with joy. Her adoration for AIXINR was practically written all over her face. It was already late, and her strong self-control kicked in again. Even though they had just confirmed their relationship and were in the heat of the moment, Shinshur didn't drag AIXINR around any longer. Instead, she escorted them back to their rented apartment. Yes, since moving out of the school dormitory, AIXINR had been sharing an apartment with Qinlan. They all prioritized safety, choosing a rather upscale location. Moreover, Shinshur had already arranged for numerous lifelike, transforming cats, dogs, birds, and sparrows to guard the area, and with the necklace he given away tonight, there was no need to worry about AIXINR's safety. Once he was alone in the car, letting out a slow breath, Shinshur had completely calmed down. His real purpose tonight was simply to see Todd and the others again. AIXINR's confession was merely an unexpected surprise. However, after confirming their relationship and becoming a true girlfriend, Shinshur also felt a certain responsibility. AIXINR's dream was to become a piano master like Chopin or Beethoven, ensuring her name and music would be remembered for generations. After all, beauty fades, and gray hair grows early. She had once told Shinshur that only when the world praised her talent more than her appearance would she truly be considered a peerless beauty, her charm enduring forever. But what is such a dream worth if it's separated from human civilization? Indeed, not rushing to escape was the right thing to do. Shinshur's resolve grew stronger. Only on Blue Star can we find the life we want. Escaping Blue Star would mean completely losing all of this. He'd go back and make some more preparations. Tomorrow, he would begin to change this world. At this moment, Shinshur practically didn't need sleep. Even mental fatigue was relieved by simply closing his eyes briefly for 10 seconds, after which he felt as refreshed as if he had slept all night. This was the power of the evolution device. Those countless particles, invisible even to an electron microscope, had, to some extent, enabled his flesh and blood to do things that only machines could do. Therefore, he needed almost twice as much time as other humans. His efficiency was incomparable. Shinshur was using this enormous advantage to frantically supplement everything he needed, whether it was knowledge or thinking. Perhaps before long, even without any special abilities, he would become the most outstanding among all humanity. Meanwhile, Todd and the others were also up all night. They not only had to report to their superiors, but also constantly discussed and selected, striving to decide on the elites Shinshur needed in the shortest possible time. After making a decision, they would rush over that night for highly confidential communication before bringing them to Haicheng. Amounts of manpower and resources were expended along the way, all to speed things up. Even under these circumstances, it wasn't until around noon the next day that they arrived at the hotel where Shinshur was currently staying, accompanied by 2 people. When they arrived at the luxurious presidential suite, led by the hotel's private butler, Shinshur was sitting at the dining table, surrounded by a pile of delicious food and 4 extra sets of chopsticks and bowls, clearly having known of their arrival. "You arrived." He greeted the 4 casually. "Please sit down and have a meal. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Shen. Tao De and Liang Xian walked over with smiles, and the other two, not being particularly reserved, also came over and sat down. It was a man and a woman. The man looked to be under 40, wearing a suit, with a straight back and a composed demeanor. Chapter 59. The woman appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. While her looks couldn't compare to AI Xianers, or even Qin Lan's, she was still undeniably beautiful, possessing a mature and shrewd air that AI Xianer, at her age, lacked. Upon entering, the two men naturally focused their attention on Shinshur. However, they acted subtly. The woman, in particular, adopted a subtly humble posture, while the man's expression carried a slightly concealed scrutiny. With just one glance, Shinshur understood. These two were likely unaware of the full truth. Let me introduce you, Mr. Shen, Tao De said with a smile, gesturing as everyone took their seats. This is Mr. Wenheji, the management talent we recommended to Mr. Shen, and this is Ms. Song Yao, the assistant talent we recommended. The introductions were remarkably simple and direct, without any unnecessary words. This caused a slight change in the expressions of the two men. But they were all clearly very intelligent people, and didn't show much, only offering slight smiles and nods. Your ambitions are even greater than I expected, Shin Shurxian said, looking at Wenheji with a smile. He knew this man. Not only did he know him, but he had also followed him for a long time. Yes, as an ambitious college student, Wenheji was a model of college student entrepreneurship, and Shin Shurxian had once been his idol in this regard. He entered the business world right after finishing his college entrance exams at 17, and by the time he was in college, he already had a net worth of over 100 million yuan. Now, at only 37 years old, he owns a conglomerate with a scale of nearly 10 billion yuan, becoming the founder and current chairman of the Wen Group. This is before the group went public. Once it did, his net worth would be at least tens of billions. He built all this from scratch in just 10 short years. However, Shinshur only now learned that this nationally renowned entrepreneurial pioneer's grandfather, father, and uncle had all served in the military. This was probably the main reason they brought him here. His abilities are undeniable, and absolutely strong, but more importantly, he's reliable. That makes sense. Finding someone Shinshur trusts, someone Tao De and the others trust, and someone with strong abilities is no easy feat. And bringing in a multi-billionaire shows how much importance they place on him. Wenheji is the elite we can think of most quickly, the one most suitable to recommend to Mr. Shen, Tao De explained, seeing Shinshur looking at Wenheji. We hope Mr. Shen understands that we are extremely cautious in our selection of this person. Ability, character, background, all are indispensable. It seems you haven't told them yet? Shinshur said. Not yet. After all, we don't know Mr. Shen's intentions yet, Todd nodded. If Mr. Shen is not satisfied, we can change it. There's nothing to be dissatisfied with, Shinshur said calmly. Besides, you don't need to be so secretive. It's going to be common knowledge sooner or later. Regarding this, we actually hope Mr. Shen can give us more time. Todd offered a suggestion for the first time. Don't reveal everything at once, but gradually, establish a confidentiality system, and save some of the more impactful information for last, giving us and the world some time to prepare. The tone was more of a request than a suggestion. After all, if Shinshur disagreed, there was nothing they could do. But the information contained within it startled Wenheji and Song Yao once again. To be honest, the two of them had been given a real fright last night. Suddenly, a group of people urgently approached them, took them away, subjected them to a series of checks and interrogations, even psychological tests, and only at the very end were they vaguely told that for the future of the nation, for the future of humanity, they needed to serve as subordinates to an extremely important figure, obeying all orders. The words were too heavy, the scale too grand, and they ultimately agreed. Afterwards, they were taken to Haicheng by military helicopter, and then transported without stopping until they met the remarkably young-looking man before them. Adding to this conversation now. They even began to feel that everything before them was becoming increasingly perplexing. What does giving the world some time to prepare mean? Could what's hidden behind this have implications for the entire world? I wasn't planning on revealing everything anyway. Shinshur glanced at Todd and shook his head. But you have to understand, the project I'm working on can't be hidden. Besides, I need manpower, a lot of manpower. Building a planetary fortress in just 3 years, even just assembling it, would be an incredibly massive undertaking. Gong Chu originally wanted to rent a batch of robots. But Shinshur felt he couldn't handle everything alone. He needed to ensure human civilization had a sense of participation. Otherwise, he would become further detached from civilization, and one day, he might be discarded like a used tool after the hunt. Therefore, he didn't intend to use robots for anything that could be accomplished with manpower at this stage. This would also be a process that changed the entire world, even the entire civilization. Upon hearing this, Todd's expression immediately became much more serious. He could already confirm from Shinshir's words that Shinshir had a plan for the war 3 years from now, and for the crucial loan Shinshir mentioned, a plan of immense scale. Yet, he still couldn't help but feel some apprehension. After hesitating for a moment, he glanced at Liang Xian and said, Mr. Shin, although our limited understanding might not be of much help in the plan, this is a matter of great importance. Could you let us know the specifics of the plan? You're worried about the reliability of the plan, aren't you? Shinshir glanced at him, directly stating his thoughts. Todd smiled slightly but didn't deny it. Last night, he and Liang Xian had a detailed discussion, finalizing their approach to dealing with Shinshir, respect combined with appropriate frankness. Interests, concerns, and attitudes can all be discussed openly and directly. Mr. Shin was well aware of these things and didn't object. Therefore, Todd indeed acted accordingly. Neither the selection criteria nor the current concerns were concealed or circumvented. You can rest assured about that, Shinshir said. I asked a professional friend to design the entire plan, and then found someone to customize the facilities. Even the approximate completion time has been calculated. The only question is whether the plan can be successfully implemented according to the actual process. Todd's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Mr. Shin had already established a certain social circle within that corporate interstellar society. Chapter 60. They already had a rough estimate of when Shinshir left Blue Star. Judging from AIXINR, it was roughly 4 years, at most 5. 4 or 5 years shouldn't be much in the vastness of interstellar space. However, Shinshir had become the captain of a spaceship, managing numerous aliens, and even managed to secure a loan, potentially enough to help Blue Star resist an entire alien fleet, based on his future. The most reasonable explanation for all this was that Shinshir had a powerful backer, a backer who had taken him away from Blue Star, given him the opportunity, and even provided him with everything he had now. And Shinshir's words now undoubtedly increased this possibility. Without a backer, how could he have met a friend capable of such help in such a short time? Of course, all of this was still just speculation. Todd wanted to ask Shinshir's friend whether he was reliable, but ultimately refrained. Because asking this wouldn't be very meaningful. There was no other way. They knew too little about this, and even if they knew the plan, they probably wouldn't be able to judge its merits. In the end, they could only trust Shinshir, since Shinshir's interests and goals in this matter should align with theirs. Therefore, in the end, Todd could only sincerely look at Shinshir and slowly say, Then let's leave it to you to decide, sir. Shinshir nodded. He did indeed have a certain amount of confidence in Gong Chu, and this confidence wasn't just based on Gong Chu himself, but also on the future level of human understanding of their enemies. That was an enemy they had fought a bitter 600-year war against, finally emerging victorious. Even so, as Shinshir nodded, he still felt a sense of responsibility. The future of all humanity rested on this defense plan he had decided. How do you feel? Shinshir wasn't troubled by this sense of responsibility. He was no longer affected by this level of pressure. He simply turned to Wenheji and Song Yao, who had remained silent, and casually asked, Any guesses? Both of them tensed up. They vaguely understood that this question was actually a test. The conversation that had just unfolded before them undoubtedly revealed some chilling information, but it also clearly concealed some crucial information, things that would only be known after they were accepted into the organization. Wenheji didn't offer any women first politeness. After a brief silence, he spoke first. I sense a kind of crisis. Shinshir nodded slightly inwardly. Although their conversation didn't explicitly emphasize this point, a person with keen intuition should have been able to guess this possibility from their expressions, eye contact, and the content and tone of their conversation. The key to overcoming this crisis likely lies with Mr. Shin. Song Yao chimed in, adding a small compliment. Furthermore, Mr. Shin possesses abilities and maturity beyond his years. Even when facing a crisis that Mr. Tao had to treat as a formidable enemy, he seemed quite at ease, at least not feeling the same pressure as Mr. Tao. Therefore, I suspect our job is primarily to follow Mr. Shin's instructions, rather than to support his work. Obedience and support are fundamentally different. Wenheji opened his mouth, but then closed it. He wasn't truly willing to give up his promising career, to become a subservient subordinate. However, after a brief silence, Wenheji suddenly said, This crisis will likely sweep the globe, which is why Mr. Shin's position is so prominent. To be honest, I made many guesses, but I still can't figure out what kind of crisis could lead to this outcome, making my hard-earned status and wealth seem meaningless. Unless it's a global war, I can only speculate in the realm of fantasy. He couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Song Yao smiled beside him. She understood that Wenhezi was trying to ease the atmosphere, as it was somewhat oppressive. However, the two quickly noticed that Shinshur wasn't laughing, Tao De wasn't laughing either, only Liang Xian looked at them with a slightly helpless expression. Wenhezi's smile gradually froze. Having navigated the turbulent business world for 10 years, he had rarely encountered a situation so utterly helpless. It wasn't until Shinshur smiled that he was rescued from this predicament. But soon, he couldn't care less about that now. Because Shinshur extended a finger and lightly tapped the table, smiling, "Magic, you mean this?" The instant the dull tap sounded, all the plates on the table, including the food, silently and without a tremor, floated up. There was no feeling of being pulled, as if an invisible hand was steadily supporting them from below. Not even the soup stirred. Wenhezi's eyes widened instantly, even hurting from the staring. It wasn't that he didn't want to shout, but he was completely speechless. What the hell was this? He could swear that in his entire life, he had never been so out of control. Song Yao wasn't much better off. Her mouth was agape, her previous elegance and maturity completely gone. She even subconsciously stretched out her hand, waving it back and forth between the floating plate and the surrounding surface. A magic trick? A prop? How could this be? What kind of occasion was this? They didn't believe such a grand spectacle was just for a magic trick performed in front of the two of them. "Mr. Shen, this is?" Wenhezi, slightly regaining his composure, looked at Shinshur, who was wearing a faint smile, and his gaze had completely changed. If this isn't a colossal hoax, then it's a complete reshaping of the world. People always try to understand everything, but there will always be things that are incomprehensible. Shinshur gently flicked his finger. This time, it wasn't just the plate that flew up, but the soup inside, flowing slowly around everyone in midair, following the direction of his finger's movement. The enticing aroma of the soup was even palpable. This scene was beyond even magic. Tao De and Liang Xian, who knew the inside story, were somewhat better off, merely marveling at this magical and unknown method, while simultaneously recognizing a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of interstellar technology. But He Ji and Song Yao felt as if they were in a magical world. The more intelligent a person is, the more easily their worldview is solidified. Therefore, the more difficult it is to completely overturn an old worldview. Only a direct, uncompromising shock can easily achieve this. Chapter 61. Shinshur, as if giving them time to accept everything and change their worldview, said nothing more. He simply continued to enjoy the food. Some food even flew directly in front of him. Delicacies, like hairy crabs, automatically disintegrated in midair, each piece of crab meat meticulously separated, an astonishing sight, a visual impact unmatched by any magic show. In reality, this was merely a simple auxiliary function of the evolution device within Shinshur's body. The resulting force field was remarkably similar to the legendary telekinesis. It could not only create a powerful force field for protection, but also perform various precise manipulations. But who could say this wasn't a true superpower? Wenhezi and Song Yao were no ordinary people. Faced with the shock of this real scene, no matter how unbelievable it seemed, they had to accept it all, accept this new world, so they gradually recovered. However, the way they looked at Shinshur completely changed. What began as confusion and doubt upon entering has transformed into longing and a barely concealed fervor, especially for Wenhezi. In this society, wealth is already a form of power, but how does that compare to the power of supernatural forces? Does it grant a healthy body? A long lifespan? The resilience to concentrate immense power within oneself? At this moment, with Shinshur, all of this is possible. At this point, let alone becoming Shinshur's subordinate, Wenhezi wouldn't hesitate for long even if he were offered his entire fortune. Because in the face of such a power imbalance, the power of money is utterly insignificant. "Sir." Wenhezi's words were on the tip of his tongue when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he slowly asked, "Where did you return from?" This question seemed somewhat abrupt. But Song Yao even covered her mouth in surprise. After the initial surprise, she seemed to understand. Shinshur also chuckled. "You guessed it?" he said. Two things beyond comprehension and imagination, occurring simultaneously in a short period of time, make it more likely that these two events are connected. Wenhezi looked as if he had already known, then glanced at Tao De and Liang Xian moreover. Their attitudes alone were enough to explain many things. The I'm back incident that occurred several days ago still had no official explanation, and it was highly unlikely that the authorities were completely unaware of it. Based solely on this, Wenhezi was able to make a bold guess. Shinshur was the one who returned from the I'm back incident. Now, This guess had been confirmed. Based on this, Wenheji could even guess many things further. For example, the crisis mentioned earlier must be related to Shinshur. It all depended on where Shinshur returned from. Wenheji stared intently at Shinshur. Shinshur smiled slightly and said, "The universe?" "The universe." It was the universe. Wenheji's face flushed red in an instant. This meant that outside of Blue Star, in that boundless universe, was no longer a desolate and empty place, but rather a world far surpassing Blue Star. Wait! Wenheji seemed to realize something, his face turning from flushed to pale. "That crisis," he said with some difficulty. "The crisis also comes from the universe." Shinshur held up 3 fingers. 3 years, at the latest 3 years, the invaders will reach Blue Star. Clang. Both Wenheji and Song Yao felt a sharp shock. It really is true, both of them turned pale. They had watched so many movies, but never imagined they would encounter something like this in real life, and only 3 years left. It's too short. However, everything they had just witnessed, and the slightly somber expressions on Tao De and Liang Xian's faces, all proved that it was likely true. The world's peace has only 3 short years left. You don't have much time to doubt, to harbor illusions. This time, Shinshur didn't give them enough time to accept everything, simply saying calmly, either stay and contribute to humanity's last chance for survival, or go back and enjoy your final 3 years of peace. I stay. The first to respond was surprisingly Song Yao. Her complexion gradually regained its color. She brushed aside the cold sweat-dampened hair on her face, and forced a smile. I didn't know there would be 3 peaceful years, but now that I know, even going back won't bring peace. All right. Shinshur didn't waste any words. From now on, you be my assistant, and I give you 2 other assistants to manage them. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people walked over from the doorway. They were 2 women, very beautiful women. Wearing black business suits, paired with high heels and black stockings, and opulent accessories, their cool expressions made them exceptionally alluring. Todd immediately recognized one of them. It was the secretary who had appeared by Shinshur's side several times before. But like the black-clad bodyguards, their origins were completely unknown. However, they now had some vague suspicions. Sure enough, Shinshur casually explained, they are both artificial humanoids created for you. They can protect you when necessary and possess strong learning abilities. You can train them well. Everyone was taken aback. Even Wenheji couldn't help but scrutinize the 2 women. Stop looking. With Earth's technology, even if you dissected them completely, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between them and real people. But the difference will still exist. For these androids, even if you remove their heads, they can still move around freely. Seeing their keen interest, Shinshur added, "Want to try?" Before the others could react, Song Yao was suddenly horrified. This isn't necessary," she said weakly. "Fear of blood and gore?" Shinshur looked at her. No, it's just, not good." Song Yao didn't know how to describe it. "Have you developed empathy for their appearance?" Shinshur understood, but said calmly, "But they are not human, not even living beings. They are just inanimate objects. Their emotions, personalities, and all their reactions are just simulations of humans. You can even make them switch between hundreds of completely different simulated personalities in a minute." But Song Yao looked at their appearance, indistinguishable from real people, even their somewhat lively eyes, and still couldn't see them as inanimate dolls. Interstellar space has unified and stringent standards for judging life and the races to which it belongs. Shinshur shook his head and said, "As the first human elites to come into contact with interstellar space, you must adapt to its rules as soon as possible. You can no longer view it with past concepts and emotions, because those are no longer applicable. Otherwise, you will be like ancient people who travel to the modern world, unable to adapt to much of the reality." Chapter 62. These words elicited different reactions from everyone present. Wenheji seemed thoughtful, Tao De and Liang Xian's expressions were somewhat serious, while Song Yao nodded earnestly. To be honest, everything in interstellar space is indeed too mysterious to humanity. This can be seen from the vast and varied fantasies surrounding it. But when it actually appears, it brings far more than just those things from the fantasies. It encompasses everything, it includes everything. Even a simulated human seems to represent a concept existing in interstellar space. Therefore, Tao De and Liang Xian were not thinking about simulated humans, but rather about Shinshur's point about the necessity of adapting to interstellar space. Undoubtedly, Shinshur is now the authority on Earth when it comes to interstellar space. If there were a science of interstellar research, Shinshur would undoubtedly be the supreme being in this field. Even his every conversation, even casual chat, contains a wealth of information related to interstellar space. Like a vast, boundless treasure trove. No one knows how much remains unknown, how many secrets it holds. Finally, Song Yao nodded solemnly again, and said, "I will remember your words, sir." "Just call me President Shen," Shinsher corrected her. This meant that he had officially hired Song Yao as an asset to the company. Tao was somewhat satisfied, then looked at Wenheji. Wenheji didn't hesitate at all, saying decisively, "President Shen, I join too." He knew very well that if he missed this opportunity, he would miss his entire future. "Okay," Shinsher replied simply. "Congratulations, Mr. Wen," Liang Xian said with a smile, congratulating Wenheji. "It seems Mr. Shen is quite satisfied with our human elites." He knew that Shinsher also had a group of aliens under his command. "I am human too," Shinsher shook his head. "We are just generally lagging behind, but the elites selected from 7 billion people won't be too bad in terms of potential. Todd, have you decided on the island I want?" Shinsher directly skipped the topic of selecting people, and looked at Todd. Clearly, the initial contact had ended, and the next step would be formal cooperation. In this respect, Dongguo was undoubtedly far ahead of other countries. "We have discussed it, and listed several options, all of which can be leased to you, sir, for 50 years at a price of $1. Todd had anticipated that today wouldn't just be about introducing employees to Shinsher. He took out a tablet from his bag, opened it, and showed several islands. All of them met Shinsher's requirements, and were relatively close to Haicheng. As for the seemingly exaggerated condition of 1 yuan for 50 years, it wasn't surprising at all. As long as Shinsher could be kept here, giving him away for free wouldn't be a problem. Shinsher glanced at it, and casually pointed. "This one." Tao glanced at it. It was a small island called Jiqing Island. Among the options he had listed, it wasn't particularly large, nor was its location special. It seemed he had really chosen it randomly, and didn't seem to care much. "Sir, would you like to change the name?" he asked. Such small islands used to be nameless islands, and nowadays, names are mostly chosen arbitrarily. Changing the name or adding a secondary name is nothing. "Let's call it Star Island then," Shinsher said casually. His reason for wanting an island was simply to have a ground-based center for facilitating the transportation of goods across the world. As for the company headquarters, even placing it in outer space wouldn't be a problem. "And the company registration is also your responsibility," Shinsher added. "Sir, you mean register it in the East?" Todd's eyes lit up. "I'm from the East. Is there a problem registering it there?" Shinsher glanced at him. "No, of course, no problem." Todd's reaction was one of delight. Now, everyone could see that this company would inevitably change the fate of all human civilization. It was of immense significance. Todd had initially worried that Shinsher didn't intend to follow the proper procedures, or that he planned to register it overseas. Now it seemed he had no such intentions. "This is another piece of good news." "You must have other matters to discuss," Shinsher said, looking at Todd. "If there's anything, just say it directly. I need to decide on the next move as soon as possible." He had already realized that Todd and Liang Xian's visit wasn't just about sending people and islands. They probably had other motives. That was understandable. Now that the cooperation had begun, with such enormous benefits at stake, how could they remain silent? Shinsher wasn't averse to this. He had always intended to promote the development of human civilization, so rather than hiding it, it was better to be open about it, and say what they wanted directly. To be frank, Mr. Shen, Todd and Liang Xian exchanged a glance, then looked at Shinsher expectantly, saying, "Although we know that our technological strength is far inferior to those of alien civilizations, not to mention the corporate interstellar society you belong to, the more backward we are, the more we need to develop. If we can't survive this war 3 years from now, everything will be over. But if we do survive, we can't remain backward forever." The meaning behind his words was quite clear. They wanted technology, they wanted support. Wenheji and Song Yao remained silent, sitting quietly, but their gazes toward Shinsher held a similar expectation. At first, they thought Shinsher had returned from some magical world. But since he came from the vast universe, what was most attractive? Technology, of course. Humanity has only been rapidly developing technology for a little over 200 years, yet it has already brought about earth-shattering changes, and these changes have penetrated into everyone, truly benefiting all. Even if not for themselves, they should think of their families. Especially Wenheji, who was married and had 2 adorable children. Naturally, he hoped his children could live in an increasingly better and more developed world. However, faced with this request, Shinsher remained silent. This silence caused everyone present to fall silent as well. Until Todd couldn't help but ask, "Sir, do you think that preparing for war 3 years from now is the most important thing right now?" To be honest, That's certainly true. If humanity is defeated, then even the most advanced knowledge will be meaningless. However, Shinshur slowly shook his head. I'm just thinking about a direction for development. He paused. Never mind, that's too far off for you. Let's talk about what technology you want first. Chapter 63. We have a list. Todd was indeed prepared, handing over another paper document. Shinshur took it and glanced at it. As expected, it was incredibly comprehensive. From energy-related technologies to industry, to medicine, biology, chips, programming, it covered almost every existing technological field, listing the specific technologies required for each. Clearly, they wanted a comprehensive and rapid development. This was understandable. After all, Shinshur wasn't hiding his identity and starting a company, gradually revealing small technologies. He directly displayed his interstellar identity. Coupled with his previous groundwork, it all indicated that interstellar technology far surpassed that of Earth. Mr. Shin, Todd said, closely observing Shinshur's expression. Seeing no reaction from him after seeing the list, he continued, we don't want all the technologies on this list. We understand that high-tech products and specific technologies are completely different concepts. Some profound and advanced technologies are undoubtedly extremely valuable in interstellar space. Even if we were given them, we might not be able to digest them. Therefore, the main purpose of this list is to give you a general understanding of our technological level in various aspects, where we progressed, and then see if we can offer any assistance. Todd spoke slowly, trying to make his tone and logic as clear as possible. His meaning and attitude were also very clear. We don't expect to leap forward all at once, but rather plan to develop our own technology tree step by step with your support, and then you can see which technologies we can acquire. Shinshur didn't reply. Instead, he flipped through the pages one by one, not slowly, but pausing briefly at each page. This made Todd somewhat nervous. Yesterday, while collecting information for this list, he gained a deeper understanding of technological development. This kind of thing can't be accomplished overnight. Even if all the technologies from the beginning to the peak were presented to him now, it would be impossible to achieve what he expected in a short time. The higher up the technology tree climbs, the more complex and intertwined it becomes, to the point that each step must be digested, understood, and applied before moving on to the next. There are almost no shortcuts in this process. Therefore, even if Shinshur did provide technical support, he couldn't take them on a leap. He could only accelerate the process, getting them from a slow jog to a flying vehicle. Even if it's just an acceleration, it's still something all scientists, and indeed all of humanity, dream of. Last night, a scientist told Todd that if all the technologies on the list could be implemented, human civilization would enter an unprecedented technological explosion. If research costs were guaranteed, they were even confident they could reach the level of technology 100 years from now within 10 years. That's a tenfold acceleration. Even Todd, who isn't a scientist, couldn't help but get excited just thinking about it. So how could he not be nervous? Even when Heji and Songyao gradually realized what this list meant, and watching Shinshur constantly flipping through it, they also became nervous. The atmosphere became utterly silent. It wasn't until Shinshur finished turning the last page, closed it, and glanced at them, that the silence deepened. Sigh. A soft sigh sent a chill down everyone's spine. No one dared to utter a sound. The gap is indeed too large, Shinshur finally spoke. But no matter how large the gap, there's only one path to catch up, Todd said gravely. Shinshur paused for a moment, then nodded and said, the technology mentioned above. It's not exactly difficult, but it might be different from what you originally expected. Please explain further, sir. Todd immediately focused his attention. In fact, they also felt that most of the technology involved shouldn't be too difficult in interstellar space. For example, some biotechnology. Even creating androids is easy. Prosthetic limbs and organs are a piece of cake. Unless it's a critical area, such as controllable, or even miniaturized, nuclear fusion technology. They guessed that this energy technology, capable of easily propelling a civilization into interstellar space, might be subject to some form of embargo, and wouldn't be so easy to obtain. As for spaceships, warship engines, and weapons, those were somewhat beyond their comprehension, so they weren't included on the list. You want controlled nuclear fusion technology? Shinshur asked, immediately mentioning one of the most important technologies on the list. Yes, Taoda's expression brightened. Even when Heji and the others were suddenly filled with anticipation. In this information age, any random internet user could likely discuss controlled nuclear fusion at length. It's an infinite, clean, and safe new energy source, even called an artificial sun. Once realized, it would mean a complete reshuffling of the energy industry, potentially ushering in an era of unlimited energy for humanity, and even taking a giant leap towards a space age. Originally, most people would never witness this day in their lifetime. But now, this possibility is right before them. It seems so close. All Shinshur needs to do is nod slightly and say, "No problem." However, Shinshur didn't say those words. He simply asked slowly, "Do you know roughly what status controlled nuclear fusion holds in interstellar society? So, it's really that precious?" Todd's mood sank again. Could it be that they were really right? This technology, which would greatly advance the development of a civilization, is under strict control. Precious? Shinshur countered, shaking his head. It's just a child's toy. The four of them were stunned. A look of utter astonishment crossed their faces. Children's toys? This is controlled nuclear fusion. Unlimited energy. An artificial sun. Technology that could propel a civilization into space. Actually, not just them. Shinshur was equally astonished. After opening the list, he accessed the database on the spaceship through his personal terminal, visible only to him, and searched for related technologies. The results showed that not only could he find most of the technologies listed, but they were also significantly more advanced. Keep in mind, all he had was a basic, even essentially free, publicly available backup of information from human civilization 3,000 years in the future. Chapter 64. Faced with this situation, Shinshur didn't know whether he should be happy or not. He could indeed accelerate the rapid development of human technology without much effort. Even some technologies that would be completely worthless in the future world would be enough to sustain modern humanity for a long time. However, behind the scenes lay a huge gap between the two. It's like searching for rudimentary steelmaking or salt production methods on the internet today. But in ancient times, these would still be revolutionary technologies. Even in the future, humanity is far behind some of the slightly more advanced civilizations within the mud system in terms of technology, as evidenced by the evolution device he carried, worth nearly 20 murder mystery game scripts. One can only say, the road ahead is long and arduous. While Shinshur's feelings were quite complex, the four people in front of him finally understood the meaning behind his words. "Sir, do you mean that controlled nuclear fusion technology isn't difficult to obtain?" Todd's expression was equally complex. It was hard to tell whether it was surprise, shock, or distress. If you're referring to helium-3 fusion, then it's indeed not difficult. Shinshur had calmed down and looked at the group. The principles behind it can be found online. The reason it seems difficult is simply because of its controllability. But just as ancient people thought controlling lightning was a pipe dream, do you still think controlling electricity is difficult today? That's true. When Haji's throat bobbed, his smile slightly bitter. But we are, after all, like people in ancient times. Yes, even if it makes sense logically, it still feels unbelievable. Especially for a businessman like Haji. This is controlled nuclear fusion. Once it happens, it will completely reshape the entire energy market, and then affect countless other sectors. It wouldn't be surprising if it caused a world war, but to Shinshur, to his new boss, it's just a toy. Just how powerful is the civilization in that universe? At this moment, a knocking sound suddenly came from the window. Everyone looked over. They saw the window, empty inside and out, abruptly open, then automatically close and even lock itself. This slightly eerie scene startled everyone. Only Tao De and Liang Xian seemed to realize something, looking at the still calm Shinshur. Sure enough, with the optical invisibility deactivated, a figure appeared in the room. It was a creature only 50 centimeters tall, with a pair of white membranous wings on its back. It was hovering in midair, its wings flapping rapidly. Before Haji and Songyao could even gasp, this creature, clearly not from Earth, had already arrived in front of Shinshur and gently placed a black suitcase on its back. "Captain, here are your things." The creature, covered in snow-white fur, spoke in perfect, clear Eastern Mandarin. Shinshur replied simply, casually ruffling its head a couple of times. Only then did everyone notice that, aside from its membranous wings and height, this creature's face was remarkably feline, and its large eyes held a pair of jewel-like blue pupils. Overall, it was surprisingly cute. "Mr. Shen, this is?" Song Yao swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly, her gaze fixed on the suddenly appearing creature as if in a dream. "My crew member, bringing me some things," Shinshur explained simply, then looked at Song Yao, his brow furrowing slightly. "Your mental fortitude needs some work. Now that you know I'm from interstellar space, having alien subordinates isn't unusual, is it?" Although Shinshur's mental fortitude hadn't been particularly strong before, it didn't prevent him from having high expectations for his subordinates. Fortunately, Song Yao was only limited by her past worldview and shocked by the fact that she was seeing an alien creature for the first time. She quickly recovered. Regaining her initial mature demeanor, she earnestly replied to Shinshur, "Understood, Mr. Shin." At this moment, she truly realized that to work alongside Shinshur, she needed a very strong heart. Aliens? What's so special about them? They'd be her colleagues in the future. Damn it. I never worked with aliens before. Song Yao forcibly suppressed her urge to scream, maintaining a calm facade and even flashing a standard smile at the cat-like, bird-like alien creature. Then she saw the alien actually return the smile. Yes, its cat-like mouth curled up slightly. This was truly an experience she never even dreamed of. Shinshur ignored her, picked up the box, placed it on the table, and opened it. I happen to have some toys like this on my spaceship. Have someone bring over a few unassembled sets. This was something he had just discovered. His spaceship did indeed possess a considerable number of fusion devices. As long as helium-3 was replenished, they could be used indefinitely. It truly lived up to its name as an immigration spaceship. Although small, it could allow tens of thousands of people to be self-sufficient and live on it for generations. However, the people in front of him were startled again by his words. Is this nuclear fusion? Todd couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Actually, he had this suspicion when Shinshur said the technology was just a toy. But he hadn't expected it to actually be a miniature nuclear fusion reactor. This was different from the significance of nuclear fusion itself, because the miniature aspect had far greater implications. To be precise, it's an unassembled, semi-finished product. Shinshur took out a metal can about the size of a cola can, placed it on the table, and made a thud. A bottle of highly compressed helium-3. Everyone's eyes widened in shock again. There are also strong magnetic confinement devices of different sizes, energy conversion devices, adjustment devices, and instruction manuals, along with the related technologies and principles I already possess. All of them are in here. As he slammed the last long, rectangular USB drive onto the table, Todd's expression changed. No matter how outdated this technology or device might be in interstellar space, at least for now, it could greatly propel the development of human society, and it was right before his eyes. From prototype to technology. So close. Todd adjusted his mood and posture, and said to Shinshur solemnly, "Sir, your contribution to human civilization is unparalleled throughout history." This praise, placed upon Shinshur at this moment, sounded like a statement of fact. However, Shinshur's aura also subtly shifted at this moment. Chapter 65. Don't rush to praise me. Shinshur placed one hand on the box, looking at Todd, and said, "This should be the first time I brought you technology. It's foreseeable that this will happen countless times in the future, so it's best to finalize some rules now." Todd was taken aback. However, looking at Shinshur's gaze, he quickly realized Shinshur's attitude. Because Shinshur at this moment was just like the one he had seen on the spaceship that day. Calm, indifferent. He was in work mode. Todd seemed to suddenly understand why Shinshur had proactively suggested registering the company in Donghua. He abided by the order and rules of Blue Star, so they too had to abide by their own order and rules. "Please speak, sir." Todd breathed slowly, speaking seriously. To be honest, they had actually considered this possibility. They even had some proposals that might satisfy both sides. But whether they could satisfy Shinshur was not up to them, it was up to Shinshur. Especially in the current situation, Shinshur's will is clearly of paramount importance. "Don't worry," Shinshur's tone remained calm. "I already told you that this kind of technology is nothing special in interstellar space, so I have no intention of raising the price to bleed you, or even humanity, dry. Besides, with the current strength of human civilization, it can't offer me anything." Hearing this, Todd was indeed somewhat relieved. This actually aligned with their perception of Shinshur's character. He seemed rather averse to selfless sacrifice, which could very well be related to his father's death while saving people, but he genuinely cared for others, and wasn't cold-hearted, selfish, or greedy. Todd's mind was racing, but he listened intently to Shinshur's words. "However, just because you can't offer me anything now doesn't mean you can't in the future," Shinshur said slowly, looking into his eyes. "I staked at least several hundred years of my future on Blue Star because I'm human. This is my home planet. But having done so, I also hope to grow alongside Blue Star, not just through this crisis." The last sentence made Todd's expression turn serious. He understood this perfectly well. The interstellar crisis wasn't just this invasion 3 years from now. For one thing, he had already witnessed on the ship how the Voran fleet, about to invade them, had transformed into an interstellar nomadic fleet. Shinshur had an interstellar background, a potential backer, someone they couldn't afford to let go of. We understand all this, Todd said softly. Having a deeper, closer connection with you, sir, both emotionally and in terms of interests, is our desire. Even if they didn't do it, other nations would inevitably. This concerned a far more distant future, longer-term interests. Now that we reached this consensus, things are simpler. Shinshire's tone softened considerably. With Shanghai Company taking the lead, we established a special joint patent management organization to oversee the use and development of this knowledge and technology. This will serve two purposes. First, to coordinate the distribution of profits and avoid internal conflicts, and second, to prevent the spread of dangerous technologies. He patted the box in front of him again. Although this thing's status in interstellar space is about the same as a toy, you can imagine the consequences if it explodes. That's right. Todd's eyes brightened. He understood Shinshire's meaning. It had to be said that this actually coincided with one of their plans. He nodded and said, "I report on this plan as soon as I get back, but there shouldn't be any problems." This was undoubtedly a plan that would satisfy all parties, and it could even deepen the connection between Shinshire and civilization. In that case, take these things back with you. Shinshire took his hand off the box and glanced at the list on the table. I try to collect the rest of the technology. Okay, then I leave it to you, sir. Todd looked at the box on the table, knowing that today's contact was pretty much over. And indeed, that was the case. After carefully putting the items back into the box, Todd said goodbye to Shinshire, took the box, and left. He even made a phone call before reaching the door. Judging by the situation, it seemed he was going to send fully armed escorts. Wenheji and Song Yao also witnessed this scene. They all knew very well that they had just witnessed a major turning point in humanity's destiny. Clearly, once Todd took everything he knew today, along with that box, back, it would inevitably create a massive upheaval. But this upheaval was merely the result of this man effortlessly raising his hand. An even bigger wave was yet to come. Shinshire, sitting at the dining table, remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he turned to Wenheji and the other man, and slowly said, "You both already know about the alien fleet invasion 3 years from now. This is currently the most important matter for our company, and even for all of humanity. Everything else, including the technology we just discussed, is secondary. Therefore, the company's main task going forward is to build defensive fortifications. I can tell you in advance that this is a very large project." Wenheji and Shinshire listened intently. They could sense the epic grandeur of an unfolding drama from Shinshire's seemingly calm description. It was a colossal transformation, transcending the existing realities of human civilization, that was about to unfold. Given the scale of this project, it's impossible to conceal it from the public. The I'm Back incident was a prelude to this, but before moving on to the next step, some preparations are needed. "So, Laowen," Shinshire suddenly called out. "Yes, sir," Wenheji immediately replied. A young and promising CEO, whose net worth could reach billions once his company went public, was now excited by the single address of Laowen. "Go contact Todd and have him find a construction team to clear a plot of land on Star Island and build a temporary base. I send you the specific dimensions." "Understood," Wenheji replied immediately, but after a moment's hesitation, he added, "President Shen, I have some old subordinates with whom I developed a certain understanding over the years." "Whatever," Shinshire waved his hand dismissively. "Since we're setting up a company, we definitely need to hire people. However, secrets like the alien invasion can't be leaked in the early stages, otherwise it could cause chaos. So, the requirements for you guys are a bit strict. But for the rest of you, we don't need to be so demanding for now. Just keep certain things strictly confidential." Chapter 66. "Understood." Wenheji nodded. I discussed the specifics with Assistant Song. He could already imagine the upheaval his sudden resignation as chairman and general manager to work for another company, one without shares, would cause within his own. But that didn't matter. Compared to this job, he wouldn't even mind giving away his current position. However, he couldn't just abandon his hard-working subordinates. Now that he secured an opportunity for them, the rest was up to them. "Song Yao," Shinshire said, turning to Song Yao, "your work is light for now. Train these 2 androids. Also, keep an eye on the online buzz surrounding I'm Back. Don't let it die down too quickly. We don't need to hire online trolls. I give you a way to contact my spaceship manager. He help you handle everything online." "Understood." Song Yao agreed without hesitation. But she was inwardly a little surprised. The spaceship steward. He must be an alien, right? And he sounds like he holds a high position. She was determined to dedicate herself fully to this job. Compared to Wenheji, who was capable of handling things independently, and had already proven himself. Her resume was certainly excellent, but not all of it might be applicable to this current position. If she lost her job, she might regret it for the rest of her life. But what Shinshir said next made the two of them jump, their breath catching in their throats. If you follow me and do well, even if humanity is still defeated in 3 years, I guarantee that there will be a place for you and your immediate family members on my spaceship. A seat on the spaceship. Anyone could understand what this guarantee meant. If humanity won 3 years later, they would become heroes deeply involved in that victory. If they lost, this guarantee was like a ticket from death to life. In an instant, their expressions changed again, their gazes toward Shinshir becoming excited, even tinged with a hint of fanaticism. Shinshir, taking it all in, understood. This was indeed his fastest way to win people over the past 3 years. While it might not work on everyone, it didn't matter. If it didn't work, he could replace them. As long as he held Ling and the future world in his hands, there was no possibility of him being sidelined. That's it, get to work, Shinshir said finally. Understood. The two got up and left. Unlike their initial bewilderment and caution, their departing figures looked full of energy. Shinshir remained seated at the dining table, unmoving. Only after both of them had completely disappeared did the once vibrant birdcat alien vanish. A long while later, Shinshirkai stood up from his chair and slowly walked to the window, looking at the city outside. He realized that he was rapidly adapting to his new position. Even his way of thinking was beginning to change. Finally, it's starting to look decent. Shinshirkai's lips suddenly curled into a smile. He didn't linger at the window for long, turning around and sitting down. His personal terminal screen had already unfolded before him. Continue learning. He needed to further develop himself before the great era began, to match his future status. That very night, a high-level secret base was brightly lit. One helicopter after another arrived from the darkness, carrying one special person after another. Most of these people were middle-aged, a few were quite young, and a few were already quite elderly with gray hair, but all of them exuded a strong academic aura. Clearly, they were scholars. Professor Su, I didn't expect to see you here too. Zhao Pei saw his former doctoral advisor in the crowd, and hurriedly went to greet him, his face full of surprise. His advisor, although renowned in both East and West for his work in nuclear physics, was, after all, 76 years old, and should have long since retired. It's Xiao Zhao. Su Xing naturally recognized his prized student. His slightly cloudy eyes, though seemingly clear, didn't appear dim. He precisely grasped Zhao Pei's outstretched hand. I read your article about optimizing the fully superconducting tokamak nuclear fusion experimental device. It's very innovative. Zhao Pei blushed slightly. This feeling was like having your essay read aloud in class by the teacher. He quickly explained, many things in that article were just speculation. With current conditions, it's impossible to realize them. Please don't tease me. So what if it's speculation? Su Xing shook his head. Right now, the whole world is just groping its way forward in this field. We didn't start too late, and any progress is invaluable. 50 years from now, this will undoubtedly be a decisive field. I won't live to see that day, but you can. In my opinion, at least some of your speculations could become reality. Then I take your kind words. Zhao Pei, too, felt a sense of anticipation, considering this possibility. The master and apprentice, having not seen each other for a long time, chatted as they walked. However, the others didn't have such a pleasant conversation partner. Their faces betrayed obvious tension and unease. After all, being suddenly and urgently brought here meant something extremely important was at stake. Considering that those present were mostly top experts in the nuclear field, it only fueled speculation. However, after they arrived at an underground research base, under the escort of soldiers, they faintly heard a cacophony of exclamations coming from ahead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What is this thing? It's aiming for 10 quadrillion. Add 2 more measuring lines. And that's far from the limit. Incredible, this conversion efficiency. What's the principle behind it? Zhao Pei couldn't help but shudder when he heard 10 quadrillion. Although no unit was added, this number easily reminded him of the rated power of a nuclear power plant. The rated power of existing large nuclear power plants worldwide is generally in the gigabit range. Of course, the actual output power will be much less than this, but I never heard of a nuclear power plant reaching 10 gigabit. It's not that it's impossible, but rather unnecessary. If a nuclear power plant has too large or too many generating units, it means that the technical parameters of related supporting equipment must also be increased, such as safety containers, mechanical pumps, etc., and even the grid's capacity must be considered. From an economic perspective, this is not recommended. Chapter 67. But if it wasn't referring to this, what other number could be described as 10 trillion? Zhao Pei suddenly felt an urgent need to know what lay ahead, but he still had to support his teacher. Then he quickly noticed. His teacher had suddenly quickened his pace, even walking faster than him. Slow down, teacher, slow down. Zhao Pei was genuinely afraid his teacher would fall. But he quickly forgot about that. As they passed through several heavily guarded checkpoints, the view suddenly opened up. Under the illumination of fluorescent lights, a group of people were gathered around what appeared to be a makeshift, rudimentary instrument. Zhao Pei glanced around and immediately recognized many familiar scholars and experts, mostly from the field of nuclear physics. Even at the very front of everyone was a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, almost bald, and unremarkable in appearance. He recognized him instantly. It was none other than Chen Song, the leading figure in nuclear physics in the East. Even he had been invited. Zhao Pei realized once again that this commotion was beyond his expectations. Something major must have happened, but when he stood on tiptoe, he awkwardly discovered that his height prevented him from seeing inside. It was Chen Song who noticed them. Professor Su is here too. Everyone, make way for Professor Su, Chen Song shouted. If Chen Song was the leading figure in contemporary nuclear physics in East China, then the retired Su Xinghe was the leading figure of the previous generation. Upon hearing it was Professor Su, many people quickly made way, and many addressed him as Professor Su, clearly having attended his classes, or even being his students. Zhao Pei, thanks to his teacher's connections, squeezed his way in. But his first glance left him completely dumbfounded. The instrument before him was entirely different from what he had imagined. He could easily see that it was a series of thick, high-voltage, high-current measuring lines hastily pieced together to form what appeared to be a massive instrument. However, the output terminals connected to these lines looked like tiny, palm-sized, luminous, flat, round objects. Even with superconducting materials as connection points, it still looked utterly ridiculous. The contrast between the large and the small was stark. What on earth was this? Zhao Pei couldn't help but ask the same question he had just heard, but he forcibly restrained himself in front of so many people. His teacher, however, didn't have such reservations and directly asked, "What is this?" "A nuclear fusion reactor," Chen Song answered succinctly. Instantly, everyone was stunned. The newcomers simply couldn't believe their ears. Some people even looked left and right, trying to see if some prankster director or film crew was hiding out of their sight. Even Su Xinghe coughed several times, needing Zhao Pei to pat his back a few times before he recovered. His eyes widened, and he asked again with a strong voice. "What did you say?" "A miniature-controlled helium-3 nuclear fusion reactor." Chen Song enunciated clearly, adding many prefixes and emphasizing his words. "I assembled it myself and personally witnessed the helium-3 being filled in. Based on current measurements, its output power already exceeds that of the world's largest nuclear power plant. And this hasn't even reached its maximum capacity." Everyone understood what he was saying, but precisely because they understood, it felt even more like a dream. A miniature-controlled nuclear fusion reactor? This was something straight out of a science fiction movie. Few of the physicists present enjoyed science fiction, because, in the eyes of true physicists, most science fiction was riddled with logical flaws, either impossible or utterly naive fantasy. But now, they couldn't tell if their knowledge was flawed, or if science fiction had become reality. Even those who had arrived earlier were equally bewildered. Finally, the relatively young Zhao Pei broke the silence. He, too, seemed to be in a dream, asking instinctively, "So, did our country find a crashed alien spaceship? Or unearth the ruins of an ancient civilization?" Many looked over. No one laughed. In fact, they all seemed thoughtful. In this serious setting, a group of truly top-tier physicists were genuinely contemplating things like alien spaceships or ancient civilizations. "These are not things we need to consider," Chen Song said in a deep voice, pointing to the glowing object in the center. "We only need to know that it's here, that it will change the world, and that we must thoroughly study it. That's enough." Dr. Chen is right. The first to recover was surprisingly Su Xing, the oldest person present. He was now completely excited, even taking a few steps forward and gently waving his hand over it. "I can't feel any temperature. Is this cold fusion? It's round. Could it be some kind of super powerful miniature tokamak device? I think it's directly outputting electrical energy." "His. How does it convert it?" The others also reacted, their gazes fixed on the incredible little contraption before them. The more they looked, the more they felt their entire life's learning was being challenged. The ring, which resembled a tokamak device, was one thing, at least a slight possibility, but that miniature, unbelievable energy conversion was simply a dream. The most absurd of dreams, completely defying the logic of reality. You know, what does the most advanced technology in nuclear power plants rely on for energy conversion? Nuclear energy, the internal energy of water and steam, the mechanical energy of the generator rotor, and electrical energy. Yes, the whole process is commonly known as boiling water. Even if one day an artificial sun is created, to utilize it efficiently, it still needs to boil water, but this thing completely shattered this understanding. That's why everyone reacted with such disbelief. This thing is more than just cutting-edge technology. Its appearance couldn't be accidental, it must be within a complete and powerful technological system to have such a possibility. Seeing the crowd gasp and begin their noisy discussion again, Todd, who had been standing in the corner, quietly approached Jin Song and asked with some concern, "Isn't Elder Su too old? And he's been retired for so long." Initially, Todd had opposed Jin Song bringing Elder Su along. After all, Elder Su was indeed old, and technically he wasn't still at the forefront. Jin Song glanced at him and shook his head. "You don't understand," he said, his gaze also fixed on the reflective, round object, his tone filled with emotion. His presence makes everyone else cherish this dreamlike opportunity even more. Besides, even if Elder Su were to collapse now, I guarantee he would leave with a smile. Chapter 68. Todd was stunned. Turkey turned to look at Su Xinghe, who stood at the forefront of the group of physicists, his face flushed with excitement as he continuously presented his ideas. He had to admit that Jin Song might be right. For Su Xinghe, this was likely the day his dream would come true. Or perhaps it was a dream he had always thought impossible, a mere fantasy. And for some of those present, it was probably the same. They had already realized the transformative power the seemingly fantastical miniature nuclear fusion reactor would bring to the world and to their careers. This single device was enough to usher in a new era. An era of limitless energy. An era with the prospect of space exploration. Unfortunately, Todd suddenly sighed softly. Unfortunately, this device, which had driven so many of their top scientists to such madness, was merely a toy to the powerful civilizations in space. There's nothing to regret. Jin Song seemed to sense something in Todd's sigh, yet his severely balding face held a certain nonchalance. If you took a modern toy airplane 1,000 years ago and let the people of that time study it, it could still have a profound impact on the entire era. That's how technology is. Just having the opportunity to get on the fast track is already a stroke of luck for all of humanity, and it's the kind of luck that we scientists dream of. Jin Song was qualified to know of Shinshire's existence. Upon learning that he could obtain this toy, and even the complete set of principles, he was ecstatic. Unlike Todd, no one cared about the fact that it was a toy. Leaving aside interstellar civilizations, didn't the scientists of the Eastern Kingdom back then diligently study the Western Alliance's submarine toys? And now, haven't they narrowed the gap between them? There is a gap, no matter how large, and all one can do is catch up. Todd understood Jin Song's meaning. After a moment of silence, he reached out and grasped Jin Song's hand tightly, saying in a deep voice, "Then, Dr. Chen, I'm leaving this to you. Don't worry, this is not only our mission, but also our dream." Jin Song also grasped Todd's hand tightly, "But after this, it still depends on you, on that person. We can't be of much help." As he said this, his expression couldn't help but show some reluctance. But that's reality. In the war to come, outdated technology is meaningless. The more one understands interstellar space, the more one realizes that the hope of all humanity truly rests solely on Shinshire. As scientists, to be unable to play a role in a matter of life and death for civilization is, undeniably, the greatest frustration. Todd nodded solemnly. Witnessing the scientist's excitement and enthusiasm, he once again realized the weight of his responsibility. At least for the next 3 years, cooperating with Shinshire was paramount. Soon, Todd received a call from Wenheji and hurriedly left. Need an engineering team? Yes, my next task is to oversee this. No problem. In 10 hours, the engineering team and all the necessary equipment and materials will be transported to Star Island. Okay. For the next few days, Shinshire didn't leave the hotel, not even visiting AIXINR. No one knew what he was doing. But in reality, Shinshire was simply waiting for Gong Chu's reply. He now knew exactly what a planetary fortress was. Just as the name suggests, it was a project to transform an entire planet into a war fortress. Ground facilities, space facilities, and even further afield, layer upon layer of infrastructure would be laid out. According to the database, by the next 3,000 years, human civilization would have built the entire solar system into a star system fortress centered on Earth. Of course, This incredibly ambitious project was not yet complete. Once all its parameters fully met the standards, Earth might even have the potential to withstand the sea-level Dake civilization. In other words, human civilization at that time, within the mud system, would very likely be rated as sea level. However, even humanity 3,000 years from now would be far from reaching this level. The current modern human civilization had no such possibility. The planetary fortress that Gong Chu designed for him was only at a relatively rudimentary level, modeled after the Voran fleet that had once invaded Earth. However, even so, Shinshur guessed that this must be an unimaginable project for modern human civilization. This filled him with anticipation as he waited. Finally, on the 4th day, Gong Chu's message arrived. Sorry to keep you waiting. We have completed the basic structural design of the fortress, and construction can begin. The relevant equipment and instructions have been sent to you. Upon seeing the instruction manual, Shinshur couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He knew it was definitely due to the translation. It was less like an instruction manual and more like a control program, likely to be installed on a personal terminal to control the product's use and installation. However, this wasn't the time to worry about that. Shinshur was already eagerly looking at his personal space. His eyes gradually brightened. Finally, he could begin. He directly contacted Todd. The first batch of devices I purchased with the loan has arrived. I take this opportunity to promote Shanghai Company. Be prepared to guide public opinion. That's right, it's about leveraging the global buzz surrounding the previous incident. No, it's not a weapon, and we won't publicly announce the alien invasion. But you need to understand that once the defense project begins, the existence of alien technology can no longer be hidden. Rather than causing panic later, it's better to proactively reveal it in another way. Patent Joint Control Agency? We talk about that later. The current matter is the most important. Okay, that's it. After a brief exchange, Shinshur hung up the phone and then notified Wenheji. Wenheji had been busy on Star Island these past few days. After completing all the preparations, he slowly walked to the window. Invisible particles gradually covered his entire body, then, in a distortion of light, completely made him invisible. Then, his body soared into the air. It was the time when dawn was breaking. No one could notice that the window of this luxurious hotel had quietly opened and closed. This wasn't the first time Shinshur had tried using the evolution device for invisible flight. He had to admit that he preferred the feeling of flying through the air to that of the void. It always brought him a sense of exhilaration and joy. Moreover, Star Island was only about 200 kilometers from Sea City. Even using only force fields, they could reach it in just a few minutes. Chapter 69. When Shinshur deactivated his invisibility and suddenly appeared before Wenheji, he was almost startled. However, upon realizing it was his boss, he immediately relaxed. To his boss, this sudden appearance out of thin air was nothing unusual. Mr. Shin, you arrived, Wenheji said respectfully. He displayed his subordinate's demeanor very formally. Show me around, Shinshur instructed. His appearance didn't attract the attention of anyone except Wenheji, but as Shinshur and Wenheji began to move, they drew considerable attention. Especially the old subordinates Wenheji had brought. In the past few days, they had suddenly experienced a major change in their lives. Even now, they were completely bewildered and unable to comprehend this change. Just when their boss was leading a thriving company, even poised for an IPO, and they were all about to embark on a new chapter in their lives, he suddenly announced his resignation to become someone else's subordinate. For a time, everyone in the company wondered if their boss had been brainwashed. It wasn't until they learned that the new boss had leased the island for a mere $1 for 50 years that they began to understand. Even so, giving up a thriving company and a promising future to join a mysterious figure whose true purpose was completely unknown, therefore, only a small portion of them were willing to follow Wenheji. The majority preferred to remain within the Wen group. And when these people realized that the young man ahead of Wenheji was very likely the new boss, who had won over the old one, everyone began to secretly observe him. My first thought was, young? Truly young. Shinshur was already young, but after using the evolution device, he appeared even younger and taller. However, his aura was incredibly powerful. He walked slowly ahead of Wenheji, his posture upright, his eyes calm, his demeanor refined, showing absolutely no trace of the impetuousness one would expect from a young person his age. Not bad. Many people secretly pricked up their ears, listening to the conversation. The young boss said in a calm tone, it basically met my requirements. It wasn't a difficult task to begin with, Wenheji said modestly with a smile, and the construction team is very capable. It was just leveling a piece of land and building some simple living facilities and a makeshift warehouse. That's enough. We can prepare for a press conference. Shinshir looked up at the sky. It was a bright and sunny day. A press conference? Wenhiji was taken aback. That's right, you be hosting, Shinshir said. I don't plan to show up now. Even Wenhiji was startled by this sudden news. He looked around. There was nothing there. The ground was still covered with yellow mud exposed from the recently cleared grass. However, considering his boss's status, he understood. All right, please give your orders, Wenhiji said humbly. Some eavesdroppers nearby were dumbfounded. Has Mr. Wen really not been brainwashed? He really thinks he's a lackey. A press conference? What products does our new company have? Is there a PR department? Where are the reporters? I doubt there are even any cameras. Are they going to film it with their phones and then upload it online? But they need a product first. Guys, I'm already regretting coming along. Clearly, these people were completely bewildered by what they were seeing, even bordering on despair. They'd been working here for 4 or 5 days, and had no idea what they were doing. When asked, Wenhiji would only say it's confidential. Now, out of nowhere, they were being asked to hold some kind of press conference. Let alone them. Even if Wenhiji didn't know Shinshir's identity, he would still be nervous in this situation, even with the construction team present. Go prepare, Shinshir said slowly to Wenhiji, ignoring their discussion. Today, you will shock the world. Understood. Wenhiji's voice rose considerably. His eyes shone. Yes, this was Shanghai Company's first press conference. Whatever was being announced, how could it not shock the world? And he would be the host of this press conference. Perhaps, he would be remembered in history. Realizing this, Wenhiji couldn't help but get excited. He turned around expectantly, his voice even louder than usual. Quickly, stop what you're doing, pile up the clutter to the side, and straighten your clothes. Listen to my instructions later. Anyone who causes trouble will regret it for the rest of their life. Naturally, Wenhiji received a chorus of murmurs like, has President Wen gone mad? But the construction team members were already moving about with practiced efficiency. Under their guidance, everyone quickly prepared for the press conference Shinshir had mentioned. Meanwhile, Shinshir moved towards a makeshift warehouse. He eagerly awaited the moment when the name of Shanghai would resound throughout the world. At this time, Qin Lan and AIXINer had just finished their daily morning yoga in their rented apartment. They were eating breakfast. It was Saturday, but for them, it didn't seem to make much difference. After breakfast, one was going to school to practice piano, and the other was going to practice singing. Sister Xiner, didn't that man call you yesterday? Qin Lan swallowed her bread, speaking indistinctly. Call him brother-in-law. AIXINer gave her a disapproving look. Oh! Qin Lan looked at AIXINer's expression, still lacking the courage to say anything, but couldn't help complaining, but this brother-in-law really doesn't value you. He hasn't even sent you a text message in the past 2 or 3 days, let alone a phone call. He did? AIXINer interrupted her. He sent it? Qin Lan's eyes widened suddenly. Sent what? A goodnight message before bed. AIXINer was a little embarrassed, but quickly added, he said he'd be quite busy soon. You know he wanted an island, and he's got it now, doing some construction on it. Got it? Qin Lan exclaimed. Which one? Star Island. AIXINer remembered clearly. Qin Lan pulled out her phone and quickly searched. There's no such island. Qin Lan was anxious. He said, it's a newly changed name. AIXINer, on the other hand, remained calm. Change the name? Can you just change an island's name like that? Qin Lan quickly handed over her phone. You should at least know the name before, right? Don't say you didn't ask, sis. I always felt there was something mysterious about that brother-in-law. You have to find out. Alright, it was me who said I wanted to slowly uncover the surprises about him. AIXINer didn't pay any attention to Qin Lan's words, but still took the phone and flipped through it, saying, he also said I should pay attention to the news, there will be a surprise. Chapter 70. Sis, you really are. Qin Lan rolled her eyes, completely exasperated. People say pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years, but how come you started being stupid as soon as you started dating? However, she quickly noticed that AIXINer wasn't teasing her anymore, but was just staring blankly at her phone. Could there really be some news? Qin Lan recalled the mysterious man she met that day, and a slight chill ran down her spine. What are you looking at, so engrossed? She quickly asked. Xiao Lanzi, AIXINer hesitated, a little confused, then handed her the phone. Is this normal? Qin Lan glanced at it and froze. It was a search engine interface, showing the link she found when searching for Shanghai Island. But now, it's still a series of links, but the text on them has changed. They all become the same line of text. I founded a company called Shanghai. Yes, at a glance, they all become that line of text, and this situation happened once before, a few days ago. Ah! Qin Lan suddenly screamed, her fingers clicking rapidly. It's that one. It's that one. Sure enough, opening any website, any interface, revealed this line of text in various forms. It was exactly the same as the I'm back incident a few days ago. It only stopped appearing when she opened a medical interface, then a banking interface. Just like the discussions online lately. The person who did this selectively avoided some important areas, so they didn't suffer significant financial losses or even personal danger. But it's by no means impossible. Cracking into these websites wouldn't be any easier, so, without a doubt, it's still that self-proclaimed I'm back, once again announcing the news to the world in such an unbelievable, unimaginable way. As a follower of this event, Qin Lan was incredibly excited. Wait, she suddenly realized something, and looked at her phone again. Now all the web pages had returned to normal, just like usual, as if nothing had happened. Clearly, 30 seconds had passed. However, Qin Lan's memory hadn't completely disappeared. She looked up, her eyes wide, filled with a mixture of fear, hesitation, and pause as she asked AI Xiner, Sister Xiner, the message you just sent, the company you created, is it called Shanghai? AI Xiner didn't speak, but from the beginning, her eyes had been radiating a suppressed excitement. A sea of stars, at this very moment, regardless of the reactions of the two beautiful women, one tall and one short, the entire internet of the Eastern Kingdom, no, it should be said, the entire world's internet, was in an uproar. People were venting their shock in various places. Holy crap! It's happening again! There's even a follow-up. Where did this returning emperor come from? Could the last one, and this one, have just been an advertisement? This is definitely the most awesome advertisement ever. He actually created a company. This is getting interesting. I have a feeling. This is going to be an unimaginable event. I'm betting on a big shot returning from another world. Couldn't they be from the future? Returning could also mean returning to ancient times. This incident has garnered so much attention not only because of the brief, mandatory 30-second propaganda, but also because the event itself possesses a mystery that surpasses even people's understanding. Numerous experts have already offered explanations over the past few days, exploring just how incredible this feat is, and what it truly signifies. That's the god of the internet. Since the birth of the internet, all the renowned hackers, computer experts, and even teams have been utterly incomparable to the entity behind this incident. This being seems to be able to do whatever they want across the entire internet. This also means that all internet companies, all telecommunications companies, mobile phone, computer, and other businesses, whether you're a multi-billion-dollar corporation or a fledgling startup, if you're involved in this field, you can only, and must, bow down to this god. This is the significance of this incident. It heralds the arrival of a god, and in this information age, this god's influence extends far beyond the internet. Countless people have long speculated that the three major human forces, who have remained silent on this incident, will spare no effort to find this returning emperor behind it, and there are even rumors that they have already found him. However, this time, the reappearance of the returning emperor has undoubtedly shattered these rumors completely. Therefore, at this moment, on the networks of the Western Alliance and even the Nia Empire, a large number of people are already shouting wildly. Aliens have arrived. Prehistoric civilization returns. Find him. An alien spaceship has crashed in Dongwu. Some even started shouting things like, the end of the world is coming. They were even more excited and frantic about this highly mysterious event. Just then, another message began to go viral online. It was a video on a web page. The entire web page, like a promotional page for a game, had no lines of text, only a huge animated image. It depicted a vast starry sky, an endless sea of stars. Although it was just an animated image on a web page, it made viewers feel as if they were on a spaceship, sailing through this cosmic sea, even involuntarily drawn in and immersed in it. Until a certain moment, a cross-shaped pattern slowly emerged from a star shining with dazzling light, until it completely enveloped it. It transformed into a badge brimming with mystery and technology, accompanied by the 4 characters Dongwu appearing at the very top. Starsea Technology, and a countdown with only 2 hours left. Normally, a video like this, clearly an advertisement, would at most amaze people with the realism of the starry sky and the coolness of the badge. But now, everyone who sees the video is frantically asking how to access the website, and the method is incredibly simple. Some people haven't even needed to ask, they already figured it out. Simply enter the 2 Chinese characters for Starsea on any internet-connected device in the world, and you automatically be taken to Star C Company's official website. You don't even need to add a prefix to the URL. Chapter 71. Without a doubt, the word Starry Sea rapidly became the hottest buzzword within just over an hour. And it swept the globe. Even foreigners who didn't understand any Eastern characters had already learned these two words. This popularity even began to spread from the internet to offline as the countdown progressed. In restaurants, on the streets, in the subway, on buses. Young people, whether they knew each other or not, could often be seen excitedly and intensely discussing and making all sorts of guesses. Even elderly people who didn't use the internet were astonished to find that it seemed everyone around them was talking about these two words. As for the internet, it was even more so. At least all the group chats that AIXINer and Qinlan had joined, whether from their class or elsewhere, were now bustling with activity, and many hearsay, secrets, and rumors were circulating widely. The two of them didn't dare to speak at all, because they really did have rumors. Ultimately, the entity jokingly referred to as the returning emperor, from its first appearance to this latest, has consistently demonstrated an unimaginable level of internet technology. At this moment, countless hackers began attempting to attack the website, but they couldn't even find its real URL. They didn't even have a way to attack it. The whole incident had a surreal quality, yet it undeniably occurred in the real world. Sister, Qinlan's face flushed crimson. Aren't you really going to make a call and ask? I made the call. What's the surprise? AIXINer looked at her computer with the same expectant expression. The mysterious webpage was already open, and the countdown was ticking away. This is too unbelievable. Qinlan was almost going crazy. The person she met last time could very well be that incredibly mysterious figure, exuding an aura of mystery, who could even be said to have shaken the entire world, the returning emperor. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe it. It was just that the thought of this possibility filled her with an indescribable sense of awe. At this moment, she truly admired AIXINer immensely. To be so calm, yes, even though AIXINer's excitement was overflowing in her eyes, it was still too calm. Sister. Alright, stop talking, look at the screen. What's so interesting about a countdown? Qinlan scratched her head, seeing that AIXINer really had no intention of making the call, and finally gave up. He pounded the pillow a few times to vent his trembling emotions, then could only sit beside AIXINer, keeping her company as she stared at the screen. And you know what? The starry sky was truly beautiful. It had a captivating, almost mesmerizing quality. In fact, as the news spread, more and more people joined in. They gazed at the starry sky with a mix of emotions, nervousness, anticipation, unease, becoming increasingly engrossed. It was as if an infinite vastness and boundless mystery converged within it. After all, this starry sky, including the badge representing the sea of stars, wasn't something Shenshur had casually produced. It was the culmination of his preparations over the past few days. It also contained a trace of primal energy technology. It didn't have many effects, but it allowed everyone who looked at it to feel the vastness and awe of the starry sky above them. At this moment, the tremor wasn't limited to the outside world, it was even more pronounced on Star Island, the true center. There was internet access here too. Someone pulled out a phone, and then, a complete uproar ensued. Even the well-trained engineering team couldn't help but stir. Not to mention Wenheji's subordinates, who had now surrounded their former boss. President 1. A man who looked at least 40 years old was flushed with excitement. Is Star Sea Technology on this really our company? Calm down, calm down. Wenheji called out several times, somewhat helpless, but even more so honored. He naturally understood their feelings. When he learned his boss's identity, he wasn't much better off. Now, seeing that he couldn't calm his former subordinates down, he could only slowly nod. Now you know why I was willing to resign to come here. Mr. One, you're like a brother to me from now on. This executive, already in his 40s, nodded excitedly, his mouth practically stretched to his ears. I knew that construction team looked like military engineers. Old Zhang and the others are going to regret this to death. This technology is incredible. This is going to crush all the internet companies in the world. Mr. One, so who exactly is our boss? Yes, Mr. One, where did the boss come from? Could it really be someone from the future, as some people say? Wenheji's face hardened at the barrage of questions. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Do your jobs, or you regret it if you get kicked out. These were people who had developed a tacit understanding with Wenheji. Seeing his expression, they knew he was serious. They could only disperse. The executive who had spoken first turned around halfway through his walk. So, Mr. One, what product are we going to release later? Hearing this question, Wenheji's expression faltered slightly. Yes, he already knew what was going to be released. The boss was absolutely right. In 10 minutes, he would shock the world. Alright, only 10 minutes left. We know soon enough. Wenheji took a deep breath. Also, keep yourselves in check. Absolutely no filming the boss, and absolutely no saying anything online. You should all understand the importance of confidentiality here. These words caused everyone's faces to turn serious. Yes, they gradually came to their senses after their initial excitement. Looking at the construction team in their changed uniforms, they knew the boss definitely had connections with higher-ups. And considering the seemingly miraculous internet technology, intelligence agents from all over the world would be flocking here. This job was a mix of opportunity and crisis. At this moment, these people didn't truly grasp the significance of the name Starry Sea, they only saw its domineering power on the internet. However, as Wenheji had said, only 10 minutes remained. In those final 10 minutes, he constantly adjusted his breathing and mental state. Until the very last minute, Shinsher's clear voice rang in his ears, "Time's up. Stand in the middle, get ready." Chapter 72. Understood, Wenheji replied in a barely audible voice. He wasn't wearing headphones, and didn't know where Shinsher's voice was coming from. But as he said before, no matter how miraculous the things that happened to the boss, there's nothing strange about it. So he believed his boss could hear his response. Taking one last deep breath, Wenheji adjusted himself to his best state, and then, under the expectant gazes of everyone around him, he walked step by step to the center of the platform. It was called a platform, but in reality, it was just a muddy area where the grass had been torn up, the slopes leveled, and the pits filled in. There were even traces of a road roller on it. But Wenheji knew that this was an incredibly huge stage, so huge that even he, who was used to being the center of attention, possessed a strong will, and was a veteran of countless battles, would feel nervous. "It's starting," Shinsher's voice came again. It seemed to give Wenheji considerable strength. As if the boss was watching him, no matter how big or important the scene was, it was nothing. Meanwhile, the countless netizens around the world who had been watching this web page finally saw the moment arrive. They quickly noticed that the page before them had changed. It was now a bird's-eye view of an island. There were no bullet comments. But on the far right, a vertical scrolling screen was displaying various messages from all sorts of languages, and the scrolling speed was increasing rapidly, until in a short time it seemed to merge into a black screen, startling everyone. Wow! Putting everything else aside, what company could achieve this level of smoothness? Moreover, netizens quickly discovered that below the channel bar, where the message content was completely unreadable, there were many options. Random display percentage, automatic translation, channel area. Just looking at the labels on these options, one could roughly understand their meaning. Qinlan immediately lowered the random display percentage to 1 in 10,000 and clicked automatic translation before she could barely make out the scrolling messages. This is amazing. This web page technology is incredible. Hello everyone, friends from all over the world. Long live the great universe. I actually stared at that starry sky for a full 40 minutes, and I didn't feel tired at all. God, this is definitely alien technology. I watched for an hour. That sea of stars is addictive. I watched for almost 80 minutes. So where am I? Is this a live stream? Is this translation function real? God, I'm going to lose my job. Clearly, the speakers of these messages are netizens from all over the world, attracted by Shanghai Technology's incredible promotion and technology. And this website, from that starry sky to this incredible information flow, even including unbelievable automatic translation, is constantly stimulating the nerves of most people. The more knowledgeable you are about the internet, the more you understand the terrifying level of the technology behind all this. It has completely transcended reality and reached the realm of fantasy. The god of the internet, truly deserving of the title. As for Qinlan, after seeing the island in the image, she finally accepted reality. The one who did all this, shocking the world. It was that mysterious man. Xioner's boyfriend. "Sister," she stammered, clinging to AI Xioner's arm, "brother-in-law won't drown me, will he?" But AI Xioner couldn't hear her words at that moment. Her face was already flushed, and she clenched her fists to suppress the urge to scream. Only one thought occupied her mind. So, this was the level her man had reached. Shinsher, although he had anticipated that this opening would cause a global sensation on the internet, the current response still exceeded his expectations. The number of people visiting the website had already exceeded 50 million and was still rising rapidly. Don't underestimate these 50 million, you have to understand that he only conducted a 30-second forced promotion, which, even globally, would only cover a portion of the population. Not to mention, he only gave it 2 hours to ferment. A large number of people are unaware of this event, or are likely engaged in other activities. However, judging by the current momentum, the final number of viewers should soar to hundreds of millions. Add to that the subsequent buzz, and it's enough to make today's press conference a global phenomenon. I send you a selection of audience information. You can interact with them appropriately. Note that the camera is about to pan down, Shinshir said to Wenheji. Meanwhile, everyone who entered the press conference live stream, marveling at the incredibly smooth speech input and the powerful automatic translation, noticed the change in camera angle. Descending slowly from the sky. Smooth and clear. Far surpassing any existing drone footage. Is it about to begin? The rapidly scrolling information suddenly decreased significantly. Everyone was filled with curiosity about the Starsea Company's sudden appearance in such a powerful manner, and the incredibly mysterious returning emperor. Until the camera smoothly panned over the makeshift base, arriving at the center of the simple plaza, and focused on Wenheji. Holy crap! Isn't that President One? Many people from Dongwu recognized Wenheji at a glance. As a model of self-made success, Wenheji was an idol for many young people. He had always been adept at cultivating his public image, actively participating in various platforms and programs, and possessing a certain level of fame. Could it be that President Wen is the returning emperor? So Shanghai Company is a branch of the Wen Group? Did President Wen find some alien technology? President Wen, I'm coming clean, I'm actually an alien. Suddenly, more and more voices emerged. Even those foreigners who didn't recognize Wenheji were frantically asking questions, researching, and explaining his information. Some of the audience's comments were projected directly into Wenheji's eyes. This was a directional projection technology. Wenheji quickly glanced at it, already having prepared his opening remarks. It seems many audience members recognize me. Wenheji, dressed in a neat suit and shirt, smiled. Before we begin, I must explain that I have resigned from all positions, including CEO and chairman of the Wen Group, and joined Shanghai Technology 3 days ago. Now, standing before you is just an ordinary press conference host at Shanghai Technology. Chapter 73. Wenheji's opening remarks caused a sensation among almost all the audience members. The audience from the East was astonished that Wenheji had abandoned the Wen Group, the thriving company he had built from scratch, to join another company as a subordinate. The audience from other countries, however, were shocked by the terrifying simultaneous interpretation. Yes, they clearly heard an even clearer voice speaking in their own native language at the same time as Wenheji. Even the tone and intonation sounded exactly like Wenheji's East Korean. There was no problem with the context either. It was as if he was speaking 2 different languages simultaneously. What incredible black technology. My God, Blue Star is really going to become Blue Star Village. I bet this company sells translation software. I want that, so I can travel the world alone without worrying about language barriers. This is amazing. Is this really a live broadcast or pre-recorded? Compared to the text translation already demonstrated, this powerful simultaneous interpretation technology is undoubtedly even more amazing, because it truly means that people who speak any language can communicate face-to-face without any barriers, even without a translator. This is enough to change the world to some extent, but clearly, those who are amazed by this haven't realized that this is just a trivial detail. At least Shanghai doesn't care. Wenheji simply skimmed over these words, without even considering discussing translation. I think everyone's eager to know who my boss is, where he came from, and why he possesses such formidable skills. Wenheji slowly paced the muddy ground, then suddenly stopped, shook his head, and said, Unfortunately, these are still secrets. You can speculate freely, but there's no need to ask, because I don't have the courage to offend my boss. The last sentence wasn't spoken in a joking tone. It was very serious. So serious that everyone could feel the gravity of the topic. After a brief silence, a torrent of information surged forth. People had come for this secret, and when Wenheji's reaction only added to its mystique, they wanted to know even more. Who was this person? And where did he come from? Even Shinshir couldn't help but admire him. This performance not only strictly followed Shinshir's instruction not to reveal his identity, but also deepened the mystery Shinshir was deliberately cultivating. It greatly stirred the audience's emotions. Alright, let's quickly get to today's topic. Wenheji's face broke into a smile again, completely ignoring all the questions. I'm sure everyone is very curious about what all this fuss is for. To be honest, 2 hours ago, when I was suddenly notified that I would be hosting this press conference, I was just as curious as you are. He started pacing again, an excited expression on his face, his brand new leather shoes getting covered in mud, but he didn't seem to care. Then he raised his hand and swung it down forcefully. Until an hour ago, I finally found out what we were going to announce today, and I'm certain that in my entire life, I've never been as excited as I was. I could feel a magnificent era, a great era, rushing towards me. Anyone with even a slight understanding of public speaking culture would understand that when Haji was simply using some persuasive speaking techniques. He was conveying emotions to the audience through facial expressions, tone of voice, and body language. But what did knowing matter? Faced with this incredibly amazing company, no one wouldn't be excited. Viewers all over the world, regardless of country, were sending remarkably consistent messages at this moment. Tell us. What is it? I kill you if you keep me in suspense. Tell us what it is. The chat was already flooded with urging messages. When Haji, of course, saw them. Do you all remember our company's name? Do you remember opening our company's website and seeing that deep, enchanting sea of stars? When Haji spoke slowly, as if he wanted to begin a story from ancient times. Then, as the number of updates surged, his tone suddenly quickened. Alright, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, today our Shanghai company is releasing a product. A space elevator. Yes, a space elevator. This term has long existed in human civilization. Anyone familiar with cutting-edge space technology or related science fiction will know it. Even without knowing the details, the name alone offers a clue. It's an elevator device capable of continuously transporting people or cargo directly into space. Currently, it's merely a concept in human civilization. But once completed, it would mean the cost of human space travel would be drastically reduced. Therefore, it's considered the first step in the large-scale construction of space stations, space factories, and even space cities. Naturally, it's also the first step in rapidly building planetary fortresses. So, after discovering that Gong Chu had delivered a batch of space elevators, he decided to use this as the beginning of everything, not only to change humanity's fate, but also to bring his company to the forefront of the world. However, after when Haji unexpectedly revealed the product's name, some discordant voices began to emerge in the messages sent by the audience. What the hell is a space elevator? That's it? I don't understand. With such advanced internet technology, why not develop internet products? Why not make a universal simultaneous translation machine? I'd definitely buy one. A space elevator, huh? Pretty high-tech, but it has nothing to do with ordinary people like us. Exactly, what's the point of promoting a space elevator with such a big fuss? Boring, let's move on. While these sentiments weren't mainstream, many viewers were excitedly anticipating it, even explaining the significance of a space elevator for space development. However, even with such a drastic reduction in content, many such voices still emerged, meaning a considerable number of people weren't satisfied. Space is still too distant for most people. In their minds, no matter how advanced space technology is, it only represents a hope for the distant future, unable to have a real impact on the world or their daily lives. But clearly, these people didn't realize what kind of space elevator when Haji was talking about actually was. Chapter 74. When Haji also noticed these comments. However, he wasn't surprised. In fact, when he first learned that the product was a space elevator, he wasn't particularly impressed. He had learned about the related concepts before. The Western Alliance even had a dedicated team researching this project. The current concept involved using extremely thin, but extremely strong nanomaterials to connect the space station to the ground for material transport. However, after when Haji roughly understood what Shinshur meant by space elevator, his original idea was completely shattered. He had been naive. How could an alien civilization space elevator be so simple? Therefore, looking at these dissenting comments, he wasn't anxious or surprised, just a little heartbroken. These people would soon experience what he had just felt. Many viewers may not understand the significance of a space elevator. When Haji said again, his excitement still evident on his face. Actually, you can tell from the name itself that it refers to an elevator connecting the ground to space. Humans have always been filled with fantasies about the sky above. Ancient Eastern cultures had the concept of a ladder to heaven, and the Bible also mentions the Tower of Babel leading to heaven. A space elevator is the passage connecting Earth and sky. It allows humanity to travel to space not only by flying, but also with a more convenient, faster, and more direct path. It connects our blue planet with the vast and boundless sea of stars, making it a unified whole, rather than two separate worlds. These words were undoubtedly highly persuasive. Even the dissenting voices seemed to have diminished considerably. Shinshur nodded inwardly. When Haji's abilities were indeed outstanding. However, while the dissenting voices had decreased, they hadn't disappeared. Some of them weren't truly hostile towards Shanghai. They simply believed that with Shanghai's current dominant internet technology, They should be developing internet products that directly benefited and impacted their lives, instead of something like a space elevator. Immediately, someone wrote, "No matter how advanced your technology is, it's impossible for the situation you described to occur now, because an indispensable part of a space elevator is a space station. And with the current level of space station development, even if you could really send passers-by to space via space elevator, it wouldn't be very meaningful. As a tourism industry, a space station can only accommodate far too few people." Clearly, the person who wrote this had some understanding of space elevators, or at least had paid attention to them. What they said was, in fact, true. A space elevator connects to the ground on one end, and to a space station on the other. Therefore, given that there are only 2 space stations in the world, each capable of accommodating just over 10 people, building a space elevator has little practical significance. Even if it could send people on space travel, it would only be possible for a very small number of people. And for these wealthy individuals, what difference would riding a space elevator be from riding a rocket? When Heiji also saw these words, not only did he see it, but the whole world saw it. After this statement appeared, it was immediately copied and forwarded by countless people. However, when Heiji simply smiled mysteriously, "Who said a space station is an indispensable part of a space elevator?" He even laughed out loud. It seems that even with such powerful internet technology, everyone still underestimates Shanghai Company and our boss. "I can only say that our space elevator is beyond your imagination." After he finished speaking, the camera slowly panned to the warehouse. Yes, the groundwork had been laid. Some people even spontaneously came forward to play the role of questioners. So there was no need to waste any more time. A medium-sized truck slowly drove out of the warehouse, and the camera, including everyone's gaze, focused entirely on the back of the truck. It was a cylindrical object, about 1 meter in diameter and 3 meters high, entirely black with many fine lines imprinted on its surface. "Is this a space elevator?" Many people have a "Are you kidding me?" look on their faces. The space station they imagine should be a fairly large ground base, requiring deep foundations to be firmly secured, with 1 or more strong cables hanging down from the space station to connect it to other ground bases. Perhaps other space elevators exist in science fiction. But whatever the case, it just doesn't seem to fit with this cylindrical object. Is this some kind of magic staff that can just shout "grow bigger" and shoot straight into the sky? A user from the East couldn't help but complain in a message. Even from other countries, the responses were a cacophony of what is that, and so on. However, when the truck reached the middle of the road, the constantly scrolling message feed suddenly stopped. The reason was simple: almost everyone was stunned. In the camera's view, within their line of sight, the cylinder, without any traction, slowly levitated. Yes, it just levitated from behind the truck. After this brief silence, the channel exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! These were clearly from users from the East. My God! My God! These were clearly from users from other countries. Besides these, there were many other voices. I'm blown away. Is this a magic show? I was wrong. I really underestimated Shanghai Company. Mom, come out and see aliens. Is this really not special effects? Let me see the driver's expression. No, let me see everyone's reaction. Brothers, I'm rushing to find my luxury yacht. Give me the address. I want to see it with my own eyes. So what's the use of this truck? It's definitely a time traveler. If this isn't a time traveler, I livestream myself doing a handstand and eating shit. Although Shanghai's previous performances were already mysterious and powerful enough, even to the point that speculations about time travelers, aliens, otherworldly beings, and data beings had already begun to take a fantastical turn. However, what was shown before was, after all, just technology on the internet. But what's before us is different. If this isn't a staged special effect, if this isn't a grand magic show, then this thing before us, this cylinder that suddenly seemed to have lost gravity and steadily floated up, undoubtedly made those fantasies a reality. Chapter 75. Because this is something that Earth could never possess in its current state. At least, it's not something that most people know or can have in reality. That's why people are so shocked and excited. When reality is shattered, unless it's a massive disaster, this is the typical reaction for most people, because the original reality has far too many flaws. Poverty, accidents, disease, monotony, miracles are almost non-existent. Most people yearn for their fantasies to become reality, especially a more beautiful fantasy. At this moment, the symbolic meaning of this suspended cylinder might even surpass its actual function. However, when Heiji hadn't forgotten his mission. Even though he was equally shocked by this miraculous scene, he knew Shinshi's identity, and had even witnessed aliens firsthand. He quickly regained his composure. As you can see, this is the first product launched by our Shanghai company, a portable space elevator. Wenheji, looking at the text projected directly onto his retina, truly sounded like a product spokesperson describing the product's performance. Unlike traditional space elevators that rely on a ground base for stability, it possesses a powerful magnetic energy effect, allowing it to maintain its relative position on a planet using its own magnetic field. Before he could finish speaking, the information stream in the channel exploded again. Even with a 10,000-fold reduction, it was still dazzling to read. Awesome. Although I can't understand a word of it. A portable space elevator? What a corny name. Fixed position via a planet's magnetic field? What the heck? I'm a PhD student specializing in high-energy physics, and I feel like I'm reading science fiction. Is this special effects? It can't be real. My God, this is real future technology. Who wants to know this? We want to see the return of the Emperor. We want to see the time machine. For most viewers, they simply thought this thing was incredibly cool, completely beyond reality. However, for some slightly knowledgeable people, especially the vast number of scientists watching the live broadcast, it was utterly baffling. For example, at this moment, in a military base in the Western Alliance, a middle-aged white man in a black suit with a beer belly was staring intently at the group of scientists gathered below. "Have you figured anything out?" he asked. These were arguably humanity's top scientists, but at this moment, they all looked at each other blankly, their faces filled with existential doubt. After a long pause, a bespectacled professor spoke up. "Perhaps it's some kind of device that uses a planet's magnetic field as propulsion, but I think it's more like a planetary shuttle than a space elevator." Following his words, the other scientists chimed in. "Yes, perhaps it's some kind of device that amplifies the magnetic energy effect. We just don't know its carrying capacity, or what its energy source is. I still feel like I'm dreaming. This kind of thing completely exceeds our understanding of field energy. Even if you showed us the entire technology in detail, we likely still feel like we were reading a book written in celestial script. Too many gaps, too vast." The last scientist's words were echoed by many others. What they had said before was less an analysis from the perspective of a top scientist and more a speculation from the perspective of a science fiction enthusiast. Because in the face of something like this, they were not much different from those science fiction enthusiasts whose understanding of technology was limited to laymen. The middle-aged man who had spoken could only remain silent upon seeing this. Although they had been prepared, this scene was clearly not what they wanted to see. "Then let's continue watching," he said. At this moment, the truck that seemed to have served no purpose had driven away, leaving only the cylinder steadily suspended in midair, and Wenheji was walking towards it step by step. "I think everyone is very curious about how this thing works." He raised his hand and clapped it a few times. It looked quite powerful, but it didn't make a sound, and the cylinder didn't tremble at all. It seemed to be truly fixed in that space, as stable as a mountain. "Is it flying up with people and cargo? Or perhaps launching people up?" Wenheji laughed. "If that's the case, it won't be called a space elevator, it should be called a space shuttle, or a transport aircraft." Upon hearing this, the scientist who had previously thought the device should be called a space shuttle immediately blushed. Because that's genuinely what he thought. However, no one would laugh at him at this moment, because everyone was in the same boat. Besides guessing, they could only guess. They stared intently at the Eastern man on the screen. Wenheji's voice rose slightly. "That's right. It's only in an activated state now. The elevator passage hasn't fully unfolded yet. But you will soon see what the real heavenly ladder looks like." As he finished speaking, he began to retreat, until he was almost standing outside the open space. Then he raised his arm and swung it forcefully. "Unfold the passage." These words were like an activation command. Right before everyone's eyes, the black, textured cylinder silently split in two. The lower section was only about 10 centimeters high, while the larger upper section slowly rose upwards, rotating and shifting like an extremely complex mechanical device, vaguely appearing to be composed of countless tiny cubes. This visually stunning scene excited all the spectators. This wasn't special effects, it was reality. Then, in the next instant, as if with a deafening roar, the separated main body shot into the sky. Everyone could clearly see countless tiny cubes falling from its body, expanding, and then settling steadily in the air, spaced about a meter apart, extending continuously as the main body soared into the sky. Right before everyone's eyes, a long, straight, and strangely shaped line composed of the separated cubes formed. This was the space elevator. Everyone was captivated by this wondrous and astonishing scene. Wenheji's voice rang out again. The entire space elevator consists of a base and a million independent energy field units. They interact and connect, ultimately forming a powerful force field channel leading directly into space. As you can see, the channel is not small, and if anyone steps into it. Wenhiji took a step forward. Then he leaped slightly. Right in front of the camera, his body flew up. Chapter 76. Yes, Wenhiji, right before the eyes of the entire audience, hovered in midair, flying off the ground, and was still rising at a not-so-slow pace. But the crowd had erupted in jubilation. Is this real? Tell me it's not real. Holy crap. How many times have I been holy crap already? God. Is anyone on the island? Can you start another live stream? Tell me where this is. I buy a plane ticket and fly over right now. I don't believe it. Special effects? This is definitely special effects. With Starcia's internet technology, creating this kind of effect is no problem at all. Is it really flying? The chat was buzzing with excitement for the umpteenth time today. Just when people thought they were already shocked enough, it always managed to deliver an even bigger shock. If Starcia hadn't already demonstrated incredible technological prowess and created a great deal of mystery, probably very few people would have believed this scene was real. Even now, many still doubted it was special effects. Starcia was showcasing its powerful information technology in another way, but these slight doubts didn't diminish the huge wave it was creating. Not only the viewers watching the live stream, but even the well-trained engineers on the island were wide-eyed and exclaimed in surprise. Some of Wenhiji's old subordinates even screamed. It wasn't that they didn't want to remain calm, but they simply couldn't control themselves. What they were witnessing was even more shocking than the sight of the cylinder hovering in midair. It wasn't just about conquering the sky. It was because this scene was like mythology coming to life, fantasy becoming reality. It was filled with the romance of surrealism. The camera followed Wenhiji's ascent, even circling him from multiple angles, finally settling on his excited and thrilled expression. I never imagined I would one day experience such flight. Wenhiji spread his arms, the trembling in his voice adding to the realism. Really, I've been on countless planes, even skydived and glided. But that feeling is completely different. That was a struggle against gravity, against the wind. Now, it's a smooth ride, a feeling of completely escaping gravity, conquering the sky. He even sat cross-legged, yet continued to rise, as if riding an invisible elevator, until this moment. The audience truly understood, the space elevator really was an elevator. I'm going crazy. I've never been so excited. This comment received the most copies in the shortest amount of time. Besides these, there were many other excited voices. This will definitely be an experience I never forget. We're not going to fly all the way to outer space like this, are we? So we can start building cities in outer space? This is the real heavenly ladder. The real Tower of Babel. I want to try it. I was wrong. I naively thought the returning emperor would bring out an ordinary space elevator. Now, no one in the channel was saying that the space elevator was irrelevant to them anymore. This technology, even its function, was enough to shake the world. Compared to it, even the terrifying, almost godlike internet technology from before seemed insignificant. Or rather, what had previously astonished them now seemed perfectly natural. If they could produce something countless times more outrageous than black technology, what was so strange about the god of the internet? Countless people wanted to know who the returning emperor was. Where he came from. Even the question of whether he wanted to conquer the world was asked more than once. Wenhiji naturally ignored these messages. He had recovered from the experience of flying and sat cross-legged in midair. Continuing his explanation, as I mentioned earlier, this space elevator is composed of a million energy field entities. Yes, those tiny things in front of me. The distance between them can be adjusted. The smaller they are, the larger the diameter of the passage. Conversely, the longer they are, the smaller the transmission range. The current maximum distance is approximately 2,000 kilometers. Do you know how high a space station is typically located? 400 kilometers. This means that this space elevator can easily move people or objects to space stations, and even further afield. A true passage connecting Earth and space. It lives up to its name. As for the speed, I'm currently unprotected, so I can't go too fast. But with proper protection, it can reach a maximum speed of 500 kilometers per hour. That means it would take less than an hour to travel from the ground to space. 1 hour. Even an ordinary person with no knowledge of space can sense a certain power in that number. How long does it normally take to send a person to a space station by rocket? Someone actually did look it up. The speed of a rocket is far more than 500 kilometers per hour. It can even reach 7,000 to 8,000 meters per second. However, A rocket cannot reach the space station directly, it must first orbit the Earth, calculating its trajectory and timing to ensure relative stillness upon docking. This requires a large amount of precise calculations, complex procedures, extremely high costs, and considerable risk. The difference is stark. This is even more convenient than taking the high-speed rail to the next city. Someone sent a message on the channel, immediately transporting many people to that futuristic scenario. I never thought I had the chance to go to space in my lifetime. Going to space. It's as easy as taking the subway. This thing would be amazing for city transportation. It should be able to lie flat, right? You're all so naive. Do you know how much incredible technology is behind this thing? No matter where the returning emperor came from, I absolutely refuse to believe he only has this one kind of cutting-edge technology. Some people's comments seem to remind many others. That's right. Whether the space elevator is real or not doesn't matter. The key is that this thing, which seems like a fantasy come to life, has been brought to the forefront and become a reality. Aren't there other cutting-edge technologies in other fields? This is the reality that truly excites and sends shivers down your spine. Chapter 77. A new voice gradually emerged in the channel. More and more people excitedly expressed their desires. Hey, is there virtual reality technology? The kind where you can play games in a fully immersive way. This space elevator is so awesome. Does that mean you can fly freely just by holding a small cube? I feel like the returning emperor definitely has artificial intelligence, and a very powerful one at that. Do you sell any cute and cuddly lifelike dolls? I don't want to date real-life girls. Help! My dad has cancer, it's terminal, and your appearance has given me hope again. I really don't want to lose him. All these requests, desires, and even pleas for help covered almost every aspect. From travel to daily life, to relationships, to healthcare. Humans have always been a race that doesn't lack imagination, especially since all of this seems so real. The possibility of it becoming a reality had finally arrived. That's why they were going crazy, trembling, and excited. When Shinshur saw these comments, he understood that the purpose of the press conference had been achieved. Yes, from the beginning, he hadn't intended to sell anything like a space elevator. After all, this space elevator was merely a tool to assist in building the planetary fortress. As some people had said at the beginning, it wouldn't bring any changes to most people's lives in the short term. The purpose of this press conference was simply to use the space elevator as a starting point, as a representative example, to let people know the wonder and power of Shanghai Company. Given the grand scale of the Planetary Fortress project, he simply couldn't possibly showcase its power little by little, or gradually build up Shanghai Company's image. No matter the opening, it will inevitably shake the world. The space elevator, at least, won't cause too much panic. It's almost over, Shinshur said to Wenheji. Put the questions you can't answer onto me. Hearing this, Wenheji understood. I've seen everyone's requests, Wenheji said, now hundreds of meters in the air, spreading his hands. But I can't answer them either. In fact, I have no idea what other amazing things the boss has up his sleeve. Anyway, I have to get down first, it's getting cold. So how do I get down this thing again? He shouted the last sentence, his voice slightly terrified, towards the ground below. But his voice only echoed across the white expanse of earth. There was an element of acting involved, of course, but it also caused many to burst into laughter. Various lively voices began to fill the channel, barely suppressing the overwhelming desires, requests, and inquiries from before. Fortunately, Wenheji's ascent finally stopped, and he began to slowly descend, marking the end of the press conference. Now, I think no one believes that my decision to abandon the Wing Group, worth billions, to join Shanghai was a lapse of judgment, Wenheji said with a smile. Then, his expression turned serious as he addressed the camera. We can all be certain that the emergence of Shanghai Company and its boss will be a turning point in human destiny and the greatest fortune for our generation. Because we will have the privilege of witnessing countless miracles that would otherwise be impossible in our lives, and experiencing countless monumental changes that we would never otherwise be able to experience. This world, this era, will also possess infinite possibilities because of Shanghai. Like you, I am full of anticipation for Shanghai and our future. This passage wasn't part of a prepared speech. In reality, it came from Wenheji's heart. Even knowing beforehand what the space elevator Shinshur presented was, as someone who had witnessed it firsthand, even experienced it personally, his shock was no less than that of the viewers outside the live stream. Especially since he knew Shinshur's background, and the impending alien invasion 3 years later. That shock carried a special significance. Therefore, this was a blessing, an expectation. Wenheji sincerely hoped that Shinshur's return and the birth of Shanghai would make their generation the luckiest generation in human history. even if they still face the crisis of alien invasion, and these words undoubtedly resonated with some people. A large number of voices of agreement began to appear in the channel. That's so true. I'm starting to believe in miracles again. I thought my life would be as ordinary as my father's and grandfather's, but I never imagined I experienced something like this. I'm so excited. Technology changes lives. Technology creates the future. I'm starting to truly understand what that means. Thank you, Shanghai. I feel like my mild depression has been instantly cured. This world is truly full of surprises. Everyone who believed in this live broadcast couldn't help but marvel at this sudden miracle that had changed the world, and was filled with anticipation. Just as Shinshur had said to Wenheji at the beginning. This was destined to be a world-shaking press conference. The live stream abruptly ended after Wenheji landed smoothly on the ground and bowed slightly to the camera. Once the spherical drone responsible for filming had left, Wenheji could no longer contain his excitement. His face was flushed with excitement, even turning red with emotion. His old subordinates, who had been eagerly waiting, swarmed around him. That was awesome, Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen, can you tell me what it felt like when you flew up there? Is it like wearing a spacesuit and going straight to space? Working for you in my life is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. Wenheji wasn't very old, so his team didn't have a strict hierarchy. Several of his colleagues were even his college classmates. In their excitement, they didn't care about such things. However, just as Wenheji was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed, and his previously relaxed back straightened abruptly. Mr. Shin, he said softly. The others fell silent abruptly. They then realized that someone had appeared before them, as if he had always been there. Who else could it be but Shinshur? The atmosphere instantly became quiet. Wenheji's subordinates were even more nervous than the last. Some of the younger ones didn't even know what to do with their hands. If, before this press conference, Shinshur was merely a mysterious, seemingly mature young boss in their minds, now he had become the most unique, mysterious, and powerful being in the world, without exception. Chapter 78. Imagine a mysterious man returning from an unknown land, bringing with him such wondrous and powerful black technology. His mere appearance has brought endless possibilities to the world. Just how many possibilities does this man possess? Even if some say his youthful appearance is merely a disguise, that beneath this seemingly young body lies a completely different existence, few would doubt it now. Therefore, when Shinshur appeared, everyone instinctively straightened up, watching him with tension and unease. This is the returning emperor the whole world is searching for. However, Shinshur didn't care about their attitude. He simply said to Wenheji, from now on, this place will inevitably become the focus of the world. All sorts of people may dare to come. You will be responsible for receiving them and maintaining order. If there are any people or matters that you cannot handle, I will step in. In addition, the relevant departments of the company need to be formalized as soon as possible. Therefore, after the sensation caused by this press conference has subsided, there may be a large-scale recruitment. You need to be prepared. Shinshur didn't say much more about the space elevator or the shock caused by this press conference. He simply mentioned the upcoming work. It was as if this world-shaking press conference was merely a trivial matter. Everyone else blushed slightly, partly uncomfortable with the contrast, and partly feeling that Shinshur's image had been further elevated. But Heiji remained calm. Shocking a backward civilization was indeed just a small matter for the boss. Understood, he said earnestly, his voice firm. I will handle every task well. Having been a boss himself, he knew exactly what kind of subordinates bosses liked. Those who could perfectly complete assigned tasks, neither adding unnecessary complications nor causing worry. Good. Shinshur nodded, only now revealing a slight smile. You did very well today. This brief praise initially surprised Wenheji, then filled him with involuntary joy. Praise and recognition carry extra weight when spoken by someone of importance, and at this moment, to him, who in the entire world carried more weight than Shinshur? Perhaps it's because I've begun to enjoy this miraculous job, Wenheji said with a smile, a compliment that was also entirely sincere. Contact me if anything happens, just give me a call. Shinshur turned his head, glanced at the others, his smile still there, and casually said, don't be so nervous. Once the company's framework is established, you all be official members. Aside from being more technically skilled and having a greater influence, Shanghai won't be much different from other companies. This attitude seemed to have an effect, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. One of the bolder ones, even daring to laugh, said, this kind of technology is more than just more skilled. You see what true skill is later. Shinshur shook his head, but didn't explain further. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped into the air, disappearing into the air right before everyone's eyes. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. Was this some kind of advanced technology, or some kind of divine intervention? When He remained calm, saying in a deep voice, "All right, everyone calm down. You should be used to it by now." This. One person's face flushed red, unable to utter a word for a long time. They couldn't get used to it so quickly. This scene looked completely unscientific, rather utterly magical. Anyway, when working in Shanghai, remember one thing, when He joked, "Whatever happens to the boss is normal. Just remember this, and you stay calm." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, they had to admit that when He was right. Whether it was advanced technology or divine artifacts, it made no difference to them. At this moment, Shinshur hadn't actually gone far. He was simply maintaining his invisibility, suspended in midair. Naturally, the focus wasn't on the employees still reeling from the shock of the world. The gaze was fixed on a more distant horizon. Ships, speedboats, and even yachts were already heading towards the island. This was to be expected. After all, while Shanghai Company's first appearance and press conference had ended, it was only the initial, most intense shock that had subsided. The subsequent tsunami was yet to come. Many people had already located the island, Shanghai Island, through the updated official website, confirming its location. Even though most people lacked the means to travel to the island, some were still frantically rushing there, disregarding everything. The Starry Sea ultimately belongs to human civilization. Shinshur's figure began to rise again, returning to his warship. Why did he start a company? Part of the reason was to give himself an identity within civilization. And under humanity's existing order, a company was the best choice. It could connect not only to the upper echelons of civilization, but also to the entire civilization. Only when everyone knew about it, when everyone had established some kind of connection with it, would the Starry Sea truly be integrated into human civilization, becoming a part of it, rather than merely an extraterrestrial support system used only for crisis response. This was another reason why he established a special patent joint control organization, instead of directly gifting the technology. In this way, Shinshur could obtain the life he desired from within civilization. Therefore, he still cared deeply about the Starry Sea's image within the entire civilization. Sebastian, collect and analyze relevant information on the network, Shinshur instructed the warship steward, sitting in his captain's seat. Soon, a series of analyzed and processed pieces of information appeared before him. This press conference was undoubtedly a success in shaking the world. And it's spreading rapidly. Countless people who have only just learned of the entire event are frantically searching for the press conference video and discussing it intensely. This is understandable. The significance of this event is no less than that of an alien landing, and perhaps even surpasses it, because both represent a surreal, global upheaval. They represent the destruction of old worldviews and the reshaping of new ones. Everyone is witnessing history. Chapter 79. Shinshur was carefully observing the reactions across the internet. This astonishing press conference had just ended, but most viewers who watched to the end felt a sense of lingering unease. The space elevator wasn't their main focus. They were more interested in the surreal significance it represented, including the true identity of the returning emperor, especially where he had returned from. Online speculation was now leaning towards extraterrestrial and future technologies, with extraterrestrial being the most supported theory. After all, it seemed more realistic compared to other theories. While humanity has never proven the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, it has also never proven their non-existence. Therefore, theoretically, the probability of extraterrestrials appearing in reality isn't entirely zero. This is why fantasy works in this field have remained popular for so long. Although they are all fantasy, extraterrestrials can always be considered a possibility. And this was, in fact, something Shinshur had deliberately guided. The entire defense project doesn't require a large number of people, but it's also difficult to conceal. He chose to shock the world in this way, to give people more time to adjust. This way, he could build planetary fortresses on a large scale without causing panic. It seems that this has been initially achieved. At least, most people now understand that interstellar technology doesn't belong to Earth. And once they begin to accept and become accustomed to this, the arrival of alien invaders and war won't seem so shocking. As for now, let them spend their final happy time in excitement and anticipation. Yes, in Shinshur's view, people at this moment are undoubtedly happy, because they are beginning to look forward to their own future and the future of this world. This can also be seen from the online feedback. Based on the information collected so far, the most discussed topic online is speculation about his origins, and the second most discussed topic is how the appearance of Shanghai will change this era. Many are excitedly anticipating that they may soon be able to fly freely, have virtual reality, robot butlers, better medical technology, more technological products that can change lives, and even break free from the limitations of lifespan. The last one is undoubtedly the most anticipated. In modern society, with a highly developed entertainment industry, human lifespan has long since failed to keep up with human expectations. Without too much life pressure and in good health, they may still be enjoying various entertainment activities with passion even in their 40s, 50s, or even 60s and 70s. However, when Shinshur saw the third most popular topic, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Questioning. Indeed, among the current online discussions, questioning ranks third. A considerable number of people, especially those unfamiliar with the origins of the event, those who haven't finished reading, or even those who didn't watch the press conference live, have expressed strong skepticism about this widespread online buzz. This is a lie of the century. Shinshur saw such a highly popular post. This lie is absolutely outrageous. I don't understand why so many people believe it. Yes, Shanghai Company's achievements in information technology are undeniable, but compared to that, their knowledge of physics is clearly lacking. Even a middle school student who has paid attention in class knows that the essence of magnetism is the tilted component of electricity, the force exerted by a magnetic field on moving charges and currents within it. In other words, if that area were truly filled with magnetic force strong enough to make a person fly, that person would be doomed the moment they stepped in. And frankly, moving a human body directly with a magnetic field is absurd. Only ferromagnetic materials can generate a strong additional magnetic field similar to the external magnetic field under its influence. Therefore, this is definitely a special effect. It's the biggest lie of the century, created using powerful information technology. The entire post, with its intense tone, strong emotions, and various scientific arguments, demonstrates how scientifically ridiculous the space elevator shown at the press conference is, ultimately concluding that it's a lie of the century. But I never said that the force field channel of the space elevator is a magnetic field as we currently understand it. Shinshur sighed softly. This kind of space elevator didn't come with an instruction manual, but as a commonly used interplanetary transportation channel in the future, some information could still be found in the database. Unfortunately, the only part of that information that Shinshur could understand was using the planet's magnetic field to fix its position. That's why he had Wenhuji give him an explanation. But now it seems some people misunderstood. However, even without this, there will always be some people who find it difficult to accept change and stubbornly reject everything with their firmly held beliefs. However, when forced to live in a rapidly changing new world, the most important thing is to have awe for the unknown and for reality. Shinshur is like that now. Even after entering the black market, and even after acquiring Shurling, he understood that this universe, this reality, is far more mysterious than he had previously known. That's why he tries his best to seize the time to understand the future and learn knowledge, not to become a scientist, but simply to rediscover this world. The existence of Shurling means that time can be controlled. The existence of the jump engine means that space is different from his past understanding. The existence of primal energy means that consciousness possesses unimaginable power. Faced with this reality, he must accept it and understand it as quickly as possible. This applies to everyone. Shinshur shook his head helplessly. But just as he was about to ignore the questioning post and look at the rest of the information, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Because of that post's sudden surge in popularity, the thread's popularity skyrocketed. The post's author started a live stream titled Debunking the Fake Starry Sea Frontline. Interesting. Shinshur immediately recognized that the man in the video was on a yacht, very close to Starry Sea Island. Clearly, this post was likely meticulously prepared. However, why did Shinshur initially intend to ignore it? Because no matter how stubborn a person is, they cannot stop the torrent of this upheaval. No matter how reasonable a question may seem, it cannot question the reality before their eyes. Chapter 80. At this moment, many people in the world were in a state of excitement. But Gui was probably among the most excited. Because he felt he was about to become famous. Family, do you see that? Shanghai Island is just ahead. This is absolutely the front line of the entire internet's anti-counterfeiting campaign against Shanghai Company. He stood at the front of the yacht, pointed the camera at himself and the island in the distance, and shouted loudly in the sea breeze. The number of viewers had already exceeded 7 million since the broadcast began, and was rapidly approaching 10 million. This was more than 10 times his usual viewership. He was about to become a sensation. What? I've been proven wrong? How could that be? Gui was so excited his face turned red, he even danced around. Longtime fans know that I'm a top student who studied in Shimeng. Besides, what I wrote in that post wasn't anything profound. Even a middle school student could understand it. So now you know why I dared to expose Shanghai's fraud, right? It's just simple scientific common sense. Immediately, many longtime fans began explaining Gui Yi's identity in the comments. A top student who returned from studying in Ximing, a science popularization and sales live streamer. As for why a top student wouldn't work for a big company or start a business, but instead become a live streamer. Naturally, because live streaming is lucrative. Gui Yi's mind was already fast-forwarding to the image of him exposing Shanghai's fraud, becoming famous overnight, and reaching the pinnacle of his life. This made his tone even more excited. I have wondered why Shanghai company would dare to produce something so obviously fake, but folks, the underlying reason is actually quite easy to figure out. Gui shouted, waving his arms vigorously. A fake is a fake. No matter how realistic it is, it can't become real. What if they fooled all the countries? That would be a huge disaster. So the reason behind it is obvious. They just want to fool some uneducated people who don't know a thing or two about science. What? This doesn't seem fake? Look, everyone, what did I tell you? This world is never short of anti-intellectuals. Trust science, honey. What's the bet? If this isn't fake, I jump into the sea right now and do a freestyle swim. Not enough? I think you're just messing with me. If this is all real, I'd permanently quit the internet and never stream again. That's right, that's how confident I am. But I doubt Shanghai company will let me onto the island. Gui Yi, facing the camera, was emotionally agitated, the ever-increasing number of viewers constantly stirring his emotions. This wave of hype was perfectly timed. Luckily, he reacted quickly, and since he was already at the beach, he even rushed over before the press conference ended, allowing him to be at the front, however. Just as Gui Yi was so excited, he was practically spitting as he talked, wishing he could boost the number of viewers by another 10 million and sit back and watch the first person to expose Shanghai's frauds. He discovered that the comment section had suddenly exploded. Countless words flew densely across the screen. Even with his sharp eyesight, he could barely make out a few bold, highlighted characters. Look behind you. A string of exclamation marks was enough to prove the excitement of the person who sent this message. Gui suddenly had a very bad feeling. So much so that he didn't want to simply turn around. Especially when he saw his companions on the boat all with blank expressions. But he still turned around. And then he saw, right behind him, above that island, a long line stretching straight to the horizon was faintly visible. As they drew closer, it gradually became clearer. Yes, it was the space elevator made up of millions of tiny cubes from the Starsea Company's press conference. This thing actually existed. Gui Yi's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, it only turned into a curse. Xinshi had already instructed Wen Heji to grant certain permissions to those who came to the island, allowing them to approach the space elevator, take photos, record videos, and even live stream, but to maintain order firmly. At this moment, the popularity of the live stream room of the streamer named Gui Yi continued to rise. But the netizens' reactions had completely reversed. Stubborn individuals like Gui Yi, who were proven wrong, wouldn't be the first, nor the last. It was predictable that the authenticity of the space elevator would be completely confirmed in the future, and the name of Starsea Company would become the center of the world. Sitting here, Xinshi suddenly had a strange feeling. The entire world, the entire civilization, had been turned upside down because of his decisions and actions. This will become the norm, he told himself. I need to adapt as soon as possible. Just then, the phone rang. It was AI Xiner. Xinshi smiled slightly. He could roughly imagine how shocked AI Xiner must be. This should meet the requirements of a surprise, right? The call connected. Xinshi didn't speak, and there was no sound from the other end. After a while, a soft gasp came through. Xinshi, when did you leave? Xinshi was somewhat surprised. Is that the first thing you're asking? Because I had absolutely no idea. AI Xiner's voice sounded somewhat disjointed. We used to meet once or twice a year. 4 years ago. Xinshi hesitated for a moment before continuing, but when I met you and your family, I was always controlling things remotely, so you could count that as me too. This lie concerned Ling's existence, and Xinshi had to keep it a secret from everyone. It wasn't about trust. He simply knew clearly that in the endless sea of stars, there were countless ways to extract information from someone's mind. Is that so? Silence fell again on the other end. But just as Xinshi was about to say something, AI Xiner suddenly let out a long sigh. When I first found out you were the returning emperor, I was so excited. Her tone returned to normal. It was absolutely amazing. I watched the whole press conference, the network technology, the space elevator. I knew you had your reasons, but I never imagined it was this much. Then why did you get so sentimental later? Shinshir laughed. Could you stop acting like Lin Daiyu? I much prefer the Qingwen type. I'm more like Bao Chai, okay? Beautiful, elegant, and erudite. AI Xiner never hesitated to boast. Yes, yes, yes. Shinshir said with an air of absolute certainty, then turned slightly serious. So would you like to tour my spaceship? Chapter 81. In Shinshir's heart, AI Xiner was already an indispensable part of the perfect life he pursued. She represented his past on one hand, and connected to his future on the other. Therefore, this invitation was not merely an invitation to tour his spaceship. However, AI Xiner remained silent for a moment before smiling and saying, So you really do have a spaceship. Your invitation makes me feel a bit like Louise Lane. Louise Lane? Shinshir only paused for a moment before immediately understanding AI Xiner's meaning. Maybe, he chuckled, but I'm not Superman, I don't know any of those Western Alliance tricks, so you don't need to worry about that. I won't show any weaknesses. It's because of the necklace you gave me, and maybe there are other protections around me, so tight that they put your mind at ease, AI Xiner said softly, clearly understanding Shinshir. I'm announcing to everyone now that I'm the happiest girl in the world, and no one should deny it. But when I think about how all this I enjoy was achieved by you in places I don't know, through unimaginable experiences, and at a price I can hardly imagine, I can't quite feel happy. She had initially been incredibly excited and proud, overjoyed by everything Shinshir possessed. Until Qilin asked, so where did brother-in-law come from? That excitement suddenly faded considerably. No matter where. Being alone in a completely unfamiliar, and potentially incredibly dangerous, place wouldn't be easy. But she soon heard Shinshir's voice. That's good. When people are successful, only those who truly care will notice the hardships behind that success. So your unhappiness actually makes me happy. Keep up the good work. Shinshir laughed. AI Xiner was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. I didn't expect you to be so good at comforting people now. Okay, I called to congratulate you on achieving your dream. My dream? Memories flooded Shinshir's mind. It was a sentence he had uttered through gritted teeth during his teenage years. My dream is not to live a life of obscurity. I didn't expect you to remember that. Shinshir felt a little embarrassed recalling those words. Perhaps many people have this wish, but few say it out loud like he did. So childish. Hearing it from AI Xiner now felt like a dark chapter in his life. Why do you think I had feelings for you back then? AI Xiner didn't seem embarrassed by the question at all, on the contrary, she was extremely pleased. Back then, I thought that with your abilities, as long as you held your breath, you would definitely be able to realize this dream. But I could never have imagined that once you realized it, it would directly shake the entire world. Even change the future of humanity. From now on, all of humanity will look up to you in awe. Congratulations, the word unknown is now completely irrelevant to you. Even over the phone, Shinshir could hear the intense admiration in her words. This touched him somewhat. It wasn't just because of his close relationship with AI Xiner, but also because this adoration stemmed from his past, before he had even won Shirling's heart. Shaking the world is just the first step, Shinshir finally laughed. If you're already adoring him like this, you have even more to admire your boyfriend in the future. Then I keep looking forward to it, boyfriend. AI Xiner held the phone. If Shinshir were in front of her right now, he would definitely see her intoxicating expression. But in the end, until she hung up, she didn't seem to suggest coming to see the spaceship. Because what she cared about wasn't the spaceship, much less the advanced technology Shinshir had presented. However, it seems I'm being pressured by this adoration a bit. Shinshir belatedly realized, because this was the first time the thought of I absolutely cannot lose had crossed his mind. Instead of if I lose, I run away. Oh well, with things as they are, a little pressure is good. He didn't care too much, he was indeed very confident at the moment. As he said, shaking the world was only the first step. This day would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of history for all humanity. Because the Starsea Corporation was born. Almost everywhere, on every online platform, even in television programs, radio programs, newspapers, and magazines, every imaginable way of receiving information, the Starsea Corporation and the space elevator were being hotly debated. Various headlines flooded the eyes of most of the world's population. The day humanity's fate was completely changed. Is the emergence of the Starsea Corporation a blessing for humanity, or a disaster disguised as a blessing? The incredibly miraculous space elevator has been confirmed to exist. Who exactly is the owner of Starsea? Where does he come from? This is now a global mystery. To this day, our emperor has remained silent. They must know something. These reports covered almost every angle and every topic. There were even suggestions to deploy troops to surround Starsea Island, though such voices were quickly suppressed. Gradually, some media outlets and individuals began to realize something was amiss. In an event that could affect the fate of all humanity, the official voices throughout human civilization remained remarkably silent. What were they planning? Or did they know something? Protests had already begun in some places, urging their administrators to reveal the truth. However, just the next day, the entire world was captivated by a news story. Official delegations from various regions and major powers were departing from all over the world for Star Island. People witnessed an incredibly luxurious delegation. The Holy Britannian Empire even dispatched its first in line of succession, Curtis Nia, as consul, leading a team aboard a royal yacht, slowly sailing toward Star Island. Yes, a yacht, not a warship. It should be noted that the Nia Empire, as the world's only remaining and most influential imperial empire, still held immense power for its emperor, and Curtis was considered the most capable heir apparent in 500 years. Regardless of the extent of this assessment, it at least demonstrates the importance of this heir apparent to the entire Nia Empire. Even his every trip within the country is under tight security. But this very person has now been sent to the incredibly mysterious and unknown Starsea Company. Chapter 82. This action made everyone truly realize that the upper echelons of civilization had also begun to act for the Starsea. It also amplified the wave of this cataclysmic change. Countless media outlets, and even individuals, flocked to the Starsea Island, gathering there to broadcast and report live to the world 24 hours a day. The Western Alliance delegation has landed on Star Island. A reporter, under the supervision of armed guards, broadcast live from the beach. The development of Star Island seems to have just begun. There's no dock, so all visitors have to walk on the rough, damp sand to reach the island. They may have to stay in makeshift tin shacks, or even their own tents for the day, receiving little hospitality. However, we can see that everyone's face is beaming with warm and friendly smiles. We have every reason to suspect that the mysterious figure who created Star Island has already established connections with various countries without our knowledge. Otherwise, what has come here might not be an envoy, but a legion. We will continue to bring you first-hand reports. Near the reporter, a dense crowd of journalists from various places filled the area. Under countless cameras, a cacophony of voices rang out, seemingly never-ending. Even some self-media personalities and broadcasters were crammed in, jostling to capture every detail. When the camera zooms out, the entire Star Island is surrounded by countless cruise ships, yachts, and boats. Many more couldn't even land on the island. But even the sweltering early summer heat, even as some began to faint from heat stroke, couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. No one left, not only because of the explosive popularity of this event, but also because this scene would undoubtedly be recorded in human history, and they were all witnessing history. Even just watching the space elevator soaring into the sky from afar was enough to make some people lose their composure. Meanwhile, at the center of the event, Wenhuzhi and his group were also extremely busy. With the world's attention now focused on them, and countless people and representatives of various forces rushing to the scene, their small force was already inadequate. Shinshur didn't seem to have any intention of intervening. Finally, it was Tao Dijia who sent people, and even the delegations from the visiting forces also sent representatives to participate, which helped maintain order. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to manage even the tourists, who had rushed over frantically, trying to see what was happening. After arranging for the new batch of representatives, Wenhuzhi finally had a moment to rest. In a simple meeting room, he served Todd and Willard, who had been among the first to arrive, some chilled tea. "Thank you so much," he said, not at all reserved, but rather with a sigh of relief. "Otherwise, we really wouldn't have had enough manpower right now." "It's what we should do," Willard replied with a warm and charming smile. We met once before. Do you remember? We had a brief but very pleasant conversation at Duke Cyril's dinner." Wenhuzhi paused for a moment, then reacted. "If Mr. Willard is referring to that party 3 years ago, I remember, we only exchanged one sentence. At that time, Mr. Willard didn't even know my name," Wenhuzhi said with a helpless smile. "No need for that. Building a personal friendship with me won't bring you any benefits. I thought people from the East were very tactful in their conversations, especially when faced with a smiling face," Willard said, taking a sip of his cold tea, seemingly savoring the taste, before continuing, "Besides, you underestimate your current status. I can guarantee that even the world's richest man would look forward to your friendship. In fact, before I even arrived here, quite a few people had asked me to convey their greetings to you. You must have heard their names or surnames. But right now, I don't have the mood or time for this kind of socializing, because this job is more important than anything else. When Heji shook his head, his words still straightforward. He naturally understood Willard's meaning, but he also understood perfectly well that what mattered most to him was this job, not the status and identity that came with it. Ultimately, he doesn't even have a specific position yet, and his boss is far superior to other bosses. Before gaining sufficient trust, he can't afford to be careless in the slightest, because he's not irreplaceable. All right, Willard, Todd interrupted, seeing Willard about to say something more. Stop being so shameless. If you incur Mr. Shin's displeasure, it won't do you any good. Whose fault do you think this is? Willard said through gritted teeth when Todd spoke. Didn't we agree on information sharing? Dear Todd, can you tell me why you all started arranging boycotts and manpower for Shanghai Company, while we didn't even know Mr. Shin was holding this press conference? Don't you already know? Todd casually sipped his iced tea. Besides, Wenheji was just an elite we recommended, not someone we arranged. You can recommend others too, as long as Mr. Shin agrees. Of course we will. Willard could only say that. But he naturally knew they were far behind. Now, with Wenheji in charge of everything, and Song Yao as Mr. Shin's assistant, who even had 2 android assistants with her, Shanghai Company had practically secured the main positions within the company. Even if the elites they recommended were also absorbed by Shanghai Company, they would find it difficult to compare with these two in terms of status for the time being. So why is this being who returned from outer space, possessing powerful technology and strength, and possibly the only savior of human civilization, a person from the East? Willard had thought about this question more than once, but the truly cruel thing was that no matter how many times he considered it, it was already a fact. Dear Todd, I think you might have some misunderstandings about us, Willard said to Todd with a sudden smile, as if he had just thought of something. In the past, that was necessary competition. You know, reasonable competition is a necessary prerequisite for collective development. But things are different now. We have a common enemy to face, so I think it's time to put aside competition and work together. What do you think? Of course, Todd said seriously. In the fight against invaders, we must never allow any disunity within human civilization. He emphasized the words fight against invaders. It seems we reached a consensus. Willard, however, seemed oblivious, continuing with a smile, we can start by showing sincerity. I recall your side seems to have some cutting-edge technologies in mind. Perhaps we could provide a list, or even establish a joint laboratory. I believe such sincerity will satisfy you. Perhaps, Todd replied, his expression unchanged. Willard was completely baffled. So, how far had their contact with Mr. Shin progressed? Did they know any more important information? Willard's mind raced, but he remained outwardly composed. He continued to probe. Frankly, despite the looming threat of alien invasion, the lack of information, and the vast gap in power meant they couldn't do much right now. They could only focus most of their efforts on Shinshur. And every step was taken with extreme caution. By the end, when Heji couldn't understand some of their conversations anymore, he could only shake his head, glance at the time, and continue with his work. His responsibilities extended beyond simply receiving and arranging visits. He also oversaw the development of the island, which would become the company's primary residence and workplace for a considerable period. According to the plans his boss had sent him, the island might even become a tourist destination. Therefore, it was a massive project. However, when Prince Curtis's yacht finally arrived that afternoon, the media, focused on Star Island, erupted in excitement once more. This forced him to return to his duties of receiving visitors. Moreover, the Nia Empire hadn't just sent a high-ranking crown prince, they even seen the Nia Empire's most famous princess, Tracy Nia. Why famous? Naturally, because of her beauty and her persona. Yes, the persona in quotes. From the age of 14 or 15, she maintained an elegant and noble princess image in any public setting, serving as a propaganda tool for the Nia Empire. She was adept at persona management in the information age, accumulating an astonishing following worldwide. But bringing such a persona to this occasion? Todd and Willard both had some guesses. However, Todd was somewhat surprised by the Nia Empire's boldness, while Willard was more concerned about its effectiveness. Mr. Wen, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope I haven't disturbed your company's work. Curtis was 45 years old, but still possessed an extremely handsome appearance. He didn't speak the Eastern language, so Tracy, who was beside him, acted as his translator. Tracy had studied various languages since childhood, and her Eastern language was fluent. With her fluent Dongwa language and the wealth code style of speaking crafted by a professional team, she enjoys astonishing popularity in Dongwa as well. Please don't be so presumptuous. Actually, it's perfect timing that Princess Curtis and Princess Tracy have arrived, Wenhiji said with a smile. I recently received a notification from the boss, who said, since everyone is here, let's have a meeting. Oh! Curtis's expression clearly brightened. Will Mr. Shen also be here? It's not clear yet, but we need to wait until all the important people are here. Wenhiji kept his position firmly in mind. When representing Shanghai Company and the boss, he must remain neither servile nor arrogant, regardless of who he is facing. Moreover, compared to the boss's status, even if the person before him were the next emperor of the Nie Empire, it would be nothing. Curtis seemed to understand this perfectly well. He nodded, indicating his obedience to all arrangements. However, after obtaining Wenheji's consent, he still took Tracy to the beach to appear before the various media outlets and give some interviews. Yes, we believe the emergence of the Star Sea Company is a miracle. The Nie Empire highly values its cooperation with the Star Sea Company, and I believe it will bring us, and humanity, a better future. Danger? No, the Star Sea Company has not shown any malice, and we should approach them with goodwill. That's why I'm here. We don't know where he returned from, but I think the whole world will welcome his return. Tracy is only here as my translator. We all know her amazing talent in languages. Watching the two siblings, already accustomed to the spotlight, and handling all kinds of questions with ease, Willard whispered to Todd. They are indeed under considerable pressure. Of course, the one who boarded the ship last time was practically invisible the entire time. Perhaps there are other reasons. You mean? We all know that the Imperial system is no longer suitable for this era, but Mr. Shen's appearance may have given them an opportunity. It seems they are indeed a bit anxious, but if they fail to achieve victory in 3 years, all of this will be meaningless. Above these people, Shinshur, who was also observing them, naturally heard their conversation. To be honest, the internal workings of humanity are far more complex than he imagined. He wondered if future human civilization would be the same. However, having too many thoughts and schemes in this perilous universe is not a good thing, especially since humanity is so weak. Moreover, when these schemes are directed at him, it becomes even more tedious. The beauty trap. Shinshur's gaze fell on Tracy, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Perhaps the Nie Empire was just trying it out casually, hoping for some initial contact, but this very thought represented a desire to control and influence him. Although he knew this desire was unavoidable. Unfortunately, even though Shinshur didn't have feelings for AIXINer, he still felt aversion to such behavior. So, after glancing at his black market space, he had an idea. He silently began to plan. And so, as dusk approached, the final representatives finally arrived. It was a team from a large conglomerate. A careful count revealed that the number of people present could almost form a delegation of the Human Federation. The media buzzed once more. Clearly, they, and many others, had a hunch that Shanghai's silence today might have been a prelude to the arrival of these people. At this moment, it could even be said that the world had gathered in Shanghai. Even the falling night had not dampened their enthusiasm. In fact, everyone in the world watching this event remained in a state of jubilation. Chapter 83. Through these enthusiastic media outlets, various voices continuously emanated from Star Island and spread throughout the world. No matter what happens afterward, this gathering will inevitably change history. The world converges at Star Island. We eagerly anticipate their gains. Will the mysteries of Star Island be unveiled soon? Clearly, even if nothing happened tonight, these people would still report all night. Shinshur also sent a message to Wenhiji at this time. It was after this that Star Island finally further relaxed its restrictions on the media. This undoubtedly brought a sensation to the anxiously waiting world. Sure enough, once everyone had arrived, Star Island was about to make a move. All the media, led by personnel maintaining order, arrived at the center of Star Island with excitement. Beneath that space elevator, their cameras quickly discovered that, under the faintly visible twilight sky, representatives of those major powers were also rushing towards this location, converging even closer to them. The more I look at it, the more amazing it seems. Netizens around the world are still discussing it passionately. Yes, it's simply a miracle. But I'm more concerned about what will happen next. Hopefully, a cooperation can be reached quickly, bringing tangible benefits to our lives. Clearly, most people are now more concerned about what changes this suddenly appearing Starsea Corporation, which obviously possesses powerful technology not belonging to this world or this civilization, will bring to their world and their lives. Not to mention netizens around the world, even the reporters and representatives currently on Star Island, beneath the space elevator, were captivated. Even after witnessing it countless times from a distance, they were still mesmerized. Because in the past, this was a true miracle. These unimaginable things will definitely become more and more common in the future, Curtis murmured to her sister, who was more than 20 years her junior. Alien technology, alien civilizations, interstellar wars. I suddenly feel that knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Ordinary people at least have 3 years of happiness left. But ordinary people, when disaster strikes, can only struggle or pray, Tracy murmured, looking up at the twilight sky. Compared to him, we are all ordinary people. When she learned of Shinshir's existence, and the news of the alien invasion 3 years later, her first reaction was terror. Then came Indy. Indy for Shinshir, who, in this crisis, held the only possible safe escape route. Surrounded by countless people from birth, enjoying a life most people could only dream of, and possessing so many admirers, Tracy has always been proud. No matter how well behaved she appeared on the surface, she never considered herself an ordinary person. However, if humanity is defeated, and she fails to board that warship, she will be no different from any other ordinary person, struggling just as fiercely in unimaginable pain and despair. Keep going, no, do whatever it takes, Curtis whispered. He naturally understood his sister's thoughts, but didn't he also long for a fallback ticket for himself and his family? The more one possesses, the more afraid one is of losing it. At this moment, when Hiji emerged amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the two men and the rest of the group stopped talking. Only the surrounding media couldn't help but murmur a few words. After landing on the island, their greatest hope was to interview Wenhiji, even just to get a single sentence, but unfortunately, Wenhiji clearly had no intention of giving them that opportunity. I received the boss's notification, he said with a smile, his words causing a stir. The boss said that since everyone is here, why not experience the space elevator? It would be a historic moment for everyone, so that no one will question it anymore. Question? Who would question it now? But no one said that. In fact, most of the representatives, including Curtis and Tracy, looked at the elevator stretching straight to the sky and felt a sense of anticipation. After all, Wenhiji had already demonstrated it at the press conference. It was smooth and safe, with absolutely no danger. Who wouldn't want to experience that amazing feeling? Even many of the audience members watching the event expressed their envy. That was an experience they could never have before. However, before anyone could express their emotions, Wenhiji's next sentence instantly ignited the entire audience. And while we're at it, let's go to space and have a meeting. Go to space, have a meeting? To space. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky, followed by a clamor of voices. Mr. One, what do you mean by holding a meeting in space? Is there really a spaceship? What are they planning to discuss at the meeting? Mr. One, could you give us a hint? Mr. One, are reporters allowed to accompany us to this meeting? Mr. One. Mr. One. The various voices grew louder and louder amidst the noise, every reporter extremely excited. Audiences from all over the world were equally excited. This was a meeting in space. Even though they realized that humanity might soon reach the interstellar age, this was still the first time in recorded human history. Even the representatives of various forces were excited and nervous at this moment. Many of them probably never imagined that they would one day travel to space. Especially since they all believed that a spaceship was already waiting for them above. Only when Wenhiji raised his hand and pressed down did the clamor of questions gradually subside. I know you all have many questions, but to be honest, I have many questions too, so I can only tell you what I know. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he slowly said, first, the boss doesn't want to reveal his identity right now. He still hopes for a peaceful life. Therefore, my fellow reporters probably won't be able to go up with us, and will have to wait for news down here. Second, as far as I know, there are no spaceships. You and I, the representatives, will take a space elevator directly to space at an altitude of 500 kilometers. Before the second point was even finished, the scene erupted in uproar again. No spaceship, not only the reporters, but even the representatives of those forces were utterly bewildered, even somewhat horrified. Just like that, taking a space elevator to outer space? They freeze to death or suffocate halfway there. Quiet! Quiet down! Wenhiji raised his voice again, and this time it took some time for everyone to quiet down. Countless cameras were now focused on his face. A close-up shot. So the entire world could see Wenhiji's helpless expression. Gentlemen, why don't you look up and see what's in front of you? He pointed to the straight line behind him reaching the sky. What is this? Is this something you can judge by past common sense? Remember what I'm saying now. Forget your common sense in front of Shanghai Company. It's just a meeting in space, and in the near future, this might become your daily life. These words. Many people in the scene turned red with embarrassment. But there's really no way to refute it. The Starcy Company brought not just an unimaginable reality, but a series of realities that were previously unthinkable, even unacceptable. Just imagine how many times the world has been shocked in this short period of time. Even audiences around the world were amused by Wenheji's helpless words. That's right, it's just a meeting in space, what's the big deal? Yeah, it's just that we don't have a spaceship to go to outer space. These reporters are really something. It's just a physical journey through space, no big deal. I really hope I can travel to space regularly someday. Although still finding it unbelievable, the reporters present were no longer as excited as they had been initially. Even the representatives quieted down. Although they felt that if they simply rode the space elevator to outer space, they would surely become corpses in space, they chose to remain calm. Because those qualified to stand here actually knew of Shinshire's existence, origins, and even the alien invasion crisis 3 years later. They understood even more clearly that common sense had lost all meaning in the case of Shinshire. Sure enough, after calming the reporters and answering a few questions he could, Wenheji turned to face them. Everyone, come here to collect your spacesuits. Spacesuits? The reporters immediately focused their attention on Song Yao, who was standing next to Wenheji, because she was carrying a small leather suitcase. As expected, Song Yao opened the small suitcase and took out several small, round metal pieces, each only about 7 or 8 centimeters in diameter. One for each person, she said. This is a spacesuit? Everyone's attention was focused on these seemingly simple metal pieces. They couldn't compare them to the bulky, expensive spacesuits they remembered. No matter how compressed, this thing couldn't possibly become a full-body metal suit impervious to radiation and extreme cold. If it weren't for Wenheji's words earlier, many people would likely still be asking questions. However, at this moment, everyone was only focusing their cameras on the small metal discs, Wenheji, and Song Yao, seemingly hoping for an explanation. These are not a spacesuits, Song Yao said, picking up a disc herself and holding it up in front of everyone. They contain countless nanoparticles. Just stick it to your body like this and press it slightly. She attached it to her arm as a demonstration. All the photographers immediately took close-ups. Then, the world's audience clearly saw that nothing happened the instant it was attached. Yes, nothing happened, no change was seen. Not to mention, it didn't unfold instantly like a hero's suit in a movie. After a long while, someone finally couldn't help but send a message. It was a string of question marks. Then more and more question marks appeared. Although they knew they might be humiliated again by Shanghai Company, given their usual calm down, what's so strange about this attitude, they simply couldn't contain themselves. However, some astute cameramen noticed the expression on Song Yao's face, surprise, astonishment, and even an involuntary touch to her own face, as if there were something there. Miss Song, may I try it? Curtis finally couldn't resist, and was the first to step forward. Although she maintained her elegant demeanor, the curiosity on her face was impossible to hide. Of course, Song Yao immediately responded with a smile. Everyone has won. Curtis took a piece of metal and, imitating Song Yao, pressed it against her arm, giving it a slight press. The next instant, his incredulous expression spread throughout the world. Before the media could even ask, he blurted out, I feel like I'm enveloped by something icy cold. He raised his hand, pointing it at the twilight sky, as if trying to see something. But he couldn't see anything. Only when he touched his skin could he feel a distinct barrier, like being wrapped in an extremely thin layer of ice. Wait! Curtis suddenly realized, placing his hands on his nose and slightly open mouth, and everyone could see his astonishment. Breathing. I'm not breathing. This time, he could no longer maintain his composure, his voice rising several notches. Suddenly, the scene erupted in noise again. No longer breathing. That's right. Even an 11 or 12-year-old knows that there's no air in space, so a spacesuit isn't just a completely enveloping garment, it also needs to provide oxygen, which is why that piece of metal seemed so incredible. That thing didn't look like it could produce oxygen at all. But who could have imagined that he simply stopped breathing? Standing next to Curtis, Tracy couldn't help but reach out and wave a finger near her brother's nostrils. Even when Curtis opened his mouth to exhale, he felt absolutely no airflow. He really isn't breathing, she thought, her expression filled with shock. She even placed her hand on Curtis's chest, but felt no rise and fall at all. This, along with her action, was noticed by audiences worldwide. Chapter 84. There's not even any lung movement anymore? What's the principle behind this? This is too powerful. It doesn't produce oxygen, so it doesn't need to breathe at all. Isn't that uncomfortable? Someone couldn't help but ask online. But others had a more insightful perspective. Will wearing this mean I won't have to worry about drowning anymore. I bet I won't even have to worry about high temperatures or cold. We can go to outer space. Why would we be afraid of heat or cold? Lighting protection should be no problem either. I want one. Having something like this during military training would be awesome. Ah, when will we finally get our hands on these cutting-edge technologies? I'm so envious. Clearly, regardless of the underlying principle of this spacesuit, it's more than just a spacesuit. Behind every real piece of cutting-edge technology lies a multitude of life-changing technologies. This is the greatest charm of Starsea Corporation. Amidst the envious gazes of reporters, media, and audiences worldwide, representatives of these forces receive these incredibly magical spacesuits one after another, then press them onto various parts of their bodies, each looking both intrigued and comfortable. Some who appeared to exercise regularly even performed a set of expansive movements, seemingly without any problems. This spacesuit is like a thin film enveloping the entire body, yet it possesses incredibly powerful effects. In fact, this is also a product of microscopic technology. The reason we don't need to breathe is because a large number of particles in the bloodstream replace the function of oxygen. It wasn't just effective on humans. As a general-purpose spacesuit piled up on the Void, it was effective on most carbon-based life forms. Of course, its current amazing performance was enough to amaze everyone. Gentlemen, Wenhiji said, seeing everyone was dressed in their spacesuits, without wasting any more time, if you're ready, let's go. Okay, everyone nodded in unison. Some showed obvious excitement and anticipation. This was a trip to outer space, and in this way, they would be soaring through the infinitely vast and mysterious universe in the most intimate way, something even astronauts, who had experienced spacewalks in heavy spacesuits, couldn't compare to. So, Wenhiji took the first step forward, entering the force field channel, and with a light leap, he seemed to lose all weight and fly away. The others followed suit. Some people exerted too much force, even tumbling several times in midair, unable to suppress a gasp, yet still rising steadily. And so, one after another, under the watchful eyes of the world, they flew along this path to heaven, towards the sky already tinged with twilight. This scene was faithfully recorded by countless cameras. At this very moment, this sky, these people, and this path to heaven seemed to possess a hazy, dreamlike quality, bringing to countless people a sense of myth and legend descending into reality. Countless painters, inspired by this, picked up their brushes, attempting to record and depict this scene in their own ways. Later, someone described it this way: in that instant, I seemed to see them flying towards the gates of heaven in the twilight, seeking the high and mighty God, praying for blessings. And even more incredible, this might just be reality. However, no matter how magical or even sacred this experience might seem to others, for these people of the present day, it was a completely different feeling. As the initial novelty wore off, the first thing that emerged was a faint sense of panic. Because it was simply too high. There was nothing beneath their feet. They reached out to grab something, but couldn't grasp anything. And the speed was increasing rapidly, to the point that they could hardly distinguish whether they were ascending or rapidly descending. Worse still, while the spacesuits effectively protected them from the impact of the air, they didn't completely block out the howling wind in their ears. So even though they could talk to each other through their spacesuits, it was difficult to hear what they were saying amidst the wind. Therefore, they could only silently endure it. The youngest, Tracy, was already pale, struggling to withstand the intense thrill of the rapid ascent. She dared not close her eyes, for doing so only intensified the feeling of falling, as if she would crash to the ground and be shattered to pieces at any moment. She was already regretting coming up here. No matter how intelligent or elegant her persona was, it was still just a persona. Fortunately, after only about 10 minutes of continuous ascent, the air finally began to thin. We should be in the thermosphere by now, someone shouted. We should be there. That must be the noctilucent clouds. These were large, silvery white clouds with a slight bluish tinge, a rare atmospheric phenomenon on Earth, but now everyone could see this beautiful sight beneath their feet. Some were completely mesmerized. Even Tracy, whose face was deathly pale, stared wide-eyed at this sight she had never been able to witness before. Until someone explained in surprise. The temperature in the thermosphere can reach thousands of degrees Celsius. Our clothes. Tracy's face paled again. It wasn't until Song Yao, also a woman, said, "Don't worry, the spacesuits not only cover the skin but also provide some protection," that Tracy breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could recover, she saw, in the distance, in this strange space, what appeared to be a red dot of light streaking across the sky at incredible speed. A meteorite? They initially thought so, but then they discovered that there were quite a few such dots of light. Is this a meteorite or space debris? Someone asked in a panic. How can there be so much? Space debris is never a small amount, Todd said, his voice calm and composed, seemingly knowledgeable about the subject. Since the launch of the first artificial satellite, humanity has left nearly 10,000 tons of space debris in space. Those bright spots must be quite large to be noticeable in the thermosphere, but the number of tiny pieces of space debris smaller than 1 centimeter exceeds hundreds of millions. At our relative speed, we wouldn't even see them if they passed right in front of us. Tens of thousands of tons of debris. This amount, which wouldn't have seemed significant in the past, now felt terrifying as they soared alone in space. Tracy was especially tense, constantly scanning her surroundings, fearing even a tiny speck of debris might collide with her. At this speed, even the smallest piece of debris would have an impact force comparable to a bullet. Her spacesuit, so thin it was practically invisible to the naked eye, offered her absolutely no sense of security. The others began to realize this as well. Some couldn't help but say, our spacecraft are flying along their orbits, so the relative speed with this space debris isn't high. Besides, the spacecraft's outer shells have special impact-resistant treatments, but we are now. They were flying straight up. Some even immediately looked at Wenhezi, hoping he could offer a safer explanation. For example, that the spacesuits could completely withstand such impacts. However, Wenhezi remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, the boss didn't mention this. Everyone fell silent. Even though these pieces of space debris are only a tiny fraction of the vastness of space, the thought that some unseen, imperceptible pieces of space debris could be right beside them, hurtling past at speeds far exceeding those of a bullet, still instilled a sense of impending doom in everyone. Tracy, already extremely tense, was on the verge of collapse. Can I go back? Her voice trembled with tears. But no one answered. They continued their ascent. Even Curtis didn't comfort his sister. Compared to the younger Tracy, who had been pampered since childhood, Curtis more keenly understood that they no longer had the option to choose whether to return or continue upwards. Everyone remained silent. As a seemingly large piece of space debris, glowing red-hot, streaked past nearby, leaving a white trail, Tracy couldn't help but sob. The novelty had long since worn off. In this vast expanse of space, a sense of isolation and helplessness was steadily creeping in. They were beginning to understand some of the feelings those astronauts were experiencing. No matter how safe it may seem, every journey into space remains a perilous adventure, a gamble with life itself. Because humanity is utterly insignificant and helpless in this world. Faced with any crisis, they seem utterly powerless. Once gravity gradually disappears, they lose all sense of up and down, as if they are plummeting into an abyss from which they may never reach. In this situation, all they can do is pray that they will reach their destination safely and quickly. Finally, they gradually left the hazy, glowing atmosphere and entered the predominantly black expanse of space, dotted with countless stars. They could even feel themselves slowing down. We should be almost there, Wenhezi said with a slight sigh of relief, which brought a sigh of relief to everyone. This journey to space was actually only a little over an hour long, but the further they went, the more agonizing it became. Deathly silence, emptiness, helplessness. It felt like being detached from the entire world. If this continued any longer, they didn't know if they could endure it. At this moment, everyone strained their necks, some impatiently searching for their destination. They soon saw it. It was a small dot, like a lighthouse in the sea, guiding every ship sailing in the night and offering reassurance. As they drew closer, they could vaguely make out what that dot was. A pitch-black sphere, about 2 or 3 meters in diameter, with an orange-red glow on its side facing them. That was the dot they had just seen, silently hovering at the end of the space elevator. However, everyone's attention was now focused on Shinshur. Yes, Shinshur was quietly hovering to the right of that sphere. Wearing simple clothes, his posture suspended. Compared to them, all pale-faced, swaying, and unable to maintain their composure in the weightless environment, Shinshur seemed as effortlessly ethereal as a celestial being. How was the trip? Shinshur's voice, transmitted through his spacesuit, was simultaneously translated into their ears. The men exchanged glances. Curtis wanted to smile and say something, but he wasn't feeling well either, not to mention his sister was still crying. It wasn't pleasant, was it? Shinshur spoke for them. You must be thinking that if you were in a protected spacecraft and came up via space elevator, you wouldn't feel this way. You lacked adequate safety protection. In fact, quite a few people thought so. The way they came up this time was like being pulled up in an elevator shaft by ropes. But if there were an elevator cabin, it would be completely different. A safe elevator cabin with small windows, where you could sit and eat, even listen to music and watch movies. The elevator cabin is indeed useful, Shinshur shook his head, but in reality, the space elevator itself has a certain protective function. Tiny pieces of space debris will be automatically bounced off by the force field when they approach at high speed. But if they reach a certain size, like the satellite debris you just saw, then even with an elevator cabin, it wouldn't be of much use. Some people couldn't help but swallow hard. So, there was still a chance they might have perished? If that streaking piece of satellite debris hit the bullseye? Mr. Shin, we will launch the space debris cleanup plan as soon as possible, a representative said cleverly. No matter the cost, we will never let this space debris hinder the project's progress. Yes, they now knew that Shinshur had a major project in place to defend against alien invaders. This was told to them by Wenhiji. So, in this person's eyes, Shinshur was simply expressing his dissatisfaction with space debris through this method. However, Shinshur's expression remained unchanged. Todd felt that the Mr. Shin before him seemed to have returned to the state he had first encountered on the spaceship, serious, indifferent, and exuding a chilling aura. Therefore, Todd remained silent. He had a vague feeling that this state was not simply a matter of working. Sure enough, Shinshur didn't respond to the person who had spoken, nor did he discuss the so-called space debris. I know, his voice carried a certain pressure. Some of you who represent, have placed your hopes on my spaceship, wanting an escape ticket, a guarantee after defeat, and they believe they deserve it. This idea is incredibly naive. Chapter 85. Shinshur's tone remained completely flat throughout. Even in his last sentence, there was no hint of sarcasm. But it was precisely this tone that made it seem as if he was simply stating a fact. And then, there were his eyes. As Shinshur spoke, his gaze swept over each person, and many who met his eyes couldn't help but look away. Including Curtis. He didn't want to. Curtis had wanted to stand tall and proud, to use the smile he had practiced countless times in front of the camera, the smile that had been hailed by the media as the most charming in the Nia Empire, to tell this person, who held the ticket, that he wasn't the kind of person the other believed. But that gaze was simply too penetrating. It was an indescribable, even somewhat magical feeling, as if it had seen through him completely in the instant their eyes met, leaving him no room for pretense. In fact, Curtis's feeling wasn't wrong. Shinshur at this moment possessed an external device. Yes, it was the sphere behind him. This is the new facility sent by Gong Chu. Its full name still contains many untranslatable terms, but Shinshur can simply call it a primal energy interstellar probe. Like the spaceship's primal energy chamber, it also contains several primal energy batteries. Although its design function isn't as an external device, the nature of primal energy is such that any primal energy battery can be used to influence the will of life. At this moment, it's just a small test. I'm not blaming anyone. Shinshur's figure slowly flew over. The will to survive is the instinct of life. As those in power, possessing far more resources and power than ordinary people, having such thoughts is perfectly normal. Even though they were in space, with almost no gravity and no sense of direction, Shinshur's posture made it seem as if he were standing on the ground. Some people even unconsciously tried to turn themselves around to match Shinshur's posture, otherwise they felt uncomfortable. Of course, most people focused on what Shinshur was saying. They realized that Shinshur seemed to be trying to tell them something. And that was indeed the case. But I still have to say you're naive, because your understanding of interstellar travel is far too little, far too shallow, he said, now standing among them. Therefore, before we begin the main topic, I must first give you a lesson to understand true interstellar travel. Please enlighten us, sir, Todd said solemnly, showing ample respect. Yes, our understanding of the universe is indeed far too little. Please speak, sir. Only you, sir, can understand this. The others expressed similar sentiments, which finally eased the atmosphere considerably. And what they said wasn't entirely wrong. If knowledge about the universe and interstellar space were a discipline, then Shinshur would undoubtedly be its authority. At this moment, they were more than eager for him to share more information about the universe. After all, regardless of whether humanity wins the war, the next era will inevitably be the space age. The star era. Regarding the relationship between the universe and life, there are two important understandings, Shinshur said without much preamble. First, danger lurks everywhere in the universe. This single sentence caused many to freeze in shock. It reminded them of the feeling they had experienced along the way. They had seen flashes of intense light every now and then, and occasionally large objects that left long trails of heat in the thin air, along with tiny pieces of debris invisible to the naked eye. That feeling. Wasn't it a feeling of danger lurking everywhere? But Shinshur continued without pausing. Secondly, habitable planets are the best cradle for the development of civilization. Two seemingly simple points. Some people seem thoughtful. These two insights were certainly not something Shinshur had made up casually. Even though he was the only one among all of humanity who truly understood interstellar space, and the only one with absolute authority in this field, Shinshur wouldn't fabricate stories. Aside from the lie that the corporate interstellar society was used to conceal Ling's existence, everything he said was true. After all, as long as humanity hadn't perished, they would eventually come into contact with interstellar space and learn these things. Both of these points seemed to emphasize the importance of life-bearing planets. It was Wenhiji who spoke. He was also pondering this. It's not just seems, it's emphasizing the significance of life-bearing planets for life itself, Shinshur affirmed Wenhiji's statement. The first point is easy to understand literally, but clearly, most of you don't have a deep understanding of it, just as you view going to space as a thrilling and novel experience. You seem to have forgotten that danger has been a constant companion since humanity first set foot in space. Many felt a pang of shame, for they had indeed forgotten this crucial point. Every time they sent people into space, they had to be extremely precise to minimize the danger. Yet, it was still a perilous adventure. Human history was not without devastating space disasters. Ultimately, the space elevator and spacesuits Shinshur had produced were too extraordinary, giving them immense confidence, as if with these, venturing into space was nothing. Shinshur's spaceship was the same. It seemed that as long as they had the right to board, they could easily survive in space. However, in reality, this was clearly not the case. A civilization with a technological level similar to the Voss civilization has conducted statistics showing that among all spacecraft undertaking long-distance interstellar travel, the probability of sinking in space within 500 years, for various reasons, is approximately 93%. 93%? One person even exclaimed instinctively. The rest of the group also stirred. It wasn't that they lacked composure, the number was simply too astonishing. Reaching over 90% means that, unless extremely lucky, there's a high probability of sinking and being destroyed. Some people have indeed noticed the many prerequisites for Shinshur's probability calculation. For example, 500 years, a single spacecraft, long-distance travel, etc. And most importantly, the level of technology. As far as they currently know, the impending invaders, within that interstellar society called MUD, are not of high status or strength. In fact, they are at a very low level. Even so, this probability still reveals immense danger. It's just too high. This vast and boundless universe was originally a forbidden zone for life. In comparison, the nature of Earth is gentle enough. Shinshur's calm voice seemed to be gradually revealing the dark reality. Many dangers are still imaginable for humans, such as collisions that occur during sublight speed travel. This is like the space debris you just encountered. Some can be withstood, but some will bring sudden destruction to the spaceship. Other examples include stellar helium flashes, black hole jets, and even gamma-ray bursts from supernova explosions, all of which can bring devastating disasters to lone deep space astronauts or even fleets. Besides these, there are many crises that current humans simply cannot imagine, such as warp wave disturbances, spatial mutations during jumps, cosmic ghosts, and many other energy-related crises. Even among some incredibly powerful civilizations, these remain inexplicable. As Shinshur spoke, the starry sea before them, which appeared incredibly beautiful on Earth, now seemed to have transformed into a dark night containing countless unknown monsters, silently opening its blood-red maw, awaiting the arrival of the guests. It brought with it an aura of utter terror. Especially since what Shinshur described were only the dangers of the universe itself. But within this sea of stars, there were countless unknown and powerful civilizations. Wasn't the demise of the Vo people a mere 700 years ago? Everyone couldn't help but think. Even if they truly escaped Earth, could they really continue their lives in this sea of stars? But Mr. Shin, Curtis couldn't hold back any longer and asked, what if we don't sail? I mean, find a relatively safe place to stop and live our own lives. Unbeknownst to himself, his yearning for the universe, for the ticket, had begun to change. No longer did he fantasize about experiencing a different, perhaps equally exciting, life in interstellar society. He only thought about surviving. Living out his own life, or perhaps even longer. However, facing this prince, already over 40 and of high status, Shinshur's response was still just two words. Naive. His calm tone seemed devoid of any emotion. The universe is indeed vast. Just as you said, by moving slowly, or finding a relatively safe planet that cannot support life, one can actually avoid many dangers. But what I just mentioned, out of that 93% probability, only accounts for about 28%. What? Some people instinctively opened their mouths. If they weren't struggling to breathe, they probably would have heard many more gasps. This statement was truly unexpected. These various terrifying crises only accounted for 28% of the shipwrecks. What happened to the rest of the ships, and even more ships? Most people were completely and deeply immersed in everything Shinshur was telling them. This was naturally influenced by primal instincts to some extent. But more importantly, it was because these questions were now before them, concerning their own future, no longer distant stories that didn't concern them. The rest of the crisis, Shinshur paused for a moment, then pointed to his brain. Almost all of them originate here. From the brain? Some looked blank, while others seemed thoughtful. For example, you all probably heard of thalassophobia, Shinshur said calmly. Those with this phobia often feel fear because they are afraid of not being able to escape their situation. They feel like they are in a confined, dangerous space, unable to escape. And the universe, in a way, is another, even more terrifying, deep sea, and an even more dangerous confined space. This analogy was simple and easy to understand. Even Curtis's expression was slightly grave at this moment. Shinshur's voice continued. You never know if the end of the world or the finality will arrive in the next moment. Given the extremely long and cumbersome interstellar communication process, your entire world is your spaceship. The seemingly infinitely vast universe outside is merely a prison, dark and threatening. You quickly become familiar with every detail of your spaceship, including every crew member and all the single-player entertainment. Then you begin to feel endless monotony, to feel the unchanging passage of time. You gradually question whether such a life still has meaning. Ultimately, you rather sleep than remain in this confined world. But you can't sleep forever, because in this perilous universe, every long sleep could be a death from which you can never awaken. Through constant sleeping and waking, you realize that this solves nothing, that even time has lost its meaning for you. Your life has become endless torment. Shinshur's words seemed to possess a strange magic, dragging them into a state of boundless agony. Yes, they could imagine it. The universe was their prison, the spaceship their cell, and their entire lives were confined to this small cell. Monotonous, tedious, painful, until they collapsed. Everyone fell silent. But Shinshur didn't pull them away from this despair. Instead, with a slow, deliberate tone, he further dragged them into this boundless abyss. This is just one aspect of the crisis of will. You should understand that every spaceship sailing independently in the universe is a separate world, a completely independent society. The captain often possesses supreme power, but in voyages that can easily last hundreds of years, it's not surprising that all sorts of changes can occur in this confined and isolated world. Even some psychological phenomena are difficult to explain. In this sea of stars, there exist countless such dead ships. They haven't encountered external enemies or crises, yet they are already dead. Their energy depleted, their bodies decaying, devoid of any life or consciousness. From the captain to the crew, even the ship itself, they have all died in their own self-destructive hell. What Shinshur described was all true. Especially those civilizations whose research into primal energy is insufficient. They lack effective methods to resolve the crisis of will that arises during space travel, or even during cosmic wandering. The smaller the spaceship, the fewer the crew members, the more prone it is to this crisis. In this dark universe, the already fragile will of ordinary beings appears even more insignificant and vulnerable. Chapter 86. At this point, a profound silence fell over everyone. If anyone else had said these words, it would have been mere speculation about interstellar travel. But since Shinshur said them, they were facts. Moreover, there were aspects they could understand and even imagine. For example, space claustrophobia, the cosmic prison theory. And then, there was the captain's position on the spaceship. Some had boarded Shinshur's ship, and the two aliens they had encountered showed obvious respect for Captain Shinshur. Now, thinking back, perhaps that was fear. If humanity were defeated, even if Shinshur were willing to take them, or some of humanity, away, what would their status be on the ship? Would they clash with the other aliens? Would they try to gain more power? Would there be infighting? The answer likely lay in everyone's heart. Some who had initially desperately wanted a ticket, a guarantee of survival in the event of war, like Curtis, were now vaguely afraid of that outcome. On Earth, they held a high status, they were free and enjoyed life. But on the spaceship, in this dark and dangerous universe, they were nothing more than a group of pitiful creatures protected and controlled by Shinshur. Isn't there any way to solve this situation? Someone finally couldn't help but ask. Are those more powerful civilizations like this too? Good question. Shinshur looked at the person who spoke. It was Willard. This Western Alliance elite, who had given Shinshur impressions of being shameless, unscrupulous, and shrewd, now wore a somewhat somber expression. Clearly, the cruelty and danger of interstellar travel far exceeded his imagination. Science, knowledge, technology, these kinds of concepts only exist among intelligent life. Essentially, they are all about making life stronger. Shinshire's tone changed noticeably. Therefore, another understanding of the universe is that every danger has a solution. If you can't solve it, it only shows your weakness. Does that include psychological dangers? Someone asked. Of course, Shinshire replied affirmatively. We all know that the human psyche is extremely fragile. There are a large number of mentally ill people on Earth, many of whom suffer from psychological problems due to ridiculous and simple reasons. This has led to the development of psychology, and in the endless sea of stars, similar disciplines are far more important than on Earth. These words seemed to instantly liven up the previously deathly silence. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, even Earth has a field of psychology, and even Earth's ships are equipped with psychiatrists and related medications. How could such research not exist in interstellar space, among those more powerful civilizations? In fact, judging from Shinshire's words, this crisis is something most civilizations will have to face. Even Curtis was somewhat invigorated. But Shinshire's next words dashed their spirits once again. The problem is, I don't have enough resources to provide for a group of people whose willpower is not strong enough, or even incredibly weak, Shinshire said. This caused many people's expressions to freeze again. The discipline of willpower is an important and powerful field in the universe, which also makes the associated costs extremely high. Shinshire seemed oblivious to their reactions, continuing in an almost cold tone. Therefore, in interstellar space, most people actually only have one path, to hone their willpower and strengthen their minds. But this requires talent and inherent ability, which is easy to understand, isn't it? After you go back, you only need to do a little research in related fields to understand just how vast the differences in mental fortitude exist between people. So, if humanity is ultimately defeated, I will only take away the most resolute and strongest-willed among humanity. Unfortunately, not all of you meet that requirement. The true purpose was revealed, yes. By now, everyone understood the real purpose of Shinshire's lecture. To teach them the basics of interstellar travel? Perhaps that was part of the purpose, but the greater purpose lay in this very statement. It was a warning. The man before him, holding the tickets, didn't even intend to give them a chance to use their own methods, directly and ruthlessly extinguishing the desires and aspirations of some. Curtis's face had turned ashen. Was his willpower strong? Although he wanted to give himself a confident and certain answer, unfortunately, reality clearly told him that his willpower was probably even weaker than that of an ordinary person. Depression, insomnia, irritability. He struggled to control his emotions when alone, yet he had to suppress them in public. He had experienced many psychological problems, and for a long time, he had to rely on medication to fall asleep. But if this was the case, if this was reality, there was no place for him on Shinshire's spaceship. Silence fell once more. Everyone was struggling to process everything Shinshire had said. Some people, like Todd, weren't particularly concerned about whether they would get a ticket. He simply looked up at Shinshire. Many of his doubts were finally answered. For example, why was Shinshire so indifferent? It was easy to understand. How could a captain, the absolute ruler of a spaceship, be so easily influenced by others? If that were the case, he probably wouldn't even be in the captain's position. Those alien crew members wouldn't have such awe of Shinshire. He couldn't help but feel grateful that Liang Xion's reminder was correct. His gaze inadvertently swept over Curtis, whose face was still ashen, seemingly deeply traumatized. A honey trap? It backfired. Many people shared Todd's thoughts at this moment, gaining a new understanding of interstellar space and Shinshire. Willard, for example, was also thankful he hadn't been so reckless, understanding that many would be utterly disappointed after he brought back this lesson, but he had no choice but to adjust his course. Because, for most of them, the escape route they had hoped for was now unattainable. Shinshire observed all their reactions. With the aid of the energy cell, he could easily discern their true emotions, almost like mind reading, so he understood that this small warning had likely worked. Of course, he didn't expect this to completely suppress everyone's ulterior motives, but anything that had some effect would be fine. In the face of the impending interstellar war, Shinshire had no time to deal with these people's various tactics. Thus, the second point I mentioned earlier is easy to understand, Shinshire continued. For an individual, as long as their will, technology, and devices are strong enough, they can survive for a long time even in interstellar space. But for a civilization, a fragile newborn can only have the most suitable environment to grow up on a habitable planet. Earth's natural environment is a world where most life can grow safely, and it is humanity's best cradle. Without it, most people would find it difficult to survive in the cruel interstellar world. Therefore, for the entire civilization, There is no turning back in this war. This seemed like a summary. After saying this, Shinshur paused, seemingly giving them enough time to digest it. To be honest, for some people who had previously boarded Shinshur's spaceship, the shock of this lesson was no less than the last. Last time, they only felt the power and terror of extraterrestrial civilizations, and the weakness of humanity. This time, they felt the terror of the universe, and once again realized the weakness of humanity. Most humans are like infants living in the cradle of Earth. Once thrown into this dark and desolate universe, their fate is predictable. Do we really have any hope of winning? A hoarse, sobbing voice rang out. It was Tracy. This princess, once a radiant figure on Earth, had been sobbing and trembling since arriving here. This was the first time she had uttered a sound, filled with deep fear. After Shinshur's lesson, forget about using her beauty, she felt she was developing cosmic claustrophobia, filled with terror of her surroundings. She wanted to return to Earth and never come here again. However, this wish depended on humanity winning the war. Then, this lesson is over, Shinshur said, not answering her question, for there was no need. He simply raised his voice slightly. Next, I will briefly introduce the entire defense project and assign you your tasks. This will be a battle concerning the fate of human civilization. I hope you will abandon meaningless fantasies and unrealistic hopes, and do everything in your power to accomplish it. Perhaps the rising tone had an effect. Many people stirred slightly, pulling themselves out of their previous fear of the universe. Some even unconsciously clenched their fists. They knew, of course, why Shinshur hadn't answered Tracy's question. Shinshur had already provided an answer to this question once before. There is hope. Now it seems that the man before them, who brings hope, already possesses a project to resist the invaders. It's not the difficulty of the project that's worrisome, but the complete lack of a solution. Mr. Shin, please make the arrangements, Todd spoke up at this moment, expressing his stance. We have long understood that in this dangerous universe, the fate of every human being is bound to the fate of the entire civilization. From the very beginning, we have had no way out, and naturally, we will not back down in the face of hope. As a representative of one of the greatest powers in human civilization, Todd's words clearly carried significant weight. Willard, somewhat annoyed at being outmaneuvered again, spoke up as well. Mr. Todd is right. The word humanity has taken on a new meaning in this era. We no longer fight each other for profit, but for freedom and the right to survival, for the common destiny of all humanity. I am absolutely certain that this will be the greatest war in human history. Although Curtis was extremely depressed at this moment, he still remembered that he represented the Nia Empire, one of the three major powers of humanity. He also spoke briefly and forcefully. For all humanity, the Nia Empire will spare no effort. Yes, including himself, it seemed that his fate was now intertwined with that of all humanity. With these three speaking, the others, representing their respective forces, also voiced their opinions. They appeared quite united, their fighting spirit high. Shinshur's expression didn't change much. He simply nodded slightly and said, "It seems we reached a consensus. Next, I will introduce the project we need to complete within 3 years. Planet Fortress." This was the first time he had revealed the project's official name. With outstretched arms, as if by magic, a shrunken blue star appeared before everyone. It was exactly the same as the real blue star beneath their feet. All eyes were drawn to it. Planet Fortress. Just hearing the name was enough to vaguely imagine what kind of plan this was. What a massive project this is. Because of the importance of inhabited planets, interstellar wars often involve attacks and defenses against individual planets. In such cases, transforming an entire planet, or even an entire star system, into an indestructible weapon is the most common defensive measure. That's the significance of planetary fortresses. Shinshur's voice also became powerful. After dispelling some people's illusions about a way out through a lesson, it was natural to give them more confidence. At this moment, many people's eyes did indeed brighten slightly. Even Tracy stopped sobbing, staring blankly at the miniature planet formed from consciousness information before her. An indestructible weapon of war. In planetary warfare, there are often two vastly different phases, Shinshur explained, having crammed on relevant basics over the past few days. One is the space warfare phase. In this phase, the defending planetary fortress often has the advantage, because the enemy can mostly only launch attacks with their fleets. In this mode of warfare, their investment in fleet mobility is very limited, and they are also limited in the equipment they can carry. Therefore, the defender can often achieve greater results with less investment and at a lower cost. This, of course, refers to situations where there is no absolute technological gap. For example, the extinction of the Vo people. There was no conventional planetary warfare. The Dake civilization used some kind of powerful primal energy weapon to brutally invade the consciousness of all Vo people within the Vo civilization. At that time, the Vo people's research into primal energy was still in its infancy, and they had absolutely no ability to resist. Chapter 87. Perhaps that weapon is just a picture, or some kind of sound wave, or even some other, more difficult to defend information carrier. Of course, the Voran fleet doesn't possess such powerful energy weapons. Even if they have some energy-based attack methods, once the defenses are established, it shouldn't be a major problem. At worst, Shinshur can trade over more batteries. At this moment, everyone was captivated by Shinshur's words. Although none of them were military experts, they remembered them well. And they weren't difficult to understand. One side crossed an incredibly vast distance to come across, while the other was fully prepared, able to invest all resources and energy in aspects directly related to the war, naturally giving them a greater advantage. Presumably, this is one of the reasons why Mr. Shin is confident in setting up defenses and gaining hope of winning the war within just 3 years. Thinking this way, everyone became even more eager to know how this planetary fortress was constructed. Shinshur didn't continue to keep them in suspense. This was the true core of today's meeting. In any war, information is of paramount importance, Shinshur continued. There's an old saying in the East, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. This doesn't entirely apply in interstellar warfare, but without my prior knowledge of the enemy's movements and my early return to prepare, this battle would have been a foregone conclusion. Minnie nodded slightly. Even Tracy was listening intently. This was indeed a very simple truth. In fact, one could say that Shinshur's mere act of returning to deliver the message was an achievement unparalleled in the entire history of human civilization. Therefore, the first step in building a planetary fortress is to construct an interstellar reconnaissance system. Shinshur turned to the sphere before them. This is the most commonly used detector in interstellar warfare, a primal energy detector. This was the first time he had used the word primal energy. The others naturally didn't understand the meaning of those two words, but they couldn't help but look at the sphere. They were filled with amazement and curiosity. Since arriving here, they had been speculating about the sphere's purpose, and now they finally knew. A detector? Wasn't that similar to radar or a satellite? Once this impression formed, their gazes towards the sphere suddenly became fervent. With humanity's past detection methods, we probably wouldn't even be able to detect enemy fleets entering the solar system, or even getting very close. The principle behind this detector is a technology that humanity at its current level simply cannot understand, or even imagine. You only need to know that it has a certain probability of detecting any enemy within a certain range, including reconnaissance fleets, reconnaissance devices, or any other devices that may already be approaching the solar system. The information revealed in Shinshur's words caused many people's expressions to change slightly. Not only because of Shinshur's description of this detector. It was also because he mentioned enemy reconnaissance fleets. Mr. Shin, Willard couldn't help but ask, are you saying that the reconnaissance forces will appear before the enemy's main fleet arrives? Of course. Shinshur glanced at him. Interstellar travel is so dangerous, every fleet has a lead ship, let alone a nomadic fleet coming with the intention of invasion. Having received an affirmative answer, a slight disturbance broke out among the group. This meant that these 3 years weren't absolutely safe. Moreover, no one present was stupid. They could naturally see the terrible impact such reconnaissance units had on the overall war situation. Not only could they threaten the construction of the entire planetary fortress, but they could also transmit information about humanity's planetary fortress construction back, causing a dramatic shift in the situation. Strengthening troop numbers was one thing, but if they were to report directly to the terrifying civilization that had easily destroyed the Vo civilization, such an outcome would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for humanity. Shinshur remained silent, seemingly giving everyone time to discuss, but in reality, he was intentionally guiding their thinking. After gradually understanding interstellar warfare, Shinshur discovered that it was indeed very unfamiliar to humanity, but this unfamiliarity lay more in the lack of understanding of the technology and equipment than in the inherent logic of war. Therefore, humanity also has the opportunity to rapidly become familiar with interstellar warfare, even to quickly produce excellent interstellar warfare commanders. As the discussion gradually subsided, everyone's attention once again focused on Shinshur. Shinshur then continued, it seems you all understand the importance of dealing with reconnaissance forces. Indeed, this will be one of our most important objectives in the near future. Interstellar communication is not so simple, otherwise, the notion that ships are isolated worlds wouldn't exist. Given the Voran fleet's technological level, ensuring the transmission of intelligence information back requires continuous information transmission over a period of time. Therefore, we still have opportunities to obstruct it. This was another crucial piece of information. Some people even wanted to take out paper and write down every single word Shinshur said. Unfortunately, although they brought recorders, they were useless in space where communication was only possible through spacesuits. Others, however, were captivated by the content of Shinshur's words. So, Mr. Shin, we need to locate the enemy's reconnaissance fleet first, and then eliminate them before they can transmit intelligence back, or even before they discover anything? It was Willard again speaking, his eyes fixed intently on the iron sphere. Yes, the others had also realized this. The most important element of this first interstellar engagement was indeed reconnaissance. Everything hinged on this kind of detector. If the enemy's reconnaissance forces had already arrived, discovered their construction of planetary fortresses, and even begun transmitting intelligence back, while they remained completely unaware, the probability of defeat in this war would greatly increase, and they might even suffer the same fate as the Vo people, their civilization annihilated overnight. Realizing this, everyone's gaze towards the iron sphere tightened with tension. The question is whether this type of detector can truly shoulder such a heavy responsibility. The advantages of this detector are its speed and wide coverage. It can ignore certain interstellar distances and cover an extremely wide area. Unless the enemy has specific defensive measures, it will be difficult for them to hide. However, its disadvantage is also obvious. It is probabilistic. It only has a certain probability of detecting the enemy. Therefore, the best solution is to increase its numbers. Shinshur looked at the black sphere, somewhat amazed. When he first received this thing, he didn't know how primal energy was used for detection. Later, he learned just how widespread the applications of primal energy were. Unless the enemy specifically shielded themselves from primal energy, there was a certain probability of being detected the moment they entered the detection range. In Shinshur's understanding, this method was almost like intuition, a sudden impulse, or telepathy, yet it was undeniably real and effective. Moreover, the closer the distance, the clearer the detection, and the higher the probability of detection. The farther away, the blurrier the detection, and the lower the probability. Of course, he couldn't explain the underlying principle at the moment. He could only explain the effect directly. You should all understand basic probability calculations. In this situation, even with countless detectors, the probability can't be 100%. There's always the possibility that none of the detectors will detect the enemy. Therefore, after purchasing 256 of this type of detector, the planetary fortress was also equipped with a whole set of other types of detectors. But even so, Shinshur stretched out his hand, pointing to the sphere in front of him. The enemy's reconnaissance forces, upon discovering it, will immediately transmit intelligence back, and then, at all costs, destroy these detectors. Yes, detectors are that important in interstellar warfare, because the universe is simply too vast. So vast that even intelligence transmission is extremely cumbersome. And this kind of energy-based detector, capable of ignoring a certain distance and instantly detecting the enemy's location, even the location of hidden devices, can provide an extremely important first strike advantage. Those present were no fools and quickly grasped the meaning behind Shinshur's words. Therefore, we must protect these probes. Todd looked at Shinshur. Sir, you must have a plan. Of course, Shinshur didn't deny it. The construction of the entire planetary fortress is actually based on these probes as crucial nodes. Because they can only function optimally far from life, they can only be placed in space. However, each probe must be equipped with a space base containing a barrier node, because the nodes offer the highest level of protection within the entire planetary defense barrier. As he finished speaking, space bases began to appear one after another around the miniature blue planet before them. But everyone was stunned. They had originally understood that such space bases were similar to military bases, equipped with important instruments and weapons. But these bases before them were each a silvery white curved surface, looking like a section of the outer shell of a sphere had been cut off, divided into 256 pieces, evenly distributed across the surface of the blue planet. There seemed to be surging light between them, forming a defensive perimeter enveloping the entire planet. Wait, everyone suddenly realized that this was a miniature blue star. So the area of these curved shells is... Each outer layer of the space base's defense is a highly resistant device. Shinshur reached out and gently touched it, and a curved section slowly detached from the miniature blue star, continuously enlarging until it appeared before everyone. Although still a scaled-down model compared to its original size, the curved outer surface of the spacecraft appeared to be a layer of flowing molten metal. Some people recalled seeing Shinshur's spaceship before, and seemed to understand. It seems you already guessed, Shinshir said, nodding slightly. That's right. It's usually used to make the outer shell of spaceships. My spaceship also uses this material, only a more advanced one. It has an extremely strong ability to convert various forms of energy impact. Even if a tungsten rod is accelerated to near light speed and directly bombarded, it can absorb all the kinetic energy without any damage. This example was vivid enough that some people even subconsciously opened their mouths wide. If they weren't in space, they probably would have taken a deep breath. Accelerating a tungsten rod to near light speed? Keep in mind, the formula for kinetic energy is 1/2 mv, meaning speed is simply adding the square of the kinetic energy. The square of the speed of light. This astronomical figure would be as easy as popping a bubble to pierce the entire planet. And this tiny metallic liquid could withstand such an impact? And remain completely unharmed? Faced with the astonishment of the crowd, Shinshir's tone remained calm. If we can't reach this level, then defense in interstellar warfare, and even interstellar travel, will be meaningless. Most spaceships can easily accelerate substances with densities far exceeding those of tungsten rods to near light speed. During near light speed travel, it's easy to collide with various substances. Ultimately, interstellar technology has reached this level in terms of energy conversion. It's merely a matter of spear and shield at the same level. Gulp. Some people couldn't help but swallow hard. The logic was sound, but understanding it wasn't something that could be grasped quickly. It's like in ancient times, the number 100 million was completely foreign to most people. It seemed to represent an unimaginable, endless number. But in modern times, it appears frequently. Some people originally had some confidence in humanity's most powerful weapon, nuclear weapons, but now it seems that such thinking was incredibly naive. Nuclear energy, capable of destroying the world on Earth, is clearly insufficient against the energy levels of interstellar warfare. They fear that even if they used all their nuclear weapons to bombard the silver-white space-based shell, they wouldn't be able to budge it in the slightest. This level of warfare. The entire Earth is incredibly fragile. This is merely the outer defense of the space base. In addition, there are shield generators. Shinshir flipped the arc-shaped, silver-white space base over, and everyone's eyes widened slightly. Because what they saw was that on the side of the sunken space base facing Blue Star, besides a spherical building at its very center constantly emitting a shield-like force field, there were countless other buildings. This wasn't just a space base. It was practically a space city. 256 space bases, 256 enormous space cities? These space bases will become the safest places among all the fortresses on the entire planet. So many crucial production factories, civilization hubs, scientific bases, etc., will be located there, Shinshir said calmly. Of course, once defeated, nowhere will be safe. Chapter 88. Shinshir's words, coupled with the incredibly realistic miniature model before them, seemed to instantly transport everyone to a future world. Space cities, global protective shields. How magnificent and spectacular it would be when all of this became a reality. Even Shinshir's repeated emphasis on the danger of alien invasion couldn't completely extinguish these people's enthusiasm. Unconsciously, the idea of escaping Earth took on less weight in some people's minds once again. Siblings like Curtis and Tracy had even begun to imagine living in such a safe space city, overlooking the Earth. The more advanced the technology, the more resources those who controlled would undoubtedly enjoy more. We must win. Countless people were already vowing to themselves. This is no longer just about survival, it's about a more prosperous and enjoyable future. Immortality and freedom from illness are within reach. These are just defensive measures. Weaponry is equally important, Shinshir said, unconcerned by their desires and expectations for the future. He continued, radioactive weapons, kinetic weapons, even antimatter weapons. Different weapons play different roles in interstellar warfare. The enemy's technology is centered on biotechnology, so radioactive weapons based on microscopic particle streams will be more effective. This is the type of weapon I prepared the most of. As he finished speaking, the miniature blue planet before him changed once more. Besides the 256 space cities, various devices began to appear densely packed across the vast shield area. There were countless floating cannons, a considerable number of large-scale devices, and even some whose function was completely obscured by their appearance, only exuding an aura of advanced technology. It was a breathtaking spectacle. Of course, interstellar warfare is not simply about setting up battle formations and exchanging fire, Shinshir said, also observing the weapons and equipment. If we can successfully eliminate the enemy's reconnaissance forces, we should have an intelligence advantage, which would allow us to set up space traps. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid bringing the war to Earth. Once we ascertain the enemy's movements, most of these weapons and equipment will need to be deployed. Planetary fortresses are not just about building planets. Planetary warfare begins the moment the defenders discover the enemy. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was easy to understand. If the enemy were to arrive at Earth's front lines before engaging in war, no matter how well prepared the defenses, it wouldn't change the fact that they would be sitting ducks. Shinshur had a deeper understanding of this. The planetary fortress, which future human civilization has spent 1,000 years building and is still only under construction, would encompass the entire solar system. This doesn't refer to 0.003 light-years, but rather a region with a diameter of 4 light-years, measured from the sun's gravitational influence. The entire area would be included within the fortress's construction area. Strictly speaking, the term planetary fortress doesn't refer to building a planet into a fortress, but rather to building a powerful defensive force with the ultimate goal of protecting the planet. If everything goes smoothly, and all of this is completed, what are our chances of achieving final victory in the war? Someone couldn't help but ask. I'm not finished yet. Shinshur glanced at him and said calmly, what I've shown you so far is only a part of the entire planetary fortress project. The moon also needs large-scale terraforming, even the addition of propulsion engines. It's a natural forward base for Blue Star, and can be used for defense and attack when necessary. If construction goes smoothly, we can even relocate a large number of asteroids to specific locations on the battlefield, terraform them, lay traps, and create space minefields. Furthermore, if we can successfully eliminate the reconnaissance forces, I should be able to obtain more loans and make more thorough preparations. These are all still unknowns, but they can certainly have a significant impact on the war. Everyone understood the underlying meaning of Shinshur's words. It's too early to talk about final victory. However, they couldn't help but marvel again at this planetary fortress project. Terraforming the moon, laying asteroid booby traps, plugged in those space bases. Each project was unimaginable to humanity in the past. Yet now, it had to be completed in just 3 short years. Their gazes toward Shinshur shifted once more. They were filled with astonishment and reverence. Wherever this man had obtained this power, enough to destroy humanity, even the entire planet, countless times over. This power was firmly in his grasp. Even if he wanted to become a god among mortals, it would be effortless for him. Fortunately, Shinshur had little interest in becoming a god among mortals or the ruler of humanity. Power comes with responsibility, and with it, more trouble. For him, simply maintaining his status and influence was enough to live the life he desired, while always having a way out. That's roughly it for the entire planetary fortress project. Shinshur's words seemed to signal the end of the meeting, but before everyone could recover from the shock of the event, Shinshur continued, this is all classified information. When you return, be sure to follow the confidentiality procedures. As for the more detailed project details, those are absolutely confidential. I will only reveal a little at crucial moments, depending on the situation, to prevent leaks to the enemy. Don't think this is impossible. Remember, from this moment on, abandon any past fantasies about extraterrestrials. All intelligent life has commonalities and differences. Extraterrestrials are not superior to humans, but they are not more foolish either. This is a war that gambles the future of 2 races. There is no possibility of compromise. Both sides will do everything possible to achieve victory. And in interstellar war, you can never know what trump cards the enemy holds. Even if they don't have a more powerful trump card to change the course of the war, they might obtain one from other civilizations, or even discover ruins like future humans. Shinshur's last words were emphasized, his voice seemingly imbued with some strange power, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The atmosphere of war began to envelop them. Yes, this was a war that gambled on the future of humanity. Defeat, and humanity, from history to the future, might be reduced to nothing. They didn't speak out as before, only nodding solemnly, but a heavier resolve was palpable. I have 2,000 space elevators here, which will be allocated to you for use in designated locations to build space bases. I already placed orders for the related equipment, which will be delivered to me gradually. All the projects I can entrust to you will be yours. Furthermore, regarding public statements, technical support, and the allocation of related patents, I will have Wenhaji represent me. You can create an atmosphere of impending prosperity, as long as you don't forget the crisis. As for the construction of the planetary fortresses, military training, and preparations, I will have my warship stewards participate. I will personally maintain a high level of attention and involvement in these aspects. Shinshur then explained some subsequent matters, and everyone listened attentively. No one interrupted, and no one offered any opinions. Having experienced today's meeting, They understood even more clearly that in this war, they must, and could only, rely heavily on Shinshur. At least, before completing Shinshur's interstellar warfare training, no one on the entire planet Blue Star had the right to offer opinions. They also realized that this was likely a major reason they had come to space for this meeting. This meeting could almost be considered a pre-war debriefing for this war concerning the life and death of all humanity. Every matter discussed, every piece of related information, was absolutely confidential to all of humanity. Many people's gazes had already turned to Tracy. Indeed, perhaps only this young girl was unaware of the importance and confidentiality of these matters. Curtis felt bitter, filled with regret. From beginning to end, Shinshur hadn't even glanced at his sister. The so-called honey trap was a joke, and worse, Nia might have to bear the consequences. Having made up his mind, he would place Tracy under house arrest upon returning. For some, Tracy was the best breakthrough to uncover the contents of this meeting. This meeting is adjourned for now. You may all return. Shinshur didn't give them much of a chance to speak at the end, simply waving his hand. The next instant, everyone felt themselves slowly descending. They all saw Shinshur's back to them, flying towards some point in space. No one knew what Shinshur planned to do next, and no one asked. Everyone was recalling and processing the contents of today's meeting. The dangers of interstellar travel, the crisis posed by enemy reconnaissance forces, the importance of probes, and the grand scale of the entire planetary fortress project. Each of these, if made public, would be enough to cause a huge uproar. It would even require the formation of a dedicated team for detailed analysis, and the subsequent construction work was of paramount importance. It had to be fast and efficient. Some people with weaker willpower could even feel a suffocating sense of pressure. Gentlemen, Todd spoke first. While we still have some time after we get back, let's discuss a unified public statement. That's right. Not a single word of the contents of this meeting can be leaked. Willard emphasized, his gaze undisguisedly fixed on Tracy. This is a battle for the survival of all humanity. We must be wary of any potential surrender faction. Tracy was now completely devoid of her usual elegance and beauty in front of the camera. Her face was deathly pale, and her body was trembling slightly. She had already realized that she shouldn't have been there at all. And then, there's this Willard. She met him several times before, and initially had a certain fondness for this charmingly smiling man. But now, his eyes looked like he wanted to kill her. Finally, Curtis spoke up. Surrenderists, traitors to humanity, I doubt any faction lacks them. If we're being honest, haven't those alien enthusiasts in your Western Alliance been shouting for aliens to take them away already? While Curtis suffers from numerous psychological issues, these largely stem from immense pressure. This doesn't mean he lacks the ability to cope, otherwise, he wouldn't enjoy such high regard within his own country. His words, however, directly hit the nail on the head. These past few days, the appearance of the Star Sea has caused a frenzy throughout human society, but the most excited and enthusiastic are still the alien enthusiasts. Those who like aliens, and those who fear them are in a chaotic frenzy, even threatening to drag more and more people into the fray. However, Willard, with his thick skin, remained unmoved, simply stating casually, it's just excitement for a while. Besides, how much impact can these people have? They won't even know about the intruders until it's absolutely necessary. But can you guarantee that those who can have an impact won't be affected? Curtis's retort remained sharp. Alright, now's not the time to talk about this, Todd interrupted Willard before he could say anything more. Our immediate priority is to provide a clear explanation to the outside world. After that, we need to consolidate resources to fully commit to building the space city. Todd's words were absolutely correct at the moment. However, Willard still added, I think we need to establish a high-level, globally unified regulatory body, not only targeting crimes against humanity, but also high-tech crimes that are bound to emerge in the future. He emphasized the word bound to. No one objected. Technology can also lead to increased individual destructive power, a fact already proven in modern society. However, if such an organization were to be established, the vested interests involved would require extensive weighing and maneuvering. It wouldn't be simple, as one can imagine. Looking at the once again silent group, Wenhuji finally understood his boss's thoughts. Perhaps, the boss had little interest in such power struggles, which was why he had been sent here to oversee the allocation of these technologies. What he needed to do was safeguard Shanghai's interests, then relinquish the remaining benefits and let them decide for themselves. With this assurance, he felt a slight sense of relief. Having learned of the dangers of interstellar travel, Wenhuji understood even more how precious his boss's promise of a ticket truly was. Even if he possessed the potential his boss spoke of, his family certainly wouldn't. Chapter 89. With this understanding, Wen Hezhi became even more resolute in his stance. Standing on the side of his boss and Shanghai Company, he could not only realize his own personal value and future needs, but also stand firmly on the side of the great mission of saving all humanity and defeating the alien invaders. Personal ideals and a noble mission combined. Wen Hezhi could find no reason to waver. Therefore, in the ensuing discussion, Wen Hezhi fully demonstrated his abilities and stance. The boss and Shanghai Company are the saviors of civilization, and the boss is also a member of humanity. Therefore, those conspiracy theories, invasion theories, and even more ridiculous statements must be corrected. They cannot be allowed to spread. Regarding technology, the boss's attitude is clear: establish a patent management department and distribute related profits internally. However, Shanghai Company, as the technology provider, will definitely occupy a major position. Space bases are military in nature, and I am not responsible for that. But if space cities are to be built within these space bases, then Shanghai Company's investment share must be guaranteed. Regarding recruitment, I will come up with a specific plan as soon as possible. After the boss reviews and approves it, we will start immediately. As long as the company's requirements are met, I personally will not be prejudiced against anyone from any country, any identity, or any power. The construction of Shanghai Island must also be carried out according to the boss's plan. As everyone descended back to the ground, Wen Hezhi stated Shanghai Company's attitude point by point. Some of these were statements that Shinshur had clearly expressed, and others were proposed by Wen Hezhi from the perspective of Shanghai Company's interests. As for some uncertainties, he did not make any decisions, but instead stated that they must be reviewed by the boss. It was undeniably meticulous. However, most of these attitudes were supported by Todd and the others. Even if these conditions were unreasonable, they wouldn't object at this point. Therefore, the atmosphere throughout the discussion was exceptionally pleasant. Most things were quickly agreed upon, and it seemed that the Starsea Company's position and stance on the entire Blue Star had been firmly established, further deepening its crucial relationship with human civilization. The discussion only paused when everyone returned below the clouds and began to slow down. By this time, night had completely fallen. Looking down, everyone could only see a dense cluster of lights in a vast sea. That was Starsea Island. Countless reporters, and indeed countless people from all over the world, were still focused on this place. These people waited anxiously, excitedly, expectantly, and perhaps even with some unease for their return. "We are about to enter an era of continuous and tremendous change," someone suddenly whispered. Everyone nodded slightly. The key point of this statement isn't just tremendous change, but also continuing. If the past 2 centuries have been an era of immense transformation for human civilization, then it's foreseeable that the changes in this new era to come will be far more profound. This will be true regardless of the outcome of the upcoming interstellar war. "I hope that when we look back on all of this, we will feel fortunate and glorious," Todd said, a statement that seemed like a blessing, but many nodded in agreement. At least at this moment, they all shared this beautiful wish. At this moment, the reporters, who had been focusing their cameras high in the sky, finally spotted the returning figures under the starlight and exclaimed in surprise. "They're here. They're back. That's right. It's them." Dear viewers, after a long wait of 3 hours and 38 minutes, we have seen the representatives returning. We wonder if they met the mysterious returning emperor, and what they gained. As reporters and media outlets began broadcasting their reports, the world's attention was once again focused. Even in some areas late at night, large numbers of people remained on the edge of their seats. These people watched the footage, eager to receive the information immediately. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sleep. This enthusiasm was naturally felt by everyone. Many people couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. If there hadn't been an alien invasion, Shinshur's return might have been a true celebration. A true carnival. However, this thought remained only in their minds. Without the alien invasion, Shinshur might not have returned. Remember your words, or you be facing the Supreme Court of Humanity, so shut your mouths. Willard gave a final, stern warning, especially glaring at Tracy. This made the already upset girl turn even paler. The so-called Supreme Court of Humanity originally existed within the Human Federation, but in the past, the court and the Federation itself were merely figureheads, lacking real power. However, given the current situation, restoring the court's status, and even making the Human Federation truly legitimate, seemed inevitable. No one underestimated the threat posed by Willard's words. So, as the group drew closer to the ground, everyone wore a bright smile. Even Tracy managed a forced smile. Before they had even fully landed, the reporters and media frantically pushed forward, some even holding microphones high and shouting questions. Their excitement wasn't just for the so-called news. It was also their own personal desire. If it weren't for the elite troops maintaining order, chaos could have erupted on the spot. After Wenhiji landed, he took the microphone and shouted, "Please maintain order, everyone. Otherwise, Shanghai Company will blacklist you and the media you represent. Any future news, interviews, or information will be permanently barred." This warning carried significant weight. Even the most excited media had to quiet down. After all, everyone could imagine the future status of Shanghai Company. That was a true headline-making machine. Seeing that all the media reporters had calmed down, Wenhiji picked up the microphone again and smiled. "Thank you all for waiting here. Please rest assured, since this is a press conference, there will be a Q&A session. I see that none of you intend to go back to rest, so please follow the order of raising your hands and speaking. We can begin shortly." These words excited not only the reporters present, but also audiences worldwide. They had been waiting this long precisely to know more information. Immediately, the reporters below raised their hands in unison, each one standing on tiptoe, raising their hands high, hoping to be chosen. Each person can only ask one question. "That reporter, please speak." Wenhiji pointed to a reporter from Donghua, and someone immediately handed her a microphone. "Excuse me, is the founder of your company a returnee from an extraterrestrial civilization?" This reporter was clever. She didn't ask about the identity of Shanghai Company's boss, clearly knowing that was unlikely to be answered, but instead asked a question that the whole world was watching. It even caused the entire room to fall silent. Countless people held their breath, waiting for the answer. Wenhiji had already discussed this question with everyone during his journey down. So now, facing the camera, he said quite frankly, "Yes, you're right. The boss did indeed return from an extraterrestrial civilization." One sentence seemed to press the pause button on the entire room. Many people felt their breath catch in their throats. Then, in the next moment, they surged forward again. It really was an extraterrestrial civilization, and an extraterrestrial civilization with technology far surpassing humanity's. Countless fervent extraterrestrial enthusiasts, in that instant, were even so excited by this news that they fainted. Even at the scene, all the reporters, media, and even the cameras were making a racket. Speculation and confirmation are different, and among all the speculations, extraterrestrial civilization is undoubtedly the last and most impactful possibility. It not only signifies advanced technology, but also another incredibly vast and powerful civilization. Are they friend or foe? What are they really like? Are they a benefit or a help to humanity? Countless crucial questions, concerning the entire civilization, even every single individual, were about to arise. "Quiet down, everyone." Wenhiji gestured with his hand, calling out several times to quell the commotion. Looking at the excited, flushed voices, he spoke, "Regarding extraterrestrial civilizations, we don't know much at the moment, but the boss is indeed a blue star person, a human, and his return this time, creating the star sea, was with the intention and purpose of helping his home planet. This is beyond doubt, and doesn't need excessive interpretation, because another certain reality is that our technological level is far inferior to that of extraterrestrial civilizations, so far that even the boss could easily conquer Blue Star." This was another important reality. However, the crowd at least didn't erupt in uproar as before. They simply looked at Wenhiji excitedly, unwilling to miss a single word, or even a single expression. Until Wenhiji said, "Next question," a chorus of hands shot up. The second question came from a blonde, blue-eyed Simonian. Her first words after getting the microphone were, "Does he really not intend to conquer Earth? Is he planning to use alien technology to conquer, or even hypnotize, all of humanity little by little? A very good conspiracy theory, but as I just said, no. This isn't just my understanding, but the understanding of most of humanity's elites and managers. I already explained why. If the boss wanted to conquer Earth, he wouldn't need such a complicated process, nor would he need any so-called conspiracy." "Okay, next question," Wenhiji said, emphasizing his words again. He knew that similar voices would be numerous. After all, conspiracy theories are impossible to eliminate. Skepticism and speculation are human instincts when facing insecurity. The very existence of extraterrestrial civilizations is bound to cause unease. Many of the following questions focused on extraterrestrial civilizations. People wanted more information, but Wenhiji and his team didn't know much, and some things were simply unspeakable, resulting in only ordinary answers. Until a reporter asked, "Could you reveal what kind of assistance Starsea Company will provide us?" Naturally, it will be technical, including some high-tech support. The space elevator you all see is just the beginning. Wenhiji had been waiting for this topic, so he spoke with exceptional fluency. "We will engage in comprehensive cooperation with all regions of humanity, sharing technical knowledge to a certain extent to rapidly promote the technological development of human civilization. Therefore, it is foreseeable that we will enter a true technological explosion period, where many technologies that were only in the future, or even just fantasies, will become reality. Many people began to anticipate the scene when Haji described. Subsequent questions increasingly lean towards this direction. Even those around the world who are paying attention to this issue are beginning to show great anticipation. In the 21st century, the saying technology changes lives is already known worldwide, because in the past 2 centuries, technology has brought immeasurable changes to all of humanity. However, compared to the short lifespan of humans, this change is still not considered a drastic one. But now, the emergence of extraterrestrial civilizations and the support of extraterrestrial technology will undoubtedly allow humanity to quickly enter a future world that seems like a dream. The promotion of countless fantasy and entertainment works has also intensified people's desires. The future is coming. This is the most discussed topic on the global internet in a short period of time. Clean energy, convenient transportation, healthy bodies, abundant entertainment, all of these are something to look forward to. However, not everyone is celebrating. Since Shinshur began promoting Shanghai Company, global stock markets have experienced more than one upheaval. Every piece of news is earth-shattering. Even the initial emergence of language translation technology caused violent fluctuations in many related sectors, leading to lamentations from countless professionals, students, and investors. Subsequent news has been even more dramatic. The internet sector, the energy sector, the medical sector, even the military sector. Almost all related sectors are experiencing violent fluctuations. Countless people could lose their wealth, their jobs, their studies, or even everything they have. Chapter 90. Usually, opportunity is accompanied by crisis, and change inevitably brings turmoil. Wen Heji and the others could naturally foresee this crisis hidden beneath the surface of great change. However, there was nothing they could do. Compared to the crisis of an alien invasion, this crisis was merely a tiny ripple. Even the mere leak of news of an impending alien invasion would trigger far greater turmoil than what they were experiencing now. The resulting panic could directly lead to the collapse of order. Therefore, they had already decided on the main theme for the coming period during their discussions: maintain order, cooperate fully, and prepare for war with all their might. All the information disclosed in the current press conference was only one part of maintaining order, aimed at preserving social order during the construction of the planetary fortress and even the large-scale shift in the center of gravity. In the entire interstellar society, human civilization was still far too insignificant, so insignificant that even the slightest impact would have unimaginable consequences. However, there was no other way but to do everything in their power to weather the storm. Ultimately, this day, destined to be recorded in history, ended with the conclusion of the Q&A session. Had Wen Heji not insisted on ending it, it might have lasted 3 days and 3 nights, far from enough to answer all the questions from reporters and media. Even until the very end, reporters were still excitedly raising their hands to ask questions, and after the announcement, they were reluctant to leave. Even most of the audience was deeply immersed in the excitement. Many would likely have a sleepless night. In fact, even Wen Heji and his colleagues wouldn't be able to sleep. They had to convene a meeting immediately to discuss the series of events to come. And then, more meetings. More meetings. Not just them, but countless meetings and discussions around the world would be held intensively for a long time to prepare for this momentous change. Shinshur, the person at the very center, was able to enjoy a moment of leisure. He was now back on his spaceship, watching the still-hot online discussions, and keenly aware of the crisis lurking beneath the surface. Are people already boycotting the Star Sea? Shinshur frowned as he looked at a news article about a protest. They weren't conspiracy theorists or alien fanatics, but rather people who had gone bankrupt in the stock market, or who worried about losing their jobs, or that their skills would become completely useless with the arrival of the Star Sea. But this was unavoidable. With technological advancements, some professions would inevitably become obsolete. And some skills and knowledge would be rendered obsolete and useless. Countless people's status, identity, and wealth would undergo drastic changes. Shinshur understood that if such voices and waves were allowed to continue expanding, they could ultimately have consequences beyond his expectations. Internal chaos within the civilization was a minor issue, but in an interstellar war, such chaos could be exploited by the enemy. The already weaker party needed to consolidate its internal resources and unite all forces. Therefore, was the only option to rely on the guidance and control of official forces? Shinshur's brows furrowed deeper. To be honest, he had always held a positive view of his actions. Whether it was trading planetary fortresses to defend against alien invasions or providing technology to accelerate civilization's development, he was essentially helping humanity as a whole, changing humanity's destiny and future. As a human, this could absolutely be considered a great achievement. No one could question that. But now, the negative impacts he had brought were real. He couldn't deny that rapid technological development would inevitably bring suffering to a considerable number of people. This realization made Shinshur somewhat uncomfortable. No. Shinshur suddenly murmured to himself, technological development should bring more benefits, shouldn't it? He had almost fallen into a misconception. His brows gradually smoothed out. Even without the alien invasion, the establishment of the Starsea Company, with its powerful technology, should have been more beneficial to civilization. Even those currently resisting Starsea would have gained far more than they had lost. Todd and the others should have foreseen this outcome and knew the solution long ago. Even with my extensive knowledge of the future world, my vision in this area can't compare to theirs, Shinshur murmured, without belittling himself. But I do possess a trump card they can't reach. He opened his database, searching for the information he needed, already having an idea in mind. But he didn't act immediately. Instead, he continued studying interstellar warfare and planetary fortresses. After all, it wouldn't be long before military commanders on Earth received training in these areas, and if he didn't want to lose the initiative, he needed to work even harder. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to keep a close eye on social developments. Naturally, the next day, news about Shanghai Company was everywhere on the entire planet. The commotion it caused was far greater than the day before. Even those who didn't pay much attention to the internet or the news were aware of this sudden, global upheaval. Shanghai Company became a household name. But as expected, after the initial excitement and exhilaration subsided, unease began to creep in like a tide in the face of this unprecedented era. People constantly complained online. Should I drop out of my foreign language program? Or should I transfer to another school? I never dreamed that the job I worked so hard for over 12 years would be destroyed by alien technology. Our company has stopped hiring. Ha ha ha, I'm bankrupt. Ha ha ha, all my money is gone. This is nothing. I'm a novelist, and I suddenly went bankrupt. Reality is more dramatic than fantasy. Who reads fantasy anymore? Similar voices began to grow louder. After all, these were real changes happening to people. More profound than any yearning for the future. Even Shinshur's own murder mystery game shop has seen a sharp decline in customers these past few days. As some have said, reality is already exciting enough. People don't need such entertainment to find emotional stimulation, nor are they in the mood. And this phenomenon is somewhat better in the Eastern Kingdom. In the Western Alliance, where the market is more sensitive and fragile, these past few days have been a complete catastrophe. The massive shock caused a widespread stock market crash, leading to economic crises for countless companies, and the complete loss of previously stable investments. This triggered a new chain reaction, unleashing unprecedented turmoil in the market within a short period. This dramatic change far surpassed any previous stock market crash, and was even more severe than any previous financial crisis. Countless people who were previously financially secure lost everything overnight. Even worse, some lost their jobs. Hawthorne was one such unfortunate individual. Fluent in 8 languages, he was a highly paid and renowned senior translator at a law firm, enjoying immense prestige wherever he went. When Shanghai Company first appeared, he watched the entire live broadcast of the launch event, and like everyone else, he was thrilled and excited by the incredible space elevator. As for his impressive translation skills, he wasn't too worried. After all, his strength didn't lie in translating everyday language. Rather, it was in the field of professional legal translation. He even possessed his own unique translation methods for certain specialized legal provisions, and this was the key to his position. However, this naive idea only lasted 3 days. First came the dramatic stock market volatility. As a high-income businessman from Shiming, he had no savings. All his funds were invested in the stock market and other investments. But in just 2 days, all his investments, whether in previously sought-after tech stocks or enduring healthcare stocks, were wiped out due to leverage. Yes, he was bankrupt. Like countless others. Fortunately, he still had a high-paying job. But on the 4th day, he received his termination notice. "You can't do this." Hawthorne's roar echoed throughout the entire law firm. "Without me, you can't provide services to foreign language clients. Let's not even talk about whether that damn translation machine can translate legal documents. Even if it could, did you get it? I'm deeply sorry, but I'm bankrupt too," Hawthorne's boss, an elite lawyer, said, his face pale. "I'm also drowning in debt. I can no longer afford to pay your salary." Hawthorne opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Finally, as if deflated, he left the law firm without looking back. Because he knew he probably wouldn't even get severance pay. And the next few days were like a nightmare. He couldn't find a job. Everyone who heard Translator shook their heads, not even glancing at his impeccably crafted resume. Hawthorne had never imagined that his proud profession would suddenly face such a fate. His dwindling savings were a clear indication of his future. Homeless. A week after the appearance of Starsea, just when he was almost in utter despair, he received a phone call. "Hey Hawthorne, we need you." Those first words sent a shiver down Hawthorne's spine. The phrase he heard most often these past few days was, "We don't need you." "Who are you?" he asked, almost incredulously. "We are boycotting the Star Ocean Association." "Who?" "Boycotting the Star Ocean Association," the voice on the other end of the phone said. "Have you read the newspapers and news? That widely circulated report recently, Why Humanity Doesn't Need Star Ocean, was written by us. There's a large group of people here who have experienced the same thing as you. We must unite to expose the Star Ocean Corporation and that aliens conspiracy and save all of humanity." Hawthorne was somewhat dazed. He remembered that he had indeed read that report, and even thought it made a lot of sense. That self-proclaimed returned human, perhaps an alien, had caused such enormous chaos in just a few days, affecting so many people, and it was even foreseeable that it would affect even more people in the future. He wasn't the only victim. Just thinking about this made Hawthorne's eyes seem to gleam with hatred. "I'm joining," he said. "Excellent." The person on the other end of the phone seemed completely unsurprised. "Now, we need you to stand up, to speak out in the media, to tell your story. Many, many people will be like you. Also, be careful, our officials have either been hypnotized by aliens or seduced by them. They become accomplices of the aliens. You know what kind of people they are." Hawthorne nodded repeatedly. Yes, this was a massive conspiracy. The aliens had taken control of the world's elite, their goal being to rule the world without bloodshed. Disrupting the economy was just the first step. They needed to unite and urge more people to realize this. After hanging up the phone, Hawthorne felt a surge of renewed energy. He took out his phone, his mind already filled with prepared words. As an elite writer with exceptional talent, he was confident his words could resonate with many. However, the first thing he saw when he turned on his phone was a message posted 10 minutes earlier, already going viral online. Starsea Corporation has released its first batch of technology lists. Technology list? Hawthorne froze for a moment, then immediately realized that this technology list referred to the alien technology provided by Starsea Corporation. Trembling slightly, he opened Starsea Corporation's official website and found the list. Sure enough, with just a cursory glance, he saw the all-in-one translation software on the list, and upon clicking it, it even stated applicable to any known language, any place, any environment. Damn it! This software was even free. Hawthorne's vision blurred. Even without downloading the software to try it out, he had already foreseen the outcome. The abilities he had painstakingly honed over the past decade would become utterly useless. Humanity didn't need Shanghai. Hawthorne gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of resentment toward Shanghai and the man who claimed to have returned from outer space. But just as he was about to express this resentment and emotion through writing, he caught a glimpse of a series of exclamations on Shanghai's official website's global channel. Is this real? It's truly amazing. I declare, Shanghai is God. Ah, I can't wait. When will we get the product? I'd pay any price. I'm so excited I can't sleep.